Bad news. Life is over. Good news. I have traveled through time. Bad news. I encountered the destroyer, Beerus, at the very beginning. Good news. There are still 3 years until the destruction of planet Vegeta. Bad news. I have to fight Beerus. Good news. I'm still alive. The protagonist's combat power is unparalleled. At the age of 20, he stands head and shoulders above all kings, striking the Grand Priest with his fists. Chapter 1. Beerus. In a nursery on planet Vegeta, as the sound of crying filled the air, Beerus slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with wisdom as he surveyed his surroundings. His mind was a muddled mess. He had been working diligently at a construction site when an unexpected brick struck him down. He had thought he would be treated in a hospital, but instead, he had traveled through time. My name is Lean Bachin, an orphan without parents, struggling academically, spending every day in internet cafes, cycling through girlfriends every 3 days, lacking wealth and influence. My life was a series of tragedies and banality. Aside from being somewhat presentable, I was utterly lacking. He sighed, gathering his thoughts. Before him lay a high-tech room and a fluid beside him, when suddenly, a staff member appeared in his line of sight. Zayusimo. This child shows an initial combat power of 5 points, indicating he is a low-level warrior. Takeoff said to Zayusimo. Takeoff, let's go. We've seen enough. We should report to King Vegeta about that child with a combat power of 10,000. His aura is truly terrifying, Zayusimo replied. Indeed, Zayusimo. I wonder if we will ever reach a combat power of 10,000 in our lifetimes, Takeoff remarked. Stop pondering and let's hurry, Zayusimo urged. As the two departed, Beerus was left in shock, processing the recent revelations. It was evident that he had arrived on planet Vegeta before its destruction. He wondered how many days remained until Frieza obliterated the planet, and if he could survive this impending crisis. Others who travel through time possess golden fingers. I feel as if I have nothing. Is the system there? System Daddy. System Daddy. Beerus silently chanted the system's name countless times, yet received no response. Just as disappointment set in, a chime broke the silence, followed by euphoria. Truly, the predecessors did not deceive me. A time traveler must possess a golden finger. Ding, the divine level system is at your service. Beerus immediately inquired. System, what functions do you have? Ding, the functions of this system are as follows. 1. Copy others' abilities, including but not limited to everything in the current world. 2. Sign in rewards of items, including but not limited to everything in the current world. 3. View all information regarding any person or object. 4. Release tasks with substantial rewards upon completion, etc. Subsequent functions await your exploration. Is this system really that powerful? Quickly, tell me if there are any enhancements available, like a beginner's gift pack or current tasks. Beerus pressed. Ding, the beginner's gift pack has been issued to the system space. Ding, the task is to find Saiyan Wukong, Bully, and Vegeta and acquire their DNA. Task reward. An increase in combat power plus a small goal. Failure to complete the task incurs no penalties. Do you accept? Is this penalty serious? There really are none. Ding, it is not non-existent. Isn't that the same? Do you accept? I accept. He thought to himself that he could not give up. An increase in combat power, even a small one, would make him formidable enough to challenge the great ape Frieza. Beerus, with a serious expression, asked, System, where are these 3 individuals currently located? Is there any way to determine their exact positions? As soon as he finished speaking, the system emitted a chime and responded. Saiyan Wukong and Bully are currently in the neighboring nursery, while Vegeta is in the royal palace of Vegeta. Upon hearing this news, Beerus sighed with relief, but quickly followed up with, System, this task doesn't have a time limit, does it? Another chime sounded, and the system clearly stated, No, that's good. System, open the beginner's gift pack. Beerus commanded. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 10,000 Suindo, 1,000 pairs of Divine Modified Potala earrings, 10,000 sets of Divine Modified battlesuits, a Divine Modified Universe Cube, 3 replacement dolls, and 3 stand-in puppets. Suindo, a miraculous being, possesses powerful healing abilities. It can instantly restore the stamina and injuries of the wounded, granting them a new lease on life. The Divine Modified Potala earrings are a special type of earrings that, when worn by 2 individuals, result in a complete fusion, transforming them into one being. Moreover, this fusion is permanent, and the fused parties can never be separated again. Furthermore, the power of the fused entity is not merely a simple addition, but 3 times that of a regular Potala fusion. This implies that the fused individual experiences a significant enhancement not only in strength, but also in talent and training speed. The Divine Modified Battlesuit is an outfit that adjusts according to the wearer's strength. Its unique feature is its ability to nullify all attacks from adversaries whose combat power is less than half of the wearer's, making it ineffective. This grants the wearer formidable defensive capabilities, significantly enhancing their chances of survival in battle. The Divine Modified Universe Cube is a wondrous item capable of traversing the cosmos and manipulating time. However, it is essential to note that while it can traverse the future, it cannot revert to the past. Once it travels to the future, there is no returning to the present. The Tissi Wawa, a remarkable artifact from another realm, grants its possessor an extra life. When faced with mortal peril, one can employ the Tissi Wawa to absorb the fatal blow, thereby preserving their existence. The Tishin 1OU, similarly an extraordinary item from a different world, automatically absorbs deadly or cursed attacks directed at the wearer, thus shielding them from harm. As the nursery pod's door opened, Baby Psyche finally emerged from the nurturing chamber that had sheltered him for 3 years. He pondered, what time is it in the system now? Ding! It is the first half of the year 734 of the AG era. In a brief moment, 2 staff members intended to escort Baby Psyche to find his family. However, as they passed by the adjacent nursery room, a wailing cry interrupted his thoughts. With another task to complete, Baby Psyche had a sudden inspiration and said to the staff, I would like to see which little one is crying. The staff, intrigued by his curiosity, opened the door for him. Upon entering the nursery, the cries became even more pronounced. Following the sound, Baby Psyche quickly spotted Suan Wukong and Bulyuoli in their respective pods. However, the sealed pods posed a challenge in obtaining their DNA. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he realized that switching their pods would suffice, considering they were merely newborns. Acting swiftly, he filled the pod with water, but confusion ensued as he struggled to operate the device. After inquiring about their nutrient solution, the 2 Scions arrived and opened the pod. Seizing the opportunity, Baby Psyche grabbed a handful of hair from each, swiftly storing it in the system's space. The task is halfway complete. Next, I must seek out Prince Vegeta, Baby Psyche calculated. After tidying up, he exited the nursery and bid farewell to the staff. Initially wishing for the 2 Scions to accompany him, he recalled that his parents were currently on a mission, working under the real estate tycoon Frisia. Otherwise, they would have come to retrieve him themselves. Thus, he set off towards the palace of Vegeta. As the most prominent structure on planet Vegeta, it was impossible to overlook. Striding confidently across this near-destroyed world, Baby Psyche felt little sentimentality, for aside from his knowledge of the anime, he had nearly forgotten everything about this realm. Coupled with the devastation wrought by 997, he had little concern. Daily life was either spent working or traveling. Suddenly arriving here and feeling the power within his body was an exhilarating experience. It is worth noting that an Earthling with a firearm possesses merely a battle power of 5. Although he was a middle-aged farmer, all beings are equal in terms of capabilities. Now, with a battle power of 500 in this body, it was akin to comparing an ant to an elephant. After all, even Baek Damawang had a power level of just over 300. At least that was what he remembered. Lost in thought, he soon arrived at the palace gates. Halt! This is the royal palace. Entry is forbidden without a summons, one guard declared. I am here to see Prince Vegeta, Baby Psyche replied. The 2 guards exchanged glances, noting his youthful appearance, and said little more. They used a detector to contact those inside. Although Baby Psyche was unaware of the proceedings, he waited patiently. Before long, a Scion approached and said, Come, I will take you to see the prince. Nodding in acknowledgement, he followed the Scion inside. As Baby Psyche trailed the Scion through the palace's winding corridors, he felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. At last, they arrived at a spacious chamber. Instantly, Baby Psyche spotted Vegeta, trembling in the corner. The sight was shocking. A gaunt figure with purple skin, resembling a cat, was standing on the head of an elderly man, the very King Vegeta. Baby Psyche quickly recognized the figure as Beerus, with his attendant and mentor, Weiss, nearby. Seizing the moment, while everyone's attention was focused on the elder King Vegeta, Baby Psyche swiftly plucked a strand of hair from Vegeta's head. With DNA secured, he exhaled in relief, inadvertently striking Vegeta's head as the prince stumbled back against him. Who are you? How did you get in here? Vegeta asked, furrowing his brow and trembling. Just as Baby Psyche was about to respond, Beerus suddenly turned his gaze. Ah, this little brat is quite intriguing, he remarked, observing Baby Psyche with keen interest. The boy showed no fear, and it appeared as though he recognized him. Suddenly, Vegeta charged forward, shouting, You shall not do that. In response, Beerus merely uttered a sound of acknowledgement and cast a glance, causing Vegeta to collapse to the ground, still trembling. Beerus feigned composure and stated, "I have come to see Prince Vegeta." Beerus erupted in laughter. "Very well, speak your mind." As Beerus contemplated how to extricate himself from the situation, the system suddenly alerted him. Detected Beerus and Weiss. Their abilities can be copied. A new idea sparked within Beerus's mind. Chapter 2. The Fearsome King Vegeta. A notification sounded, indicating the ability to replicate the following. 1. Destructive technique. Infusing destructive energy into the fingertips, fists, or launching it from a distance, triggering catastrophic collapse upon contact with the target, capable of shattering planets and dismantling both offensive and defensive maneuvers, with the degree and scope of destruction under his command. 2. Energy orb. Concentrating personal energy into small, yellow energy orbs for firing, adjustable in size, quantity, and launch speed, allowing for singular or rapid successive assaults on adversaries. 3. Violet whirlwind sphere. Gathering energy to form a rapidly spinning purple energy sphere, enveloped by violet flames, exuding formidable energy fluctuations. 4. Scorching orb. Consolidating a highly heated energy sphere, its surface ablaze with intense flames, displaying a swirling spectrum of red and orange hues, with surrounding air distorted by the extreme temperature, generating intense heat waves. 5. Continuous energy bullets. Rapidly unleashing a series of energy projectiles to assail enemies. 6. Destructive energy sphere. Amassing potent energy to create a colossal energy sphere, inflicting extensive area damage. 7. Multiplying destructive energy spheres. Releasing multiple destructive energy spheres in succession, thereby broadening the attack range. 8. Beerus sphere. Initiating a cataclysmic explosive assault with immense power. 9. Divine charge. Instantly darting towards foes to deliver a lethal strike. 10. Sudden assault. Swiftly closing in on adversaries, delivering a flurry of punches to inflict substantial damage. 11. Ray of destruction. Emitting a beam of energy capable of piercing foes, followed by an explosion, thereby causing damage to multiple opponents. 12. Shattering fist. Gathering energy for a powerful punch, resulting in immense damage, requiring a period of charge. 13. Spatial leap. Breaking through spatial barriers to traverse between different realms, enveloped in a unique energy, vanishing in an instant and reappearing at high velocity in another location. 14. Energy shield. Generating a faint purple shield composed of destructive energy around the body, capable of withstanding various forms of attack. 15. Fury. In a state of rage. Exhibiting a distinctive combat stance, with purple flames igniting around him, and a darker purple hue to his skin, signifying enhanced strength. 16. Divine wrath. Entering a divine state. Amplifying attack power and speed, unleashing a series of energy blasts upon enemies. 17. Wrath of the Destroyer. Firing lasers from his fingertips, characterized by rapidity and potency, capable of bypassing defenses and launching foes. 18. Fury of the Destroyer. A skill that replenishes health by diminishing the opponent's vitality. The greater the health reserve, the more extensive the combo and damage, with the final blow possessing a defensive braking effect, rendering the attack trajectory unpredictable and challenging to evade. 19. Ultimate move of the Destroyer. Destruction sphere, a colossal energy sphere directed towards a locked enemy, possessing brief tracking capabilities. Passive abilities include physical prowess, mastery of martial arts, manipulation of energy, longevity, spatial survival, low-tier regeneration, attack via body parts, tail, attack reflection, creating afterimages, and sensing energy and cosmic movements. Do you wish to replicate? The notification inquired. Without hesitation, Beerus replied, yes. Congratulations on successfully replicating the divine techniques. Destruction, light bomb, purple light spiral ball, scorching orb, continuous chi bomb, destruction energy sphere, multiple destruction energy spheres, Beerus sphere, God's impact, assault strike, light of destruction, crushing fist, dimensional leap, energy shield, fury, divine wrath, anger of the god of destruction, rage of the god of destruction, and the ultimate move of the god of destruction, destruction ball, along with physical attributes, mastery of martial arts, manipulation of chi, longevity, spatial survival, low-level regeneration, bodily part attacks, tail, attack reflection, creating afterimages, and the ability to perceive chi and cosmic movements. With the successful replication, a sense of calm washed over you. However, the system quickly doused this tranquility with a dose of reality, indicating that you have merely copied the skills. And activating such formidable techniques necessitates a substantial amount of chi. Currently, you have only grasped the skills, but lack the energy to execute them multiple times. In simpler terms, your chi reserves are insufficient. Badisk felt a tightening sensation within, realizing the predicament he was in. Just then, Beerus's mocking voice echoed, "Little one, why the sudden silence? Are you afraid?" Attempting to feign composure, Badisk retorted, "Humph, how could I possibly fear you?" In an instant, Beerus appeared before Badisk, launching a punch towards him. Badisk hastily employed a spatial leap to evade, subsequently firing a light bomb as a test. Beerus effortlessly raised his hand and crushed the light bomb, sneering. "Is this all you can do?" Badisk clenched his teeth, understanding that he could no longer conceal his capabilities. Taking a deep breath, he began to channel the chi within him, preparing to unleash God's impact. However, as he exerted his strength, he sensed his chi was rapidly depleting. Observing this, Beerus taunted, "It seems this is all you are capable of." As Beerus ready to attack once more, Badisk suddenly recalled that the system might possess a solution. He urgently called upon the system, hoping to discover a means to replenish his chi in this critical moment. 1. Time rewind allows time to revert back 3 minutes. Though a significant interval is required between uses, individuals within Whiss's barrier retain their memories prior to the rewind. 2. Healing and resurrection. The staff can heal others' injuries and has the capability to resurrect the deceased. 3. Creation and restoration. The staff can create and repair various objects, and swiftly observe everything within the 7th universe. The interior of the staff houses a dimension akin to the hyperbolic time chamber, capable of storing numerous items. 4. Cosmic traversal. While lacking teleportation abilities, it boasts speeds surpassing light, permitting travel to any location in the universe within mere hours or even minutes and allowing survival and communication in the vacuum of space. 5. Perfect freedom ultimate technique. Separates consciousness from the body, enabling the physical form to move unconsciously and autonomously evade any attacks, significantly increasing the likelihood of dodging while maintaining some conscious ability to counterattack, achieving a flawless amalgamation of offense and defense with unprecedented speed, strength, and reflexes, even predicting an opponent's movements during battle. Superb energy control, the cultivation and mastery of divine energy, extraordinary recovery, the restoration and application of divine energy, lifespan, and the second-tier defense of divine power. Are these to be replicated? In this race against time, do not dawdle. Hasten to replicate, Badisk thundered. No sooner had the words left his lips than the destructive power unleashed by Beerus was nullified, leaving both Beerus and Whis momentarily stunned. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. For at that moment, Badisk's hair shimmered silver, distinctly unlike the aura-clad appearance of Son Goku in the original narrative. Exchanging glances, Beerus and Whis were caught off guard, with Whis remarking, "It is the perfect Ultra Instinct. How intriguing." Beerus, taken aback by Whis's observation, realized that he had yet to grasp even the rudimentary form of Ultra Instinct, while this monkey had achieved perfection. How fascinating, this Saiyan, he mused, before turning to Whis and addressing him with a tone of inherent arrogance. "Young one, your performance in battle has piqued my interest." After a brief pause, he pulled Badisk aside and whispered, "Tell me, are you willing to become a candidate for the position of God of Destruction?" This question detonated within Badisk's heart like a bombshell, stirring tumultuous emotions. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to trust his ears. "My goodness, Lord Beerus, are you considering abdicating?" Whis, however, appeared unfazed. "Enough chatter, Whis. Are you not intrigued by this lad's potential? Even if I do not take him under my wing, I am certain you would train him in secret while I slumber." After finishing, Beerus turned back to Badisk and declared, "The God of Destruction is the mightiest being in this universe. The fate of all living beings rests in his hands. Do not even think of refusing." "Lord Beerus, is this truly the case?" Badisk asked, his voice trembling with shock and disbelief. Though he was a traveler from another realm, he had experienced the harsh realities of society and had harbored dreams of becoming a civil servant. Wasn't the God of Destruction akin to a civil servant? The notion of being bound to the Kais was a trivial matter, and he recalled that in the early stages of Dragon Ball, this identity was virtually invincible. Understanding what it meant to be a God of Destruction signified grasping the essence of destruction and balance, accompanied by an overwhelming burden of responsibility. Whis interjected, "Lord Beerus, do you have the time to mentor him?" "Silence, Whis," Beerus interrupted, his impatience evident. "I have no time for jest. As a candidate for the God of Destruction, you will wield immense power, standing among the universe's mightiest, yet you must also bear the duty of maintaining cosmic balance. Great power is a coveted dream for every warrior, but it comes with an equally formidable responsibility. After a moment of hesitation, Beerus inhaled deeply and knelt on one knee, resolutely stating, "Lord Beerus, I accept. I will strive to shoulder this responsibility and live up to your expectations." A faint smile tugged at the corners of Beerus's mouth, revealing a trace of satisfaction. "Excellent. From this moment on, you shall accompany us. Do not let me down." Beerus immediately stated, "I shall not disappoint Lord Beerus. However, may I remain on planet Vegeta for a while? I wish to train here until I have grown stronger before seeking you out." He continued, "I have mastered all skills aside from combat prowess that Whis and Beerus possess. Following them would make little difference." Beerus glanced at King Vegeta, who lay motionless on the ground like a defeated dog, and at Vegeta, who was also unable to move. "Very well," he replied. "In that case, Whis, please convey the location to him, and we shall take our leave. It is indeed time to return home and enjoy a good night's rest." As the three engaged in their quiet conversation, Whis, without uttering a word, waved his staff, sending a wave of energy into Beerus's mind. With a gesture from Beerus, the two transformed into a stream of light and vanished from planet Vegeta, bidding farewell to Whis. Only then did King Vegeta dare to rise, quaking with trepidation. Vegeta slowly got to his feet, and the king cautiously addressed Beerus. "We owe you our gratitude, Beerus. Without your intervention, planet Vegeta may have ceased to exist." Before Beerus could respond, Vegeta interjected, "What manner of being is my father's master? Why is he so formidable?" Not waiting for the king to speak, you interjected, "That being is a god of destruction, governing the life and death of countless beings." King Vegeta added, "Indeed, a god of destruction is the most powerful deity in existence." He then turned to you, saying, "When you meet him, be sure to show respect. Although I am unaware of your conversation, his temperament is unpredictable, and there may be dangers. It is wise to remain cautious." Beerus proceeded to inform the father and son of his candidacy to become a god of destruction, leaving them both astounded. A fleeting glimmer of dissatisfaction crossed Vegeta's eyes, which you noticed. King Vegeta gently urged Beerus to train diligently and heed various precautions. Despite recognizing Beerus' strength through his battle with Beerus, the king still felt the need to offer his counsel. Beerus nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further, as his tasks were unfinished and he wished to depart. He bid farewell to the Vegeta family. While you found the Saiyan king intriguing, you held little fondness for the Saiyans as a whole, perceiving them merely as a tribe of untamed warriors, akin to untrained monkeys who thrived on combat and conquering others' domains. While you felt neither disdain nor affection towards them, your previous education instilled a reluctance to embrace their nature. Upon returning home, you found your parents away at war, leaving you in solitude. You felt a sense of comfort in your solitude. Quietly, you recited the system's task submission, celebrating the acquisition of 100 million combat power. With your current strength at 100 million and 500, thanks to your mastery over Ki, your aura remained entirely concealed, unchanged from before, still at 500. You pondered the purpose of the system's request for the DNA of these three individuals. What could be the underlying significance? At that moment, you calmly inquired, "Ding, host, you may inspect the system space to see its current state." As you entered your consciousness into the system space, you beheld three bodies of similar stature suspended within. A closer examination revealed them to be none other than the youthful Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. They now exhibit no trace of vitality, resembling the deceased. They are merely newly formed adults, devoid of soul and consciousness, the system gradually explained. Though you had not yet grasped the full implications, you spoke up. "Are you suggesting that I should merge using the Patera earrings?" The system replied, "Indeed, I did not foresee you encountering beings such as Beerus." You mused. "It's quite acceptable. After all, I'm already a Saiyan and no longer concerned with lineage. Yet, how did their DNA come to be in such a state?" The system elaborated. "That is the function of this system. It can perfectly replicate the DNA of all beings at the pinnacle of their developmental stage, including beings like the Omni King." You expressed your astonishment. "Will this alter my appearance significantly? For instance, if I merge with a replica of Beerus, transforming into that feline form would be rather unpleasant." The system reassured you, "No, the modified Patera earrings will only change appearance when merging within the same species or bloodline. There will be no alterations when merging with beings of different species or bloodlines. You need not worry about this." Instantly, you felt elated, so, in the future, merging with Majin Buu, Whis, Beerus, or the Supreme Kai will be a trivial matter. "Indeed, host," the system confirmed. If I merge now, will I instantly grow? No host. The modified version will not cause such a phenomenon. Thus, you retrieve the earrings to commence the fusion. Simply donning them would suffice. As the white light flickered thrice, the fusion was complete. Feeling an unending surge of power within, you commanded, System, open the panel. Ding. Name, Beerus. Race, Saiyan. Battle power, 1 billion. The sudden sound disrupted your thoughts, marking Chapter 3, a unique beginning. At this moment, Beerus felt invigorated. His sharp brows and starry eyes bestowed upon him an ethereal charm, exuding the wild allure characteristic of Saiyans. Upon witnessing this transformation, Kona was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. She cleared her throat and, with a charming voice, politely introduced herself. Hello, I am Kona, the daughter of Beerus. My father has sent me to invite you for a meal. Beerus's lips curled into a slight, carefree smile. Very well, I would appreciate your guidance. Kona, blushing, nodded and turned to lead the way. As they walked, Kona discreetly admired Beerus, marveling at his striking appearance and unique aura. Beerus, too, sensed her gaze but chose not to acknowledge it, merely allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips. He took a keen interest in observing his surroundings. This was the Saiyan enclave, brimming with the spirit of battle. Soon, under little Kona's guidance, they arrived at Beerus' residence. Upon entering, the warm and hospitable Beerus family greeted them enthusiastically. The dining table was laden with an array of sumptuous dishes, and Beerus sat down without hesitation, indulging in the feast. During the meal, Beerus engaged Beerus in conversation about his father's mission, his words imbued with admiration. Beside him, the female Saiyan Kona remained seated next to Beerus, occasionally offering him food, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Engaged in conversation, the group soon finished their meal. Beerus, having concluded his meal, decided to stretch his limbs, and without hesitation, Kona followed him, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Upon arriving at the training grounds, several Saiyans spotted Beerus and Kona and immediately demanded their departure, declaring, "This is not a place for you. Leave at once." Beerus' expression darkened, and a formidable aura emanated from him, causing the Saiyans to pale and tremble. Kona observed Beerus with increasing admiration. "Hey, don't get too arrogant," one bolder Saiyan shouted. Mustering his courage, Beerus sneered, "Do you truly believe you can command me?" With that, he vanished from sight, appearing before the Saiyan in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. The other Saiyans, witnessing this, rushed to confront him. Undaunted, Beerus navigated through the crowd with ease, each strike effortlessly incapacitating an opponent. Kona stood by, her eyes wide as saucers, her mouth agape in astonishment, utterly mesmerized by the spectacle unfolding before her. Her admiration for Beerus surged like a volcanic eruption, intensifying with fervor. Kona, brimming with excitement and flushed with exhilaration, shouted, "Go, Beerus! You are the best!" Her melodious voice resonated through the air as if striving to pierce the heavens. The battle resembled a tempest, fierce in its onset, yet remarkably swift in its conclusion. Beerus thrived in the fray, each of his movements precise and powerful, effortlessly conquering all adversaries. As the last foe crumpled to the ground, Beerus dusted himself off with a nonchalant elegance, as though the entire ordeal had been a mere trivial game. Turning to Kona, he allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, exuding a self-assured charm. "All right, let us go. We shall continue our training," he declared, striding forward with resolute steps. Not glancing back, Kona, quick to recover from her astonishment, hurriedly followed suit. Her heart swelled with admiration and affection for Beerus, eagerly yearning to train alongside him, aspiring to enhance her own strength in hopes of supporting him in the future. Like a cheerful little bird, she chirped incessantly by his side. With wide-eyed adoration, Kona exclaimed, "Wow, you are truly incredible. The fact that even seasoned intermediate warriors are no match for you is simply astonishing." Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, brimming with boundless imagination regarding his prowess. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, "Just how strong are you, really? What is your battle power, I wonder?" The image of Frieza, sitting in a stroller, addressing Vegeta with the iconic phrase, "My battle power is 500,000, flickered through Beerus' mind. He then turned to Kona, his expression grave, and declared, "My current battle power is 1 billion. Kona, taken aback, stared blankly at him as she gazed into Beerus' face. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "Huh?" Beerus suddenly realized that this was not the realm of anime, but rather one of reality, where the conversations were in Chinese and Mandarin. Thus, he clarified, my battle power is indeed 1 billion. Korna's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, you are truly impressive. She secretly thought, I really like you. Though still naive to the concept of love, Korna understood Bardisk's strength and her admiration for him, which Bardisk chose not to elaborate upon. Suddenly, a group of Saiyans approached Bardisk, including Korna's father, Beerus. Upon seeing her father, Korna instinctively shielded Bardisk, anxiously inquiring, Father, what are you doing? Being merely 3 years old, the presence of so many adult Saiyans, each radiating a power level of thousands, genuinely frightened her. Bardisk gently pulled Korna behind him, his small frame emanating a sense of strength. He turned to comfort her, saying, it's all right, there's nothing to fear. Bardisk held a genuine fondness for Korna and wished to protect her from harm. In his heart, such an innocent girl deserved safeguarding, especially one who gazed at him with such admiration. Bardisk then slowly turned his gaze towards the group of Saiyans before him, his eyes burning with intensity. In that instant, the energy within him ignited, erupting forth with a ferocity that was almost suffocating. A formidable force, akin to a raging torrent, surged from him, instantly engulfing the entire space. The intensity of this power reached an astounding 1 billion, as if the very forces of the universe had converged upon Bardisk. The terrifying aura he emitted felt demonic, sending chills down the spines of those present. The Saiyans were rendered speechless by this sudden display of power, their eyes wide with terror as they stared at Bardisk. The magnitude of this force exceeded their wildest imaginations, leaving them struggling to comprehend the nature of such an existence. Under the oppressive weight of this ominous energy, the Saiyans' legs buckled, and they involuntarily knelt before him. Their bodies trembled, stripped of any courage to resist, succumbing to fear. Beerus, being Korna's father, felt the least impact from Bardisk's aura as he did not direct his pressure towards him, aware that Bardisk had not aimed his might at him. Beerus recalled that he was summoned by King Vegeta on behalf of Bardisk. Although uncertain of the king's intentions, he initially worried for Bardisk's safety, but it now seemed unwarranted. After a moment's thought, he spoke up, Bardisk, King Vegeta wishes to invite you to the palace. There are no ulterior motives. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the immense burden pressing down upon them had vanished without a trace. The Saiyans, relieved of their weight, collapsed to the ground, their bodies devoid of support. Their breaths became quick and labored, reminiscent of those who had just endured a life-or-death struggle. With each gasp, they seemed to desperately siphon the oxygen from the air, seeking to replenish their long-suppressed lungs. Some even opened their mouths wide, inhaling deeply as if they could never get enough, greedily savoring this fleeting respite. Bardisk nodded calmly, while a small hand instinctively tugged at his. Turning gently, Bardisk offered reassurance. It's all right, don't worry. You should go home and wait for me. Ask Annie to prepare some food. Perhaps it was the Saiyans' renowned appetite or the exertion during their training, but hunger gnawed at them, and it became evident that they were indeed famished. Korna responded softly with an affirmative, then exclaimed loudly, all right, Bardisk, stay safe. I'll wait for your return. Beerus looked on with satisfaction, feeling a sense of joy. He knew well that he and Bardisk's father were friends forged through trials and tribulations. The friendship among Saiyans is profoundly pure, rooted in a deep-seated affection for one another. Given Bardisk's emerging prowess, Beerus felt an even greater fondness, believing that Bardisk and his daughter were well matched. With only one daughter at home, he had faced a share of mockery from other Saiyans, but witnessing Bardisk's exceptional qualities made him feel as though Bardisk were his own son, and he relished in the thought of silencing any who dared to belittle him. After bidding farewell to Korna, Bardisk entered the palace of King Vegeta. His gaze immediately fell upon the king seated upon his throne. Upon recognizing Bardisk's arrival, King Vegeta descended from his seat and approached Bardisk with a respectful demeanor, stating, Bardisk, you have arrived. I summoned you because I wish for you to become the king of the Saiyans. The surrounding guards and Vegeta were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, no, father, no, your majesty. Without waiting for Bardisk's response, King Vegeta rebuked them. Lord Bardisk is now a candidate for Lord Beerus. What do you understand? With a single word from Lord Bardisk, Frieza would meet his demise. Upon hearing this, Vegeta recalled the violet feline who had effortlessly defeated him, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction as he muttered, what is so impressive about that? Bardisk merely scoffed, offering no flattery. After all, his current battle prowess could easily surpass Frieza. The title of king seemed trivial, akin to that of a tribal leader among savages. Given this, I entrust all matters of the coronation to you, King Vegeta, Bardisk stated. Very well. After bidding farewell to King Vegeta and Vegeta, the news of Beerus's impending ascension spread rapidly across planet Vegeta. As King Vegeta meticulously prepared for the coronation, Vegeta sought Beerus out, expressing a desire to train together. He had witnessed Beerus's battle with Beerus and recognized Beerus's formidable strength, which surpassed that of both his father, King Vegeta, and all the Saiyans of planet Vegeta. Vegeta's father, King Vegeta, possessed a combat power of merely over 10,000, and Vegeta himself was only slightly above 500. Upon discovering that Beerus had been born with a mere 5 points of battle power, yet emerged from the incubation pod, so formidable, Vegeta presumed that Beerus must possess an extraordinary method of cultivation. Consequently, Vegeta, disregarding his princely pride, endured several days of torment before resolutely deciding to seek out Beerus. Beerus, however, remained indifferent. After all, his current battle power rendered him virtually invincible. In response to Vegeta's entreaties, he maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Very well. I am in need of a subordinate. You may consider yourself my underling." Vegeta's expression stiffened, yet Beerus showed no concern. "If you are unwilling, then you may take your leave." Vegeta hesitated, caught in a moment of indecision, but ultimately chose not to depart. Observing Vegeta's predicament, Beerus realized the situation was becoming tedious and decided to seek out Kona instead. During the past few days, Beerus had primarily dined at Kona's residence, where Beerus and his wife, Maxis, greeted him with exceptional warmth, as though they regarded him as a son-in-law. Beerus mused on the insidious nature of capitalism, finding it far worse than the evils of feudalism. Yet, something fell amiss. After all, the Saiyan race, a warrior nation, lacked any profound cultural thoughts, their minds solely occupied with the duality of vanquishing others or being vanquished themselves. Upon arriving at Kona's home, Beerus welcomed him enthusiastically, and Kona swiftly approached. Beerus could not help but affectionately ruffle Kona's hair, a gesture she relished. It was no wonder that many in his previous life were enamored with young girls. Who could resist the charm of an adorably delicate voice? "Hello, Uncle Beerus," Aunt Maxis, Beerus greeted, having learned of Kona's mother's name over the days spent together. A perfectly ordinary Saiyan name. "Oh, Beerus has arrived. You must be hungry, right? Dinner will be ready shortly," Maxis exclaimed. Such was the Saiyan constitution. Not only did they consume vast amounts of food, but their hunger returned swiftly. "No worries, Uncle and Aunt. I'm not hungry just yet," he replied, obediently following Kona to find seat. Out of the corner of his eye, Beerus caught sight of Vegeta standing at the doorway like a statue, and his expression darkened. "Leave now. I've already made my promise to you." "What? Are you planning to stay for dinner?" Vegeta, realizing the situation, rubbed his nose sheepishly and turned to depart. Beerus said nothing further. After all, Beerus was soon to become the new king of the Saiyans, and the respect once afforded to the prince was waning. In times past, they would have shown utmost deference by inviting him to dine. Yet now, with Beerus' ascendancy, such considerations seemed trivial. What promise did Beerus make to Vegeta? "I hope it is nothing unfavorable," Maxis inquired, her face betraying concern. "It is nothing of the sort. Vegeta merely wishes to train with me." "Brother Beerus," Kona interjected eagerly, "I too wish to train alongside you. I desire to grow stronger so that I may assist you in the future. Do not underestimate me, for I am an elite warrior. I was born with approximately 300 battle power," Kona exclaimed, anxious that her brother Beerus might be taken from her. Upon hearing this, Majizi affectionately remarked, "That's wonderful. With Beerus now so accomplished, Kina, you must strive to become stronger. Otherwise, Beerus may not know whom he will eventually favor." Beerus paused momentarily while caressing Kina's hand, and she promptly exclaimed, "Mother, what are you saying? I don't care who Brother Beerus likes in the future. As long as Kina can stay by his side, that is enough for me." Ha ha ha! Kina's parents both laughed heartily, and Beerus felt a wave of emotion wash over him. After all, in his previous life, he had never experienced familial or romantic affection. Those girlfriends had only been drawn to his handsome appearance, never truly understanding this profound feeling. It was indeed a marvelous sensation. After indulging in an extravagant feast, Beerus resolved to cherish these moments dearly. The next chapter would entail Frieza and the training to come. Chapter 4. Ascension to Kingship, declared Emperor. Recently, the Saiyans who have been dispatched on various missions received an urgent summons from planet Vegeta, instructing them to return immediately. Despite being scattered across different locales, they all received the message simultaneously, leaving them astonished. Today marked a significant occasion for planet Vegeta, the coronation of the new king. This news rapidly spread across the planet, igniting a sense of anticipation and curiosity among all Saiyans regarding their new monarch. The Saiyans abroad hastily abandoned their tasks, racing back to planet Vegeta at the speed of light, traversing the cosmos and overcoming numerous dangers and obstacles, all to witness this historic moment with their own eyes. As the Saiyans gradually arrived at planet Vegeta, the entire planet was enveloped in a palpable tension mixed with excitement. The streets were lined with Saiyans, all eager to glimpse the new king and speculate on how a personality like King Vegeta could ever relinquish his throne, wondering if there would be a spectacle to behold. Beerus strode down the streets towards the palace with Kina and others, today marking his own coronation, though he feigned indifference, who among them did not harbor aspirations of royalty. As King Vegeta made his early appearance to welcome his guests, everyone soon discovered whom he was greeting. Suddenly, whispers rippled through the crowd. "Look, there's Beerus. I heard he hasn't demonstrated anything particularly remarkable. I wonder why King Vegeta chose him. Indeed, perhaps there are unsavory dealings at play." Listening to the murmurs, Beerus furrowed his brow but did not halt his stride. Kina, feeling anxious, tugged at his clothing and whispered, "They are speaking so unkindly." Beerus gently patted her hand and softly reassured her, "Do not pay heed to such remarks." Just then, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the sky, and a formidable presence surged forth, prompting the crowd to look up. They beheld a towering Saiyan radiating a terrifying aura, soaring towards the palace. King Vegeta's expression shifted, and he hastily moved to meet this approaching figure. Once, there was a Saiyan whose strength surged remarkably while on a mission. Upon hearing the news of the new king's ascension, he felt a sense of defiance and sought to challenge the authority of the young monarch. Beerus, his gaze sharpening, released Korna's hand and stepped forward, ready to confront this unexpected challenge. Although Korna felt a pang of concern, she steadfastly supported Beerus with unwavering confidence. Before Beerus stood the Saiyan, his scarred crab-like head unmistakable, none other than Bardock, who at this time was still a wild Saiyan, seasoned by years of battle, but yet to possess the foresight of his kin. When Bardock learned of King Vegeta's decision to pass on the throne, he remained indifferent. In his eyes, it mattered little to whom the throne was passed, as long as the Saiyans were not endangered. However, the fact that the new king was merely a toddler of just over 3 years was a slight Bardock could not tolerate. Observing Beerus, whose expression remained calm and unyielding, Bardock felt a flicker of admiration. After all, it was commendable for a mere child to maintain such composure. "You are quite impressive. But to aspire to be the king of the Saiyans, you still lack the necessary qualifications," Bardock remarked coolly. Sensing Bardock's presence, Beerus showed no interest. Having once replicated the abilities of angels and Whis, the feeling of facing an ant was hardly engaging. With a mere release of his aura, he pinned Bardock to the ground, rendering him immobile. Bardock trembled, struggling to rise, while the gathered Saiyans were left in awe. The explosive sounds of the battle were deafening. The power level detector indicated that Beerus' strength exceeded 100,000, a limit that caused the device to malfunction. Bardock's heart sank with dread. It was not mere folly from King Vegeta, but true prowess displayed before him. While others remained oblivious, Bardock directly confronted the overwhelming pressure emanating from Beerus, a terrifying force that was truly formidable. Gradually, Beerus withdrew his aura, akin to a gentle breeze dissipating without a trace. Yet this seemingly trivial act produced an unforeseen effect. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping became distinctly audible. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. Breaths were held, and whispers hushed, lest they disturb this unsettling tranquility. The scene was extraordinarily quiet, as if the earlier commotion had been nothing but an illusion, never truly existing. Nevertheless, each individual was acutely aware that the breathtaking spectacle had indeed transpired. Korna hurried to Beerus' side, grasping his hand with stars in her eyes. "Let's go," she urged. Without further ado, he took her delicate hand and, amidst the fearful and reverent gazes surrounding them, ascended the platform. The ascension of the Saiyan King is a straightforward process, where strength reigns supreme. Initially, it was incumbent upon Beerus to vanquish the former King Vegeta. However, witnessing Beerus' formidable aura, King Vegeta wisely chose not to court disaster. Suddenly, a cry of "King!" erupted, igniting fervent cheers from all present. Among the Saiyans, strength commands respect. Warriors, the tides of the universe tremble beneath our roars. Today, I stand before you as the king of the Saiyans, calling upon you to heed the glorious summons. Oh, we the Saiyans, represent the mightiest warrior race in the cosmos. Every drop of blood coursing through our veins ignites a fervent desire for battle. Every bulging muscle harbors the power to obliterate worlds. From the moment of our birth, combat has been our destiny, and victory is our very breath. Once, we gallivanted across countless planets, transforming the lamentations of our enemies into our battle hymns. Yet, we have also faced setbacks and traversed through darkness. The brutal reign of Frisia has sullied our homeland, leading to the slaughter of our kin. But so what? That was not an end, but rather a prelude to rebirth. Now, we shall rise from the ashes, stronger than ever. Look at your hands. They are blades capable of rending the stars. Observe your eyes. They shine with a brilliance to daunt the heavens. We are no longer lambs to the slaughter, but dominators that will make the universe tremble beneath our feet. On our forthcoming journey, regardless of the foes we encounter or the perils we face, we shall not waver. For we are Saiyans, born for battle, destined to die for glory. Each confrontation is a declaration of our dominion over the cosmos, and each victory is a cornerstone of our throne. From this moment forth, we break free from Frisia's tyranny. We Saiyans shall never be enslaved. Join me, for the glory of the Saiyans, for the supremacy of the universe. Charge forth. Let our renown resonate eternally among the stars. The ordinary Saiyan populace erupted in cheers. Beerus concluded his prepared address, yet the tumultuous crowd continued to roar with excitement. With a slight nod, Beerus commanded silence, allowing him to proceed. Now, I have an important proclamation to make. My people, today, with the heavens as witness and the mountains and rivers resonating, I declare a momentous announcement. For ages, the Saiyans have been guided by their king, traversing the cosmic storms and overcoming formidable foes, ensuring that the name of the Saiyans shines brightly among the galaxies. Our glory is a legend forged from blood and victory, with each battle cry reverberating across the cosmic expanse. However, times are changing, and our power is ever expanding. The title of king can no longer encapsulate our ambitions and aspirations. Henceforth I, Beerus, shall be crowned as emperor, becoming the sovereign of the Saiyans. This is not merely a change in title. It heralds our march toward a new epoch. As your emperor, I, Beerus, shall lead you to ascend to greater heights. No one in the cosmos shall dare to underestimate us or obstruct our path. Our fleet shall rise like a black tide, engulfing all opposition. Our warriors shall blaze like fiery meteors, shattering any challenge. Once, we conquered the stars in the guise of royalty. In the future, we shall reshape the cosmic order in the name of the Empire. Saiyans, rally for me. Fight for the Empire. Let the entire universe tremble beneath our iron hooves, and let the glory of the Saiyans endure eternally. In an instant, the entire Saiyan planet erupted with fervor. Beerus, your majesty. Beerus, your majesty. The chants rose in crescendo. The ground trembled violently, as if rejoicing for the ascension of the new emperor. Warriors raised their weapons high, the clashing of metal intertwining into a rousing battle hymn. Long live the emperor! The deafening cheers surged from all directions, rolling into the depths of the cosmos. Their faces radiated fervor and pride, their eyes ignited with the desire for future conquests. The giant apes among the Saiyans pounded their chests, unleashing earth-shattering roars, while children broke free from their parents' embrace, bouncing joyfully into the throng of cheers. Vessels soared overhead, trailing flames that symbolized glory, echoing the jubilant cries below. This cheer was a tribute to past victories and a resolute affirmation of future dominion over the cosmos. Kona stood beside Beerus, her sleek short hair dancing lightly in the roaring wind, her violet eyes sparkling with unprecedented brilliance. She fixed her gaze upon the exalted man, now crowned as emperor, emanating a powerful aura that sent shivers down her spine. Kona's breath quickened, her cheeks flushed with excitement. The surrounding cacophony of cheers seemed to fade away, leaving only Beerus in her world. A proud and tender smile crept upon her lips and within her heart. She vowed, henceforth, I shall become your sharpest blade, accompanying you in overcoming all obstacles in this universe, no matter how perilous the path ahead. I shall stand by your side until the very end of the cosmos. Suddenly, outside the planet, the oppressive silence of darkness was shattered by a deep rumble. Frisia's vast fleet surged forth from the wormhole like an ominous black tide, the cold metallic hulls reflecting an eerie glow reminiscent of demons from the abyss. At the forefront of the fleet, Frisia sat within his luxurious, technologically advanced command chamber, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. his mechanical limbs tapping lightly on the control panel, producing a chilling rhythm. "Science, your doom is upon you," Frieza whispered, his voice laden with unmasked malice and greed. Meanwhile, on the Saiyan planet, the piercing sound of alarms sliced through the skies. The Saiyans gradually emerged from their fervor, gazing towards the horizon where a multitude of enemy ships advanced ominously, their expressions shifting from shock to a fervent battle rage. A decisive clash that would determine the fate of the Saiyan race was imminent. Chapter 5. Frieza, leading his vast legion. Frieza commanded colossal warships that swiftly encircled planet Vegeta like a tide of darkness. These vessels, equipped with the most advanced weaponry, gleamed with a chilling metallic sheen, as if they were harbingers from the depths of hell. The Saiyans on planet Vegeta soon sensed the impending threat. King Vegeta, his countenance grave, immediately summoned all Saiyan warriors to prepare for this life-or-death confrontation. He understood all too well the unfathomable power of Frieza, were it not for Bardock's presence. The prospects of this battle would be dire. Yet now, with Bardock, Frieza was not to be feared. Frieza stood at the helm of his flagship, surveying planet Vegeta below, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Foolish Saiyans, today marks your doom." With a sweeping gesture, he issued the command to attack. The warships of Frieza's legion unleashed a barrage of energy beams that rained down upon planet Vegeta. In an instant, explosions erupted across the surface, cities crumbled under the onslaught. Flames erupted skyward, and smoke enveloped the air. The Saiyans rose in defiance, roaring as they ascended into the sky, unleashing their formidable energy to engage Frieza's forces in a fierce aerial battle. Vegeta, leading the charge, transformed into a great ape, his colossal form rampaging across the battlefield, sending Frieza's soldiers flying in his wake. However, the sheer number of Frieza's forces, coupled with their superior weaponry, overwhelmed the Saiyan warriors, who gradually found themselves embroiled in a desperate struggle, falling one by one into pools of blood. Observing this, Frieza let out a derisive chuckle and descended onto the battlefield himself. In the next moment, he appeared before King Vegeta, raising his hand to unleash an energy wave. The king was caught off guard, struck in the chest, and crashed heavily to the ground. "King Vegeta, do you truly believe you can resist me? How laughable!" Frieza taunted, advancing with an air of contempt. King Vegeta struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and glaring defiantly at Frieza. "Frieza, you demon. We Saiyans will never submit to you, even in death." Yet inwardly, he lamented Bardock's delayed intervention. Frieza, choosing silence, concentrated a formidable surge of energy, poised to deliver a fatal blow to King Vegeta. Just then, a figure dashed forward, positioning itself protectively in front of the king. It was Bardock, the father of Goku. "Frieza, your opponent is me," Bardock bellowed, his entire being emanating a powerful aura as he prepared to confront Frieza. Frieza arched an eyebrow, taken aback by the unexpected courage of this seemingly inconsequential Saiyan. "If you wish to die, then I shall oblige." With that, Frieza clashed with Bardock in a fierce battle. Although Bardock possessed considerable strength, he fell short when compared to Frieza. Before long, Bardock found himself battered and bruised by Frieza's relentless assault. "Is this the extent of your power? Daring to challenge me?" Frieza scoffed, delivering a fierce kick that sent Bardock flying. He then began to gather energy once more, preparing to obliterate planet Vegeta. King Vegeta, witnessing Bardock's near demise and the catastrophic losses among the Saiyans, was engulfed by despair. He understood that planet Vegeta was beyond salvation, with only one glimmer of hope remaining: Bardock. In the next moment, Frieza raised his right hand high, a colossal sphere of energy slowly forming within his grasp. This orb radiated an ominous power, capable of annihilating the entirety of planet Vegeta upon release. "Farewell, you savage and foolish monkeys," Frieza declared coldly, hurling the energy sphere towards the planet. The Saiyans on planet Vegeta watched in horror as the orb streaked across the sky like a falling star, knowing that death was imminent. Just as the energy sphere was about to make contact with the surface of planet Vegeta, a brilliant golden light surged skyward. It was Bardock, a smirk forming on his lips as he declared, "It is time for me to show my true prowess." With a gentle wave of his hand, a mysterious and formidable force enveloped Frieza's destructive energy ball. To everyone's astonishment, the sphere began to dissipate, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never encountered anyone capable of so effortlessly neutralizing his most powerful attack. Confronted by the unfamiliar yet potent aura of the young Saiyan, He inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Bardock," he proclaimed. "How is it that the mighty Emperor Frisia is so weak?" Frisia, infuriated by the insult, trembled with rage. "You audacious Saiyan dare to humiliate me. I shall tear you to shreds." With that, he transformed, unleashing an even more formidable aura, the energy around him surging like tumultuous waves. Frisia swiftly gathered energy in his hands, unleashing a barrage of purple beams that shot towards Bardock like arrows. Yet Bardock maintained his confident smile, effortlessly evading Frisia's attacks with a swift movement. "Keep transforming, for this level of power is utterly insufficient. I know you could do better." Frisia, momentarily startled, was consumed by fury. He transformed several times, each iteration enhancing his strength, yet to Bardock, it remained inadequate. Bardock crossed his arms, amusedly observing Frisia exhaust himself with futile transformations. Finally, Frisia reached his ultimate form, emanating a ghostly blue glow, his power at an unprecedented zenith. In the next instant, he charged at Bardock with a furious roar, each punch imbued with cataclysmic force. Bardock, in response, clenched his fists and unleashed a golden shockwave directed at Frisia. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Frisia hastily raised his hand to shield himself as the shockwave collided with his protective barrier, producing a deafening roar. Gritting his teeth, Frisia bellowed in fury, "Saiyan, I shall not let you escape unscathed. You will pay dearly for your arrogance." However, Beerus remained unfazed, laughing heartily as he retorted, "Is that all you've got? Far from sufficient." With that, Beerus charged once more at Frisia, igniting another fierce battle that sent tremors throughout the entirety of planet Vegeta. In that moment, Frisia found himself utterly toyed with by Beerus. "You dare to ruin my plans!" Frisia roared in rage. With a calm demeanor, Beerus coldly replied, "Frisia, your arrogance knows no bounds. Today, I shall not allow your scheme to obliterate planet Vegeta to succeed." Following this declaration, Beerus's aura surged dramatically as he stood resolute against Frisia. King Vegeta and the remaining Saiyans observed this scene, their hope rekindled. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with Beerus seemingly toying with his opponent, while Frisia unleashed a relentless barrage of powerful attacks, akin to a torrential storm. Yet, Beerus stood firm like an unyielding mountain, effortlessly navigating Frisia's assaults and countering with strikes that left Frisia in disarray. The Saiyans, invigorated by the spectacle, erupted in cheers, their spirits soaring. No longer evading, Beerus extended a hand, effortlessly grasping Frisia's fist. Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to break free, only to find his arm ensnared as though caught in iron. With a casual flick, Beerus sent Frisia soaring like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily into the remnants of a distant planet. "Is this your ultimate form?" "It is but a trifle," Beerus remarked nonchalantly. Frisia, rising with great effort, was filled with dread and resentment. Suddenly, a sinister glint flickered in Frisia's eyes. He had secretly summoned the ultimate weapon hidden within his battleship, the Death Ray. A beam capable of annihilating entire star systems hurtled toward Beerus. Frowning slightly, Beerus, though aware of Frisia's treachery, found himself surprised by the sheer foolishness of such a feeble attack, which could barely scratch the surface. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed a skill that obliterated the spacecraft along with the laser, reducing it to stardust that vanished into the heavens as if it had never existed. This spectacle left Frisia momentarily dazed. He had witnessed this technique before. Was it not a signature move of Beerus? Trembling, Frisia stammered, "How do you possess this technique? What is Beerus to you?" Beerus, arms crossed and gaze laden with disdain, regarded Frisia with a contempt reserved for refuse, igniting a mix of shock and fury within Frisia. "I am now a candidate for the god of destruction. What do you think Beerus is to me?" Just days prior, Frisia's flagship had been gliding through space, emitting a low, ominous rumble as Frisia reveled in the triumph of conquering new planets, plotting his next raid. Suddenly, the spacecraft trembled violently, alarms blared, and red warning lights flickered wildly. Frisia bellowed in fury, "What is happening? Find out at once." No sooner had he spoken than a purple figure appeared before him, without warning, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The newcomer was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. With an indifferent expression, Beerus scanned the surroundings with his crimson eyes, as if assessing mere insects. Frisia's face flashed with terror, quickly replaced by a sycophantic smile as he bowed respectfully. "Lord Beerus, what brings you here is indeed a great honor." Beerus, arms crossed and yawning with evident impatience, replied, "Frisia, Spare me the pleasantries. I have a task for you. A chill gripped Frisia's heart, yet he dare not show it, forcing a smile as he inquired, Please. Your command is my utmost priority. I shall plunge into the depths of peril for you. Beerus's gaze was frigid as he stated bluntly, Go, destroy planet Vegeta. That group of Saiyans is becoming increasingly unruly. Their power is on the rise, and they have caught my attention. They cannot be allowed to threaten the balance of the universe. Frieza was alarmed. He was somewhat familiar with planet Vegeta and the Saiyans. Realizing this was no trivial task. But Beerus's orders were not to be disobeyed. In the next moment, Frieza hastily nodded. Rest assured, my lord, I will see to it. However, the Saiyans are somewhat formidable. Beerus scoffed disdainfully. Do you mean to say they can pose a challenge for you? Should you fail, do not expect my mercy. Prepare for annihilation. Along with your entire legion. Cold sweat broke out on Frieza's forehead as he hastily assured, My lord, please do not be angry. I shall gather my troops and set forth to planet Vegeta immediately, ensuring the mission's success. Beerus nodded with satisfaction. It is best that way. I await your good news. With that, he vanished in an instant. Frieza gazed at the spot where Beerus had disappeared, his expression dark and foreboding. Muttering curses in his heart, that detestable Beerus, forcing me to confront the Saiyans. If for the sake of survival, I must take the plunge. In the next moment, Frieza immediately commanded, Notify all troops. Target planet Vegeta. Proceed at full speed. The thought filled him with dread. Vegeta, with a wave of his hands, unleashed a golden sword aura toward Frieza. Caught off guard, Frieza was struck and cried out as he was sent flying. In mere moments, Vegeta had him pinned down, effortlessly defeating Frieza, rendering the struggle utterly trivial. Now, what other tricks do you have? Vegeta taunted, continuously applying pressure. Frieza was seething with humiliation, especially under the gaze of the Saiyans and his subordinates. He felt as though he might wish for his own demise. The mighty Frieza had been vanquished. How could this be? Vegeta's strength was overwhelming. Frieza had thought he was doomed, a sentiment echoed by the surrounding Saiyans, who readily agreed. Can one imagine the sensation of a child trampling over an adult? Though Frieza was not particularly tall, the disparity in size was immense. In an instant, Vegeta felt a wave of disinterest wash over him as he contemplated unleashing a surge of energy to obliterate Frieza. At that moment, the system inquired host. Has Frieza been replicated? Let us proceed with the replication. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel worth having. Nodding in affirmation, he received the notification. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the following abilities. Death Beam. Frieza extends his finger toward the target, releasing a highly concentrated, miniature energy beam from his fingertip. This beam possesses formidable penetrating power, capable of effortlessly piercing through the bodies of his adversaries. He often employs this technique to torment his foes or deliver a fatal blow, and can unleash it in rapid succession to suppress his enemies with a barrage of firepower. After rigorous training in the underworld, his Death Beam can now track its target. Planetary Destruction Sphere. Frieza gathers a vast amount of energy into his hand, forming a colossal energy sphere, which he then hurls towards his target. The resulting explosion is immensely powerful, capable of inflicting widespread devastation. Supernova Attack. Concentrating all of his energy into a single point, Frieza releases an overwhelming wave of energy, creating a massive explosion potent enough to annihilate an entire planet. Flight. Frieza can soar through the skies with remarkable speed, maneuvering effortlessly to evade attacks or launch surprise offensives during battle. Energy Perception. He possesses the ability to sense the energy levels of other beings, allowing him to gauge the strength and position of his opponents, as well as to anticipate their intentions through fluctuations in energy. Regeneration. Frieza has a degree of regenerative capability. Even when suffering severe bodily harm, as long as his form remains intact, he has the potential to recover. For instance, after being reduced to merely his upper body by Goku, he still managed to survive and attempt a counterattack. Transformation ability. Frieza can enhance his combat prowess by transforming into various forms, such as his second, third, and final forms, each transformation significantly amplifying his power. Note that this transformation does not alter his appearance. Ding! The transformation ability has been integrated with the Saiyan transformation. The host transformation into a Saiyan now yields double the original Saiyan multiplier, and the regenerative capability has merged with superlative recovery. Surprised by the efficacy of these abilities, Vegeta accepted Frieza's gifts. Upon acquiring these powers, a wave of elation surged within him. In the next moment, Vegeta released his hold, and Frieza granted a reprieve. struggled to rise, his eyes filled with fear and hatred. You will not escape retribution. Frieza hissed through clenched teeth. Beerus smirked with disdain. In your current state, you dare to utter such threats? At that moment, King Vegeta, accompanied by the Saiyans, approached with expressions of reverence. Your Majesty Beerus, you have saved Planet Vegeta. You are our hero. King Vegeta exclaimed with fervor. Beerus nodded in acknowledgement, stating, from this moment forth, the Saiyans shall no longer endure oppression from anyone. As Frieza watched this scene, his hatred intensified. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, he began to gather his final remnants of strength, preparing for one last desperate struggle. However, Beerus had already sensed his intentions. With a casual wave of his hand, a death beam shot forth, striking Frieza directly. Frieza let out a pained scream, his body slowly collapsing, lifeless. Beerus turned to the crowd, proclaiming, next, we shall empower the Saiyans. The assembly erupted in a unified cheer. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The voices of the Saiyans echoed through the heavens. Beerus gazed upon the fervent crowd, a surge of ambition igniting within him. In that moment, he resolved to begin by reforming the Saiyan training system, ensuring that every Saiyan could unleash their utmost potential. Kona approached Beerus, her eyes filled with admiration, exclaiming, brother, you are truly remarkable. The subsequent days unfolded in a routine manner, with Planet Vegeta bustling with activity. Beerus personally crafted training regimens, imparting combat techniques and utilizing resources acquired from Frieza's subordinates to construct superior training equipment for the Saiyans. Under Beerus' leadership, the Saiyan strength flourished, heralding a new dawn for Planet Vegeta. Chapter 6, A Different Life. Cursed be the inept fools. You were tasked with investigating how my son was slain, and all you could uncover was the existence of Planet Vegeta? Those wild monkeys possess a maximum battle power of merely 100,000, and only in their transformed state. How could they have possibly defeated my son? King Cooled berated his quaking subordinates, wine glass in hand. Your Majesty, we have discovered that Frieza sought to annihilate Planet Vegeta, but the lack of signals from the nearby minions has hindered our investigation. You demand answers, yet when we find them, you do not believe us. What is the purpose of our efforts? They thought, fearing to voice their thoughts. Enough. Immediately set course for Planet Vegeta. I wish to discern who is responsible for Frieza's demise. The fate of Frieza was of little consequence to him. The real concern was his rebellious eldest son, who might find himself without a place in the empire he had built. Though Frieza was disobedient, he still served to restrain Gula, and Cooled was curious if he could perhaps recruit the one who vanquished Frieza as a son, alleviating his worries regarding his eldest's burgeoning power. As King Cooled journeyed toward Planet Vegeta, the atmosphere here was one of jubilation. Since Beerus ascended to the throne, he had embarked on sweeping reforms of the palace and positions, reminiscent of the emperors of yore. Bardock was assigned by Beerus to oversee the training of the Saiyans and external defenses, while King Vegeta was unceremoniously relegated to manage state affairs, freeing himself from the burdens of tedious responsibilities. Paragus, as Broly's father, was commissioned by Beerus to establish a guard unit responsible for the palace's security. Within the palace, Beerus summoned Bardock. Before long, Bardock stood before him. Although he lacked the foresight granted to him in the original narrative, he had no intention of allowing Goku to grow up on Planet Vegeta. Beerus spoke. Your son is Kakarot, is he not? I plan to embark on a training journey to a planet in the northern galaxy. Here are the coordinates. Have your son scout the area first. Bardock replied, yes. Your Majesty, I shall make the arrangements at once. Very well, you may leave. Indeed, I take my leave. As I observed the departing Bardock, I summoned two soldiers, Paragus and Vegeta. Shortly thereafter, a tall figure and a smaller one approach with measured steps. Vegeta holds you in high regard, albeit with an air of aloofness. Paragus, however, is apprehensive about your potential disfavor towards his son, who possesses a battle power of 10,000 from birth. Aware of this, he hastens to plead with King Vegeta on behalf of his son, bewildered by how that wretched planet could have produced a collar capable of restraining Broly. Paragus trembles as he speaks, Your Majesty. Vegeta, equally proud, echoes, Your Majesty. You nod slightly, saying, You have arrived. The purpose of your summons is this. Paragus, your son Broly shall train with me henceforth. Upon hearing this, Vegeta becomes restless, yearning to train alongside you, as the image of your effortless defeat of Frieza lingers vividly in his mind, igniting an insatiable desire for strength. Without a moment's hesitation, he declares, I wish to train with you too. Paragus, overjoyed, exclaims, Thank you, your majesty. I shall bring Broly to train with you immediately. You turn to Vegeta. We have other arrangements. Go seek out King Vegeta. It is fortuitous that I previously requested him to prepare a gravity chamber. You may join them to train there. With both individuals' arrangements settled, it is time to prepare for your journey to Earth. Though several years remain. It is now the year 734 AD, with a considerable time before the narrative unfolds, and the journey to Earth will take an additional 3 years. Vegeta's planet remains as bustling as ever. Following your declaration to cease the invasion of planets, the Saiyans, though displeased, are deterred from rebellion by your formidable power. Everything is progressing in accordance with your design. On Vegeta's planet, Saiyans are engaged in various activities. Some are drenched in sweat on the training grounds, undertaking rigorous combat drills. Their muscles colliding amidst fervent shouts, while others huddle in groups, deliberating their next planetary raid strategy. In the cities, technologically advanced structures stand in harmonious disarray, while aerial vehicles zip through the skies. Just as the Saiyans immerse themselves in their daily routines, a colossal warship approaches Vegeta's planet from the depths of the distant universe. The ship's surface gleams with a chilling metallic sheen, adorned with mysterious and ancient runes that seem to recount tales of countless brutal wars it has endured. As it travels, the surrounding asteroid belt is drawn towards it by an immense gravitational force, shattering into cosmic dust. Inside the command chamber of the warship, an atmosphere of tension and oppression prevails. King Cold occupies a grand throne, his imposing stature exuding a fearsome aura. His skin exhibits a peculiar slate-gray hue, and two sharp antennae twitch slightly, as if sensing the presence of prey. His crimson eyes burn like flames, revealing insatiable greed and ambition. Report, my king. Vegeta's planet is just ahead. We expect to arrive within the hour. A diminutive, scaly soldier stutters nervously. King Kurd's lips curled slightly, revealing a trace of a cruel smile. Humph, Planet Vegeta, soon you shall pay the price. Those Saiyans, no matter how combative, are merely fish on my chopping block. His voice was low and hoarse, as if it emanated from the depths of hell, reverberating throughout the command chamber. Just as King Kurd appeared near Planet Vegeta, Beerus manifested at the outskirts of the planet, testing Frieza's signature technique, the planet destruction sphere, aimed directly at King Kurd's spaceship. A massive, high-energy destruction sphere, as colossal as Planet Vegeta, hurtled towards King Kurd with astonishing speed. The inhabitants of Planet Vegeta, witnessing this tremendous energy entity, took to the skies to defend their world. Emboldened by your presence, they felt no fear, yet were bewildered as they watched the energy sphere swiftly depart. Ding ding. A soldier near King Kurd observed the surrounding alarms and immediately reported to the king. We have detected an immensely strong energy approaching our spaceship at high velocity. What? How could this happen? Before he could finish his sentence, a swarm of spaceships was obliterated by Beerus' planet destruction sphere, and King Kurd, unable to escape in time, vanished along with his vessel. The Saiyans on Planet Vegeta recognized this as your doing and scattered in response. You flew back to Planet Vegeta, where you were met by Kona, her father, her mother, and two unfamiliar Saiyans. Indeed, they were Beerus' mother and father. Kona's father took your hand and introduced them. This is your father, Dilak, and this is your mother, Karas. Before you could utter a word, Karas enveloped you in her embrace, allowing you to experience a warmth of familial affection you had never known before, causing your eyes to well up. Mom, I can hardly breathe. Upon hearing this, Karas released you, and Kona rushed over to hug you, exclaiming, Brother, that sphere was terrifying. Beerus gently ruffled Kona's hair and smiled softly. No need to fear, brother will protect you. Witnessing this scene, Baragat and Dilak exchanged knowing smiles and nodded slightly, while Karas felt a profound joy, for the Saiyans of Planet Vegeta had matured early, often establishing families swiftly. Upon returning to the royal palace, which had been renovated and now gleamed with a new splendor, you turned to your father and said, Father, I plan to take Kona and Broly out for training. I feel I have exhausted my growth potential here. Dilak, observing your determination, did not oppose your decision, understanding that Saiyans were innately ambitious about becoming stronger. Since you have your own plans, I shall not stand in your way, he replied. But Beerus, I shall miss you during your training. Can't you practice here on Planet Vegeta? Beerus' mother lamented, reluctant to see her son go. Mother, do not worry. With my strength, there is no one in this universe who can harm me. You produced a small sphere from your pocket, saying, this is a device to contact me. Simply call my name into it, and if Planet Vegeta encounters any insurmountable danger, they can reach me. I will return to address any issues. As Dirac stowed away the spherical object, he reassured Batisque, urging him to proceed without concern. He then conveyed vital information regarding the transformation of Saiyan into Super Saiyan and the training within the gravity chamber to Dirac, readying himself for departure to the spacecraft launch base. Beerus and Cable-Eyes softly remarked, "Your Majesty Batisque, we entrust Kuna to your care." They turned to Kuna outside, advising her to heed Batisque's words and to refrain from being willful. After bidding farewell, he prepared to seek out Broly and his father, only to discover that Paragus and Broly had long awaited him outside. Upon seeing him, the father and son approached, and at that moment, Broly, barely 2 years old and just beginning to walk, presented himself with an air of maturity, respectfully bowing to him. Paragus introduced, "Your Majesty, this is my son Broly." "Indeed. Paragus, bring your son along with me," he replied. The group strode purposefully towards the spacecraft launch base, with the surrounding Saiyans bowed in reverence. Embodying the belief that strength dictates supremacy, to them, he was a deity. Upon reaching the launch base, King Vegeta and Vegeta awaited him. "Your Majesty, are you departing?" King Vegeta inquired after bowing. Vegeta, following suit, expressed, "Your Majesty Batisque, I wish to accompany you for training." Acknowledging King Vegeta with a nod, he stated, "I have made all necessary arrangements. Focus on your duties and heed my father's directives." With that, he released a surge of energy towards King Vegeta. Turning to Vegeta, he instructed, "Engage diligently in the gravity chamber. I hope that upon our next meeting, you shall emerge stronger, rather than remaining as feeble as you are now." He imparted the method for Saiyans to ascend to Super Saiyan status to Vegeta, urging him to train earnestly. King Vegeta, feeling the weight of his energy, was filled with trepidation, pondering to himself, "The Majesty has grown even stronger, truly a monster. No wonder he garners the attention of Beerus. In just a few days, he has become this formidable. Alas, I wonder if my son can keep pace with the Majesty." Hand in hand with Kuna and accompanied by Broly, he approached the spacecraft, where 2 crew members promptly opened the hatch. One of the staff respectfully introduced, "Your Majesty, this vessel is an enhanced version of Friesia's flagship." He nodded slightly and led the 2 children inside, followed closely by 2 crew members and 3 guards. Soon, under the guidance of the junior pilots, they exited planet Vegeta. Finding a spacious room for Kuna, he encouraged Broly to explore independently, deciding not to intervene further. Inwardly, he mused, "Earth, here I come. In my previous life, I held a fondness for Dragon Ball, and anticipation welled within him." Chapter 7, Arrival on Earth. Batisque stood at the center of the command cabin, his gaze fixed intently on the dashboard illuminated by intricate data. His expression remained stoic, with only the slight tightening of his lips betraying a hint of inner tension. Beside him, Kuna stood quietly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and expectation as she surveyed the various instruments aboard the spacecraft. Broly leaned nonchalantly against the ship's wall, his compact yet robust physique occupying nearly half the available space, exuding a formidable aura that sent tremors through the surrounding air. 2 crew members busily navigated the control panel, their fingers dancing swiftly across the screen as a flurry of commands were input into the ship's core system. In one corner stood 3 Saiyan guards, attempting to maintain their composure and display the valor characteristic of their race, yet their eyes betrayed an undeniable excitement for the unknown journey ahead. The spacecraft soared through the vastness of the cosmos, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During this time, Bardock had scarcely grown taller, while Kana had transformed from a petite girl into a slightly taller young lady. The outline of Earth gradually came into view, a beautiful planet enveloped by azure oceans and wispy clouds. "Your Majesty Bardock, the target planet lies just ahead, and, according to the scanner, its highest combat power is a mere 300 points, reported one of the crew members. Bardock nodded, preparing for descent. His deep voice shattered the brief silence within the ship. Apart from Bardock and Kana, the others were filled with a palpable excitement for the unknown, particularly the 3 guards, who yearned for action, having been unable to engage in battle as part of the guard. In the year 737 of the Age of the Gods, Son Gohan had likely just discovered little Goku. One could only wonder if Goku had suffered any mishaps. If he hadn't, perhaps it was my turn to give him a little tumble. As the spacecraft opened its doors in a remote wilderness of Earth, Bardock, accompanied by Kana and Broly, stepped out. Kana, filled with curiosity, exclaimed, "Bardock, the air here is so refreshing, and the scenery is simply exquisite." Broly, however, maintained a stoic expression, embodying the aloofness of a Saiyan to perfection. If you like it here, perhaps we shall make this planet our home in the future, Bardock replied indulgently. Is that true? Kana asked eagerly. Unfazed, he responded, of course I find this planet delightful as well. Thank you, brother, she chirped in her sweet, gentle voice. The moment Bardock landed, the Earth's guardian sensed a terrifying presence. It was none other than Broly and Kana. As for Bardock, he had mastered the control of his aura. The guardian, feeling Broly's overwhelming battle power, turned pale with fear. Their energy is deeply chaotic. I cannot discern whether this is a blessing or a curse. Guardian, have you sensed something? Inquired Mr. Popo. Yes, Popo, I just felt the presence of two powerful and turbulent beings. I fear Earth may soon face a calamity, for no one currently possesses the strength to counterbalance them. It's all right, Guardian, Popo consoled, unsure of what action to take. Let us hope for the best while we continue to observe. Meanwhile, Bardock surveyed the desolate hills before him and, returning to the ship, instructed the crew, head towards the bustling areas and make your way westward. After all, he had yet to contemplate the destruction of this cherished childhood memory. Moreover, the cuisine of planet Vegeta was indeed unpalatable, devoid of familiar delights such as chicken legs and various meats and vegetables. Instead, it consisted of a bewildering array of unrecognizable and peculiar dishes. With a swift motion, they arrived above West City, and upon gazing at the conspicuously marked universal capsule on the spaceship screen, he knew he had found the right place. Lacking the means for conquest, he could only seek out the wealthy, and, on Earth, the richest was undoubtedly Dr. Brief. The spaceship was laden with precious metals, making the pursuit of Dr. Brief a sagacious choice. Amidst his industrious work, Dr. Brief's eyes gleamed upon seeing the technologically advanced vessel parked in his yard. As the hatch opened, Badisk emerged with a few companions, prompting Dr. Brief to inquire, "Who are you?" Before Badisk could respond, a nearby guard barked, "How dare you kneel before His Majesty?" The release of several thousand battle points filled the air ominously, and Dr. Brief, sensing impending danger, was about to plead for mercy. However, Badisk waved his hand and declared, "Stand down, Dr. Brief is my friend." "Indeed, Dr. Brief, you need not fear. I am Badisk, and these three are my guards. The two over there are scientists. This is Kona and Broly. We hail from planet Vegeta, the extraterrestrials you speak of. We wish to reside on Earth, but lacking your planetary currency. We seek to exchange for it. Rest assured, we will not impose upon you. We are prepared to trade with metallic materials and advanced technology." Badisk spoke to the elderly Dr. Brief, who appeared even older than on television. Trade in the cosmos predominantly revolved around precious metals, which was why Badisk had brought a considerable amount of gold and numerous high-grade metals. It would be impractical to engage in transactions solely with gold. Not only would it be inconvenient, but it could also attract the attention of authorities, albeit inept ones. "Not a problem. It is a pleasure to meet you, Doctor," Brief replied enthusiastically. "You may converse with them, and in the meantime, please prepare some food for us. Our appetites are quite substantial. The two over there are Dr. Brief, the scientist of this planet. You may discuss matters with him and collaborate on constructing a few gravity chambers. Whatever is needed, please consult with Dr. Brief," Badisk suggested. Dr. Brief arranged accommodations for Badisk and his entourage in the villa's dining room, where a flurry of robots tirelessly served dishes, soon filling an enormous table to capacity. "Cool, no?" Unable to resist the tantalizing aroma wafting from the bountiful spread, eagerly began to feast, quickly joined by Broly. Observing them, Badisk hesitated no longer and joined in the hearty meal. The unfortunate robots continued to bring forth more dishes, and before long, towering stacks of empty plates accumulated beside the trio. After several hours of indulgence, Kona leaned back with a satisfied belch, patting her full belly, and exclaimed, "Brother Badisk, the food here is exquisite. I have never encountered such delectable meat. I never imagined it would taste this good." Kona had never before felt so sated. Broly echoed her sentiment, saying, "Indeed, Your Majesty Badisk, this is absolutely delightful." "Broly, you may refer to me as older brother. There is no need for such formalities between us. The culinary delights of this place are abundant, and we have only just begun. I shall take you both on a gastronomic journey." "Ha ha ha," Badisk remarked with satisfaction. The three of them had full bellies, observing each other and the busy individuals outside, while the three guards at the adjacent table also boasted their own bloated stomachs. Having indulged, it was time to engage in some exercise. "Broly, are you capable of controlling your ki, or is it still imperfect?" Over the years aboard the spaceship, I have instructed Kona in the mastery of ki manipulation, yet to my surprise, Broly still struggled with it. "Brother Badisk, I have managed to control it. Look, my battle power is now regulated to 5. Impressive, isn't it? Kona exclaimed, her face brimming with eagerness for praise, as if she would ignore anyone who failed to commend her. Seeing Kona's adorable demeanor, Beerus gently ruffled her hair, eliciting a delighted squinting of her eyes as she savored the moment. I apologize, brother. I'm still unable to control my ki. An unyielding anger within me continually affects my focus, Broly confessed, lowering his gaze. Very well, Broly, you're the legendary Super Saiyan. Take your time. Engage in meditation and cultivate your mental strength, and you shall gain control over your emotions. Brother Beerus, what is this legendary Super Saiyan? Is it truly formidable? Kuna inquired, scratching her cute little head in curiosity. Observing her endearing expression, Beerus responded gently, within the universe, there exists a terrifying legend of the Saiyans. Every millennium, an invincible Super Saiyan descends. When transformed, the legendary Super Saiyan, undergoes astonishing changes. Muscles swell as if inflated, expanding the body several times over, with powerful limbs brimming with destructive might. Their once black hair stands on end, shifting to a frenzied green, reminiscent of hellish flames. Their eyes are completely consumed by an eerie green glow, and wherever they gaze, only an insatiable desire for destruction remains. Enveloped in a layer of twisted green aura that crackles ominously, they distort the very fabric of space around them, instilling terror in all who behold. The battle prowess of the Super Saiyan is unparalleled, transcending conventional understanding. A mere punch can unleash an energy storm capable of obliterating planets, and their ki blasts resemble cosmic calamities, annihilating all in their vicinity, with even light unable to escape their fearsome power. Broly is the prophesied Super Saiyan, born with an astounding battle power of 10,000, far surpassing that of Prince Vegeta at the time. Wow, brother Broly, are you truly that formidable? Kona exclaimed with excitement. Broly too was astonished by the revelation of his own origins, realizing such a remarkable history existed. An unexpected voice interrupted. Who are you, and how did you come to be in my home? Chapter 8. Breaking out of the ruins. The divine aura shakes the universe. Who are you? Bulma asked in confusion, suddenly noticing the mountains of empty plates before her, her mouth agape in astonishment. Greetings, I am Beerus, and this is Broly, while she is Kona. Do not be misled by their unwelcoming expressions. Each of them is quite amiable. I hail from the planet Vegeta and seek to settle on Earth. Due to my financial constraints, I have learned of your father's considerable wealth and have come to exchange some currency. This is my first encounter with the beloved heroine from the original work, who appears far more charming than depicted in story. She is incomparable to any star from my previous life. Her cerulean hair paired with her cherubic face is simply irresistible. A whimsical thought suddenly ignited within me, and I began to entertain the notion that rather than allowing that oblivious fool, Vegeta, to claim her, I might provide her with a home. After all, Vegeta knows nothing of love. He is merely a fool consumed by training. If Bulma did not favor handsome men, she would not have settled for Vegeta. Besides, which Saiyan is not strikingly handsome? Except for Bappa, of course. He's just a bald fellow. Oh, greetings. I am Bulma. So, you're extraterrestrials. How fascinating. I expected aliens to appear quite otherworldly, unlike you. You bear no resemblance to what I envisioned. Bulma replied courteously. Perhaps all characters from the Dragon Ball universe are imbued with such politeness. Gazing at the adorable Bulma, I yearned to embrace her. I imagined that the experience would be far more delightful than merely weeping. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I suddenly felt an unusual sensation coursing through my body. A peculiar mixture of discomfort and exhilaration. Ah, what an adorable tail. You truly are aliens, Bulma exclaimed, playfully toying with my tail, her excitement evident. Kona swiftly pulled Bulma away, her demeanor brimming with hostility as she admonished. How dare you touch Beerus's tail? I haven't even had the chance to do so. Do you not understand that a Saiyan's tail is the source of their power? You are utterly detestable. Oh, I am so sorry. I did not know. I thought it looked so cute, so I just had to touch it. My apologies, Beerus. Bulma earnestly expressed her contrition. No harm done, I reassured her, finding no trace of anger within me. In truth, I had never been upset. It appeared that my tail required further conditioning. Though it did not wilt like Vegeta's at a mere touch, I still sensed a lack of strength. It seems I must visit the hyperbolic time chamber. I had intended to delay this until the appearance of Piccolo, but I wonder if it is as extraordinary as described in the original tale. I arranged for Broly to meditate and train, while I lingered with Bulma and Kona for a while. After all, the characters in Dragon Ball mature rapidly. At the onset of the original storyline, Bulma was merely around 15, already seeking a handsome boyfriend through the Dragon Balls. Observing Bulma's eager gaze now, it appears the original narrative did not exaggerate in the slightest. Meanwhile, Dr. Brief was engrossed in his studies of the spacecraft. Upon stepping into the courtyard, I noticed Mrs. Brief animatedly conversing with the guards, who appeared quite flustered, their cheeks flushed. I wondered what captivating topics they were discussing. The 3 soldiers respectfully greeted me, and at that moment, Mrs. Brief turned to look in our direction. Your Majesty? Mrs. Brief gazed at your flamboyant appearance and explosive physique, unable to suppress her astonishment. Initially, she believed that the 3 towering men were already quite robust, only to discover the embodiment of primal perfection before her. She playfully remarked, "So you are indeed their Majesty. Truly handsome. I was just chatting with them about their romantic prospects, and I thought of introducing a few ladies. By the way, I wonder if any of them have taken a liking to my daughter, as that girl dreams daily of her Prince Charming." No wonder the guards' faces flushed earlier. Such audacious words could only be uttered by Mrs. Brief. Suppressing her wicked thoughts, she regarded Mrs. Brief, a woman so familiar yet so alluring, and quickly quelled her inappropriate musings. How indecent to fancy Bulma while contemplating a mother-daughter duo. It was no surprise that Beerus had such thoughts. After all, Mrs. Brief was exceptionally beautiful. Her alluring curves could ignite a powerful desire for conquest in any man encountering her for the first time, far surpassing her televised image by 1,000-fold. Or at least that was Beerus' sentiment. She was simply too alluring, with a physique that left no heart untouched. Who could resist? Only Beerus remained naive. Shaking off those wicked notions, he quietly warned himself that if he desired Bulma, he must not entertain other thoughts. Greetings, Mrs. Brief. If you have suitable candidates in mind for my 3 subordinates, please do arrange it. He then addressed the 3 guards, saying, "You 3, I shall step out for a moment. Ensure the safety of the Brief family and Kona. Why not mention Broly? That fellow's battle power was nearing 100,000, and presently, there is truly no rival on this planet," Beerus sighed. In response, the 3 guards acknowledged with a unified yes, and, without waiting for Mrs. Brief to reply, soared into the sky, sensing a presence with an approximate battle power of 1,000 racing away in the distance. Oh dear, this child, having just arrived here, is unfamiliar with the surroundings and doesn't know where to go, Mrs. Brief sighed, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Meanwhile, in the heavenly palace, the god of heaven stared blankly at the scene within the crystal ball, having observed Beerus and the others since their arrival. He feared that this group might bring destruction to Earth. After all, he had lived here for so long, forming a profound attachment. Watching them indulge at the Brief residence relieved him slightly. They hardly appeared to be malevolent beings. Otherwise, they would have unleashed chaos by now. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that whenever he observed that little one, they seemed to share an unspoken connection, leaving him uncertain if he had truly discerned something significant. Upon witnessing the child soaring skyward towards him, his face turned pale with fright. "What is amiss, Divine One?" Bobo, noticing the god of heaven's unusual demeanor, inquired. "Bobo, those individuals are approaching." Bobo glanced at the god of heaven's ashen face and asked, "Have they all arrived?" "Not yet, Bobo. Only one has come, and I sense that the others revolve around him. Most troublingly, I can feel a subtle pressure emanating from him, leaving me uncertain of its implications." The god of heaven replied, his countenance reflecting his distress. With a thunderous roar echoing from above, "They knew you had arrived. Greetings, celestial beings and Mr. Bobo." Bardisk remarked with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor entirely false. "How do you know who we are?" He interrupted, raising his hand and adopting an air of superiority. "In this universe, I possess omniscience. I am aware that you are an Namekian, not of Earth." Who exactly are you?" "It appears that I am an extraterrestrial as well. But do not concern yourself with my identity. I harbor no malice towards Earth. I have come seeking to utilize the room of spirit and time." As he spoke, an ethereal aura began to emanate from him. The deity, sensing this divine presence, turned a shade greener, realizing he was in the presence of a god, one even more powerful than himself. Yet, aside from the ruler of the underworld, he had no knowledge of such formidable beings. Could it be the king of worlds? But the lord of the underworld had mentioned that the king would not come here. Observing the deity deep in thought, Bardisk interjected, "I hail from planet Vegeta. Do not ponder too much." Perhaps sensing the divine energy, Mr. Bobo suggested, "Please, take this god to the room of spirit and time." Certainly, replied Bobo. Follow me, Mr. Bardisk. Thank you, Mr. Bobo. Accompanying Bobo to the depths of the temple, he opened a grand door. Mr. Bardisk, this is the room of spirit and time. The flow of time here differs from that outside. After Bobo conveyed all necessary information and precautions, Bardisk expressed his gratitude and stepped into the time chamber. The moment Bardisk entered the room of spirit and time, an unprecedented aura enveloped him. The atmosphere was eerily tranquil, as if time itself had been siphoned away. A hazy mist permeated the air, distorting and refracting the light, rendering the interior of the room almost indistinct. Bardisk inhaled deeply. In an instant, a searing heat assailed him, as if he were engulfed in roaring flames. The temperature soaring to 50 degrees Celsius. Beads of sweat sprang forth from his forehead, rapidly soaking his garments. Before he could fully acclimate to this heat, a sudden chill engulfed him, the temperature plummeting to minus 40 degrees Celsius. His breath crystallized into a white mist, and his body trembled involuntarily. This environment is truly inhospitable, Bardisk murmured to himself. He felt a gravity tenfold that of normality. Each step was immensely laborious, as though his legs were burdened with heavy weights. The thin air quickened his breaths, constricting his chest as if a great stone pressed down upon him. Bardisk began to meander slowly around the chamber, the soles of his shoes scraping against the floor, producing a soft sound that was magnified in the stillness. Suddenly, a gust of frigid wind howled past, penetrating to the marrow, quickly followed by a wave of heat that threatened to ignite him. The extreme fluctuations in temperature proved to be a considerable challenge for Saiyan. However, for Bardisk, it was merely a trivial matter. In the future, he could bring Kona and Broly here to train. It truly was a sanctuary for cultivation. What do you mean it can only be for 3 days? No. The power of Super Saiyan 3 can indeed penetrate this barrier. In the original work, you had just reached the level of Super Saiyan 3. According to the original narrative, the battle power of Super Saiyan 2 is approximately 4 billion, while that of Super Saiyan 3 hovers around 30 billion. At least, that is my impression. Unbeknownst to the outside world, the third day has arrived. The god, Mr. Bobo. Why hasn't Team Mr. Badisk emerged yet? Bobo, I am uncertain. Perhaps he will appear shortly. I have already discussed the matters with him. Well, there's no need to dwell on it. After all, he is exceedingly powerful. What is there to worry about? As time flows gently by, a week has passed. The god and Bobo find themselves within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, where the space seems to be manipulated by an invisible hand. The once stable law is on the verge of collapse. Badisk's muscles bulge with incredible might, each sinew seemingly brimming with boundless energy, as if his skin might rupture at any moment. His eyes blaze with golden flames, their brilliance so intense that it is nearly blinding, resembling 2 miniature suns rising within his orbs. Badisk's voice booms like thunder, reverberating through the fabric of time and space, creating visible fissures that resemble the gaping maws of monstrous beasts, spreading outward in all directions. His hair stands erect, whipped into a frenzy by the surging power, crackling like enraged serpents of electricity. With a gentle eruption, that force surges forth, causing the flow of time itself to spiral into chaos. Surrounding scenes whirl rapidly, akin to a fast-forwarded film, only to freeze intermittently, as if captured in a single frame. The ground beneath him buckles under the strain, fracturing into a spiderweb of cracks radiating outward, from which ominous black mist billows forth. The moment this power breaks free from the hyperbolic time chamber, a golden beam of light pierces the heavens, emanating from Earth and traversing the cosmos. The entire space is suffused with this terrifying aura, turning golden. As many stars tremble under its impact, some smaller celestial bodies shatter like fragile glass, transforming into countless particles of cosmic dust. The entire universe quakes under the weight of this formidable presence, and the powerful beings of various cosmic races gaze in horror towards Badisk's location. Their hearts swell with dread, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as if witnessing the advent of the universe's end. This divine essence resembles the primordial force that birthed the universe, poised to reshuffle all existence and reshape reality itself. Chapter 9, A Decade. In the vastness of the universe, on the Destroyer planet, Beerus reclines with an air of haughty repose, deep in slumber. The sudden surge of energy propels him several meters into the air before he lands heavily. Yet despite this, Beerus remains undisturbed. Observing this fruitless endeavor, Whis cannot help but rub his forehead. Indeed, Lord Beerus sleeps soundly. Wow, young Badisk is truly remarkable. In just a few short years, he has unleashed such potent divine energy. It will certainly be intriguing when Lord Beerus awakens. Wisp muses, gazing thoughtfully at the starry expanse. At this moment, the two beings, Saiyan and Bobo, were trembling in fear as the overwhelming aura of Lord Beerus swept past them like a torrential wave. Despite their trepidation, the force exerted by him was agonizing. Corna remarked, "Beerus, your presence is so formidable that it makes me wish to bear your children." Upon uttering these words, she blushed and lowered her gaze. Broly commented, "Indeed, your Majesty Beerus, your aura is truly immense." Initially, he harbored some resentment, believing he could surpass Beerus, particularly upon discovering his own potential as a transcendent warrior. The desire to excel only intensified. As Beerus emerged from the room of spirit and time, he chanced upon the quaking pair and immediately understood their plight. Embarrassed, he cast an apologetic glance at them and sheepishly said, "My apologies, Saiyan and Mr. Bobo. I inadvertently exerted too much force while breaking through the confines of the room." Startled by his presence, Saiyan expressed even greater reverence. "Lord Beerus, seeing you unharmed brings me relief." Bobo echoed, "Indeed, Lord Beerus." Reflecting on the 7 years spent within the room, Beerus, overwhelmed by an unpleasant odor, yearned for a refreshing bath. He followed Bobo to the bathing area, passing by Saiyan, who instinctively touched his nose. "Why do you seem unwell, Saiyan?" Beerus inquired mischievously, causing Saiyan to quickly respond, "Oh, Lord Beerus, it's nothing. I merely recalled my distant relatives. Their water is exceptionally fragrant, and I haven't tea had in ages." Without further ado, Beerus luxuriated in the warm waters of the bath, scrubbing himself contentedly while humming a tune. After 7 years of relentless training, he had encountered a bottleneck, and the sensation of his body brimming with strength was exhilarating. Over these years, he not only absorbed all that was had to offer, but had also advanced to new heights. Though he had yet to grasp transformations like Super Saiyan 5 or 6, he felt that achieving 6 was impossible without risking bodily collapse. In addition to his remarkable power increase, Beerus now stood at a height of 6 feet, exuding a rugged demeanor with penetrating eyes, sculpted muscles, and a wild essence befitting a being forged from 3 powerful entities. His hair, a stunning silver, completed his fierce appearance. His current strength was such that he could likely rival the Grand Minister. He had mastered the art of Ultra Instinct and could further augment it with the primal power of the Saiyans. The system had also bestowed upon him numerous rewards. As he accessed his character information, a notification appeared. Ding. Host, Beerus, Battle Power. 1 Age, 14 Items, 100 million sins of beans, 7 sets of modified 12 talismans, 10,000 pairs, each of Rinnegan, Reincarnation Eye, and Pure Eye, 100,000 Chakra Fruits, 1 set of modified masks for the 8 Great Phantom Troops, and a mobile palace equipped with adjustable flow rates, capable of up to 10,000 times, training rooms, leisure areas, simulation rooms, and various modern facilities. Were these modified masks for the 8 great troops? Intrigued by this revelation, I discovered that by shattering this mask, I could acquire the ability to summon a phantasmic legion, whose power generally resides at the first tier of divine beings, comparable to that of Beerus. The first tier of divinity is approximately 1 quintillion, while the second tier, akin to Whis, equates to roughly 1 sextillion. The third tier is estimated at 1 gorge. And the fourth tier, aligning with the Grand Minister's prowess, approximates 1 zettaton. Thus, it appears that I am still quite a distance from the Grand Minister's level. Previously, I had boasted foolishly about my ability to confront him alone, but it seems I was rather inflated with self-importance. System, what is the strength of the Omni King? Ding. The Omni King possesses minimal combat prowess. However, his 2 attendants are the 4th tier. The true strength of the Omni King lies in his ability to erase existence itself. So he is on par with the Grand Minister. Indeed, this erasure ability is quite formidable. Does the system possess any means to counteract the Omni King's erasure rules? Ding. The 12 talismans awarded also embody the power of rules. Among these, the Dog Talisman can counterbalance the erasure effect, and their rule power has been slightly enhanced. The host need only shatter the talisman to absorb its capabilities. Unlike in the anime, where one must seek a host after shattering, the host can use it with confidence. Truly, a system that produces nothing but excellence. The dubious system, Batiskek exclaimed with excitement. Not to mention, the horse talisman is equally extraordinary. Just as I changed my attire, Corna appeared with Bulma, and a little bird suddenly felt unwell, hastily donning her clothing. It turned out that Korna had missed Batiskek immensely during their days apart. And while emanating an aura during the destruction of the hyperbolic time chamber, she wished to come alone. However, Bulma insisted on accompanying her, leading to the unexpected encounter with Batiskek in his natural state. Korna blushed in embarrassment. It was her first encounter with such a sight, particularly since it involved someone she cherished. Bulma, too, felt her cheeks flush. Batiskek, brother, have you grown taller and bigger? Korna broke the awkward silence, to which Bulma chimed in, yes, yes. You're quite adorable. Thus, you regaled them with tales of your experiences in the Divine Temple's hyperbolic time chamber and its marvels. It was then that Korna and Bulma learned you had been living in the time chamber alone for 7 years, which filled them with immense concern for you. Korna immediately declared, Batiskek, brother, I wish to enter the time chamber to train as well. I want to grow as tall and strong as you. Then we can engage in the activities we enjoy. Though her heart whispered desires her lips did not voice. Bulma also yearned to train and grow, for her current form felt too petite. Observing your robust physique made her cheeks redden, and the thought of intimate endeavors only deepened her blush. You entrusted the 12 talismans to Korna and Bulma, imparting to them the knowledge of their usage. As they crushed the 12 talismans, an exquisite surge of energy flooded into their bodies, leaving them both feeling extraordinarily rejuvenated. You had shared with them the various capabilities of the talismans, prompting their astonished exclamations. Brother Batiske, how marvelous! These talismans are truly powerful. Subsequently, you instructed them on the necessary precautions for entering the hyperbolic time chamber, leading the two little ones back inside. They frolicked joyfully beside you, yet the oppressive heat and thin air within the chamber soon overwhelmed them. You reassured them, stating, the hyperbolic time chamber is inherently harsh. Its air and pressure are burdensome for ordinary beings to endure. Bulma pondered, realizing, no wonder my brother bestowed such formidable items upon me. He must have known I would struggle here. How can I repay him? Must I truly offer myself? Startled, she chastised herself for such impure thoughts, attempting to dispel her errant musings. Meanwhile, Korna fared better, and the three of you began your training within the chamber. While it was dubbed training, it was primarily Korna who engaged in it, as Bulma and you focused on culinary endeavors. After all, during your years in the hyperbolic time chamber, you had honed your culinary skills to perfection, with Bulma assisting you along the way. The bond between you and Bulma flourished rapidly. Time flowed gently, and before long, a decade had passed. Bulma and Korna had blossomed into striking young women. This time, when you dismantled the barrier of the hyperbolic time chamber, it was not as forceful as before. With a mere flick of your hand, you parted the barrier just enough for the three of you to step through. Upon exiting, all three of you were enveloped in an unbearable odor. Yet you found yourselves repulsed by one another. Had it not been for the noxious scent emanating from your bodies, you might have thoroughly enjoyed each other's company. Saiyans possess hair that remains fixed in shape from birth, yet Bulma's hair had grown exceedingly long, despite your attempts to trim it during your time in the chamber. She deemed your efforts unsatisfactory and refused any further grooming. Over the years within the hyperbolic time chamber, you not only taught Korna how to transform into Super Saiyan forms 4 and 5, but also the Super Saiyan God transformation. Unfortunately, she lacked the requisite strength to master them all, ultimately achieving only the Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue forms. Your relationship with Bulma was not solely characterized by affection. You also guided her in controlling her energy, elevating her battle power to the million range. In the original narrative, Krillin trained for years to reach such power. However, Bulma's disinterest in rigorous training often meant you had to coax her into it. Yet you took joy in this, knowing that with your protection, no harm could befall them. Choosing not to freshen up at the Elder Kai's place, you flew back to West City. Upon entering your home, you found Broly meditating quietly as usual, but he was immediately startled by the overwhelming stench you three brought with you. His muscles tensed, and he stuttered. Did you blow up someone's restroom? How have you all grown? Kona's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she said, haha, I apologize, Broly. We have been training with my brother in a wondrous place, and it's simply been too long since our last bath. Bulma, equally bashful, added, my brother brought us to the hyperbolic time chamber for our training. Bardock promptly explained the functions of the chamber to Broly, who then comprehended the changes that had occurred in them. Ignoring Bardock, he took Korna and Bulma upstairs to bathe. Initially hesitant, Bulma soon shed her reservations, encouraged by a few nudges from Korna, for they all shared an affection for their brother. Bardock, too, relished this unexpected benefit, noting the curious fact that while the chamber contained a restroom, it lacked a bathing area. As they frolicked in the bath, Broly rose and made his way towards the sacred temple. Chapter 10. Two Sons and a Daughter. On a bright and ordinary day in the northern suburbs, Bardock unveiled the castle, and Bulma and Kona joyfully moved in. Although he had initially been reluctant for them to reside there, their beauty, despite their youth, often ignited Bardock's ire. Thus, he adjusted the castle's flow rate to 10 times its speed, spending his days either meditating or training in the gravity chamber, tirelessly refining his physique, yet feeling he remained far from achieving Super Saiyan level 6. He sensed his body was still inadequate. After a day of rigorous training, drenched in sweat, he entered the bathroom. The rising steam blurred the mirror, and upon shedding his sweat-soaked training attire, the moment the metallic door sealed, it felt as if all his fatigue had been left behind. The shower head released fine droplets that struck his shoulders like a myriad of gentle hands, loosening his tense muscles, while the salty beads of sweat trickled down his spine, pooling into a murky stream on the floor. His fingertips grazed the bruises upon his collarbone, the sting of the hot water serving to invigorate him. Grabbing a coarse salt scrub, he circled it upon his arms, the gritty sensation against his skin mingling with the refreshing scent of mint, cleansing away all the grime embedded in his pores. In the steamy haze, he instinctively raised his hands, splashing water that arced like silver in the air. When rinsing off the body wash, he deliberately turned up the water temperature, allowing the stream to pummel the nape of his neck. The rising mist enveloped him, infused with citrus fragrance, as memories tinged with the metallic scent of blood and sweat gradually dissipated with the whirlpool of the drain. Only when his fingers had wrinkled did he reluctantly turn off the faucet, the figure behind the fogged mirror stretching out, finally regaining the refreshing sensation hidden within his bones. Lying in the relaxation area, he luxuriated in a brief slumber. Uncertain of Bardock's whereabouts, he had prepared a plethora of delicacies, his exertions leaving him in a state of sweaty disarray. "Kona, let us go wash up together," Bulma cheerfully invited, eyeing Kona, who had just finished her training. "Perfect timing, as I too have just completed my training. Let us go together," Kona politely replied, feeling no qualms about being with another woman. Though there had been animosity before, their days spent together had fostered a deep sisterly bond. Bulma took Kona's hand and led her away. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the bathing room, where Bulma and Kona pushed open the door. The bathing room was exceptionally spacious, and Beerus was reclined in the lounge, obscured by a curtain, allowing only a faint glimpse of him peacefully slumbering under a blanket. However, neither Bulma nor Kona paid much heed. Bathing was a time for relaxation, and such details held little significance. With her azure hair flowing like a cascading galaxy, she stepped barefoot into the shimmering waters. The tips of her hair, adorned with stardust, gracefully fell into the ripples, transforming the entire pool into a profound cobalt azure. Water droplets cascaded down her porcelain shoulders, refracting delicate glimmers in the moonlight, as if the galaxy itself were flowing across her skin. Dipping her fingertips into the water, an unusual halo suddenly emerged on the surface, with fish swirling around her. Clutching starlight, her blue hair danced with the gentle waves, while the cornflowers and forget-me-nots nestled within her tresses unfurled their petals in the current, releasing a crisp fragrance. In the distance, the sound of water sprites plucking the harp intertwined with a misty warmth, creating a dance of enchantment. She closed her eyes, surrendering herself to the embrace of the water vapor. Observing Bulma's alluring bathing ritual, Kona could not resist teasing her friend. With a swift rush, she playfully seized Bulma from behind, prompting a startled exclamation. "Ah, Kona, what are you doing?" Bulma exclaimed, turning to interrupt Kona's mischievous antics, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Hey, Bulma, I never expected you to be so well endowed, even a tad more than I am," Kona replied, puffing out her own modest curves, unperturbed by the comparison. "Honestly, Kona, I'm older than you, of course. I would have more," Bulma retorted, her irritation growing as she contemplated Kona's ample figure. "No way, I must retaliate." With that, she playfully attempted to strike at Kona's figure, resulting in a scene of delightful chaos that would surely stir envy in any onlooker. After a playful tussle, perhaps weary or simply drowsy, the two friends sat by the edge of the pool and began discussing their brother. With such excellence, brother will undoubtedly attract many girls in the future, Bulma mused to Kona. After spending considerable time together, Bulma had grown indifferent to sharing her brother with Kona, yet she was still reluctant to share him with any other woman. In response to Bulma's contemplation, Kona remained unconcerned. For Saiyans, procreation with powerful beings was paramount, and the former King Vegeta had numerous consorts. As long as a girl genuinely cherished her brother, Kona held no reservations. Moreover, she could see that Bulma truly adored her brother, and he reciprocated her feelings. Each time he gazed at Bulma, his expression mirrored that which he bore for Kona, so tender. Reflecting on this, Kona remarked, Bulma, with such excellence and strength, it is only natural for many girls to be attracted to him in the future. As our Saiyan king, he will surely have many consorts. Isn't it common for kings on earth to have numerous wives as well? Now, let's not dwell on it too much. At that moment, Beerus awoke from his hunger-induced slumber, rising to depart for a meal, blissfully unaware of the two in the bathing room. As he pulled aside the curtain, 6 eyes locked in a bewildered gaze. Time seemed to pass like an eternity, yet also felt like a fleeting moment. Blood gushed from my nose, and I rubbed it gently. Clearing my throat, I said, I was just sleeping. Do you believe me? Beerus appeared utterly transfixed as he spoke. Bulma and Kona, momentarily taken aback by Beerus' sudden presence, forgot to conceal themselves, their bodies flushed with embarrassment under his intense gaze. Bulma let out a loud exclamation. Kona, however, remained remarkably composed and remarked, if brother wishes to look, there is no need to act so. Bulma retorted, then you should hurry and step outside. Reluctantly, Beerus pushed open the door and departed. Don't forget to close the door behind you, came Kona's voice. With a thud, the door shut. Even after stepping outside, Beerus' mind lingered on the captivating scene he had just witnessed. It was simply too alluring. Though he was physically out, his spirit remained tethered within. As time flowed like a gentle tide, 3 years swiftly elapsed within the castle. In the 3rd year, Beerus, accompanied by his children, ventured out to meet the brief couple, startling them, and thus time accelerated once more, leading to another 3 years passing. At this moment, the narrative unfolded. Though Bulma was not accompanying son Wukong on an adventurous journey, as depicted in the original tale, during these 6 years, Beerus and Bulma wed and welcomed a child named Beerus, who possessed a combat power exceeding 10,000 at birth, alongside a daughter named Bra, who emerged with a staggering combat power in the millions. Additionally, Beerus and Kona bore another child, whom he named Lin Fan, perhaps as a tribute to a past life or for other reasons. Unlike his siblings, Lin Fan was born without exceptional combat prowess, yet his strength grew at an astonishing rate daily. It is undeniable that the brief lineage is formidable. Both children inherited striking blue hair, a testament to their potent heritage. The children matured over 3 years within the castle and another 3 years outside, becoming adept at controlling their energy. However, during a search for items at home, Bra accidentally knocked over a Dragon Ball. In the living room, Beerus was leisurely watching television when he was interrupted by a sudden voice. Daddy, what is this? Bra asked, holding the Dragon Ball aloft in front of him. Oh, my dear, this is called a Dragon Ball. If you collect 7 of them, you can make a wish to the dragon, and any desire can be fulfilled. Beerus gently tousled her adorable little head. In the presence of his charming daughter, Beerus' paternal instincts surged forth. Relishing the affection, Bra's eyes sparkled with wonder upon hearing that the Dragon Balls could grant wishes. Really? Can it truly grant wishes, Daddy? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? She eagerly inquired. Cradling his daughter, Beerus tenderly replied, My little sweetheart, how could I ever bear to deceive you? Your mother has created a Dragon Ball radar that can help us locate the remaining Dragon Balls. Bra resolved in her heart. I must find the rest of the Dragon Balls. Beerus was just about to share a tender moment with his daughter when Brala, with a sprightly bounce, dashed off to find Bulma. Beerus shook his head and resumed watching television. After years of rigorous training, his combat prowess had reached an impressive level, and he felt that further cultivation would yield little growth. Although he sensed an infinite potential within his body, he struggled to tap into it. Brala found Bulma and eagerly inquired, Mom, where is the dragon radar? Bulma, with a gentle demeanor, replied, What do you need that for? Despite her words, she led Brala to the storage room, rummaging through until she retrieved the dragon radar and handed it to her daughter. Thank you, Mommy, Brala exclaimed, planting a kiss on her mother's cheek, savoring the warmth of the moment, and affectionately tousled Brala's adorable little head. All right then, I'm off to play, Brala announced as she bid farewell to Bulma. Meanwhile, on Mount Payaz, Son Goku was diligently training when a massive dinosaur spotted him and lunged to bite. In the blink of an eye, Goku transformed the creature into roasted meat. Before a grand bonfire, he relished the enormous dinosaur meat, devouring it completely, leaving himself with a pleasantly full belly and a satisfied burp. Brala, clutching the dragon radar, set out in her car. Despite her tender age of 6, her combat ability was remarkably formidable. Badisk watched as his daughter drove away, shaking his head in awe of the unfolding narrative and the twists of fate. He had initially believed that Bulma was his alone, only to see his daughter stepping into the storyline in her place. After a moment of contemplation, he decided not to interfere further. Over the years, he had equipped his family with 12 talismans and a pouch of senzu beans each, providing a profound sense of security. He had no worries, not even if the Omni King were to arrive. With a snap of his fingers, a shadowy ninja emerged from the darkness, bowing his head and advising, "Follow her and provide protection from the shadows." The ninja seamlessly melted back into the obscurity, returning to his grand empire. Badisk had recently vanquished the icy menace known as Cooler and claimed half of the galaxy. Now, apart from the Galactic King, no other power remained in the universe. He summoned several shadow soldiers, instructing them to bring Majin Buu to eliminate Cell. The shadowy figures quietly slipped away as Badisk aimed to transform this universe into his stronghold. Before long, a massive egg was presented before him. Observing the egg's slight movements, he mused, "This is Majin Buu, pathetically weak, lacking even the interest to infuse energy into it." Moments later, the shell shattered, releasing a swirl of pink mist, and soon a rotund figure plummeted from the sky. "Brother Badisk, what is this?" Cornus suddenly appeared beside him, inquiring. "This is Majin Buu," Badisk explained gently, as the two children were drawn in by Buu's presence. However, with their father nearby, they cautiously observed Buu from either side. "Were you? Do you have any delicious food?" Buu asked, his expression one of innocent curiosity. "Father, may I feed him? He is simply adorable." The two little ones gazed at Majin Buu with their sparkling eyes, inquiring of Badisk. He nodded affirmatively, saying, "Go ahead." Subsequently, Beerus conjured a vast array of delectable dishes from a universal capsule. Upon witnessing this, Buu's eyes sparkled with delight. Devouring the food with exuberance and expressing his gratitude through a mouthful of treats, exclaiming, "Thank you, you are truly kind-hearted individuals." A notification chimed, detecting Majin Buu. Shall we replicate? Chapter 11, Buu. Replication confirmed. Even the smallest text is sustenance. Ding. Successful replication. 1. Regeneration. Body can be shattered and vaporized, allowing for infinite rebirth. Only a select few attacks, such as the Spirit Bomb, can completely annihilate. 2. Energy attacks can unleash energy waves and blasts. Potency increases with transformation, e.g., the demonic energy cannon variant. 3. Morphing manipulation. Limbs can extend at will, split apart, tentacles, duplicates, or harden into weapons, blades, spikes. 4. Absorption ability. Can mimic opponents' appearance, abilities, and memories, e.g., absorbing Gohan grants Super Saiyan capabilities. From now on, Majin Buu shall serve as a caretaker. Satan? What's Satan? Badisk declared. Whoever encounters him first claims him, and thus, Satan was no longer a concern. Buu would accompany me, indulging in countless treats. Badisk addressed Majin Buu. Is that true? Buu's voice brimmed with joy, bouncing about merrily for 2 hours. Long live Father, the greatest of all. Suddenly, Majin Buu's previously amiable visage morphed. His rotund form resembled a mountain of flesh, emanating a gentle yet formidable energy. In an instant, his emotions spiraled out of control, his once benign expression contorting into a fierce countenance like a surging tide. The plump Buu let out a thunderous roar that seemed capable of rending space itself, the powerful sound waves distorting the air around him. His demonic energy surged violently, his formerly rosy skin glowing with a sinister black-red luminescence, as if the energy had taken on a life of its own, bubbling like molten lava. Beerus and Lin Fan gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Beerus, increasingly terrified of the grotesque transformation of the rotund Buu, cowered behind Badisk, while Lin Fan, finding the spectacle amusing, was unperturbed by Buu's fearsome appearance. Then, the rotund Buu's body began to split from the center, akin to a piece of taffy forcefully pulled apart. Energy erupted from the division like an explosion, forming dazzling bolts of lightning that crackled outward, accompanied by the blinding light. Part of his body gradually contracted, transforming into the lean and purely malevolent version of Buu, while the other half retained the original form of the plump Buu, but with diminished power, representing the benevolent aspect. As soon as the slender Buu took shape, he emitted a shrill, maniacal laughter, brimming with cruelty and madness, eyeing the weaker plump Buu as if assessing a delectable prey. The sudden transformation took you by surprise. In the original tale, the plump Buu took quite a while to divide. Could it be that his excessive indulgence brought him such joy? The blinding light generated by the split had yet to fully dissipate. Fat Bew knelt on one knee, clutching his agonizing chest, while Slim Bew cruelly teased a severed piece of pink flesh with his fingertips, a malevolent smile gracing his lips. The fragmented meat transformed in his palm into a swirling vortex of dark energy. The pain of splitting is more exhilarating than shattering a human spine. Fat Bew raised his gaze, his pupils narrowing in shock. You are me? Slim Bew abruptly hurled the energy vortex to the ground, sending shards of rock flying perilously close to Fat Bew's face. This is the dirtiest part of you, a gear designed solely to crush ants. Fat Bew pressed his palm against the cracked earth, candy-colored energy beginning to coalesce. Why do you attack me? Slim Bew flickered closer, his fingertip pressing against Fat Bew's throat. The energy spike piercing the skin and releasing a mist of pink light, because you cling to the most useless of things. Emotion. Just now, during the split, you felt sorrow for that little insect that was crushed. Fat Bew emitted a muffled sound from his throat, the wound on his neck healing rapidly. That was an innocent life. Slim Bew suddenly seized Fat Bew's shoulder and violently hurled him towards a mountainside, causing the entire hill to collapse upon impact. Innocent? Life? These words should be excised from the dictionary. Behold, I shall slice this continent into sashimi, and you shall either be absorbed by me or witness your own weakness turn to ash. Fat Bew rose from the ruins, his body enveloped in boiling pink energy. Do you believe you can trample everything I will post-split? Yet I possess within me something you lack. As his fists clenched, golden patterns blossomed upon ground. Slim Bew's pupils constricted. What? Fat Bew lifted his head, his gaze now gleaming with a steely resolve, the determination to protect. Now, I shall forcibly reintegrate you into my body and confine you properly. Amidst this declaration came a terrifying pressure, and Slim Bew finally recognized the gravity of the situation. He had initially thought of Fat Bew as merely a light snack, but now it appeared he was a formidable boss. Slim Bew stated gravely, "Are you all going to assist this fat one?" He believed that by merging with Fat Bew, he could eliminate them all, and thus a magical beam shot towards Fat Bew, who, in his weakened state, could barely respond before being transformed into a chocolate block. Surprised, Slim Bew noted that Fat Bew could still act under his gentle pressure, prompting him to exert an even greater force, instantaneously embedding Slim Bew into the ground, from which a plume of smoke arose. As the smoke cleared, Slim Bew no longer possessed the initial bravado of "my fate is mine to control." His expression now clear and pleading. "Spare me, great one, have mercy." These words seemed to drain half of his life. Having no desire to hear more, Fat Bew unleashed a magical beam that turned him into chocolate, the sweetness surprisingly delectable. Furthermore, he felt the subtle increase of divine power and combat prowess within him. Shaking his head, Majin Bew mused that he was still too weak. It seemed that the divine power within him was likely that of the great Kaioshin. He raised his hand to restore Fat Bew. Beautisk and Lin Fan gazed at him with awe, marveling at their father's magical prowess. As Fat Bew rose, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. "No need to look around. That scrawny fellow has been eliminated by me," Beautisk stated, observing the vigilant Fat Bew. Upon hearing this, Fat Bew plopped down onto the ground, exhaling a long sigh of relief. "Is that true? I'm immensely grateful to you." "It's nothing, merely a trifling matter," Beautisk replied nonchalantly. Within the realm of time and space, a figure with pale, icy blue skin and cascading azure hair that shimmered like starlight stood adorned in a deep blue robe inscribed with arcane runes. Her violet eyes, marked with golden hourglass patterns, exuded an ethereal glow reminiscent of time's inexorable passage. Dangling from her earlobes were exquisite azure earrings that swayed gently with her movements, seemingly whispering secrets of time. In her hand, she wielded the Time Surveyor, a palm-sized diamond-shaped crystal instrument edged with bronze gears. At its center suspended a miniature hourglass with flowing sands of fluorescent blue and amber gold, shifting speed in accordance with temporal fluctuations. Her brow furrowed in concentration. Another temporal displacement has occurred. With that, she manipulated the time mirror, a circular bronze mirror measuring 30 centimeters in diameter, its edge intricately engraved with circular time runes. The surface perpetually veiled in a thin mist reflected the elusive paths of stars and clock hands. After infusing it with divine energy, the mist coalesced to reveal the scene of the scrawny Bew being devoured by Beautisk. "Curse that demon!" How can such a repugnant fiend exist? Day in and day out, he disrupts the very fabric of time, forcing me into endless overtime, dealing with temporal anomalies. This wretched individual is insufferable, and I cannot even best him in combat. The recollection of his subordinates' patrol team, Trunks, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Lil Fong, being soundly defeated, alongside the embarrassing memory of his own punishment, ignited a surge of fury within him. Yet, upon a closer examination of Beerus, he noted that Beerus seemed to belong to a different timeline than the one associated with his recent humiliation. Could it be possible to recruit him to assist me? If it weren't for that fool Beerus, the god of destruction, who disrupted the divine realm with a mere sneeze, awakening himself. Whis, is breakfast ready? Beerus shouted in a relaxed tone, clad in a bathrobe and still half asleep. With a wave of his staff, was conjured an array of delectable dishes, all gathered from planets destroyed by Beerus. Although the presentation was unappealing, Beerus savored the food with great delight. Whis, how is that fellow faring now? Beerus mumbled indistinctly. With another flick of his staff, was projected a scene before Beerus, showcasing Beerus joyfully enjoying a feast with his family. Lord Beerus. Beerus is currently on a planet in the North Galaxy. Has he caused any destruction? No, my lord. Beerus has, up to this point, refrained from damaging any inhabited planets, only obliterating some desolate ones. What? That rascal. Well, let us eat first. I'll deal with him after breakfast. How infuriating. With that, Beerus resumed his meal, while Whis leisurely enjoyed his food as well. As Beerus enjoyed his meal, he sneezed without much thought and continued to indulge, while Fat Bew displayed an extravagant array of snacks. The robots were busy eating, with only Bulma leisurely savoring her food, while the others devoured their meals with fervor, their towering plates narrating the horrors of battle. Korna, fresh from training, observed the joy around her and the abundance of delicacies, feeling a profound happiness. She recalled the meager fare of her days on Vegeta. Now, most Saiyans on Vegeta could transform into Super Saiyans and attain divine forms, thanks to Beerus' guidance and teachings. With the eradication of some power-hungry Saiyans, all were filled with deep respect for Beerus. After finishing his meal, Beerus listened to his subordinate's report and sought out the tightly bound Android 18. The impeccable knots stirred a surge of blood within him, and he found himself momentarily mesmerized by her flawless figure, the tattered clothing accentuating her beauty. Hey, who are you? Why have you tied me up? I have no money. 18 exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had been ambushed while walking, and after a brief struggle, her clothes had been torn before she was knocked unconscious. Upon waking in a dark room, bound in a compromising position, she felt utterly humiliated under Beerus' gaze. Suddenly, Beerus snapped back to reality, realizing he had already chosen a name for their future child. At that moment, 18 was still a young woman, yet to be transformed into a cyborg. Greetings. I am Beerus, the king from Vegeta. Please come closer. I spotted you on the street the other day and found you utterly captivating. I wish for you to be my queen, he said, as he began to untie her, inadvertently stirring a delightful sensation within himself, causing Lathily to blush. Oh, I see. Could you be a bit gentler? This binding hurts. Lathily murmured softly. Awkward laughter ensued. All right, I'll be gentler, Beerus replied, scratching his head. Meanwhile, Korna, having arrived to find out what was happening, felt her face heat up upon hearing the sounds from the room. You rascal brother, engaging in such clandestine activities. Bulma and I are not petty women, but the memories of our nightly encounters with Beerus, where we faced defeat, flooded her mind, igniting further warmth within her. What's wrong, Korna? What are you doing here? Bulma asked, puzzled. Shoo. Brother is inside. Keep your voice down, Korna urged, pulling Bulma to listen intently. Upon hearing the sounds of Bulma's face flushed bright red, mortified by her brother's behavior. Moments later, silence enveloped the room, and Bulma wondered. He can't be done so soon, can he? Wasn't it supposed to be a prolonged affair? Both exchanged incredulous glances. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound. The door was opening. Chapter 12. The Arrival of Beerus. Beerus looked at the peculiar postures of Bulma and Korna, inquiring, What are you doing? Why this way? Brother Beerus, shouldn't you introduce this young lady? Korna retorted graciously, suppressing her embarrassment. Bulma, on the other hand, awkwardly traced circles with her delicate white feet. The 18th, observing the two before her and the previous inquiry, suddenly blushed and exclaimed, Don't misunderstand, I'm not. Korna, unbothered, pulled the 18th closer and said warmly, Don't be shy. It's only your first time. It's understandable. Brother is quite kind and exceptionally skilled in that regard. Bulma and I often find ourselves unable to withstand his advances. Now that you've joined us, let us unite and strive to overcome him together. Shall we, Bulma? Upon hearing this, Bulma ceased her hesitance and smiled. Indeed, my husband is formidable. He leaves us unable to rise from bed. She seemed anxious that the 18th might doubt their words, as the moments had passed too swiftly. Realizing the misunderstanding, Beerus clarified, Ladies, you've misconstrued the situation. This young lady is someone I summoned, only to have her bound unexpectedly. I intended to clarify this earlier. Kona and Bulma exchanged glances, coming to understand. No wonder the girl's attire was tattered. It was not a mere pretense of battle, but the aftermath of true conflict. Bulma comforted her, saying, Fear not, dear. My husband is quite benevolent and would never harm you. Should he dare, we would certainly oppose it. Kona quickly concurred, Yes, indeed. Beerus then gestured towards Kona. Allow me to introduce you, 18th. This is Kona, a fellow Saiyan and my wife. He then pointed to Bulma, and this is Bulma, like you, a resident of Earth, and also my wife. The three ladies exchanged polite greetings, and just as they finished, Bulma took La Zili and Kona away without acknowledging Beerus, leaving him in an awkward silence, scratching his head. Ha, ha, ha. Kona remarked as she turned back, Brother Beerus, you are quite reckless. We shall take La Zili to change clothes first. Shortly thereafter, Beerus appeared at the dining table with the two children in view, diving into the feast without waiting for everyone to gather, as the culinary delights were simply too tempting. Kona and Bulma, accompanied by the newly attired La Zili, joined the table, harboring no resentment towards Beerus. After all, he was always the last to finish eating, and such lack of formality only signified familial bonds. Observing the four devouring the meal with fervor, La Zili gaped in astonishment, her mouth forming a large O and her eyes wide with bewilderment. At this moment, Bulma spoke up. You see, Saiyans are renowned for their astonishing appetites. Do not mind them. Indulge in this lobster, this abalone, and this deep-sea king crab. You look rather thin. Bulma then introduced the two children. This is my and my husband's child, Beerus, and that is my husband's and Kona's child, Linfan. We also have a daughter named Bra, though I'm unsure of her whereabouts. I've heard she is in search of the Dragon Balls. Having been away from home for several days, I find myself still in pursuit of Dragon Balls. Perhaps in the future, you may have the chance to become acquainted with one another. Over there, indulging in snacks, is the formidable Majin Buu. Turning towards the two little ones, I introduce. This is Aunt Lazili. Do greet her respectfully. The two mischievous boys mumbled a garbled hello, Aunt Lazili, to which she graciously replied, observing everyone savoring their meal. Lazili, too, began to indulge. Yet, Beerus couldn't help but steal glances at Lazili's exquisite figure, utterly captivating. Her upper body was adorned in a stylish jacket paired with a modest white top, her shoulders elegantly poised, with collarbones distinctly visible yet not overbearing. Complemented by her chic short hair, she exuded a sense of professionalism. Her bust was well-proportioned without being ostentatious, and her firm waistline showcased a delicate abdominal contour. Even while enjoying her meal with great enthusiasm, her poise remained graceful, each curve of her skin seemingly sculpted with precision. Her lower body featured gentle yet powerful hip lines, complemented by her long, straight legs, which tapered from thigh to calf. The contours of her knees and ankles were sleek, and even in lightweight slippers, the elegance of her legs and delicate feet was evident. Her skin was as smooth and luminous as porcelain, with muscle definition imbued with the vitality of living flesh. At rest, her alabaster legs resembled a divine masterpiece, and in motion, they captured attention with the swiftness of a cheetah, effortlessly ensnaring the hearts of onlookers. Each motion while selecting food showcased a harmonious interplay between her attire and skin, her graceful demeanor rendering her figure unmistakably distinctive. Beerus found himself increasingly captivated, until Bulma's subtle cough jolted him back to reality. Indeed, the charm of the leading lady in Dragon Ball was magnified 1,000-fold in real life. Just then a square, translucent white object descended from the heavens into the courtyard. As the white rectangle disassembled, there emerged Beerus and Whis. Beerus, with an air of arrogance, declared, Is this the residence of Beerus? It appears rather comfortable. Yes, Lord Beerus, this is indeed the abode of Master Beerus, replied Whis. A few robotic attendants, armed and ready, followed closely. Suddenly, several high-caliber lasers were fired towards them. As the dust settled, Beerus remained unscathed, brushing off the dust from his attire. Where's that Beerus fellow? Where has he gone? A service robot approached the two, politely stating, Master Beerus is currently dining and is unable to welcome you at this moment. Upon hearing this, Beerus's interest was piqued, for he too felt the pangs of hunger. He inquired of the service robot, quickly, take us to him. Certainly, please follow me. The robot replied before turning to lead the way. Beerus and Whis trailed closely behind. Meanwhile, Beerus was relishing his meal, sensing the arrival of Beerus and Whis. Yet he remained unfazed. He had reached a level of strength that rivaled even that of the Grand Minister. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he held no fear. Furthermore, as this planet was his home, he was confident that Beerus would not destroy it without consideration for him. So he remained entirely unconcerned. In a fleeting moment, the robot escorted Beerus and Whis to the dining table, where they beheld everyone relishing their meal with great enthusiasm. The sight was tantalizing, causing Beerus to swallow hard. Yet his pride as a god of destruction restrained him from indulging immediately, especially since Beerus had yet to realize his presence. After all, divine energy was imperceptible. However, unbeknownst to him, Beerus could sense the movement of air and received reports from the shadow soldiers. Cough, cough, Beerus. Hello, Lord Beerus. Greetings, Whis, Lord Beerus. After exchanging pleasantries, he introduced Lord Beerus and Whis to the others. Whis, already indulging in the feast, remarked to Beerus, this is absolutely delightful. Damn it, Whis. Show some decorum. Consider how tantalizing this is for me. Feeling a bit perturbed, Kona promptly invited Beerus to sit and eat. Lord Beerus, please take a seat. The robot is clearing the plates and serving dishes. Beerus chose a spot abundant with delicacies, mimicking Bulma's mannerism as he cracked open a lobster and took a hearty bite, immediately transforming his expression as he exclaimed, this is exquisite. The succulent flesh burst with savory juices, sweet and refreshing on his tongue, as his teeth sank into the tender, resilient shrimp. A delightful dance of textures ensued in his mouth, prompting him to slurp his fingers in delight. Without further ado, he devoured one dish after another, as if intent on consuming every plate before him. Beerus paid him no heed, continuing to enjoy his meal. In a short while, everyone had finished eating, and Beerus, feeling content, reclined comfortably, flanked by his companions. Under the combined efforts of Bulma and Kona, Lazuli, who had previously felt shy, now sat obediently on the adjacent sofa. Gazing at Beerus's formidable physique, she mused, what a magnificent form. It must be quite impressive. Her cheeks flushed crimson at the thought, and she instinctively tightened her legs, which caught Beerus's attention and stirred his blood. Feeling his gaze, Lazuli became increasingly bashful. Kona and Bulma, noticing Beerus's interest, playfully struck him on the chest before discreetly retreating. Bulma was captivated by the time machine after Beerus had discussed the theory of time and space with her, while Kona flew off to train. At this moment, they were not residing in the castle. Its vastness was impractical, and since Bulma wished to be closer to her parents, they had purchased a villa in West City, where everyone now stayed. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated as Bu, moving at supersonic speed, burst through the ceiling and soared into the sky, twirling several times before halting midair. Beerus appeared above, delivering a swift slap that sent Bu crashing back to the ground. Beerus, at that moment, yearned to engage in a heartfelt conversation with Lazuli. Due to Lazuli's blushing and Beerus's persistent coaxing, she found herself half-reluctantly yielding. Startled by his voice, she clung tightly to Beerus, pressing her twin peaks against his chest, savoring the softness enveloping her. Beerus reassured her, it's all right. I will go check. Yet Lazuli remained unwilling to let go. Gently, Beerus drew her away to gaze into her eyes, handing her the 12 talismans along with their usage instructions. As Lazuli crushed the talismans, she felt a surge of power and finally released Beerus. Approaching Linfan and Budixis, she inquired about the situation. Dad, that Beerus snatched Bu's donuts. Bu refused to give them up, and we told him there would be plenty more later. Beerus, unwilling to wait, insisted on having some immediately, and then Bu ended up consuming all the donuts and was subsequently thrown out, Linfan explained. Yes, Dad, that Beerus is unreasonable and steals from others, Budixis concurred. Beerus, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, replied, all right, Dad understands. You two go play. With that, he soared into the air. Beerus exclaimed, I only wanted to taste one. You wretched creature, not giving me even a single one is truly infuriating. He then punched Bu, causing stars to swirl in Bu's eyes. Bu, equally furious, retorted, why should I give you my things? You despicable fiend, Beerus declared, raising his hand to unleash destruction upon Bu. Meanwhile, Whis savored a pudding, delighting in its flavor. With a swift motion, Batisk seized Beerus's arm with one hand while pushing Bu away with the other, and then a powerful clash ensued, resulting in a tremendous explosion of energy as the two forces neutralized each other. Beerus, standing with his hands behind his back, gazed at Batisk in surprise. Well done. Young lad, your power has significantly increased. Beerus, filled with fervor, had just awakened and was itching for action. The planets he had destroyed en route had failed to pique his interest, but witnessing Batisk casually block his attack made him overlook Bu's earlier incident. Whis, squinting in astonishment, observed Batisk's formidable divine aura, which had dissipated almost instantly after countering Beerus's destruction. Though Beerus may not have noticed, Whis certainly did, and it was evident that Batisk was extraordinarily strong. It seemed that Beerus was in for a challenge. Lord Beerus, why go to such lengths over mere food? There is an abundance of such delicacies. Batisk remarked. If you desire to eat, I can summon a robot to prepare it for you. Oomph. Do you think I am concerned about food? This fellow shows me no respect. I must teach him what it means to be the god of destruction. Beerus vehemently suppressed his desire for food. Unbeknownst to Batisk, the culinary delights he enjoyed on the god of destruction planet were incomparable in quality. Since Lord Beerus is not here for food, I too have just finished eating and am eager to stretch my limbs. I humbly request your guidance, Lord Beerus. With that, he assumed a fighting stance. Beerus, still exhilarated from earlier surprises, was quick to charge at Batisk upon hearing a challenge. Chapter 13. A fierce battle against Beerus. Raising his hand to block the swift right strike, the proud Beerus remarked, how you've grown stronger over the years. With a single hand, he retreated behind himself, extending his right hand forward, fingers dancing in a beckoning gesture. Come fort. Let me witness the extent of your power. It seemed he sensed that not all of your strength had been unleashed. Batisk, shaking his head from side to side, elicited audible pops from his joints. Lord Beerus, this place is ill-suited for our duel. Let us ascend to the cosmos. In a flash, he soared into the sky. Beerus nodded, following closely behind, the two beams of light vanishing into the horizon. Brother Korna, your strength is truly unfathomable, Bulma exclaimed. Indeed, it appears my husband's power has increased once more. Whis observed. It seems that Lord Batisk has been diligently training. In mere moments, he stands toe-to-toe with Lord Beerus. Lin Fan declared, Father is the strongest. He will surely defeat Beerus. Beerus chimed in, yes. Father is the mightiest. That Beerus will undoubtedly be taught a lesson. Bulma lamented, but we cannot see their battle. Whis shook his head, opting for silence. With a wave of his staff, a luminous screen materialized before them, revealing Batisk and Beerus, one pursuing the other. The distance between them and Earth had grown considerable. Upon halting, Batisk invited, Lord Beerus, come. In perfect synchrony, Beerus launched his assault. In the cosmos, the purplish-black energy surging from Beerus's fingertips danced as if alive, and wherever it passed, dark matter collapsed grotesquely, resembling phantoms dissolving in a potent acid, transforming into luminous fiber structures. Those invisible mass aggregates manifested under the laws of destruction, morphing into thousands of golden-purple streams that converged at his fingertips. As if the chaos of the universe bowed before him, a beam of light surged towards Batisk, who retaliated with his death speed technique. A brilliant purple light igniting 1,000 meters away, radiating outward. The surrounding deep purple flames were not mere illumination. They dissipated the dark matter of the space around, creating a glowing cocoon with a diameter of 100 kilometers. Each surge of energy burst forth from the definition of his muscles, as if coating his bones with flowing stellar cores. The death beam collided head-on. At the moment of impact, silence reigned, yet the space rippled like a tsunami, causing the dark matter surrounding them to vanish, creating an absolute void. The death beam, undeterred by Beerus's attack, surged forward. As Beerus's hand sliced through the purple beam, the high-frequency vibrations resulting from the energy friction spread ripples across the void, tearing apart what should have been formless gravitational waves, stretching like taut strings before snapping. The disintegrating light erupted into a supernova-like flash, scorching the interstellar dust within a 10,000-kilometer radius into transparent glass-like fragments. As Beerus pivoted with a forceful twist, his toes grazed the void, transforming it into a spiraled energy blade that he hurled back. The collision of the deep violet and dark purple blades erupted, giving rise to a mist of antimatter from which countless micro-black holes were born and extinguished. Each surge of energy illuminated their taut muscle contours. Behind Batisk, he refrained from unleashing his full strength, merely seeking to refine his combat skills, for Beerus's prowess was far from feeble. He elevated his aura and engaged in close combat. The second round of their confrontation resembled a contest of dimensions. Beerus abruptly vanished from the realm of classical physics. When Badisk sensed the energy fluctuations, he felt the chill of absolute zero as Beerus' fingertip made contact with the nape of his neck, a signature of the god of destruction's spatial leap, transforming himself into a quantum state that traversed the energy field. Instinctively, Badisk surged with power, his white aura erupting into myriad light spikes, inscribing intricate Feynman diagrams in the void. Each spike severed the luminous bubbles, revealing the deeper darkness of the cosmos behind. With a low chuckle, Beerus condensed a sphere of destructive energy at his fingertip, morphing the surrounding space-time curvature into a Mobius strip. Badisk's trajectory of attack looped infinitely upon the surface of the ring, ultimately rebounding back towards him. As the moment of impact approached, Badisk forcefully breached the constraints of space, his black hair fracturing into countless afterimages, each wielding energy waves at different stages, resembling an attack matrix unfolding in four-dimensional space, forcibly reinstating the warped space-time into a three-dimensional plane. The residual energy began reshaping the fabric of the surrounding universe. Interstellar dust, vaporized by the high temperatures, coalesced into a crystalline energy matrix around them, each crystal reflecting remnants of the battle. Dark matter twisted into luminous ropes entwined the two, spinning at high velocity, forming a miniature binary star system. Beneath their feet, a sea of luminous purples and whites surged, a product of energy intensity exceeding the limits of strong interactions, where any approaching collision would be torn into pure energy strings. When Beerus's tail suddenly swept beneath Badisk's ribcage, the gravitational tailwind, imbued with black hole-like pull, grazed his surface, creating minute spatial fissures. Dark energy seeping from these cracks neutralized Badisk's white aura, erupting into a radiating display reminiscent of a peacock's fan, with each plume releasing beams of light at varying frequencies, painting the cosmic space with a flowing spectrum. As their fists hovered mere centimeters apart in the void without advancing, the surrounding energy field expanded into a colossal sphere with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers. The sphere's surface pulsated with arcs of purple and white, each arc narrating the magnitude of energy fluctuations unleashed during their combat. For the first time, ripples of intrigue flickered in Beerus's crimson eyes as he beheld the excitement burning within Badisk. It was a pure fighting spirit that even the god of destruction had never witnessed, transcending the boundaries of life and death. Suddenly, he withdrew all his energy, the purple aura dissipating like receding tides, leaving Badisk's white flame to burn solitary in the cosmos. Indeed, the voice of Beerus reverberated through the quantum void, trailing off into energy waves that shimmered like particles of light. He stood poised, remarking that the Saiyans possessed a transformation unique to them. "Come forth, young one, and unleash your full potential." Upon hearing this, Badisk transformed, gathering energy as a golden aura surged around him, his power escalating dramatically. The terrifying waves of energy surged forth into the cosmos, and he had unmistakably transformed into a Super Saiyan. "This is Super Saiyan," he warned. "Beware, Lord Beerus." In an instant, he lunged forward, his formidable battle energy seemingly tearing through the fabric of space itself. Feeling the overwhelming presence of Badisk, Beerus straightened, his demeanor growing grave as he regarded the Saiyan who had suddenly appeared before him. Although Badisk was not at his full strength, he was still beyond what Beerus could withstand, suffering a one-sided beating. This scene left Whis astounded, silently pondering how Lord Beerus could be so thoroughly outmatched. The others, including his wives and children, were not surprised. Even Lazuli gazed at Badisk with admiration, her thoughts unknown. After being sent flying multiple times, Beerus, filled with rage, declared, "You little brat, let us settle this with a single strike." Without waiting for Badisk's consent, he began to gather energy, a destructive force coalescing at his fingertips before rapidly enlarging. Not to be outdone, Badisk also concentrated energy at his fingertips, accelerating the growth of his energy sphere even faster than Beerus. In mere moments, his sphere surpassed Beerus's destructive orb, revealing the formidable planet destruction ball. As both spheres surged towards one another with fierce intent, Badisk's orb remained tethered to his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, the two spheres collided. Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized his attack had not obliterated Badisk's sphere. Instead, it was being propelled toward him. no longer maintaining his prideful stance. He summoned divine energy behind his destructive ball, attempting to counter the incoming attack. Yet, to his dismay, all efforts proved futile. A piercing scream was swallowed by the explosion of the planet destruction ball. As the dust settled, Beerus's disheveled form slowly emerged, his chest heaving violently, a testament to his turmoil. He had never anticipated his defeat, especially not so thoroughly. This moment of astonishment was not his alone. Whis, Bulma, and the others shared in the shock. Unlike the adults, the two little ones joyfully danced about, exclaiming, "Daddy won!" Beerus flew to Beerus's side, who was still catching his breath, and offered him a senza bean, explaining it would restore his energy. Moments later, the two descended to Earth, where the children joyfully approached their father. "Daddy, you're amazing." Patting their heads, he replied, "Isn't Daddy impressive? One day, you too shall grow as strong as I am." Whis then interjected, "Lord Beerus is truly formidable. Would you be interested in succeeding Lord Beerus? I believe you'd be quite pleased." Before Whis could finish, Beerus interrupted silence. "Whis, I have no thoughts of abdicating my position just yet." "Haha, enough about that. Whis, I have no desire to become a destroyer god. I merely wish to spend quality time with my family," Beerus gently remarked to Korna and the others. Korna, Bulma, and number 18 were profoundly moved. The thought of not becoming a destroyer god filled them with mixed emotions. They were delighted that he valued them so highly, yet saddened by the notion that should he ascend to divinity, he would be free to act without restraint. Nevertheless, that did not diminish their sense of gratitude. Whis, upon hearing this, chose to remain silent. At that moment, within the entirety of the king's palace, the Grand Minister felt the residual energy from the battle, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. He murmured, "What intriguing Saiyan indeed." Not far off, the Grand Minister was addressed by the king, who was playing with planets. "What is it?" the king called out. "Nothing much, my lord," the Grand Minister replied with a respectful bow. "I merely discovered something quite interesting." The king, upon hearing this, did not press further and resumed his amusement with his toys. Across other universes, the destroyers who sensed the remnants of the battle simultaneously began to murmur. Who could be clashing so fiercely with Beerus? Among them was Kampa, who, in stark contrast to Beerus' slender form, possessed a stout and rotund physique. "Let us proceed to Universe 7, he declared. "Lord Kampa, are we not in search of the Super Dragon Balls?" Beerus inquired. "No need. We are heading to Universe 7 first," Kampa retorted, his irritation palpable. "Are you concerned for Lord Beerus?" Beerus chuckled lightly. "Who is concerned about him? I certainly do not worry about that fool. I simply wish to gather the Super Dragon Balls in Universe 7. Kampa snapped back, his temper flaring. Meanwhile, as the others continued their conversation while preparing delicacies for Beerus and Whis, it wasn't too long before Beerus finished packing. With his hands resting on Whis' shoulders, he was ready to bid farewell when suddenly a tear in the sky appeared, and a figure plunged towards the earth, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled in the massive crater, a man with blue hair lay there. The onlookers were bewildered. Beerus was somewhat surprised, pondering why Trunks had not arrived via the time machine. Moreover, what was the current time? Had he arrived too early? In the original story, Trunks first appeared to confront Frieza alone. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a figure emerged from the dimensional rift. A black-clad individual sporting a crab-like head and wielding energy blades. It was Black Goku. Before anyone could pose a question, another figure stepped forward. Beerus, unmistakably the same Beerus, albeit donned in a black martial arts uniform. The protagonist had transformed him with the Patera earrings without altering his appearance. Behind them, a voice called out, "Hurry up, we still need to gather the Dragon Balls." "Understood," Black Beerus replied, turning to Black Goku. "Let us swiftly eliminate Trunks. We have other matters to attend to." Black Goku nodded in agreement and charged at Trunks, while Beerus, moving in tandem with Black Goku, landed a kick to his abdomen. "Nanny!" Black Goku exclaimed as blood spewed from his mouth. Korna and Bulma rushed to Trunks' side in an instant. Upon witnessing this scene, Haiba finally discerned the individuals present: Korna, Bulma, Whis, the god of destruction, and two small figures. The situation appeared rather precarious. Beerus, observing the two cloaked figures, spoke with gravity. "Transcending time and space is a grave offense. Have you contemplated your demise?" Whis interjected, "Oh dear, Lord Beerus, these individuals are deities, as evidenced by the Patera earrings adorning their ears, both on the same side. To traverse time as a god is indeed a serious transgression," Beerus asserted. Yet he remained inactive. Haiba, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter. "How amusing a god! No further words are necessary. He unleashed a laser towards Beerus and charged at him. Baticus, stepping on a fallen Black Goku, witnessed him coughing blood as he spat. Damn it. You humans deserve to perish. With veins bulging, a terrifying surge of energy emanated from him. Before he could proceed, Baticus lifted his foot slightly and stomped down. Black Goku glared furiously, saliva mixed with blood spewing forth. Zamasu, explain why you're pursuing Trunks, and why you have appeared at this juncture. Is that Haiba also Zamasu? Who is the entity in the dimensional rift? He bombarded Zamasu with 3 inquiries. Zamasu smirked. Baticus, you wretched human, release me at once. You insufferable creature. Haiba, come and rescue me. This Baticus is absurdly powerful. Seeing Zamasu's countenance twisted with rage and his foul language, Baticus felt that no further questions would yield answers. As Zamasu pointed at Black Goku, intending to transform him into chocolate, Beerus descended rapidly towards Baticus's position, intercepting him. Lord Beerus, how is it that you cannot even best Zamasu? Baticus taunted. Beerus, coughing blood, retorted, that bastard Baticus is exceedingly strong, comparable to Whis. I feel utterly incapacitated. Despite his mockery, he utilized a healing spell to assist Beerus, glancing at Black Goku, who had been lifted by Haiba. Haiba scoffed, what a waste. When I discovered you in that universe, I intended for you to possess Baticus. You chose to seize this feeble Son Goku, and now you remain so useless. Never mind, I shall not wait for your improvement. Let us fuse. Black Goku weakly replied, who could have known Baticus's body was so formidable? In my universe, there is no Baticus. He vanished long ago when planet Vegeta was destroyed. He ceased his complaints and gradually donned the Patera earring on the opposite side. This is bad. Baticus and the others are about to fuse. Baticus, you must stop them, Beerus urgently declared, as he had regained some strength. Fear not, Lord Beerus. Leave the rest to me, Baticus assured, as he transported Beerus to Whis' side, gazing at the radiant light of the fusion unfolding. At this moment, Date awakened. Initially, Korna had attempted to feed him a Senzabine, but he stubbornly kept his mouth shut, preventing any sustenance from entering. Bulma, looking at Date with great fondness, promptly used a healing spell on him. Upon awakening, Date gazed at Bulma and exclaimed, Grandma, grandson, how I've missed you. He stood and embraced Bulma. Bulma appeared utterly bewildered, while Korna, Buticus, and Lin Fan shared similar expressions of astonishment. Bulma pushed away Date, her cheeks flushed despite her status as a married woman. How could her little bra, merely 7 or 8 years old, possibly have children? Glancing at Date, who was on the verge of tears, she felt a pang of sympathy and refrained from reprimanding him. Date turned to greet the others, Grandma Korna, Uncle Butix, and Uncle Lin Fan. Hello, it's been a while. Ah, you're awake. Badisk looked at Date with surprise. Lin Fan remarked, it seems that this person has some issues with his mind. Butix added, indeed, Father. He still calls me uncle and refers to my mother as grandma. Bulma's face reddened even further as Date's gaze shifted to Badisk, his eyes instantly turning blood red, transforming into the fearsome Super Saiyan 4, ready to confront Badisk. Badisk, confronted with Date's fierce demeanor, responded, you despicable fiend. You've killed my father, my mother, Uncle Goku. All have perished at your hands. I despise my weakness for failing to protect my family. If it weren't for my mother's momentary distraction, he would be dead now. Stop it, Trunks. Bulma cried out anxiously, grabbing Date's arm, fearful that he might be instantly annihilated by Badisk. Badisk raised his hand, indicating that he would not stoop to quarrel with a child. Date, momentarily restrained by Bulma, returned to his normal state, casting a reluctant yet vigilant glance toward Badisk. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Black, as a figure resembling both Goku and Black gradually materialized, accompanied by the swishing of a tail, unleashing a tempestuous wind. Ha ha! This power is simply delightful. Prepare to feel the wrath of a god. Mortals, I shall eliminate every last one of you, Zama's declared with a maniacal grin. Beerus trembled slightly as he regarded the arrogant figure, whispering, this is troubling. Whis, should I fall in battle, let Betis take my place. Whis observed Beerus with a serious expression. Master Beerus, take care. It seems that if you are at a disadvantage, he will seize the opportunity to intervene. Although angels cannot interfere with the development of the universe, this is an unexpected circumstance. A square of light emerged, and Beerus exclaimed, you truly are in a dire situation. As the light dissipated, it revealed Beerus and Kampa. Bardos approached Whis, and the two exchanged knowing glances, their staffs glimmering. Whis nodded cautiously, and Bardos understood. Kampa, you rascal, Beerus grumbled, despite feeling touched by Kampa's presence. You must be careful. This fiend is formidable. Kampa nodded solemnly, and the two exchanged a determined glance before charging at Zama's. Zama's, observing the approaching duo, smirked disdainfully. Oh, how the times have changed. The relics of the old era must be discarded. He raised his hand to intercept Beerus' kick and Kampa's punch, causing shockwaves to reverberate through the air. Beerus had anticipated this, while Kampa's expression grew grave. Kampa lifted his palm, unleashing the techniques of a god of destruction against Zama's, who similarly concentrated divine energy in his palm to counteract the destructive force. Beerus switched legs and delivered a powerful kick, yet it was still blocked, and the three engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, escalating rapidly. As the individuals from Badisk comprehended the unfolding events, they learned that Badisk had devoted his youth to rigorous training. After the annihilation of planet Vegeta, he, alongside Kona, vanquished Frieza. Subsequently on Earth, he trained with Bulma and Kona in the hyperbolic time chamber until reaching adulthood, after which he married Bulma and welcomed children, Budix and Bra. Later, they returned to the time chamber for further training. Bra, unable to endure the pressure, sought the Dragon Balls and encountered Goku, prompting Vegeta to journey to Earth in search of Goku. Eventually, Bra married Vegeta and bore him a child. Following the defeat of the androids and Majin Buu, the atmosphere was filled with camaraderie. They then met Beerus and participated in the Tournament of Power, after which everything changed. At a subsequent banquet, Badisk's grandfather unexpectedly attacked Beerus, swiftly eliminating him. Whis fell into slumber, while Kona's grandmother and several uncles attempted to intervene, only to meet the same fate. Badisk's father and Uncle Goku fused and transformed, but were also defeated. Witnessing the death of many, his mother fled to the laboratory, entrusting him with a time machine, urging him to traverse time and alter the past. Just as he intended to escape with his mother, Black Goku appeared, accompanied by Gohan and Goten. In a bid to protect him, his mother engaged in battle with Black Goku. Initially reluctant to leave, Badisk recognized his mother's lifeless gaze, realizing that only by altering history could he save everyone. Within the time tunnel, he was ambushed by Black Goku, falling out of the tunnel and arriving in the present state. Upon sharing his sorrowful tale, Badisk was overcome with grief. With a weary sigh, Badisk placed his hand on his forehead, contemplating the absurdity of training with Bulma in that timeline. The others expressed profound sympathy for Badisk, and Bulma reassured him that everything would be all right. She promised that Badisk would return with him to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone. Badisk felt a slight alleviation upon hearing her words. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated as Beerus and Kampa appeared, creating a massive crater beside them. Zama stood high above, surveying the group. The time for reminiscing had concluded. Were they prepared to welcome death? Beerus coughed up blood, cursing as he succumbed to unconsciousness, while Kampa fainted outright. Badisk glared at Zama's, a surge of anger bubbling within him. Just as he intended to unleash his fury, a terrifying force from the dimensional rift began to pull Zama's in. Zama's struggled desperately, but was soon ensnared by several black chains. I have a limited amount of patience. I shall return, Zama's declared, casting a resentful glance at the group. Damn humans, I will eradicate you all in due time. Prepare yourselves. With disdain, he added, must you always rush me? Can't you wait a moment? Before he could finish, a horrific attack from the dimensional rift struck him, forcing him to silence as he vanished into the rift. As the rift dissipated, tranquility returned to the skies, as if nothing had transpired, save for the fallen god of destruction, who bore witness to the recent events. Whis and Beerus waved their staffs to heal the two. Suddenly, a radiant light descended from the heavens. Chapter 15, The Grand Executioner. As the blinding light receded, the Grand Priest, along with the Omni King and two tall, slender guards, emerged. Whis and Beerus were the first to approach the Grand Priest. With a slight bow, I greet the esteemed king of all. I trust the Grand Minister as well. It is Beerus and Kampa. The king of all gazes curiously from side to side, initially feigning indifference. Beerus and Kampa, with a sudden spark of cleverness, swiftly approached the king, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Thank you for gracing us with your guidance, esteemed king. The king of all replies nonchalantly. Kampa, what brings you here from Universe 6? Are you rather idle? It seems a new destroyer might need to replace you. Upon hearing this, Kampa breaks into a cold sweat. No, esteemed king. We are here to foster camaraderie. The duties of a destroyer are never neglected. Kampa, you still have much work left undone, remarks Beerus with a hint of mischief. Kampa, startled, feels a chill run down his spine. The king, amused by Kampa's flustered state, turns his attention to the Grand Minister. The Grand Minister had received communication from Whis, indicating that time-traveling stowaways had entered Universe 7. Neither Beerus nor Kampa could contend with them, necessitating the Grand Minister's intervention. While the Angels of the 12 Universes are prohibited from engaging in interuniversal affairs, the King of All and the Grand Minister possess the ability to interfere with and eliminate temporal anomalies. Otherwise, those 6 universes would not have been obliterated. Beerus, has your strength waned? Unable to eliminate mere stowaways? Perhaps it is time to consider replacing you, esteemed king. The Grand Minister's gaze at Beerus was piercing. Oh, is replacement on the table? Sounds like a fun game. The king clapped in delight. Beerus, despite his laziness, remains the strongest among the 12 destroyers, and it would indeed be a pity to lose him. Esteemed king, under Beerus's management, the universe has experienced no turmoil for many years. Perhaps we should grant him this one reprieve. The king sighed, disappointed. It seems he cannot indulge in his whims. In the original narrative, he appeared as a mere child, playfully contemplating the annihilation of the 12 universes. Observing the king's deference to the Grand Minister while recalling the Grand Minister's possible treachery in the side story struck Bardock as utterly absurd. Beerus, terrified, thought he might truly be facing oblivion. Ding. Detection of the Grand Minister. Should the King of All replicate? There were no prompts for Black Goku and Black Vegeta earlier. It's absurd that there's no prompt for fusion either. What is going on with the system? Bardock pondered. Ding. The host can currently only replicate abilities that are superior or beneficial to themselves. Black Vegeta and Black Goku possess no replicable abilities, and the host already possesses other capabilities, hence replication is not possible. The system replied with a hint of exasperation. Very well, replicate. Bardock responded inwardly. Understood, host. Ding. Congratulations on replicating the following abilities. 1. Dimensional travel. Freely traverse any dimension, manifesting a golden 6-pointed star formation upon movement. 2. Rule reshaping. Rewrite the physical laws of a region, e.g., freezing magma, endowing objects with conceptual attributes. 3. Causal observation. Foresee the actions of a target 3 seconds in advance, gazing to trigger an overlapping illusion of past and present. 4. Energy manifestation. Transform energy into weapons, such as blades of light and causal chains. 5. Absolute defense. A temporal buffer layer that disassembles all attacks, establishing a domain immune to cosmic calamities. 6. Life weaving. Healing wounds, enhancing beings, such as bestowing wisdom upon animals, summoning projections from parallel universes. 7. Divine martial arts. Radiant wheel. Slicing through space, accompanied by causative rupture effects. Temporal surge. Unleashing torrents of time, distorting the opponent's state. Causal binding. Chains intertwining causal links, sealing non-chi abilities. 8. Formless void. Analyzing weaknesses, guaranteeing counterattacks, immune to causative attacks. 9. Proxy of the All-King. Temporarily embodying the will of the All-King. Possessing a fraction of the All-King's powers, rectifying aberrant universes, with permission. 10. Conceptual summoning. Retrieving rule-class items, such as All-King snacks, summoning abstract entities, time sprites. 11. Consciousness interference. Influencing biological instincts, such as a criminal's remorse. Implanting cognitive filters, humans unable to gaze upon the divine. Copying All-King's abilities. 1. Existence erasure. Effortlessly deleting any existence, life forms, matter, concepts, causal chains. Irreversible, except for the Super Dragon Pearl. 2. Reality reconstruction. Rewriting laws, such as gravity, elements, flow of time. 3. Causal negation. Directly generating outcomes, for instance, compelling victory if I desire to win, bypassing logical processes. 4. Conceptual manifestation. Materializing imagination into reality, such as summoning non-existent items, merging abilities. 5. Omniscient observation. Simultaneously viewing all parallel universe scenes, focusing on any detail. 6. Interdimensional summoning. Instantly transporting beings from multiple universes to specified locations. 7. Multiversal extraction. Drawing items, energy, or abilities from different universes for personal use. 8. Dimensional traversal. Freely navigating through the main universe, future universes, and the mental time house. 9. Starlight impact. Releasing golden stardust energy, disintegrating matter upon contact. 10. Rule domain. Expanding a domain to enforce specific rules, such as nullifying all attacks. 11. Causal chains. locking the target's causal chain, preventing evasion of the All-King's will, such as guaranteed attacks. 12. Absolute defense. No attack can touch the essence, immune to harm on a rule level. 13. Cognitive assimilation. Beings instinctively obey the All-King's will. Resistance leads to erasure. 14. Emotional manifestation. Emotions triggering universe-scale phenomena. 15. Miniaturization ray. Reducing the target to doll-sized, easily transportable form. 16. Clone creation. Infinite replication of oneself, each clone possessing equivalent authority. 17. Familiar summoning. Calling forth fantastical creatures, such as three-headed six-winged star dragons, for companionship. 18. Rule incarnation. A collective of countless rules within the universe. As long as the universe endures, the physical form remains intact, and the rules persist, the body will not perish. 19. Authority bestowal. The ability to grant others the power to disrupt and create rules. Will the system, the rule incarnation, affect the host? Ding. No, it will not, host. Any copied abilities will not alter the host's original appearance or form. At this moment, Bardisk felt an unparalleled sense of well-being, a comfort he had never experienced before. His body felt immensely powerful, and the transformation into Super Saiyan 7, which had previously eluded him, now seemed effortless. He sensed that if he wished, he could easily transform into Super Saiyan 8 or 9, feeling no constraints within him whatsoever. While Bardisk remained deep in thought, the Grand Minister cast a keen glance in his direction, sensing an inexplicable aura about Bardisk that resembled that of the Omni King. Moreover, he could perceive the support of the cosmos for the principles at play. What a stowaway, with a flick of their staffs. Whis and Beerus conjured the images of the recent events before them. Understanding the situation, the Grand Minister intended to escort the Omni King back, as there was little left to attend to here. If necessary, the Omni King could erase this universe entirely. Your Majesty, shall we return? The Grand Minister respectfully inquired. But I have not yet had my fill of fun, exclaimed the Omni King, soaring towards Bardisk. What is your name? I feel a peculiar affinity towards you. Your recent display of combat was rather thrilling. Greetings, Your Majesty. I am Bardisk Saiyan. I am quite formidable. Bardisk replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Beerus rushed over, attempting to restrain Bardisk, but found himself utterly unable to do so. Trembling, he bowed and apologized. My apologies, Your Majesty. It is my oversight for not managing the universe properly. He timidly raised his gaze to the Omni King. With a mere grunt and a glance from the Omni King, Beerus immediately fell silent, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Did I grant you permission to speak? The fear rendered Beerus even more tremulous. Very well, Your Majesty. Please do not frighten Lord Beerus. Bardisk said nonchalantly. There is nothing amiss. You may all return. Aside from the Grand Minister, everyone else was taken aback. The Grand Minister realized his earlier perception had not been mistaken. The God of Destruction was currently unable to best even a stowaway. How could he possibly fulfill the duties of destruction in the universe? A year later, a power tournament was to be held in the Void Realm, where all gods of destruction and their respective universes would compete. Each god of destruction was required to participate, with 9 representatives from each universe, totaling 10 slots per universe. The universe that loses will be erased. However, the top 3 universes in terms of average combat strength will be spared from obliteration. What are your thoughts, Lord Zeno? Quite agreeable. Lord Zeno responded with a smile. Yes, Lord Zeno. Beerus and Kampa echoed in unison. What rewards await for your victory, Lord Zeno? Baptiste inquired, casting a glance at Zeno. What would be a fitting reward? Zeno pondered, lowering his head in contemplation before looking to the Grand Minister for guidance. The Grand Minister immediately understood Kampa's intention. I hear you are collecting the Super Dragon Balls? Kampa bent slightly and replied, Indeed, Great Minister. Why not use the Super Dragon Balls as a reward? The Grand Minister suggested, addressing Lord Zeno. Yet, Lord Zeno turned his gaze towards Baptiste, saying, Brother Baptiste, you must participate. I eagerly anticipate your arrival. Certainly, Lord Zeno. I will definitely attend. Baptiste replied, his eyes bright with enthusiasm. May I bring my family along? He added, looking at Zeno. Of course, Zeno affirmed, then turned to the Grand Minister, who continued, the participation of the Supreme Kai and other spectators from the 12 universes is permitted. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kais, Shin was drenched in cold sweat. He had been caught glancing at the proceedings, and the Grand Minister occasionally glanced in his direction. He had never imagined such formidable gods existed in this world. Initially, when Majin Buu was released, he had failed to react. However, as he continued to observe, he discovered that the evil skinny Beerus had been consumed by Batisque. Even during the subsequent observation of the fat Beerus, right until Beerus's arrival, he remained unfazed. Yet, the ensuing battle left him utterly astonished, overwhelmed by the immense divine power and the battle energy radiating from Beerus's confrontation with Black Beerus. Hearing the blue-skinned dwarf mention the tournament of power among the 12 universes bewildered him. He was utterly unaware, and no one had informed him. After the Grand Minister spoke, he looked at Lord Zeno, who said, "Lord Zeno, it is time for us to return." Upon hearing this, Zeno gazed at him with a reluctant expression. He understood it was time to depart, yet he was loath to leave. Thus he spoke, "Great Minister, there is still no one to oversee the punishment division, correct? Let Batisque take on that role. He need not remain in the Zeno Palace." "Indeed, very well," the Grand Minister replied, turning to Batisque. "It seems we shall be colleagues from now on. I look forward to working with you." "Thank you, Lord Zeno. I look forward to your guidance as well, Great Minister." As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming divine power surged from across the universe and instantaneously flooded into Batisque's being. Although he had previously replicated skills and abilities, he had not received a boost in divine power. Now, this divine force rapidly enhanced Batisque's divine energy. With a crack, he shattered the 4th realm of divinity and ascended to the 5th realm. A terrifying aura surged forth, lifting Beerus and Kappa off the ground. Whis and Beerus also struggled to withstand the force. This overwhelming pressure came and went swiftly, restoring tranquility in a matter of moments. "It seems the Great Punisher won't be able to participate in the tournament of power," the Grand Minister remarked with a smile, causing Lord Zeno to look quite dejected. However, he quickly added, "But you can come to observe." Batisque replied with a smile, "Yes, Lord Zeno, I will certainly be there to watch." Lord Zeno then joyfully danced with excitement. He and Batisque clasped hands, and afterward, he placed his hand on his attendant's shoulder, bidding farewell to Batisque before he and the Grand Minister transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 16, The Gathering of the Masses. "Lord Beerus, I am unable to attend the assembly. It'll be up to you now. A year is still quite ample, and I believe you could train my son," Batisque said, gazing at Beerus. "While I must concede that your offspring are remarkable, a year is rather insufficient." With that, Beerus fell into contemplation. "Beerus, we must return to prepare. We cannot afford to waste more time here. I certainly do not wish to be erased," Champa remarked, looking intently at Beerus. "Are we not dining?" Batisque inquired, his stomach beginning to grumble. Although he could forego a meal now, the sensation of emptiness was quite uncomfortable. Champa quickly shook his head. "My lord, the Grand Minister, let it be. He is not in the frame of mind to eat. It is best to return to training so we can find peace of mind. Bardas, let's head back," placing both hands on Bardas's shoulders as they walked. "Very well, Champa. And now, Lord Beerus, farewell to you all." He nodded and transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the horizon. As Beerus watched Champa disappear, a sense of helplessness washed over him. Had he known, he would have trained a group already. Was he expected to lead a band of children into battle during a God of Destruction brawl? Even if the gods of destruction scorned fighting mortals, the aftermath of battle would not discriminate between the esteemed and the insignificant. "Oh, Beerus, still lost in thought? You should eat first. The ship will certainly find its course," Batisque said, ushering his 2 sons and 3 women towards the dining area. "What good is it to ponder without sustenance? Did you forget someone?" Beerus observed Batisque heading towards the food and shouted, "You fool! Are you not concerned? We will all be erased, and you still have the luxury of dining? Lord Whis, be respectful. Lord Batisque is now on par with the Grand Minister. Be cautious, or you may find yourself on the receiving end of a punishment. Lord Batisque and his family shall not face erasure." Upon hearing this, Beerus momentarily halted. "Lord Beerus, I shall also partake in the meal. I did not eat enough at noon. It is fortuitous that I can have another meal." Whis followed suit. "Fools! How can this be tolerated? All of you are imbeciles," Beerus bellowed, his body betraying his frustration. In the end, they would all face annihilation. So it was indeed wise to savor their final moments. Turning back to Beerus, Batisque reassured him, "Come now, are you not the mightiest god of destruction? What is there to fear? You can easily dominate the entire scene." At Batisque's words, cold sweat trickled down Beerus' brow. "Fool, no matter how strong I am, I cannot withstand the combined might of 11 gods of destruction. Do not fret, Beerus. On Earth, there exists a room of spirit and time. One day outside equals a year within. There will be more than enough time. After we finish eating, take the children inside to train. Just 10 of them. and I will ensure you are victorious in the contest. Arriving at the grand dining table, it was already laden with an array of exquisite dishes, while robots stood nearby, presenting the culinary delights. The rich aroma tantalized everyone's taste buds. At this moment, Beerus chose to remain silent. The group settled down and began to feast. Dieter also found a spot and started to eat, disregarding everything else. It had been days since he had last eaten his fill. Had he not been starved? How could he have possibly struggled against a mere, newly transformed Black Goku? Dieter, you should accompany Beerus to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. I believe that upon your emergence, you will be remarkably strong, and then we can address the future matters. Beerus spoke to Big T. All right. Thank you, Grandpa. Though Big T felt a sense of urgency, he was acutely aware that his family no longer existed. Presently, he would only be a burden. It would be wiser to train and acquire some self-defense capabilities. Beerus furrowed his brow, realizing he needed to keep a close watch on Bra. In the original narrative, Vegeta was particularly fond of Bra, but now their father-daughter bond was entirely severed. It was quite the headache. With a snap of his fingers, a shadowy figure appeared from behind, catching Beerus's attention. Beerus reassured. No need to be alarmed. This is one of my subordinates from the Shadow Brigade. Go fetch Vegeta. Bardock, Kakarot, Android 20, Raditz, Chi-Chi Bra, and Majin Buu. Leave him outside. Remember to be gentle. Beerus commanded. The shadowy figure gradually disappeared, and 7 shadows swiftly proceeded towards their designated targets. Beerus, these individuals are exceptional talents. With them, the upcoming tournament will surely be secure, Beerus declared, taking a hearty bite of chicken leg. The best scenario indeed, Beerus remarked after finishing a chicken morsel, eliciting laughter from the crowd. What are you all laughing at? Beerus asked, somewhat exasperated. It's merely chicken. Isn't it something everyone eats? Whis interjected, ahem, Lord Beerus, that is a chicken, but it is not appropriate for consumption. It can be quite unsanitary. After a brief pause, Beerus's face flushed with embarrassment. How could such a thing appear on the dining table? No more laughter. I actually found it quite palatable. All right, let this out. Beerus announced, as Bulma and the others leisurely enjoyed the feast. Bulma raised her glass of red wine, exclaiming, let's congratulate my husband on becoming the Grand Executioner. Congratulations to Dad, congratulations to my husband, and congratulations to Brother Beerus. Beerus looked at the group with joy, raising his glass in gratitude, feeling truly blessed. He couldn't help but reflect how such treatment was absent in his past life. I must protect all of this. As the evening progressed, with drinks flowing and dishes savored, the gathering became increasingly lively. Bulma took their 2 children to rest, while Kuna, feeling her own inadequacy after the earlier battle, headed to the simulation room for training. Whis and Beerus indulged in sweets, as gods often have an insatiable appetite. Beerus shook his head in bemusement, glancing at Lazuli, who was now peacefully asleep in a chair, her breathing steady. Beerus lifted Lazuli and carried her toward the bedroom. Lazuli's body was soft and light, making her embrace quite pleasant. Her fair thighs and subtly visible collarbone, contrasted by the deep crevice, stirred Beerus's emotions. Sensing someone lifting her, Lazuli squinted to catch a glimpse, realizing it was Beerus. Her body instinctively softened further, igniting a sense of nervousness. What was his intention? Should she resist? But could she even overpower him? What if not resisting seemed too casual, especially since they had only known each other for a day? Batik felt that Lazuli had awakened, yet he refrained from mentioning it. Gently placing her on the bed, he seemed reluctant to disturb the sleeping beauty and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a delicate hand grasped Batik as he was about to depart, and Lazuli herself was astonished by her own audacity. After a moment's contemplation, she pondered whether it was truly possible for her not to be moved by such a formidable man. Action spoke louder than words. With this thought, she rose and kissed Batik. The unexpected ambush caught him off guard, and he felt the softness of her lips and the clumsiness of her tongue. Resistance seemed futile. Allow me to guide you in the art of passion, he thought. With both hands on her shoulders, he pressed Lazuli beneath him, fervently seeking her warmth. From a soft gasp to exquisite sounds, Batik commenced his assault, akin to commanding an army of millions. After a thorough assessment, he decided to attack from the center, aiming directly for the heart. First, he shattered barriers and ascended to new heights, ultimately leading his forces to seize the high ground. After several hours of intense struggle, Lazuli gasped for breath, her vitality waning. Observing her current state and reminiscing about their recent intimacy, Batik felt unfulfilled and initiated yet another round of fervor. Princess Bulma, what brings you to summon your subordinate? Bardock inquired, glancing at Bulma, who lounged in the sun. Beside her stood a delicate female Saiyan kind, who had insisted on accompanying Bardock to see Goku after learning of his summons. "Oh, it's Bardock and kind. Please wait a moment. Batik is currently occupied and has yet to rise," Bulma replied. "Very well," Bardock said, not probing further. Mimicking Bulma, he propped up an umbrella and reclined in the chair, donning a pair of glasses to rest his eyes, while Kind sat quietly beside him. Suddenly, the ghostly soldier appeared, accompanied by 3 children. The ghostly soldier was a familiar figure. Summoned by the king through unknown means, it had often been the means by which Saiyans vanquished formidable foes. Bardock knew well of its strength, as he had never triumphed over it alongside the Emperor. However, he had seen little of the ghostly soldier after transforming into Super Red. "Mom, why did Dad have the ghostly soldier bring us back? I was just about to summon the dragon." Bra pouted, clearly displeased. "Mom, what is that? Can it be eaten? Is this your home? It's so big. Is there food?" Goku, having just emerged from a fierce battle, was ravenous. "Foolish Goku." A bemused snap of Bulma's fingers summoned a troop of robots bearing a dining table, which quickly filled with delectable dishes. This was a precaution Bulma had taken, ensuring that Batik would not go hungry after training, as a brigade of chefs was always on standby. "Wow, I won't hold back," Goku exclaimed, saliva pooling as he dashed towards the feast. Bardock observed Goku, his face bearing a striking resemblance to his own, and felt a tumult of emotions. Having been preoccupied with the development of the Saiyan army, he had only managed to steal a glance at Goku from afar. He had not seen him since learning that Princess Bra was accompanying him on an adventure. "Goku, wait for me," Chi-Chi called out, fear evident in her voice as she hurried after him. She was initially having dinner at home with her father when a shadowy figure informed her that she was to accompany them to find Goku, to which she readily agreed without a second thought. "Bardock, look, it's Goku," exclaimed Chi-Chi, her face alight with joy. Let us go take a look," Bardock replied, and without hesitation, he moved towards them, while Chi-Chi was already brimming with anticipation. As Goku was enjoying his meal, he suddenly noticed 2 figures approaching him but paid them no mind. However, Chi-Chi, feeling anxious, leaned closer and whispered in Goku's ear, "Goku, that person looks just like you." "Really? I don't know how I resemble him. I don't recognize him." Goku innocently continued to eat. "Goku, look, that woman is crying," Chi-Chi remarked again. Before Goku could respond, Bardock, observing the young Goku devouring his food, exclaimed, "Kakarot, I am your father. This is your mother." Wiping his mouth, Goku tilted his head and asked, "What is a father? What is a mother?" "And I'm not Kakarot. My name is Son Goku." Bardock felt a pang of frustration. With tears in her eyes, Chi-Chi embraced Kakarot tightly, saying, "Oh, my child, you have suffered so much. Your father and I had no idea. You must have endured a great deal." "Not at all. I'm very happy. I meet strong fighters every day. I'm always battling, and that makes me joyful," he replied, throwing a few punches in the air, which made Chi-Chi's eyes well up even more. After some explanation regarding his parents, Son Goku finally understood. Kakarot, why is your battle power so low? Allow your father to teach you," Bardock stated with a serious tone. After all, he was among the top 5 warriors of the Vegeta army. His son being so weak was unacceptable. Raditz had nearly become a Super Saiyan under his training. Upon hearing this, Goku felt a surge of excitement and assumed a fighting stance. "All right, I'm ready." The essence of a Saiyan's battling spirit never wavers. Watching her husband and son, Chi-Chi sighed in exasperation. "Goku, be careful," Chi-Chi warned. "Don't worry, I'll be fine," Goku reassured her. "Hello, you must be Goku's friend. I'm delighted that Goku has such a friend as you. My name is Chi-Chi, Goku's mother." Chi-Chi gently approached. "Hello, Aunt Chi-Chi. I am Goku's girlfriend. And when I grow up, I want to marry Goku." Chi-Chi was taken aback by the boldness of this little pink girl. How could Goku, at such a young age, have a girlfriend? Yet she felt a sense of joy and affection as she tousled the girl's hair. Bulma, observing their sparring, took out the Dragon Balls. "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish." The 7 Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light, and a mysterious energy began to swell within the space. The once azure sky was rapidly cloaked by a massive black curtain, thick clouds roiling and converging. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap resonated, and a majestic figure gradually materialized from the horizon. It was the Dragon of Earth, possessing a long, serpentine body, each green scale shimmering with an ethereal glow, as if harboring boundless mysterious power. Its whiskers danced in the wind, and within its regal eyes lay an omniscient gaze that seemed to perceive all things. As it swayed its body, the surrounding air trembled, and an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the atmosphere, instilling a deep sense of reverence. The deep and resonant voice of the divine dragon reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Gather Dragon Balls. Little one, articulate your wish. Any desire shall be fulfilled. How annoying. Do you not realize I'm trying to sleep? Roared Beerus, his fury echoing. The colossal dragon halted mid-flight and hastily replied, Esteemed Lord Beerus, I did not anticipate your presence here. Please forgive my intrusion at such heights. I am truly sorry. You startled me. Should I have consulted the almanac before venturing out? Bulma turned to her daughter, Bra, who was gazing at the purple feline. Who are you? You shall not frighten my dragon. I have yet to complete my wish. Observing this, Bulma stood and interjected, Lord Beerus, she is my daughter, spoiled since childhood by Beerus. I hope you will not take offense. Bra's words only served to amplify Beerus' ire, and upon hearing how excessively Beerus had indulged her, he fell momentarily silent. With a disdainful huff, he muttered, I hardly concern myself with the whims of a child. Careful, Lord Beerus, lest you invoke Beerus' wrath, was remarked with a playful smile, relishing the sight of Beerus in a flustered state. It had been ages since he had witnessed such a spectacle. Enough prattle, Beerus retorted, lying back down to resume his slumber. The dragon inquired, Do you still wish to make a wish? Bra eagerly replied, Yes, indeed. I desire a culinary robot chef, the finest of its kind. The dragon's eyes gleamed with a crimson light. Your wish is exceedingly simple. A robot materialized beside Bra. A voice from the heavens proclaimed, Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With a wave, Beerus took his leave. The dragon, trembling with reverence, instantaneously transformed into 7 beams of light and dispersed. Beerus observed the system notification. Ding. Copy successful. 1. Miracle power. The ability to realize all wishes. The greater one's own strength, the more potent the wishes granted. 2. Reverse wish power. The capacity to generate negative energy inversely proportional to the strength of the wish, harboring the terrifying energy to annihilate matter across all realms. Regrettably, only 2 powers were granted. Nonetheless, they proved quite useful. Beerus turned gently to gaze at the peacefully slumbering lazily, remarking to himself how enchanting she was. Chapter 17. Departure to the Spirit Time Chamber. A gentle breeze caressed the desolate land, where towering, dilapidated buildings bore testimony to a previously advanced civilization. Zama stood shackled by dark chains, exclaiming, Beerus, why do you impede me? I was on the verge of annihilating them. Dressed in a black combat suit, Beerus disdainfully retorted, I will be pleased if you could converse civilly, but your tone is most displeasing. A tremendous pressure emanated from Beerus, overwhelming Zama's, who felt as fragile as paper, collapsing to the ground in defeat. I understand now, my apologies, he conceded as the pressure subsided, wiping the blood from his lips. He accepted a senzabine tossed his way by Beerus. Consume this. A slap followed by a sweet date. Beerus was quite familiar with the art of persuasion. Had Zama's not retained some utility, he would have been obliterated long ago. The destruction of Bulma and Android 18 of this world would suffice for him to perish hundreds of times over. I have successfully gathered the Dragon Balls of the 7th universe. Hasten to retrieve the Dragon Balls from Universe 6. Do not let me down, or you shall face the consequences. Beerus' smile was directed towards Zamasu, who trembled at the sight. The first time he encountered Beerus, he had been wielding Beerus' body to hold the slain Bra. Upon Beerus' arrival, he was humiliated, crushed underfoot, and commanded to collect the Dragon Balls. The sheer force was overwhelming. He feigned compliance, gathering the Zamasu who had recently swapped bodies with Goku, along with several fused Zamasus, hoping to unite against Beerus, only to be obliterated. After witnessing the demise of several fused Zamasus, he and Black Goku became subdued. Who would have imagined that the immortality granted by the Super Dragon Balls could be so easily undone? Subsequently, he continued to gather Dragon Balls while executing plans against humanity. Beerus observed the fused Zamasu, initially expecting this worthless being to resist him once more. Were it not for the need for this fool to traverse the cosmos in search of the Dragon Balls, he would not have sought out Zamasu at all. Although formidable, he was still incapable of transporting the Dragon Balls from Universe 6 to Universe 7. Watching Zamasu vanish, Beerus gazed towards the horizon. Wait for me, Bulma, Android 18. And Kona, I shall resurrect you all. No one shall stand in my way. And you, Grand Minister, I shall ensure your demise. You hypocritical deities. On another front, Beerus looked at the slumbering Razali and gently kissed her cheek. Startled awake, Razali shifted positions and continued to sleep, her snow-white legs sprawling. After covering her properly, Badisk rose and exited the room. That black chain, why does it evoke such a familiar sensation? Wasn't it Zamasu and Black Goku in the original tale? How is it that I have also been usurped? The Super Dragon Balls are indeed terrifying. System, how could I be usurped? Ding. Do not worry, host. The Super Dragon Balls cannot usurp the host. A realization dawned upon Badisk. It was likely that the dark counterpart lacked a system, hence the body takeover. However, from what I can discern, it is still me. I comprehend the Super Saiyan 4th transformation, but that subsequent voice. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. No one can harm my family. Father, when shall we commence our training? That Beerus seems to spend all his time either sleeping or eating. He shows no sense of urgency. Lin Fan remarked in disbelief. At that moment, Bardock knelt before Badisk, having set Goku down and reverently inquired, Your Majesty, what commands you have for me? I am at your service. Goku, with a naive expression, asked, Daddy, who is this uncle and why is he kneeling? Chi-Chi, exasperated, ruffled Goku's hair. Goku, this is our king, and we must show him respect. You must serve him well in the future. But can serving him fill my belly? Goku remained oblivious. Badisk laughed heartily. The Shadow Soldiers, accompanied by Android 20, Razali, and Vegeta, approached Badisk and respectfully stated, Your Majesty, we have brought everyone. Excellent. You may retreat, Badisk commanded as the shadow faded away. Beerus, that specter, possesses immense strength. Whis remarked, Indeed, Lord Beerus. Greetings, Beerus. It is time to take the children for their training. Otherwise, should we fail, we risk erasure, Bardock addressed Beerus. Understood, understood. Beerus lazily rose from his recliner. Vegeta, initially elated at the prospect of training with Bardock, was soon overwhelmed with trepidation upon seeing Beerus, wishing to vanish instantly. Consequently, he dared not exhibit any presence. Noticing Vegeta's demeanor, Dubra scratched his head, pondering how his father could appear so anxious. He recalled his mother speaking of his father's pride and arrogance, unaware of any nervous disposition. At this moment, Android 17 had yet to undergo modification, likely to happen in the coming days. However, it mattered little, should the need arise. Android 20 could assist with the transformation. Bardock then explained to those unaware of the Tournament of Power, Next, you shall accompany Lord Beerus to a location for extensive training. Hello, Goku. I sense all of you are formidable, exclaimed Bardock. Videl, please escort Beerus and the others to the hyperbolic time chamber. Ensure they behave. Although I trust them, I fear they may cause mischief and not focus on their training. Bulma, make sure to train diligently inside. And you too, Budik. Understood, mother. Bra responded cheerfully. Meanwhile, Budik embraced Bulma, reluctant to part ways. All right, let's not delay any further. Broly is still training in the sacred world. Remember to inform him of the situation when you arrive. Bardock urged. Kono wished to accompany them, but was gently restrained by Bardock. Fear not, my dear. I shall assist you in your training later. There is no need to join them now. Upon hearing this, Kono reluctantly bid farewell to Lin Fan. Beerus led the group as they soared towards the sacred world. Jine, too, felt a pang of sorrow at parting with her son, justifying her presence as a means to care for him, and thus accompanied her daughter-in-law, Chi-Chi. Bardock, unperturbed, recognized that the food within the hyperbolic time chamber, though mostly instant, required preparation. Having someone to assist was advantageous. After bidding farewell to the others, Bardock embraced Kona and Bulma. Shall we not train ourselves, my dear wives? Bulma feigned annoyance. But it is still daytime. Blushing and with a racing heart, she offered no resistance. Kona, however, was indifferent, having long surrendered her heart and soul to this captivating, powerful man. Meanwhile, androids 17 and 20 exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. A shadowy figure emerged, whisking away androids 20 and 17 to a laboratory, where they were informed, this will be your experimental facility. From now on, your funding will be our responsibility. Request whatever you need. Android 20 felt elated, realizing that his experiments could continue unhindered after being disrupted by Goku and Bra, which had left him financially strained. What fortune! Just as I was in need, assistance arrives. The shadowy figure addressed Android 17. If you wish to grow stronger, accompany Android 20 in his experiments. He possesses the means to enhance your power. Though Android 17 had initially contemplated caring for animals, the looming threat of erasure from competition spurred him to agree to join Android 20 in his endeavors. Chapter 18. The Great Demon King Bick. The Heavenly Palace. The deity and Bobo had been waiting here for some time. Broly was meditating deep within the temple, as the deity intended to cultivate him as the next god. However, Broly had failed the assessment. The group descended upon the heavenly palace. This was indeed the realm of Beerus. The environment was quite splendid. The few newcomers, upon arriving at the expansive platform, gazed around in curiosity. The deity was sweating profusely, acutely aware that Beerus's divine position surpassed his own. "Hey, you there, deity? Where's the room of time? Let us there," Beerus called out without hesitation. The deity hastened to comply, arriving before them at an extraordinary speed. "Please follow me." Upon reaching the entrance of the room of time, he pointed. "This door leads to it." He wanted to warn them that they could only stay for 2 days, but upon noticing Broly meditating and sensing his formidable power, he hesitated. "Hey, you there, kid? Come in and train with us," Beerus declared with an air of arrogance. Lin Fan looked at Broly. "Uncle Broly, let us train together." Broly slowly opened his eyes, meeting Beerus's gaze, as the fervor within him began to boil. At my current strength, entering would serve little purpose. Seeing Broly's refusal, Beerus became displeased. Who did he think he was? The god of destruction. "Kid, don't assume that a little power gives you the right to act tough." Broly, incensed by his words, unleashed a fearsome punch towards Beerus, who effortlessly blocked it. "Not bad. You have some spirit," he remarked, delivering a swift blow that sent Broly flying. Broly rose, his rage igniting, as a terrifying aura radiated from him. In an instant, he engaged Beerus in combat again, but was swiftly subdued by a single chop from Beerus, losing his Super Saiyan transformation. He stood up defiantly, unwilling to back down. "This one is a promising prospect. Born to be a god of destruction," Beerus acknowledged. "Come now, let's train together. Under my guidance, you will become even stronger." Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, exhilarated by the previous battle, though he endeavored to conceal his excitement. Bra observed the unfamiliar Saiyan. "What are you doing? Why are you trembling? Don't panic. You've encountered me." Vegeta, noticing the girl who stood half a head taller than him, awkwardly scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. "Ah, I didn't notice you. Oomph. Move over there." Bra replied, ennuyé. Just then, a sudden push from Deet sent Vegeta tumbling on a Bra, one hand bracing against the ground and the other touching a small mound. "Ah, Bra squelette. My apologies, I was startled," Vegeta said, his face flushed. "Are you not getting up? How long do you intend to stay in that position?" "I'll get up now." As he shifted, Deet's rear accidentally collided with him, causing Vegeta to grasp Bra's tail instinctively. A strange sensation overwhelmed Bra, her face turning crimson, feeling utterly weak, even struggling to speak. "Quickly get up." Deet looked on with joy, witnessing the affection shared between Vegeta's parents. In the past, I occasionally heard the phrase that my father was as dense as wood. Had she not taken the initiative, I would have never known when this wooden figure would come to his senses. Now that he is here to assist, I suppose my father would awaken to understanding quite early. Beerus gazed on in silence. "Well, let us proceed." As they pushed open the grand door, a wave of scorching heat rushed towards them, the thin air relentlessly assaulting their lungs. Beerus and Whis felt little discomfort, yet Chi-Chi and Jine were not faring as well. Bardock gently supported Jine, offering words of comfort. "Are you all right?" Jine shook her head, indicating she was fine. Before long, they acclimated to the harsh environment. Beerus commenced his battle with Broly, while Whis began instructing the others. Deep beneath the vast and boundless sea, the tranquil and mysterious ocean floor lay silent, only occasionally disturbed by fish gliding through the stillness. The Pilaf trio, aboard their somewhat dilapidated submarine, eagerly searched for treasures hidden below. "Asu, are you certain there are treasures here?" Xiao Wu questioned, her brow furrowed with skepticism. Asu scratched his head, brimming with confidence as he replied, "Worry not, Xiao Wu. I have received credible information that extraordinary treasures lie beneath these waters." At that moment, the submarine's lights illuminated a peculiar white object, radiating an eerie glow ahead. Asu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Look quickly! What is that?" They approached cautiously, discovering a rice cooker adorned with a seal. Pilaf's eyes glimmered with avarice. "This might just be a treasure. We must take it back." Thus, Asu and Xiao Wu maneuvered the mechanical arms of the submarine, securely grasping the rice cooker and ascending from the ocean depths. Upon reaching the shore, the trio eagerly retrieved the rice cooker from the submarine. Asu curiously examined the strange vessel, stretching out his hand to tear off the seal. Suddenly, a strange mist billowed forth from the rice cooker, causing the three to stumble back in fright, nearly losing their balance. As the fog gradually dissipated, an elderly man with green skin and a hunched figure floated out of the cooker, his gaze imbued with boundless malice and authority. What in the world is this? Pilaf stammered, his voice trembling. The elder scoffed, speaking in a low tone. In light of your efforts to free me, I shall reveal my identity. I am King Piccolo. Centuries ago, I was sealed within this rice cooker by the martial artists of that time. Pilaf and Asu exchanged glances, their hearts filled with trepidation. Yet their greed overpowered their fear. Summoning his courage, Pilaf declared, Great King Piccolo, since we have liberated you, you must assist us in conquering the world. Piccolo cast a disdainful glance at them, and suddenly, a golden energy wave shot forth from his hand, grazing Pilaf's ear before crashing into a massive boulder behind him. With a thunderous roar, the stone was obliterated, shattering into countless fragments. Asu and Xiao Wu, trembling in terror, collapsed to their knees. You think you can conquer the world with such feeble resolve? However, a sinister smile curled at the corners of King Piccolo's mouth. In gratitude for your assistance in reclaiming my freedom, I shall bestow upon you some benefits once I conquer the world. But first, reveal to me all that you know about the Dragon Balls. King Piccolo's malevolent gaze swept over the three, instilling such fear in Pilaf that he nearly burst into tears. While Asu's legs trembled uncontrollably, and Xiao clutched Asu's arm tightly. Speak, where are the Dragon Balls? King Piccolo's voice was low and chilling, as though it emanated from the depths of hell. Pilaf stammered, My lord, we are also searching for the Dragon Balls, but we have yet to find them. An irritable glint flickered in King Piccolo's eyes. A bunch of worthless fools. In that case, you serve no purpose. With that, he raised his hand, a dark energy swirling ominously in his palm. No, my lord. Xiao Wu screamed in terror. Just as King Piccolo was about to strike, Pilaf suddenly shouted, Wait, my lord. Although we have not discovered the Dragon Balls, we know of someone who might. King Piccolo halted, narrowing his eyes. Who? Son Goku. Pilaf proclaimed loudly. He was also searching for the Dragon Balls. Perhaps he has found them or knows their whereabouts. King Piccolo sneered, Son Goku. How intriguing. Then you shall lead me to him. Should you dare deceive me, your fate shall be worse than death. The trio of Pilaf dared not refuse and begrudgingly agreed to his command. They guided King Piccolo away from the seaside, embarking on the path to find Son Goku. Throughout the journey, Pilaf inwardly lamented, fully aware that Son Goku was no ordinary adversary. He pondered whether leading King Piccolo to him was a blessing or a curse. For now, they could only take one step at a time. Behind them, King Piccolo schemed on how to acquire the Dragon Balls, restore his youth, and once again dominate the world. His gaze brimmed with ambition and murderous intent, as if he could already envision himself standing atop the world, with all trembling beneath his feet. As they sought Son Goku, Pilaf and his companions remained trembling, hardly daring to breathe. King Piccolo loomed over them like a volcano ready to erupt, exuding a chilling aura that rendered them breathless. Pilaf stole a furtive glance at King Piccolo, silently lamenting his fate. He had initially envisioned summoning a helper to conquer the world, yet inadvertently summoned an uncontrollable demon instead. My lord, just ahead lies Master Roshi's abode. Son Goku frequently appears here, Pilaf said, mustering his courage. King Piccolo snorted dismissively and quickened his pace. Upon arriving at Master Roshi's dwelling, they found the old master reclining in a chair in the yard. Sensing something amiss, Master Roshi lifted his head and, upon seeing King Piccolo, his expression shifted to one of wariness. Who are you? What brings you here? Pilaf, cowering behind King Piccolo, stuttered, Where is Son Goku? This is King Piccolo. He seeks the Dragon Balls. Goku was taken by a ghostly figure yesterday. Master Roshi exclaimed. The Dragon Balls? The turtle hermit scratched his head, pondering. What is it that you seek the Dragon Balls for? Stepping forward, the Demon King Piccolo replied menacingly, Old man, spare me your prattle. Hand over the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, or else this turtle house and everyone within shall perish. As he spoke, he conjured a sphere of dark energy, warping the very air around him with its malevolent force. The turtle hermit's expression shifted, rising to confront Piccolo, fully aware of the formidable threat he posed. Having been sealed away by Master Roshi in the past, his release certainly heralded ill intentions. Yet, the turtle hermit managed to smile, clenching his fists defiantly. Whatever your plans may be, you must first defeat me if you wish to lay waste to the turtle house. With that declaration, a surge of white energy erupted from him, tousling his hair and garments. Piccolo regarded the old man with disdain. You think you can stand against me? Before the last syllable escaped his lips, the dark energy sphere shot forth like a cannonball towards the turtle hermit. In a swift motion, the turtle hermit evaded the attack, reappearing behind Piccolo to deliver a powerful punch. Piccolo, however, reacted with remarkable speed, turning to block the blow with his arm, though the tremendous impact forced him to stagger back a few steps. Seizing the moment, the turtle hermit discreetly urged the Pilaf gang. What are you waiting for? Quickly find a way to alert Tien and the others. Piccolo is far too powerful. We need reinforcements. The Pilaf trio snapped back to reality, retreating cautiously before turning to flee. Meanwhile, the battle between the turtle hermit and Piccolo intensified, causing explosions to erupt within the turtle house, sending waves of energy surging outward. The Pilaf gang fled in a panic, the cacophony of explosions and howling winds behind them signaling the fierce clash between Son Goku and the Demon King Piccolo. This is a disaster. Can the turtle hermit truly contend with Piccolo? Xiao Wu gasped, her voice laced with anxiety and fear. If only Goku were here. Ashu's face turned pale, his steps faltering. How was I to know? Had I known such a terrifying being would be unleashed, I would have never torn that seal. Pilaf gritted his teeth, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Stop dawdling. Finding Tien and the others is our priority. Otherwise, we might face utter annihilation. The trio sprinted onward, eventually arriving at a bustling town. The marketplace was alive with activity, throngs of people bustling about, merchants shouting their wares. Pilaf, disregarding all else, seized a passerby, inquiring urgently, "Have you seen Tien?" The startled individual shook their head repeatedly in response. In a moment of inspiration, Ashu dashed to the center of the marketplace, bellowing, "Tien! Tien, where are you? Piccolo has emerged, and the world is in peril." His shout captivated the attention of the crowd, drawing puzzled and fearful glances from all around. Just then, a clear voice emerged from the throng, asking, "What is this about the Demon King Piccolo? What has transpired?" The Pilaf gang turned to see Tien and Kairatsu standing a short distance away. Seeing them was like a beacon of hope. Pilaf rushed forward, breathlessly exclaiming, "Tien, it's bad news. We have unleashed the formidable Demon King Piccolo, who is now in search of the Dragon Balls and has engaged in combat with Master Roshi. We must hurry to assist." Tien's brow furrowed, his expression grave. The Demon King Piccolo? He has truly been released. Kairatsu clenched his fists in anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Tien instructed Pilaf and his companions, "You should hide for now. We will handle this." With that, he and Kairatsu swiftly darted towards Master Roshi's abode. Pilaf and his companions found a concealed corner to take refuge, while I trembled in fear. Will they be able to defeat the Demon King Piccolo? Pilaf and Shu exchanged glances, their silence betraying their own uncertainty, and they could only silently pray for Master Roshi and Tien's success. Meanwhile, at Master Roshi's house, the battle between him and the Demon King Piccolo had reached a fever pitch. Piccolo's power far exceeded expectations, though Master Roshi fought valiantly with his indomitable spirit and agility. He gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Just as Piccolo prepared to deliver a fatal blow, Tien and Kairatsu arrived. Tien and Kairatsu rushed to Master Roshi's dwelling, only to be greeted by devastation. The house lay in ruins, dust swirling about, while Master Roshi and Piccolo radiated energy fiercely, the powerful shockwaves causing nearby trees to bend and sway. Tien's gaze sharpened, and he quickly formed a hand seal before exclaiming, "Kikaho!" In an instant, he and Kairatsu soared into the air towards the battlefield. Piccolo sensed their new energy and turned his gaze toward Tien, an expression of disdain crossing his face. Two more fools come to meet their demise? Tien ignored his taunts, swiftly crossing his hands in intricate motions, gathering blue energy in his palms. Solar flare. In that moment, a blinding light erupted from his hands, forcing Piccolo to instinctively shut his eyes. Seizing this opportunity, Master Roshi concentrated all his power. Kamehameha, a colossal golden dragon, infused with boundless energy, roared towards the Demon King Piccolo. As the light faded, Piccolo opened his eyes to confront the oncoming Kamehameha, not daring to underestimate it. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of black energy to collide with the golden dragon. Boom! The tremendous explosion shook the very earth, a mushroom cloud of dust ascending into the sky. As the dust began to settle, it became apparent that while Piccolo had been pushed back several steps, he was not gravely injured. He licked his lips, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Interesting, but you are far from enough." With that, he vanished, transforming into a shadow as he lunged at Tien. Tien swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Piccolo's fist as it grazed his shoulder. Kairatsu seized the moment, pressing his palms together to employ telekinesis in an attempt to restrain Piccolo. However, Piccolo sensed the psychic grip, struggled momentarily, and with a furious roar, unleashed a powerful force that shattered Kaiatsu's control, sending him flying. Kaiatsu! Teen shouted in alarm, rushing to catch his friend. Observing this, Master Roshi launched another attack on Piccolo, as the two exchanged blows mid-air, each collision igniting a series of explosive shockwaves. The Pilaf trio hid at a distance, anxiously observing the fierce battle. Xiaowu clutched Pilaf's arm tightly, her voice tinged with desperation. What if they can't win? If King Piccolo triumphs, what shall we do? Pilaf swallowed hard, forcing himself to appear calm. Don't panic, Tianjin and the others will surely prevail. Ashu trembled beside them, unable to utter a word. The combat intensified, and King Piccolo gradually revealed his terrifying power. Despite the valiant efforts of Master Roshi, Tianjin, and Kaiatsu, they began to show signs of fatigue. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air, and a figure sped towards the game house. As the silhouette drew nearer, it became clear that it was Yachirobe. He bore a large sword and carried a pouch of senza beans at his waist, landing solemnly beside the ruins of the game house. Master Roshi, I'm here, Yachirobe shouted, tossing a senza bean towards Master Roshi. Quick, eat this to regain your strength. Master Roshi caught the bean and, without hesitation, consumed it. Instantly, a warm surge coursed through him, dispelling fatigue and swiftly mending his injuries. He gazed gratefully at Yachirobe. Thank you, Yachirobe. King Piccolo's anger boiled as he beheld Yachirobe's sudden arrival. Another nuisance, he roared. Let's dispose of him, too. With that, he quickly gathered a massive sphere of black energy before him, its ominous power distorting the very fabric of space around it. Behold my ultimate move, the Demon Wave. King Piccolo hurled the energy sphere at the group with ferocity. Master Roshi, Tianjin, and Kaiatsu's expressions shifted dramatically as they desperately attempted to evade. Master Roshi activated the instant transmission technique, darting away at incredible speed, while Tianjin swiftly formed hand seals to divert the energy sphere with his Dodon Ray. Kaiatsu concentrated his mental energy, striving to manipulate the trajectory of the sphere. Yachirobe, undeterred, propelled himself upward with a powerful leap, wielding his sword to unleash a fierce gust of cutting energy aimed at shattering the sphere. Boom! The energy sphere detonated midair, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that surged forth like a tidal wave, uprooting trees and gouging deep trenches into the ground. The remaining structures of the game house were utterly reduced to ashes under the force. Amidst the swirling smoke, King Piccolo cackled maniacally. Ha ha! Perish, all of you! However, as the smoke began to clear, Master Roshi and the others astonishingly remained alive, though they were covered in dirt and bore various wounds. They had narrowly escaped the lethal onslaught. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Master Roshi's eyes. King Piccolo, it seems your tricks have run dry. Now it is my turn. With a deep breath, he gathered his energy, the white aura around him blazing fiercely, causing the ground beneath him to crack under the sheer force. Tianjin and Kaiatsu rallied beside him, ready to engage King Piccolo in a desperate fight once more. Yachirobe gripped his sword tightly, poised to offer support at any moment. The great demon King Piccolo gazed at the reunited quartet, a flicker of unease surging within him. Yet he feigned composure. Humph, fools unaware of their impending doom. Let us witness the extent of your capabilities. An even more intense battle was on the verge of eruption, enveloping the entire area surrounding the Turtle Hermit's abode in a powerful wave of energy and tumultuous sounds of explosions and shouts. No one could foresee the outcome of this clash, but all were acutely aware that this confrontation would dictate the fate of the world. The sea churned violently as a figure sped towards them. It was the returning Yamcha. Sensing the overwhelming aura of battle from afar, he silently lamented the dire situation and hastened to provide support. Master Roshi, I am here to assist you, Yamcha shouted as he joined the fray, slightly crouching and adopting a combat stance, emanating a soft blue aura. The great demon King Piccolo, now confronted with another adversary, grew increasingly grim. With a fierce stomp, the ground fractured instantly, sending countless sharp rocks soaring like arrows towards the group. Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and the others swiftly dodged while Yajirobe swung his sword, shattering the approaching projectiles. Seizing the opportunity amidst Piccolo's assault, Yamcha dashed towards him, delivering a swift right punch aimed at the Demon King's face. Piccolo deftly tilted his head to evade the strike, countering with an elbow jab. Yamcha, quick to react, leaned back just in time to narrowly escape the blow. Meanwhile, Master Roshi circled behind Piccolo during the skirmish, rapidly forming hand seals in preparation to unleash the Kamehameha wave once more. Sensing a shift, Piccolo abruptly turned, gathering dark energy in his hands as he launched an attack simultaneously with Rashi. The golden Kamehameha collided with the black energy, radiating brilliance. While the immense energy wave distorted the air around them, Tien and Kaiatsu were not idle either. Tien swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed the Four Warlords technique, conjuring 4 identical Tien Shinhan from various directions to assault Piccolo. Kaiatsu provided support, using telekinesis to disrupt Piccolo's movements. Yamcha and Yajirobe flanked from either side, with Yamcha executing relentless strikes while Yajirobe wielded his sword with great ferocity. Though surrounded by the four, the great Demon King remained unfazed, employing his formidable strength and vast combat experience to block and evade their attacks, maintaining an equilibrium in the battle. The Pilaf trio watched from a distance, their anxiety palpable. Mai's nails nearly dug into Pilaf's arm. This fight is so intense. Could the great Demon King actually be defeated? Pilaf swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the battlefield. I don't know, but Master Rashi and the others seem to be giving it their all. Perhaps there's a chance. Meanwhile, Shu trembled beside them, murmuring, "Please don't let it involve us." As the battle reached a stalemate, despite Piccolo's overwhelming power, the synergy among Master Rashi's quartet proved formidable, with neither side managing to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Piccolo let out a fierce roar, his dark energy surging uncontrollably. As it appeared he was preparing to unleash an even more devastating attack. The Dark Lord Piccolo was enveloped in a maelstrom of swirling black energy, resembling an abyss poised to consume everything in its path. Suddenly, he raised his hands high above his head, channeling all his might to unleash his ultimate technique. The Turtle Hermit and his companions felt the terrifying aura and tensed, acutely aware that this strike would surpass any they had encountered before. "Everyone be cautious. This move is certainly formidable." The Turtle Hermit warned his allies, while swiftly devising a countermeasure. He inhaled deeply, amplifying his energy to its zenith, as a golden aura blazed around him, illuminating the entire battlefield. Tien, with a resolute gaze, quickly formed hand seals, invoking the Four Witches technique. 4 Tien clones surged towards the Dark Lord Piccolo from various directions, attempting to disrupt his rhythm. Chaozu concentrated all his mental prowess, striving to control Piccolo's movements. Yet the Dark Lord's power rendered Chaozu's efforts seemingly insignificant. Yamcha and Yajirobe, refusing to be outdone, joined the fray. Yamcha unleashed his signature martial arts, launching rapid assaults on Piccolo, while Yajirobe wielded his sword, its blade slicing through the air, seeking to unbalance Piccolo's energy gathering. However, the Dark Lord remained unfazed, disregarding the onslaught around him as he focused intently on consolidating his energy. At last, a colossal sphere of black energy took form in his grasp, exuding an aura of inexorable darkness and destructive force, warping the very fabric of space around it. "Perish!" bellowed Piccolo, hurling the energy sphere towards the group with ferocity. The black sphere, akin to a comet trailing a dark tail, surged forward with annihilating intent. Witnessing this, the Turtle Hermit charged ahead without hesitation, rapidly gathering energy before him. Turtle School, Kamehameha. A golden dragon erupted from his hands, colliding with the black energy sphere midair. In that instant, the world appeared to be illuminated by the clash of these two formidable forces, a dazzling brilliance that rendered the onlookers momentarily blind. Atteindre explosion reverberated. And the ensuing shockwave unleashed a terrifying gale, radiating outward from the epicenter. The ground was upheaved, a thick layer of dust rising, trees uprooted, and distant mountains truncated by the force. The Pilaf trio, hiding at a distance, were thrown to the ground by the blast. Little Wukong gazed at the battlefield in terror, her voice trembling. This is too horrifying. They can't all be dead, can they? Pilaf and Shu, pale-faced, were rendered speechless, their eyes fixed in disbelief upon the scene. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it became evident that the Turtle Hermit was exerting every ounce of strength to withstand Piccolo's assault, though his body trembled under the weight of such immense force. Tien, Chaozu, Yamcha, and Yajirobe bore various injuries yet stood steadfast, refusing to retreat. Piccolo regarded the group before him, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He had not anticipated that these individuals could withstand his most powerful strike. But soon, his eyes glinted with murderous intent as he sneered. "You possess some skill, yet your demise is nigh." With that, he prepared to launch another attack. At that moment, Master Roshi suddenly sensed a familiar and powerful aura emanating from afar. A surge of joy filled his heart, for he knew that a savior had arrived. The formidable presence drew ever closer, and in the blink of an eye, a flash of golden light appeared. Sun Wukong had arrived just in time. Observing the ravaged battlefield, Sun Wukong's expression turned grave. He felt the overwhelming strength of King Piccolo, and realized that if they could not subdue him this time, the world would surely plunge into darkness. Master Roshi, I am here to lend you my strength, he called out, his voice ringing clear as he swiftly formed hand seals, gathering a faint blue energy around him. A year of training in a hyperbolic time chamber had significantly enhanced his power. King Piccolo, sensing the sudden surge of strength, felt his heart race. He knew he needed to return to training soon. If Babidi were present, he would undoubtedly sense that Wukong's power had increased, albeit slightly. But at this moment, his battle prowess surpassed that of Piccolo. King Piccolo, feeling the newly joined strength, furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. However, his inherent arrogance compelled him not to retreat. He unleashed a deafening roar, and the dark energy surrounding him intensified, as if threatening to engulf the entire world. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and nodded to his companions, who instantly understood and readied themselves for the final confrontation with King Piccolo. Wukong took the initiative, launching himself like lightning towards King Piccolo, his right fist engulfed in golden flames aimed directly at Piccolo's chest. Piccolo sidestepped, countering with an elbow strike. But Wukong agilely leaned back to evade, simultaneously delivering a kick with his left leg. Piccolo blocked with his arm, but the sheer force of the impact forced him to stagger back several steps. Seeing this, Tien Shinhan unleashed his four-way fist technique, creating 4 clones of himself that attacked King Piccolo from different directions. Piccolo found himself momentarily overwhelmed, dodging left and right. Taking advantage of the situation, Kaiatsu utilized telekinesis to disrupt Piccolo's movements, causing him to falter slightly. Yamcha and Yajirobe were resolute in their efforts as well. Yamcha executed his finest martial arts techniques, launching rapid strikes at King Piccolo, while Yajirobe swung his large sword, attempting to disrupt Piccolo's energy accumulation. Master Roshi seized the moment, thrusting his hands forward to unleash a powerful energy wave aimed at King Piccolo. Though pushed back by the onslaught of attacks, King Piccolo continued to resist fiercely. Suddenly, he changed tactics, abandoning defense to channel black energy into his hands, launching a barrage of energy blasts at the group. The energy orbs rained down like a tempest, forcing everyone to evade as explosions erupted across the battlefield. Just as the battle reached a boiling point, Sun Wukong felt a new power surging within him. He realized this was the latent Saiyan strength awakening. Gritting his teeth, he summoned this power to its fullest, causing a brilliant white aura to swell exponentially, illuminating the entire battlefield. Everyone together, Sun Wukong shouted, charging headlong towards King Piccolo, with his comrades following closely behind, fueled by an unwavering belief in their victory as they launched their final assault. Just as they were about to reach King Piccolo in a moment of critical intensity, a golden light flashed across the sky. Indeed, the Supreme Kai had arrived just in time. The celestial being cast a grave gaze upon the demon King Piccolo and intoned, "Piccolo, your malevolence has reached its zenith. Today marks your demise." With that proclamation, the celestial being swiftly formed intricate hand seals, emanating an overwhelming and sacred radiance. The Demon King, sensing the formidable power of the celestial, was inundated with an unprecedented sense of peril, yet he was loath to accept defeat. In a frenzied roar, he concentrated all his remaining strength for a final stand. His hands danced rapidly, conjuring a colossal vortex of black energy around him, from which bolts of black lightning erupted, crackling ominously. Goku, attuned to the frenzied power of the Demon King, recognized the gravity of the impending strike. Drawing a deep breath, he unleashed the full potential of his Saiyan awakening, his golden aura blazing fiercely as if to ignite the heavens themselves. Simultaneously, he rallied his companions, urging, "Together, let us not afford him a moment's respite." In unison, they responded, and Tien Shinhan unleashed his utmost prowess, manifesting 4 versions of himself to assault Piccolo from diverse angles, their fists slicing through the air with fierce intensity. Kaiatsu harnessed his entire mental focus, endeavoring to disrupt Piccolo's concentration, while Yamcha and Krillin fearlessly engaged, one employing swift martial arts and the other brandishing a gleaming blade, embroiled in close combat with the Demon King. Master Rashi, positioned nearby, hastily performed his most potent technique, sending forth waves of powerful energy aimed at disrupting Piccolo's rhythm. Upa and Poir were also poised, ready to strike at the slightest hint of vulnerability. Seizing the opportune moment, the celestial being thrust his hands forward, unleashing a formidable beam of golden light towards Piccolo. This radiant energy, imbued with boundless divine power, collided with the swirling vortex of dark energy, producing a deafening roar that engulfed the battlefield in a blinding spectacle of light and energy, rendering all visibility null. In the distance, the Pilaf gang cowered in trepidation. "This is terrifying," cried Mai. "Surely they won't perish together?" Pilaf, pale and trembling, replied, "I don't know. We should flee quickly, lest we become collateral damage." Shu, already paralyzed by fear, could only nod vigorously. As the onlookers braced for an outcome of mutual destruction, the blinding light gradually dissipated, revealing the Demon King Piccolo slowly collapsing to the ground. Though Goku and the others bore severe injuries, they had triumphed over Piccolo. Goku exhaled deeply, collapsing to the earth. Gazing skyward, his mind awash with reflections on the arduous battle they had endured, yet they had safeguarded their world. His companions gathered around, their faces illuminated with expressions of relief. However, in his dying moments, the Demon King suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a peculiar egg glowing with an eerie luminescence into the distance. With his final vestige of strength, he uttered menacingly, "This is my son. He shall avenge me." With those words, Piccolo breathed his last. The onlookers gazed anxiously at the egg soaring away, their hearts heavy with foreboding. Although they successfully defeated the formidable Demon King Piccolo this time, the emergence of the egg signifies that the threat posed by the Demon Clan has not been entirely eradicated. Son Wukong rose to his feet, his gaze resolute as he declared, "Whoever he may be, should he dare to disrupt our peace once more, I shall undoubtedly vanquish him again." With the matter resolved, Wukong bid farewell to the others and soared back to the heavenly palace, continuing his training. In the ensuing days, tranquility reigned, with naught of significance occurring. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of combat energy erupted from the room of spirit and time. Beerus sensed it and realized it was none other than Date, his rather ungrateful grandson. He held no particular disdain for Vegeta, provided he treated his daughter well. Everything else was inconsequential. Moreover, with him around, Vegeta would dare not act recklessly. Before long, Date stood before Beerus, brimming with confidence, believing that his current Super Saiyan form at full power could assist in eliminating the detestable Black Babidi. Though uncertain, he reassured himself that with his grandfather's presence, victory was within reach. Inside the room of spirit and time, his two uncles and mother exhibited extraordinary resilience, their prowess escalating rapidly, leaving him and Vegeta envious. He learned that such abilities were bestowed upon him by his grandfather, which left him lamenting, "Why did I not inherit my mother's powers?" "Ah, Tank, have you already completed your training? Quite impressive," Beerus remarked, observing Date's disheveled appearance. "Grandfather, I must first tidy myself up. I feel quite uncomfortable in this state." Date replied, though within the room of spirit and time, hair growth and the need for bathing could be addressed by accompanying Lord Beerus to the heavenly palace. His desire to grow stronger and exact vengeance was overwhelming. Each day within the confines of that room, he yearned for swift retribution, unable to focus solely on his training. Had it not been for this, achieving Super Saiyan level 6 would not have been an impossibility. After bidding farewell to Beerus, Date sought a bathroom to freshen up. Beerus reclined by the poolside, indulging in fruits while perusing the newspaper. Moments later, Date returned to Beerus' side. "Grandfather, could you assist me in seeking vengeance? I fear I may not be capable on my own." Date expressed earnestly, "Rest assured, we shall depart shortly. By the way, you can transform into a Super Saiyan now." Beerus responded to Date, "I can transform into Super Saiyan level 5 now." Date exclaimed, unleashing a formidable aura as his white hair and muscular physique manifested dramatically. Beerus nodded approvingly. "Indeed, Trunks, your current state is akin to the second tier of the God Realm. You may struggle against the fused Zamasu, but it is feasible to engage him. Now let's be on our way." Rising to prepare for departure, he instructed, "Wait here while I converse with the lady," and vanished from sight. Date awkwardly scratched his white hair and subsequently reverted from his transformation. Bardisk entered Bulma's room. As she had chosen a space to arrange for herself due to the inappropriateness of intimacy during her pregnancy, Pushing open the soft pink door, he was greeted by the sweet fragrance of lavender mingled with the tender essence unique to a young woman. The room was predominantly adorned in creamy white and cherry blossom pink. Lace-trimmed curtains were gently lifted by the breeze, allowing sunlight to cascade onto the floral-patterned bedspread of a large bed. The headboard was cluttered with an array of plush toys, a long-eared rabbit clutching a carrot, a smiling polar bear with a tilted head, and a ragdoll cat dressed in a frilly skirt, all nestled among lace cushions as if guarding cherished secrets. In the corner of the desk, a transparent glass jar brimmed with colorful origami stars, tied at the opening with a light purple bow. An open notebook lay on the table, its pages adorned with stickers of her favorite idols, while a nearby mug featured a cartoon bear, the bottom still bearing remnants of a half-eaten strawberry macaron. The bookshelf was a delightful disarray of romance novels, anime figurines, and several succulent plants, with a crystal wind chime perched atop, producing a melodic sound as the wind passed through. The bay window was draped in a pink plush blanket, upon which rested an open sketchbook featuring an unfinished illustration of a girl in a Lolita dress standing beneath a cherry blossom tree. The walls were plastered with Polaroid photographs, silly snapshots with Bardisk, candid moments with Kana, and pictures of stray cats encountered in the streets, each secured with adorable stickers, documenting the fragmented beauty of a young girl's life. The entire space was suffused with a soft and dreamlike ambience, as if one could squeeze out sweet dreams with just a gentle touch. Every detail concealed the owner's passion for life and the unique romantic musings of youth. At that moment, Bulma was fast asleep, clutching a pillow, entirely undisturbed by Bardisk's arrival. Bardisk gazed at the slumbering Bulma, drew closer, and enveloped her in an embrace, seamlessly. Bulma stirred, her sleepy eyes fluttering open. "Darling, it's still daytime," she exclaimed. Held in his arms, Bardisk longed to act impulsively, but recalled he had something important to convey. "Sweetheart, I must accompany Trunks to the future to help him address some impending issues. I also wish to discover the identity of that gray chain," he explained. "I'll return promptly, so there's no need for concern at home." Bulma was untroubled, for in her heart, Bardisk was invincible, regardless of the power of the 12 talismans or anything else. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Bardisk replicated the same process with Android 18 and Kana, dismissing thoughts of their gentle abode. He then approached Trunks. "Let's depart," he declared, gesturing with his hand, a dimensional rift materializing before them. "All right, grandfather," Trunks replied eagerly, following closely as they vanished into the rift. Beneath a gray-purple sky, a metallic wasteland sprawled before them, the exposed rebar of crumbling walls resembling rusted ribs. A fierce wind howled through, scattering electronic debris, while in the distance, the chimneys of factory ruins continued to exude dark green toxic fumes. Amidst the desolation of the city, another dimensional rift gradually emerged. Trunks' palm was slick with perspiration as he surveyed the city before him, now reduced to charred skeletons. The fissures in the streets sprouted not with verdant grass, but with glowing mutated plants. Droplets of dew clung to their leaves, plummeting to the ground and instantly eroding it with a hissing white vapor. Vedisk looked upon this apocalyptic scene with discomfort, taken aback by Zamasu's brutality. The ground was littered with remnants of corpses and grotesque, mangled flesh, a sight utterly repulsive. "Who are you? Raise your hands," a delicate female voice echoed from the ruins. Lifting his gaze, Trunks saw a group, led by a woman, approaching slowly. Upon recognizing him, the leading woman exclaimed, "Thank goodness. Trunks, you're alive." She had feared he had perished alongside Bra. Trunks, filled with joy, replied, "Xiao Wu, you're unharmed." How wonderful. Their initial encounter had sparked an undeniable connection. Cough, cough. Badisk interrupted their reunion. "Trunks, let us first check the base. There's no time for reminiscing here." What the hell, demon?" The armed crowd erupted into gunfire. "Stop. Everyone, cease fire. This man is my grandfather, not that demon," Trunks called out, attempting to quell the chaos. Xiao Wu gestured for silence, prompting the group to halt their assault. Vedisk felt the thrill dissipate from his body, his interest waning. Although they understood that mere bullets could not harm a demon, the fact that even someone resembling one could not inflict damage left them in shock. As the group prepared to return to their base, a hearty laugh echoed from the sky, drawing closer. You humans are quite hard to find." The fusion of black and black Goku, Zamasu, approached with malevolence. "Trunks, Badisk, what brings you here? No matter, I can eliminate you all right here, then proceed to your timeline and eradicate the rest." Before he could finish, Badisk seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Initially indifferent to Zamasu's taunts, Beerus could no longer restrain himself. I had intended to let you continue your charade, but your words are most unwelcome. If your strength is lacking, you should speak less. Beerus tightened his grip. Cough, cough. Do not revel too soon, Beerus. You shall all perish here. Zamasu raged, unleashing a scorching wave of energy. A divine halo appeared behind him, sacred and inviolable. Let us commence the second round, Beerus declared, as Trunks watched Zamasu break free and unleashed a fierce roar. The air crackled with the energy of Super Saiyan 5, transforming the very atmosphere. Face your doom, Zamasu, Trunks shouted, unleashing a devastating surge of golden energy from his palm. Ultimate explosion. Zamasu countered with a sweep of his hand. A terrifying energy meeting Trunks' attack in a collision of pure devastation. The resulting shockwave rippled through the air as Trunks closed the distance, delivering a powerful blow aimed directly at Zamasu's abdomen. Zamasu dared not to underestimate his opponent. He swiftly evaded. What a remarkable lad. His strength has grown exponentially in just a few days. Yet, this is still insufficient. Zamasu, you shall pay a grievous price for all that you have done. No more idle chatter from Dieter. The two combatants engaged in a relentless pursuit of one another, their forms flickering in and out of sight. Only the terrifying energy and the tremors of space bore witness to the ferocity of the battle. Beerus observed the clash with keen interest, pondering the situation. Zamasu's power had not truly increased. Why does this version of Zamasu, the god of destruction, lack the prowess of the Supreme Kai? If I were to exist in the future, then this incarnation of Zamasu should not easily be vanquished. What is the current state of affairs? Even if I were to be possessed, surely the fusion of Vegeta and Goku should manifest. And even without me, can my two sons truly be so inept? This is quite vexing. Enough of this. I must capture Zamasu and demand clarity. With a thunderous crash, Dieter was sent flying by Zamasu's explosive knee strike. Beerus swiftly soared to catch him. Sorry, grandfather. I am no match for him. Do not fret, Trunks. You still have much to learn. I never expected you to best him. Beerus reassured. Dieter, Beerus, this little rascal is not my equal. It is your turn now. Let me witness the full extent of your power, Zamasu declared, clearly incensed by the earlier choking incident. He entrusted Trunks to the nearby Mai and her companions, instructing them to care for Dieter, and turned to Zamasu, stating, since you are so eager for death, allow me to entertain you. Beerus ascended into the air. The two found themselves in a desolate expanse, shrouded in darkness, the ground riddled with fissures. Beerus stood resolutely against the fused Zamasu. Surrounding him was the blazing golden aura of a Super Saiyan, flickering with the glimmers of divine energy, his gaze unwavering and self-assured. A slight smile of fearlessness gracing his lips. In stark contrast, the fused Zamasu emanated a sinister aura, the divine ring behind him glowing with an eerie luminescence. His face twisted in fury and resentment. He could not tolerate the presence of this warrior, a transformation from humanity. To him, humans were the blemish upon the universe. And Beerus' emergence was a profound affront to his plans for humanity. You believe that with divine power you can act with impunity? Such naivety, Zamasu. Beerus spoke first, his tone laced with disdain for Zamasu. A mere mortal dares to utter such bold words. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the true power of a god. Zamasu roared, and as his words faded, the divine ring behind him unleashed a blinding light, forming an immense wall of radiance that surged toward Vegeta with a cataclysmic force, tearing through space and creating a cacophony of distortion. Beerus remained undaunted, propelling himself off the ground like a golden meteor toward the wall of light. In the instant of impending contact, he shouted, his right fist clenched tightly, channeling all his might, enveloped in a blue flame, and struck the wall with tremendous force. A colossal explosion reverberated throughout the realm, the overwhelming energy causing the surrounding air to boil, enveloped in a cloud of dust. As the smoke dissipated, Beerus stood resolutely in place, having shattered the wall of light with a single punch, scattering countless rays into the air. The fused Zamasu, witnessing this, flashed a moment of surprise in his eyes, quickly replaced by fury. In an instant, he appeared before Beerus, his right hand coalescing into a blade of judgment forged from energy, piercing towards Beerus' chest with fierce momentum. Beerus reacted with remarkable speed, slightly turning his body to effortlessly evade the terrifying strike. Simultaneously, he swiftly raised his left hand, gathering a formidable force to form a shield of energy, blocking Zamasu's subsequent barrage of attacks. Seizing the opportunity during Zamasu's offensive, Beerus spun rapidly, his left leg sweeping out like a sharp battle axe, delivering a heavy kick to Zama's waist. The force of the kick sent Zama's flying backward, skidding along the ground for hundreds of meters before barely regaining his footing. No sooner had he stabilized than Beerus appeared before him like a wraith, his right fist charged with boundless power hurtling towards him. Zama's quickly raised both arms to defend. But with a resounding crash, the immense impact caused the ground beneath him to crack, and he was driven deep into the earth. "Is that all you've got?" Beerus taunted, his eyes brimming with confidence. Zama's slowly rose from the rubble, emanating an even more ferocious aura. Suddenly, he raised both hands skyward, chanting incantations as dark clouds gathered above, with purple lightning weaving through them like a colossal dragon. With a thunderous shout, Zama's commanded a torrent of purple lightning to rain down upon Beerus. Gazing up at the dense barrage of lightning, Beerus displayed no hint of trepidation. He inhaled deeply, his golden aura surging exponentially, enveloping him within a massive blue energy shield. The lightning struck the shield with a crackling sound, yet failed to inflict any damage upon Beerus. Seizing the moment while Zama's summoned the lightning, Beerus chose to take the initiative. He propelled himself on the ground, soaring towards Zama's like a blue cannonball. As he neared Zama's, he swiftly formed a series of hand signs before bellowing, "Kamehameha!" A robust blue energy beam erupted from his hands, imbued with a cataclysmic force, sweeping towards Zama's. The few Zamas, realizing the threat, hastily conjured an energy barrier in a desperate attempt to withstand Beerus' Kamehameha. However, the potency of Beerus' attack was overwhelming. The energy beam effortlessly pierced through Zama's defenses, crashing violently into him. Zama's let out a pained scream, propelled by the sheer might of the Kamehameha, tracing a long arc through the sky before crashing into a desolate city, triggering a fierce explosion. Beerus' relentless pursuit offered Zama's no respite as he swiftly soared towards the site of the explosion, poised to deliver a crushing blow. However, upon his arrival, he was met with the unsettling realization that Zama's had vanished without a trace. Just as confusion clouded Beerus' mind, he sensed an overwhelming surge of energy emanating from behind him. He promptly turned, only to find Zama's had inexplicably appeared at his back, conjuring a colossal, searing fireball, the sacred reverse scale. "Prepare to perish, Beerus!" Zama's roared, launching the sacred reverse scale towards Vegeta. Beerus remained unfazed. He understood the formidable might of the blazing sphere, yet he felt it was far from sufficient to threaten him. Drawing a deep breath, he crossed his hands swiftly before him, channeling a potent force to counter Zama's assault. As the sacred reverse scale neared Beerus, he shouted with conviction, thrusting his hands forward. A torrent of vibrant blue energy surged forth, colliding with the sacred reverse scale. The ensuing explosion resonated with a cataclysmic roar, shaking the very fabric of the world. The brilliance of the blast illuminated the darkened sky, while a tempest of energy leveled all in its vicinity. At the epicenter of the explosion, Beerus and Zama's braced themselves against the tremendous force. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the radiance of the explosion began to wane, revealing the silhouettes of Beerus and Zama's once more. Although Beerus appeared somewhat disheveled, his gaze remained resolute, and the golden aura enveloping him showed no sign of diminishing. In contrast, the few Zamas appeared weakened, his body marred with wounds, and the divine ring on his back had dulled to a lackluster sheen. "I never imagined you could withstand my strike," Zama's gasped, his eyes brimming with resentment. "Your power falls short, Zamas. Today marks your end," Beerus declared, as his golden aura surged once more. He resolved to unleash his ultimate technique to conclude the battle. Gradually, he elevated his hands, coalescing a massive blue energy sphere before him, imbued with boundless power, as if it sought to consume the universe itself. "Final Kamehameha," Beerus bellowed, propelling the energy sphere towards Zama's. The fused Zamas stared at the impending colossal energy sphere, dread enveloping his heart. He recognized that he could no longer withstand this onslaught. Yet, unwilling to succumb to defeat, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength, gathering all his energy in a futile attempt at a final struggle. Alas, his efforts were in vain. The might of Beerus' final Kamehameha was insurmountable. The energy sphere struck Zama's with blinding swiftness, engulfing him in an ocean of relentless energy. With a resounding crash, Zama's was obliterated within the sphere, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Thus, the fierce battle finally reached its conclusion. Upon the ruins, the gusts emanating from Beerus stirred the gravel with a soft rustle. He flicked his fingers, and suddenly his pupils constricted from the scorched earth. A wisp of violet-black smoke surged forth, entwining itself around the battered remains of Zama's. The body, which should have been grievously injured, began to writhe and reconstitute itself in the dim light of the divine ring. A gaping, sinister fissure tore open on its damaged chest, oozing dark purple fluid crackling with arcs of electricity. The voice of Zama's, defiant in the face of defeat, rasped like rusted gears grinding over gravel, each word dripping with a miasma of decay. The divine ring behind him erupted in blinding crimson light, and beneath the cracked skin, grotesque tumors of energy swelled, causing his form to mutate and expand at a visible rate. His nails transformed into obsidian claws, and twisted bony spikes sprouted from his temples, proclaiming that your souls would become the sacrificial offerings for divine purification. Batisk's brows furrowed sharply. He had presumed Zama's to be devoid of immortality. With the transformation, Zama's aura surged, cracking the ground beneath him like a spider's web, from which sulfurous magma began to seep. Veins bulged ominously on his temples, yet an instant later, he curled his lips in a sardonic smile, his azure hair standing on end from the overload of energy, creating a vacuum that swept away the dust and debris within a 10-mile radius. He had longed to test his new technique. He licked his canine teeth, and as his fingertips grazed his palm, crackling golden arcs of electricity erupted, weaving into flowing patterns of lightning across his skin. Zama's was the first to strike, unleashing 10 violet-black energy whips from his back, each accompanied by a shriek that tore through the fabric of space. Batisk sidestepped the oncoming lash, only to witness the ground beneath him sink into a colossal crater upon impact. Springing off the ground with the tips of his toes, he found Zama's already gaping wide, spewing forth a corrosive beam capable of melting rock. What a welcome challenge. Batisk pressed forward rather than retreating, the golden arcs exploding into a dazzling display against the fiery backdrop. His right fist, imbued with the might of thunder, collided with the beam, shattering the light into a fine mist as though the very fabric of space had cracked like glass. Zama's beam was ground to powder, and seizing the opportunity, Batisk lunged forward, his left palm pressing against Zama's protruding sternum. Golden and azure energy surged into him like a living entity, igniting a miniature explosion within his chest cavity. The violet-black blood splattered onto Batisk's shoulder, only to evaporate into black mist upon contact with the divine essence. Zama's emitted an inhuman shriek, and though his energy blade sliced through Batisk's side, it merely left a charred mark upon his martial attire. Taking advantage of Batisk's momentary imbalance, Zama's suddenly clasped his waist, plunging downward with reckless abandon. They crashed through 3 layers of crust, colliding violently within the magma layer. Did you think this would bind me? Batisk grimaced as the scalding magma scorched him, yet a cunning smile broke upon his lips the moment Zama's tightened his grip around his neck. With a deft flick of his fingertip to Zama's forehead, the concealed energy blade surged through the fissures of the divine ring, delivering a lethal strike imbued with the power of the god of the realm. Impossible. Zama's gasped, his claws falling limply, as the tumors upon his chest began to slough away in patches. Baticus seized his wrist, flipping himself up as solidified magma formed a springboard beneath his feet. He inhaled deeply, conjuring a single-handed arc of energy before him, where a platinum lightning bolt was faintly infused with a violet glow. "Turn me into chocolate," he declared. Zama's grotesque visage twisted in the throes of burgeoning energy, and he suddenly caught sight of a golden speck leaping from Baticus's fingertips, morphing into a spiraling halo of chocolate hue that approached him. Just as he prepared to slash through the bizarre radiance with his claws, the halo entwined around his wrist as if it were a living creature. His purplish-black skin shimmered with a silky sheen at an observable pace, and his fingertips began to transform into rounded chocolate tips. What trickery is this? His incredulous roar caught in his throat, his vocal cords having morphed into soft, pliable chocolate strips, producing a sound that resonated with a sweet, buzzing timbre. More alarmingly, the energy within his chest was being supplanted by a viscous substance, with every inch of his muscle undergoing a sugary transformation. The divine ring shattered with a crack, crumbling into chocolate shards that drifted onto his solidifying shoulders. Baticus stifled a laugh as he unleashed the final incantation, the halo exploding above Zama's head into the shape of a bow. This once-declared deity of purification now knelt in a comically rigid posture, his knees bursting forth with chocolate-crisp rice, his cloak transforming into a flowing cascade of cocoa sauce trailing behind him. as his terrified eyes morphed into two sugar-coated almonds. His entire form rapidly diminished to a mere 20 centimeters, entirely transformed into a chocolate statue with a droplet of caramel sweat precariously hanging from the tip of his nose. It seems the flavor of divinity is that of milk chocolate. Baticus poked the chocolate abdomen of the statue, and the crisp shell cracked, revealing a core of pink strawberry jam. From a distance, Trunks, rushing to the scene, nearly choked at the sight. The chocolate Zamas retained a grasping posture with its fingertips. Yet in the gentle breeze, a dusting of cocoa powder fell, resembling a piece of broken filled candy. "Just so you know, I want waste food," Baticus declared, lifting the chocolate statue and, after glancing at Trunks, forcefully split the confection in two. Trunks accepted half of the cube-shaped fragment and swallowed it, suddenly raising an eyebrow. Strawberry flavor? Zama's has surprisingly girlish taste. As the chocolate morsel transformed into warmth within his throat, Trunks was suddenly seized by an agonizing pain as if his heart were being squeezed. The churn in his stomach was not a sweetness, but rather a jolt of purple energy, the remnants of the divine that had been purified by the Supreme Kai, now bizarrely reassembling within his digestive system. He staggered, grasping Vegeta's shoulder, only to see the same shimmering purple-gold light dancing within his companion's pupils. "This flavor is off." Trunks' voice resonated with a metallic edge. As the muscles beneath his clothing began to visibly swell, a foreboding purple aura emanating from the edges of his blue hair. The tips of Trunks' blue locks had transformed into a tricolored hue of purple, white, and gold. The divine ring patterns that once belonged to Zama's creeping along the young man's arms, forming glowing sigils. The earth groaned under the weight of the unleashed energy. Trunks felt magma surging through his veins, each bone protesting with a cacophony of clicks. As he unconsciously swung his fist, the air was rent by a piercing shriek, far more jarring than that of a Super Saiyan Blue. The gust of his punch swept through the ruins, pulverizing a 100-meter-high wall to dust, revealing the glimmering fragments of the god's ring embedded within. It was the resentment of Zamasu mingled with chocolate. Beerus clenched his teeth. It mattered little to him. But for Trunks, it was a different story. Channeling the immense divine power within him, he purified it in an instant, feeling a delightful surge of divine energy swell within. Turning to Trunks, he could see the turbulent energy within him, akin to a distorted galaxy, where divine essence and Saiyan bloodline were engaged in a frenzied struggle. What was more alarming was that Trunks' aura was uncontrollably surging, each breath conjuring mini tornadoes that churned the chocolate syrup on the ground into glowing vortices of energy. Suddenly, Trunks dropped to one knee, his violet-golden aura breaking through the clouds. In his mind, he heard Zamasu's shrill laughter, as the shattered divine fragments began to reassemble deep within his consciousness, attempting to weave their souls into a new divine vessel with sweetness as their cocoon. When the first drop of violet-golden blood fell from his nostrils, the ground instantly corroded, creating smoking craters, a bizarre energy surpassing even Super Saiyan Rose. "Grandpa, please, help me suppress it with your power. I feel so unwell." The voice of the youth fractured into two halves, one part his own, the other a twisted blend with Zamasu's. Beerus growled, gripping the nape of his neck, his silver hair billowing, as a terrifying divine aura erupted in blinding golden light, only to be repelled upon contact with Trunks' skin, where the violet-golden seals formed a divine barrier. "This is a assimilation-type curse." Beerus' hair had transformed entirely to silver. Trunks' scara were laced with golden veins. He could feel his consciousness being devoured, a cold voice whispering in his mind, "Embrace the divine gift. You shall become the most perfect tool of purification." Just then, Trunks suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of pure azure piercing through the violet-golden light in his pupils. He fiercely grasped Beerus' wrist, their hearts resonating in unison. "Do you remember what Grandma Bulma used to say?" The youth grinned, blood staining the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile with sharp teeth. "Excessive sweets require cooling tea." Beerus was taken aback, then a knowing smile spread across his face. He opened his hands before Trunks' forehead, gathering two distinctly different energy spheres, one of blue tinged with purple, the other radiating golden light. As the energy spheres materialized, fine threads penetrated Trunks' forehead, and a rainbow ripple erupted above the ruins, resonating with the indomitable spirit and miraculous power of the Saiyans. The violet-golden aura shed its layers of malevolence like a wicked sugar coating. Trunks watched as his arms returned to a healthy bronze hue, while Beerus' white hair regained its pure black color. The chocolate fragments within Trunks were finally transformed into specks of light, mingled with Zamasu's unwilling screams. Yet crushed into cosmic dust by the surging waves of Trunks' aura, Baticus flicked his agile fingers, sensing the power coursing through him. It was no longer the taint of divinity, but rather the genuine essence of a Saiyan. He mused that next time he indulged in desserts transformed by villains, he ought to test them for poison first. One could not risk sharing such treats with others. Trunks gazed at the lingering golden speckles on his palm, remnants of the divine essence that had marked him. He clenched his fist, feeling a delightful hum resonate within his muscles. The strength he possessed now at least double what it had been before. The youth lifted his gaze to the starry sky, a manic smile gracing his lips. He resolved to show Zamasu that the divine devoured by Saiyan would become the fiercest of wines. The night breeze swept through the ruins, carrying with it the last traces of chocolate's sweet aroma. Baticus observed the flickering shadow of Trunks' new Super Saiyan form behind him and suddenly burst into laughter. This surge of power was a blend of divine remnants and the innate Saiyan ability to grow stronger through battle. Perhaps this was the most stinging mockery directed at the deity who sought to purify humanity. He seized the unfinished chocolate from Date, gripping it tightly, and with a tremendous will, purified the confection. Now, Date could enjoy it without discomfort. I've already purified it. Xiao Wu raced over, her eyes widening at the sight of Trunks covered in chocolate crumbs, nearly dropping her jaw. Are you all snacking here? Where's Zamasu? Zamasu has become chocolate. Trunks pointed at the chocolate remnants on his lips and the uneaten pieces in his hand. Ah, Zamasu turned into chocolate. This is wonderful. Peace has finally returned. Thank you so much, Trunks' grandpa. Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, grasping Date's hand and heading toward their base to share the good news with everyone. Trunks felt a slight flush on his ears, allowing Xiao Wu to lead him away. He glanced back at the ruins, finally at peace, with the next step being the resurrection of their loved ones. Baticus, let us not rush back to the base just yet. We should revive everyone first and then celebrate. All right, Xiao Wu replied. Her enthusiasm dampened as she added, but the Dragon Balls have turned into useless stones after the god was slain. We can't revive anyone. Tears welled in her eyes. Trunks, feeling sympathy, comforted her. Xiao Wu, don't worry. I believe in Grandpa. He will find a way. His heart ached for her. He had intended to marry her, but all was lost to Zamasu. He clenched his fists tightly. Do not fret. I can use my will to revive everyone, Baticus declared, but I am uncertain where they should be restored to. Grandpa, restore them to the moment before Zamasu changed bodies. Everything was as it should be then, Date exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's face lit up with anticipation. Very well, Baticus' eyes glimmered with golden light. A formidable will emanated from him, spreading outward. Objects and people on Earth began to reverse, like reflections in a mirror, regressing to the time before Zamasu had changed bodies. Stop. All were revived, yet the images of their reversal were visible only to Baticus. For Date, it was as if Baticus' eyes merely flickered, and the surroundings returned to normal. In the distance, a figure approached. Kona, Future Badisk, Wukong, Vegeta, Bra, Lin Fan, Butix, Android 18, Lin Li, Lin Tian, and the flying Bulma all gathered before Tete. Future Bat and Vegeta praised Tete, saying, Trunks, we are proud of you. Vegeta added, don't let it get to your head, boy. You must continue to train diligently. Clearly, the group witnessed everything transpiring in this realm from the heavens. Hello, my past self, Future Bat remarked, gazing at Badisk. Indeed, my past father is quite formidable. Several children chirped around Badisk. Badisk looked at his future counterpart and questioned, how could you have been possessed? Did you not eliminate Zamasu? He was perplexed. After all, Zamasu had long been vanquished by his shadow soldiers. Moreover, this Badisk bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. The female protagonists were clearly not locals either. Oh, you are unaware, but this is Beerus. I have never encountered him. I don't even know where he is, let alone how to confront Zamasu. Future Bat lamented. Oh, so the god of destruction in this universe has already been eradicated? Or perhaps the entire system of destruction across the 12 universes has been obliterated by Zamasu. Not all. I cannot traverse universes. The wish power of the Dragon Balls on Namek is too minuscule to grant me such abilities. The Kaioshin is so timid. After a few encounters, he vanished. Unable to locate me, the Kaioshin focused on his training. Future Bat's heart ached. That does not make sense. Trunks told me you participated in the Tournament of Power. If you participated in the tournament, you should have encountered a god of destruction, right? Zamasu would have surely noticed you there. Badisk sensed something amiss. Future Bat replied, I am uncertain. However, Trunks was once taken by a man in black during his escape. After that, I saw you all appear. I thought that man in black was you, as you share a similar build. Clearly it was not you. Bulma interjected. Enough of this chatter. Kona added, yes, Brother Baidisk. Let's return. The two women, radiating a mature charm, resembled ripe apples, their allure undeniable. Future Bat stepped protectively in front, declaring, do not harbor any intentions towards them. Baidisk responded, I have no such thoughts. Bulma, Kona, and Android 18 erupted into laughter, indicating that Baidisk would always be captivated by them, regardless of the time. Upon returning to the West City Villa, Future Bat inquired, are you planning to return now? Not yet. I sense that matters are not so straightforward. Baidisk shook his head. At that moment, Lin Li and Lin Tian approached. Dad, teach us how to train. Future Baidisk responded, Lin Li is my daughter with Android 18. And Lin Tian is my second child with Kona. Understanding dawned on Baidisk as he looked at the two. I have matters to discuss with your father. You should seek out Trunks for training. His strength is formidable now. Reluctantly, Lin Li and Lin Tian departed. Why is your strength so lacking now? Surely, you are aware of the hyperbolic time chamber? Moreover, it seems you must have utilized it quite frequently. Baidisk looked at the tail and remarked, don't mention it. This world originally developed similarly to the original narrative. However, the absence of future Trandas in this realm led me to realize it was a world of the future. With my strength, I should have been capable of contending. Yet, I never anticipated it would come to this. Wei Ba spoke with exasperation. Here, this is for you. Baidisk produced 12 talismans and tossed them to Wei Ba. Observing the 12 talismans, Wei Ba was bewildered. Wait a moment. You possess this too? Do you have a system? Baidisk inquired. Don't you have a system? The tail shook its head. I have relied solely on my own efforts to cultivate to this point. Initially, I believed I should possess a golden finger. Yet decades have passed, and still, nothing. Eventually, I stopped holding on to such hopes. Enough with the chatter, give it a try. These are powers of the rules. I shall no longer assist you with future troubles, and I sense that your world seems rather incomplete. It is likely damaged by Zamas. Suddenly, a terrifying divine power erupted in the cosmos. The two Baidisk looked up at the source of the divine energy explosion deep within the universe. A crowd gathered. Father, what is happening? Where is this energy exploding from? Wei Ba responded, you need not concern yourselves, looking towards Baidisk. Baidisk nodded, rising as a beam of light and vanishing from sight. The tail also transformed into light, following closely behind. Chapter 21, The Astonishing Tova. Deep within the cosmos, the star orbits abruptly twisted into a vortex, as the pitch-black sky was torn open with web-like fissures. As the first sound of dragon's roar seeped through the temporal rift, energy detectors across all dimensions erupted with piercing shrieks, a divine pressure surpassing mortal comprehension. Akin to the thunderous collapse of 10,000 stars or the low murmur of glaciers grinding through galaxies over eons. Golden scales shimmered before the dragon's form materialized, each scale flowing with liquid galaxy, while starlight spilled from the fissures into the grooves of the scales, coalescing into breathing stardust. As the head of the super dragon emerged, its pupils reflected the cycles of life and death. The left pupil was a burning nebula nursery, while the right pupil was the silent graveyard consumed by black holes. In the instant it swung its dragon horns, 12 temporal scars erupted from the tips, inscribing the symbols of fate across the cosmos. When the dragon's body fully unfurled, the gravitational field of the entire multiverse trembled. As the tail swept through the forsaken star systems, the cores of dying stars suddenly reignited, transforming into luminescent spores adorned with dragon scales. The mighty claws pressed upon collapsing dimensions, and those worlds on the brink of annihilation began to weave their destinies anew, each thread glimmering with a flicker of hope. Most astonishing was its breath, an exquisite chaos intertwining destruction and creation. Like a hurricane swirling dandelion seeds or magma enveloping ice crystals. I am a super dragon. Heed your wishes. The voice resonated across all dimensions simultaneously, sending golden ripples through the eardrums of the cloaked figures. The figure clad in black beheld the projection of 7 dragon balls nestled between the dragon's teeth, each projection filled with countless versions of himself, making wishes. The transcendent being, Super 9, observed the fragmented souls of the departed concealed within the gaps of the dragon scales, being refined into the fertile foundation of a new world. With closed eyes, the Super 9 in black attuned himself to the power of the dragon's breath, discovering that the patterns of the ultimate freedom technique resonated perfectly with the arrangement of the divine dragon scales. As the dragon lowered its head, its snout nearly brushing against the forehead of the black-clad figure, it unexpectedly grinned, not in a menacing manner, but with a divine smile that transcended emotion. The light cascading from its teeth fell upon the battle attire of the black-clad warriors, transforming chocolate stains, blood, and energy burns into a luminous star map. In that moment, even the most arrogant of Saiyans had to concede. The entity before them was an active vessel closer to the essence of the universe than any deity, filled with the eternal cycle of destruction and rebirth. Make your wishes, warriors from various timelines. In the turbulent waves of the dragon's breath, the black-clad figures raised their hands in unison. Behind them, countless versions of themselves from parallel universes mirrored the gesture, some clutching chocolate Dragon Balls, others wielding the broken Xeno's sword, while some merely grasped hope with bare hands. The black-clad warriors uttered their divine wishes. Please restore everything that was erased from my universe by the Omni King. This desire was straightforward. The Super Dragon's eyes suddenly ignited with a kaleidoscope of colors, a convergence of multiversal prayers, poised to forge a miracle that transcended causality within its divine furnace. Moments later, 7 beams of light vanished into the 7th universe. Simultaneously, 2 figures of Bardock flickered within the stardust vortex. Bardock, stroking his earrings, raised an eyebrow. The marks of battle on his attire still visible, while silver-haired Ub stood with crossed arms, his pupils swirling with a galactic glimmer. His feet planted upon shattered, dark matter energy. I never realized my past self was so striking. Ub flicked his cocoa-stained fingertips, suddenly catching sight of the majestic super dragon gliding in the distance, its golden form particularly radiant against the dark cosmos, the dragon scales reflecting starlight from different dimensions. In his ultimate freedom form, he suddenly spoke, his voice resonating with an electric hum. Who summoned the super dragon? Could it be Zamasu? No sooner had he spoken than the super dragon transformed into light and vanished, leaving the black-clad warriors to erupt in triumphant laughter. I have finally revived you. This time, no one shall take you from me again. 2 figures swiftly encircled the black-clad warriors in the cosmos, Bardock squinting slightly. Who are you? Why are you using the Super Dragon Balls here? What is your purpose? Before he could finish, the very fabric of space shattered. A portal materialized beside the black-clad figure, from which 2 silhouettes emerged. One had crimson eyes, flickering with a profound light, concealing an insatiable thirst for power and an unyielding determination to achieve its goals, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Its ears were pointed and slightly upturned, ever alert to the surrounding movements, capable of reacting swiftly to any disturbance. Clad in a tight red suit that clung to its muscles, it showcased a powerful physique, adorned in white armor. Emblazoned with the insignia of the Time Destroyer at its center, it proclaims his allegiance and ambitions. A brown strap encircles his neck, adding an air of nonconformity. His lower attire resembles a flowing cloak, revealing only a pair of crimson battle boots, which billow dramatically with each step, exuding an aura of authority. The gray wristbands not only serve a practical purpose, but also contribute a mechanical aesthetic to his overall appearance. Another figure stands with skin pale and tinged with blue, high cheekbones accentuating deep purple lips reminiscent of congealed blood. Silver-gray hair is interwoven with serpentine ornaments, while his vertical pupils, amber by nature, turn a haunting crimson in battle, their corners marred by web-like black markings. She dons a black Gothic gown adorned with embroidered skeletal motifs, its neckline revealing a dark imperial totem, draped with translucent purple runes. A serpentine metal necklace encircles her neck, gear-like bracelets adorn her wrists, and a pendant shaped like a dark crown hangs at her waist. Bardisk gazes at the two, murmuring, Tova, Mira. Unbeknownst to him, he too wears a look of confusion. How could these 2 figures be present here? As Bardisk, he is acutely aware of their identities. This complicates matters. Bardisk exclaims, Hey, what are you doing here? Are you the ones orchestrating Zama's destruction of this place? Tova responds, 2 Bardisks. Addressing the figure in black, what is the meaning of this? Did you not promise to assist us in vanquishing the Time Patrol after we found the Dragon Balls? I went through the trouble of sending you to this timeline to fulfill your wish. Bardisk wonders, is this figure in black not Bardock, nor Kamba? The figure in black slowly removes his mask, revealing a face strikingly identical to Bardisk's own. Unbeknownst to him, he contemplates, could there be another version of himself from a different timeline? How could this be? The realization that his own actions led to the annihilation of his family is unfathomable. A surge of rage erupts from within. In a fit of fury, he strikes at Black Bardisk. You wretched fiend, You deserve to perish. The terrifying force repels Mira and Tova, who stand beside Black Bardisk. Nonchalantly, Black Bardisk catches the punch, dismissing it. Is this the extent of your power? How embarrassing. Observing the unfolding events, Tova realizes that this Bardisk has sought them out. Yet, what is the situation with this other Bardisk? The ominous aura emanating from him is truly terrifying. He licks his lips, intrigued by the clash before him. Suddenly, Black Bardisk delivers a swift kick, sending unbeknownst Bardisk flying, blood spewing forth without restraint. Bardisk catches him. You are no match for him. Focus on Tova and Mira. This Black Bardisk is mine. Let me ascertain whether he is Zama's. Be cautious. This Black Bardisk possesses formidable strength, far beyond that of the fused Zamas. Unbeknownst, Bardisk wipes the corner of his mouth, realizing that without the talisman, he would likely be powerless to act. He unleashes his aura towards Mira. Tova regards the approaching unbeknownst Bardisk with disdain, while Mira, fueled by anger, prepares to confront him. Dark flames envelop her, altering her armor. Spikes on her shoulders and knees elongating, radiating a chilling light, as if an abyssal demon poised to deliver a fatal blow to her adversary. Chapter 22. A terrifying battle. In a desolate expanse of the cosmos, the confrontation between Future Ba and Mira was on the verge of erupting. Future Ba, with a lithe and agile form, emanated a silvery aura, a testament to the formidable power of his free and easy form. Within the argent flames, streaks of lightning danced, illuminating the surrounding void as if it were day. His gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, fixed intently on Mira, a confident smile gracing his lips, as if proclaiming the inevitable conclusion of this battle. The recent humiliation of being struck away by Black Ba had ignited a deep-seated ire within him. Were it not for the healing powers of the talisman, he would have been unable to rise. Black Ba is one thing, but you, a laughable artificial being, dare to act defiantly before me. Mira, embodying a frigid demeanor, sported azure skin and white hair, with crimson eyes radiating a chilling aura. He was tall and robust, and the mechanical apparatus within him flickered ominously in the dim light, a clear indication of his unique identity as an artificial being. Foolish Saiyan. Mira struck first, vigorously swinging his arms, launching several black energy blasts that streaked toward Future Ba like meteors. As the energy orbs traversed the space, it appeared as though the fabric of reality was being torn apart, leaving behind dark fissures. However, Future Ba remained unperturbed, gracefully leaping into the air, his form flickering like a phantom as he deftly evaded Mira's assault. In a seamless motion, he performed a somersault, instantly positioning himself before Mira, his right fist enveloped in a terrifying silver aura, aimed directly at Mira's chest. Mira, displaying remarkable reflexes, crossed his arms to defend against the blow. With a thunderous crash, the tremendous impact forced him to stagger back several paces, etching deep grooves into the dark matter of the cosmos. Steadying himself, a glimmer of rage flickered in Mira's eyes. Truly, he was a worthy adversary. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his full power, the mechanical devices within him whirring into action, emitting a resonant hum. In an instant, Mira surged forward at an astonishing speed, his hands becoming mere blurs as he relentlessly attacked Future Ba. The latter nimbly dodged and sought an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, seizing the opening between Mira's strikes, Future Ba crouched to evade a direct punch, then swiftly rose, delivering a powerful left hook that struck Mira's chin. Mira's body was propelled into the air, tumbling several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Is this all the strength you possess? Regardless of any schemes you and Black Ba may harbor, your transgression of destroying Earth is utterly unforgivable, Future Ba proclaimed with bravado. Tawa interjected. Which of your eyes witnessed us destroying Earth? Yet, Mira did not succumb. He struggled to rise, his mechanical apparatus somewhat damaged, yet this seemed to ignite an even greater fighting spirit within him. Drawing a deep breath, Mira swiftly formed seals with his hands, conjuring an immense black energy sphere that pulsated with terrifying power, distorting the very space around it. With a resounding shout, he propelled the energy sphere toward Vegeta, the orb racing forth with a howling wind, akin to a meteor, hurtling toward Future Ba. As Future Ba beheld the approaching sphere, a grave expression settled upon his face. He was acutely aware of the immense power of this strike, and he did not dare to underestimate it. Future Ba inhaled deeply, swiftly gathering energy before his chest, and in an instant, a golden Kamehameha wave took shape. Kamehameha! Future Ba shouted, launching the golden wave forth. The radiant Kamehameha collided with the black energy sphere in midair, unleashing an explosion of intense light and a tremendous shockwave. The brilliance illuminated the entire expanse of the universe, while the shockwave surged forth like a tumultuous ocean, scattering debris in its wake, uprooting the ground, and creating an increasing number of fissures in the space around them. Amidst the light and energy, the silhouettes of future Ba and Mira flickered, both exerting their utmost to sustain their attacks, neither willing to concede defeat. As time progressed, future Ba's Kamehameha began to gain the upper hand, gradually overpowering the black energy sphere, which was being consumed by the golden radiance. Mira's expression shifted dramatically at this realization. He intensified his energy output, yet proved futile against future Ba's relentless assault. Ultimately, the golden Kamehameha broke through the black energy sphere, hurtling towards Mira with the remnants of its force. Mira attempted to evade, but it was too late. The Kamehameha struck him with a resounding impact, enveloping his body and erasing him within the blinding light. Future Ba gazed at the spot where Mira had vanished, slowly retracting his aura, fully aware that this battle was far from over. Come fort, Towa. Indeed, Tawa appeared at a critical moment, rescuing Mira. I apologize, Tawa. My inadequacy prevented me from defeating Beerus. Mira knelt, his head bowed. Arise. It is entirely normal to face defeat. Who is Beerus? He is not invincible. We shall not seek his cooperation. Who knew he would bring two? Tawa responded nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Beerus regarded this individual who mirrored his own visage. Who are you? Are you Zamasu? Do not dare compare me to that fool. I am you. I merely required the assistance of that fool in the interim. Regardless, my wish has been fulfilled, thanks to that fool's help in gathering the Dragon Balls. You from this world are quite formidable, Beerus remarked, a spark of excitement igniting within him. I feel the urge to spar a little. Black Ba clapped his hands, exuding an air of confidence. It seems that, at any time, I am inevitably influenced to some extent by the cells of the Saiyans. Beerus observed with a smile. Black Ba smirked, his aura erupting in an instant. For the first time, Beerus found himself confronted by such a powerful adversary, stirring an exhilarating thrill within him. In the cosmic expanse, the starry river churned with dark matter. As Beerus, Super 9 Extreme Awakening, faced off against Black Ba, Super 9 Pink Calamity, distorting the very fabric of space into a grotesque prism. The space was in a state of constant collapse, only to be restructured anew in an instant. The ends of Beerus's golden hair shimmered with a sacred platinum hue, his pupils swirling with a galactic glimmer, while Black Ba's rose-hued aura entwined with black chains, each droplet embodying the seeds of despair that corrode reality. Black Ba was astonished. You should not be this strong at present. He endured countless hardships to ultimately consume the entirety of the Omni King, governing the cosmos, refining the hearts of 18 universes, and harnessing the collective power of the universe to ascend beyond the 9th tier. He cannot fathom that you possess the very fruits of his labor. On what grounds does he express his fury? Beerus, what grounds are you speaking of? He raised his hand with a casual flick, and dark energy pillars erupted from the ground, each inscribed with the twisted runes of divine slaughter. Licking the blood from his palm, tainted by the dark Dragon Balls that altered Saiyan genetics, he warned, Beerus, you should not have sought trouble with me. Return to your wretched universe and await your complete obliteration by the Omni King. Beerus, what? What are you saying? I do not understand. In the universe where he exists, the Omni King will erase everything about him. With his current divine status and the abilities of the Omni King, it would be no challenge for him to shatter the Omni King. Yet, he is determined to comprehend it all. Speak quickly and clarify your meaning. Observing Beerus's bewilderment, Black Ba ceased his explanations, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Upon reopening them, his blood-gold hair transformed entirely into a dark golden hue, and 18 blood-red angelic halos materialized around him. A terrifying dark energy coalesced in his palm and was hurled toward Beerus. The dread energy known as Dark Breath of Annihilation erupted in a spectacle of countless blossoms symbolizing destruction. As it advanced, the universe lamented, space tore apart, and dimensional rifts flickered into existence, all bearing witness to the terror of this technique. Beerus's pupils constricted as he sensed the force of the laws surrounding him being obliterated by this energy. This pure annihilative power was far more effective against his ultimate awakening form than any destroyer energy. He roared as he unleashed the ultimate creation palm, which condensed the life force of millions of planets into a rule, colliding with the annihilation wave. In that instant, the space erupted in blinding black and white fireworks. each spark morphing into the screaming visage of a face. Maiba and Tova gazed upon the horror of this confrontation. The terrifying aftershock sending both parties tumbling back thousands of meters. Tova, truly deserving of the title of one who can shatter universes. This power is utterly captivating. Alas, I cannot control him. Otherwise, just imagine the possibilities. Future Bumf, you wretched dark insects. Were it not for you, would I become this way? Even this aftershock could obliterate you. In his perspective, that version of himself must have been manipulated by these dark-hearted individuals. Otherwise, how could this innocent young boy have transformed into something so sinister? All he wished for was to be with his family. Even if his body had been swapped, he would still be by their side in paradise. He believed that version of himself felt the same. Silence, you foolish Saiyan. How dare you show disrespect to Tova? In his eyes, Tova was not only his superior, but the one he cherished deeply. He would never permit anyone to disrespect her. Is the previous lesson not enough? Do you wish to be taught again? Future boss scoffed. Mira, upon hearing this, attempted to strike, but was halted by Tova. Stand down, Tova said, as he wished only to observe the battle. Future Ba disregarded him and turned his gaze back to the horrifying battlefield. The two figures transcended the confines of time and space, resulting in a series of spectral collisions manifesting in reality. Each encounter was a clash of unparalleled might. Spectators witnessed the nails of the dark figure transform into blades of shadowy energy, each strike leaving smoldering scars upon Beerus' skin, where cells were forcibly infected and transformed into a darkened state. Yet, each instance of this dark affliction was inexplicably purged by an unknown force. The dark figure's expression hardened. What is this power? He demanded, pointing at Beerus' body, which was repeatedly mended. Beerus, this is the power of the horse symbol spell, he declared, as several strands of rule-based power coalesced beside Beerus. Among them, 3 distinct orbs of supreme power stood out prominently. The power of miracles, the power of creation, and the power of time and space. The horse symbol spell? How did you acquire such a thing? A terrifying thought began to surface within him. Do you possess a system? Beerus sneered derisively. What's so extraordinary about that? Countless parallel timelines exist. You are merely a manifestation of one such parallel timeline that emerged when I entered this world, akin to the futures of Trantis and that future version of Ba. Many years ago, I inquired of the system, and it revealed that the parallel universes derived from this world are based on my original universe. That is why I possess a system, while you do not. Now tell me, why have you become like this? With such power, you shouldn't have ended up this way. What has transpired? Even so, what of it? You and I are not bound to coexist as one. With your system, your power is merely on par with mine. If you wish to know what has happened, defeat me first, the dark figure proclaimed with arrogance. I anticipated you would respond this way. Very well. Let's settle this through combat. Beerus resolved, ceasing further dialogue. The two adversaries collided at astonishing speed, exchanging blows in a furious display of power. A magnificent spectacle unfolding at a breathtaking pace. The dark figure raised his hand, and numerous orbs of light manifested around him. Forces of destruction, devastation, darkness, and annihilation converged at his fingertips. Accompanied by the contraction of space, a terrifying wave of energy surged towards Beerus. In response, Beerus extended his palm forward, gathering his own terrifying orbs of energy, unleashing an explosive wave that met the oncoming assault head-on. As their energies collided, the space around them collapsed rapidly, revealing dimensional rifts. The cataclysmic aftermath rippled throughout the universe. The dark figure's lips curled in a smirk, realizing that these tactics could not inflict harm upon Beerus. Let us see how you fare against this, he declared, darting towards Beerus and delivering a fierce head but aimed at Beerus' skull. A torrent of formidable mental energy surged into Beerus' being. Within Beerus' consciousness, the dark figure transformed into a colossal dark dragon, thousands of meters in length, unleashing torrents of shadowy energy in an attempt to plunge Beerus into darkness. Sensing the impending doom, Beerus' consciousness morphed into a golden giant ape, engaging in a fierce struggle with the dark dragon. Each falling strand of golden fur purified the dragon's scales, dispersing the darkness enveloping it. Your meager strength cannot inflict any harm upon me. Beerus struck the dragon's abdomen with a powerful punch. The dragon spat a mouthful of saliva. Do not revel in your triumph, Humph. Depart from Beerus' mental realm. Emerging from the shadows, Black Bart finally unveiled his ultimate technique. tearing open the dark energy core within his chest to reveal the pulsating heart of the dark cosmos. This orb, forged from the despair of countless souls, instantly elevated his aura to the Super 9 peach red in form, a towering silhouette of the dark celestial deity emerging behind him, adorned with 18 blood-red divine rings, and wielding a colossal sword forged from the bones of the deceased. Feel it, Bardisk. This is the essence of the universe. He swung his gigantic sword, unleashing the light of final judgment, which cascaded like a black galaxy, severing the very fabric of causality, distorting the concepts of past and future into chaotic tangles beneath the blade. Yet at this moment, Bardisk closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, 18 radiant halos converged into a new true self form, golden runes shimmering amidst the platinum flames, embodying the beliefs of all parallel universes' versions of Bardisk. He raised his hand, effortlessly forming an energy sphere of endless possibilities within his palm, a luminous orb compressed from all nebula of possibilities, encompassing the essence of every being from the weakest Saiyan to all guardians of the cosmos. When the two attacks collided, the heart of the dark cosmos transformed into a transparent crystal, reflecting the pure gaze of Black Bart as he beheld the starry sky for the first time. The light of final judgment morphed into countless white doves, carrying olive branches across the universe. The entire expanse of the dark cosmos was suffused with gradients of gold and pink, the starry rivers crystallizing into rosy gems, desolate planets sprouting tender shoots, each leaf shimmering with the glow of choices. Black Bart knelt upon the newly birthed dark matter, the peach flames dissipating entirely to reveal his trembling hands. Images of the worlds he had obliterated replayed in his mind, and in that moment, he could feel the fragments of hope once held by those lost, a mother's lullaby, a child's laughter, a lover's embrace. I did not wish for this. I yearn for strength. No one shall impede my ascent. I merely wish to protect my family. Why do you not end my suffering? His voice rasped as his fingertips brushed the dew upon the crystal. Bardisk approached him, offering a mystical beam, the platinum flames gently enveloping Black Bart's wounds. Because we are one and the same. There are no deep-seated grudges. I believe your actions stem from your own burdens. Black Bart trembled as he accepted the beam, a bittersweet smile suddenly gracing his lips. At the very instant Bardisk turned away, he softly uttered, I have always envied you. You have never lost anything. Unlike me who sacrificed everything to resurrect my family. I can never return to those bygone days. What do you mean? I was about to ask you, stop speaking in riddles, or I shall truly strike you. Bardisk waved his fist, signaling that he was indeed serious about delivering a blow. At that moment, future Bart and Tova, among others, soared over. Chapter 23, You Have Suffered, Old Black. The terrifying battle had just unfolded. An indelible impression has already been etched deep within Tova's heart. It is worth noting that the formidable power possessed by the terrifying Demon King, Demigula, pales in comparison to that of the two before her. Such an enticing strength. The mere thought of bearing a child with him to inherit such exceptional genes renders Tova weak at the knees. Seemingly sensing Tova's unusual state, Mira clenched his fists. He too yearned for such terrifying power. Yet, as an artificial being created by Tova, despite possessing the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, he could never reach such heights. Baticus regarded the two individuals with little animosity. After all, they had yet to offend him. He was not one to be intolerant of darkness. Casting a glance at Black Ba, he inquired, what on earth transpired? Why such malevolence? Is it not preferable to simply enjoy time with family? He had initially been reluctant to come, but how could he ignore a descendant like Tete? Even if their bloodlines differed. With a sigh, he lamented. Black Ba was still attempting to maintain an air of mystery when Baticus, quite unceremoniously, slapped his forehead. Enough of the theatrics. You're making this unbearable. Coughing, he added, isn't this an excellent opening for a captivating narrative? Are we continuing? Baticus rolled up his sleeves, his imposing aura causing future Ba and Tova to tremble in fear. Should that earlier battle erupt once more, who could say if the magic seals would hold? Tova was already preparing to drag Mira away to escape. With a chuckle, Black Ba began his tale. Years ago, upon emerging from the incubation chamber, I learned that Frisia intended to annihilate planet Vegeta in 3 short years. A mere blink of an eye. At my request, with the assistance of my father, mother, and Korna's parents, I boarded a space pod bound for Earth. My battle power was not particularly high upon arrival. Tova interjected, Frisia is that powerful? He made you flee? Do not interrupt. Continue listening. Future Ba insisted. After 3 years in transit, I arrived on Earth and met Bulma. I implored Dr. Brief to construct a gravity chamber. With the gravity chamber, I diligently trained alongside Korna, and when Bulma heard of our adventurous endeavor, she begged to join us. Thus, we trained in a hyperbolic time chamber until we achieved Super Saiyan 3. You know as well as I that 1 or 2 years are insufficient to attain the Super Saiyan form. That sounds quite similar to my own experience. I'm aware of all that. So, were you able to save your parents? Indeed, I did. After attaining Super Saiyan 3, I utilized Bulma's Dragon Radar to swiftly collect the Dragon Balls and learned instant transmission. Just in time, as Frieza's planet-destroying blast was about to descend, I arrived. During my battle with Frieza, I encountered the Dark Dragon Balls, unexpectedly empowering Frieza to match my strength. Ultimately, I managed to vanquish him after a grueling struggle. Tova gasped. The Dark Dragon Balls. So, your Dragon Balls originated from here? Future Ba replied, it appears our paths diverge. I had no such luck in slaying Frieza without the Dark Dragon Balls. Baticus urged continue. He was taken aback. The Dark Dragon Balls were indeed formidable, their influence rivaling that of the Super Dragon Balls. Subsequently, I vanquished Gula, Android 17, Android 18, Cell, and Bu on Earth. However, they were all possessed by the enigmatic Dark Dragon Balls, resulting in a remarkable surge in their power. Had it not been for my frequent training in the time chamber, my universe would likely have succumbed to ruin. Eventually, I utilized the Dragon Balls to resurrect Android 18. Ahem, you understand. Future Bardock, of course. Who wouldn't be enamored by blonde beauty? I assumed that once you had defeated them, they were gone for good. Life thereafter was manageable. After her resurrection, Android 18 exhibited a fiery temperament. My days were consumed with training and reprimanding her. After a lengthy period of guidance, my efforts bore fruit, and we welcomed 2 adorable children into the world. Originally, I, along with Korna, Bulma, and others, had a delightful brood, even grandchildren, and I found such a life to be rather splendid. One day, I encountered Goku, thinking he had come seeking training. To my surprise, he arrived with Vegeta, declaring themselves members of the Time Patrol. They insisted on rectifying the timeline and demanded my inclusion. Otherwise, they threatened to annihilate me and my family. At that time, my strength could have easily overpowered them, yet our battle energy inadvertently awakened the god of destruction, Beerus. Awakened, Beerus was displeased and, accompanied by Whis, descended upon Earth. Witnessing the terrifying clash between myself and the Time Patrol, which posed a serious threat to his status as a destroyer, without hesitation, he joined the patrol to confront me. Initially, I believed my defeat was imminent. Beerus intended to obliterate me and Korna. It is known that as a god of destruction, Beerus could annihilate all counterparts. I dared not gamble on the consequences of Korna's destruction. Thus, I agreed to join the Time Patrol. However, the members of the patrol had already become agitated and harbored profound distrust towards me, the temporal aberration, and did not accept my membership. Black Bardock's tone suddenly shifted to one of fury, his terrifying aura beginning to boil and spread. Batisk patted Black Bardock's shoulder, and Future Bardock and the other side in relief, fearing he might erupt and obliterate them. Black Bardock continued, Beerus destroyed my entire family. Can you fathom that anguish? It was excruciating. I watched helplessly as Korna and the others transformed into specks of light, smiling as they urged me to flee. That despair is something I never wish to experience again. In a fit of rage, I annihilated Beerus and the entire patrol, consuming them using the powers of the Dragon Balls. Yet, I was unaware that during Whis' slumber, he had relayed information to the Grand Priest. Later, in my quest to resurrect my family, I journeyed to Namek. Their dragon could not revive them, but informed me that the Super Dragon Balls could. Thus, I embarked on a quest to gather the Super Dragon Balls. However, traversing the vast cosmos was beyond my means. The universe is expansive, and I had no means to navigate it. I could only collect 4 of the 7th universe's Dragon Balls. Originally, I intended to seek out the Kaioshin, but he had vanished upon Beerus' demise. I scoured the Kaioshin realm, but found no trace of the Kaioshin ring, the ring capable of traversing the cosmos and glimpsing the future. In my ultimate despair, I found myself relentlessly training within the confines of the time chamber. Unbeknownst to me, I had become ensnared by the allure of darkness. The power I had cultivated transformed into a sinister force. Yet despite my newfound strength, I remained unable to breach the cosmic barrier, for I could not reach the edges of the universe. Then, one fateful day, the Grand Priest descended alongside the Omni King. In a display of invincibility, I vanquished the Grand Priest. Just when I believed I could shatter the Omni King, he attempted to erase my existence. In that moment, I felt utterly powerless. Fortunately, Tawa appeared, whisking me away to the Dark Demon realm. There, I aided Tawa in gathering the Dark Dragon Balls, convinced that their wish-granting power would rival that of the Super Dragon Balls. Upon completing my collection, I wished to resurrect my family. To my astonishment, I succeeded. I brought them back to life and joyfully returned to Earth, determined to protect them. However, mere days later, the Omni King and the Grand Priest re-emerged. The Omni King unleashed his erasure ability, obliterating the entire universe, including Korna and the others. I narrowly escaped to the Dark Demon realm using the ring Tawa had given me. I was unwilling to concede defeat. On my quest for the Dark Dragon Balls, I encountered a figure clad in black. With absolute power, he defeated me. He bestowed upon me a battle suit and instructed me on how to harness my magical energy and the rules of annihilation. Under his guidance, I made remarkable progress. Having mastered unparalleled power, I resolved to confront the Omni King. However, as the embodiment of the entire universe, defeating him would not be an easy task. Yet, I had no choice. I needed to eliminate him to resurrect my family. Thus, I took the risk. In the original universe, I effortlessly withstood the erasure rules. After defeating the Omni King's guards, he absorbed them. Our battle raged on for an extended period, shattering all 12 universes. Devoid of cosmic power, I barely triumphed over the Omni King. As I shattered him, the universe lay in ruins, teetering on the brink of oblivion. The figure in black reappeared, presenting me with a cosmic core. He instructed me to refine it. I complied, and upon completion, I became the sovereign of that universe. However, all the Dragon Balls within that universe had been erased by the Omni King, rendering them unattainable. Thus I sought out Tawa, imploring her to transport me to another universe in search of the Super Dragon Balls. Speaking of the Super Dragon Balls, Zamasu came to mind. Tawa took me to a time before Zamasu had exchanged bodies. As fate would have it, I arrived just after he had completed his wish. Future Trunks questioned why didn't he use the Dark Dragon Balls. I did, only to discover that the Dark Dragon Balls required an immense amount of world energy to fulfill my wish, a feat beyond my capabilities. By the time I arrived, Zamasu had already slain everyone in that universe. This was not my universe, yet I was determined to resurrect my beloved. I disregarded the circumstances and decided to teach Zamasu a lesson, enlisting his aid in seeking the Super Dragon Balls. Who better to assist than he, who possessed such intimate knowledge? However, to my dismay, he had yet to gather them and was instead embroiled in a confrontation with the rogue Zamasu. I initially aimed to prevent Bulma's demise, but I was too late. Zamasu had ruthlessly eliminated her. I had assumed that their dimensional rift was a means to aid me in my quest for the Dragon Balls, only to realize they were pursuing that wretched soul. I had failed to detect the underlying anomalies. It seems to be a perfectly ordinary parallel world. After all, during my quest for the Dark Dragon Balls, I eradicated numerous parallel realms. I feel quite indifferent towards their obliteration. Future Beulah remarked, "Indeed, without my normal Dragon Ball universe, there is truly little of value." Wait, weren't you considering bringing Bulma and the others over? Tawa responded, "If Lord Badisk wants, I can certainly oblige." With that, she elegantly tossed her white hair aside while adjusting her crimson robe, revealing her fair skin as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade. Her red eyes sparkled with a cunning and avaricious light, as if capable of uncovering every scheme and secret. Beneath her high nose was a pair of luscious red lips, often adorned with a subtle, elusive smile, imparting a sense of coldness and danger. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, occasionally swaying gently with her movements, adding an air of mystery. Future Beulah interjected, "Let's not." Tawa asked, "Am I not beautiful?" Her fingers brushed against her rosy lips. Exhaling softly, Badisk remarked, "Keep it up, and I'll have to deal with you both." Future Beulah. Tawa gazed affectionately at Badisk. Startled Badisk. Black Beulah paused before continuing. Later, those two incompetent fools helped me gather the Dragon Balls, only to go to Earth and slaughter humanity, which you dispatched with 2 strikes. Well, I have completed my wish. I no longer wish to linger here. Pass me, just keep an eye on the Omni King. Tawa, let us depart. My universe has returned to its original state, save for the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Black Beulah addressed Tawa. All right, the gentle, sultry voice of Lord Badisk flowed from Tawa's red lips. Upon hearing the tale, Badisk finally comprehended why Black Beulah acted thus. If it were him, he would have done the same. It is all me. I can understand. Beerus pondered. Does that man in black have any leads? Black Beulah replied. I do not know. In any case, that man in black is exceedingly powerful. Moreover, I sense he harbors malevolence. I am unsure of his intentions. That is all. Farewell past me. Beerus remarked. You have suffered, old black. Bidding farewell to Black Beulah and the others, he raised his glowing eyes and unleashed his willpower. The terrifying miracle force surged throughout the universe, and moments later, the cosmos returned to its former state, albeit with the gods of destruction and angels remaining unrecovered. Beerus had not intended to resurrect the gods of destruction. Now all 18 universes lack gods of destruction and angels. Future Beulah looked at Beerus, a wave of emotional nostalgia flooding her eyes. Thank you, Beerus. Beerus gazed at his future self with disdain. He slapped him across the face. Get lost, and stop being so disgusting. Without waiting for a response, he teleported to Earth. Future Beulah clutched her swollen cheek, speaking incoherently. How cruel your strikes are so heavy. With one hand, she pressed her fingers to her forehead, perplexed as to why it was so. Regardless, he is undeniably handsome. With a swipe, she vanished from the spot. Just as they disappeared, a pair of terrifying eyes scanned the cosmos, murmuring, where has that strange evil gone? Gradually, the twin eyes faded into the cosmos. Chapter 24, Vegeta, damn it. Future B. Ah, Earth is so comfortable. The suffocating sensation of a universe is truly unbearable. Beerus, enough of your whining. Can't you even handle a simple Mira? I truly wonder how you've managed to cultivate to this point. Pathetically weak. Future B, you cannot compare. You possess a golden finger, I do not. Everything I achieved was through my own effort. Beerus, but that Dark B also cultivated on his own. Even the Omni King was defeated. Look at your family being slaughtered while he busies himself with resurrection. Meanwhile, you are enjoying paradise with your family. How is it that someone like you has not descended into hell? Future B, of course not. Vegeta has been redeemed. I've dealt with quite a number of wicked individuals. All right. Lin Fan observed the quarrel between his two fathers, utterly hesitant to interject. Tentatively, he called out, Mom has prepared the meal. Shall we eat first? Future B's stomach growled. Let's go have a meal together. Get lost. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. At most, I'll complete the talismans for you. Beerus yanked Future B's arm. Future B chuckled slyly. Can't you spare me another set? No matter how cunning the smile, the answer was still a resounding no. Aren't you in possession of the Dragon Balls? You know where Namek is. Ensure your own survival. The rest is for you to manage. They deserve to be slain. Beerus shook his head, declaring, very well. Future B spoke helplessly, wishing for more, but this fellow was utterly unhelpful. Sigh, what a disappointment. It would have been splendid to arrange for the family as well. With a flick of his wrist, he handed Future B 11 talismans, cautioning, use the power of the mouse talisman judiciously. The strength of its creations may not surpass the Omni King, but once it becomes formidable, it is essentially at the level of the Omni King. Do not bring forth any malevolent beings. Future B crushed the talismans one by one. Ah, I understand. Then I will not keep you. Aren't you going to bid farewell to your friends? Beerus shook his head, stating that the matter was concluded. I must return to safeguard my family. I do not wish to experience what Black B went through. Though it seemed unlikely, the longer he stayed away, the more he yearned to return. Future B did not insist on staying longer. Then farewell. Farewell. Beerus waved as he tore open a rift in space-time, stepping through and vanishing as the rift slowly closed behind him. If Tawa had witnessed this, she would surely remark on the sensation of the temporal crevice. The reason being, Beerus had opened a time rift, not a dimensional rift. As the rift disappeared, Future B arrived at a luxurious cruise party. Bulma looked around and inquired, where's the Beerus from the past? Corna slapped Lin Fan on the forehead, exclaiming, I told you to welcome your father. You return and claim they're coming soon? Lin Fan wore a face of grievance. I did mention it. To express their gratitude for Beerus' rescue, a lavish party was being held on the cruise ship. With the protagonist having fled, the crowd felt a sudden sense of futility. However, the event had already commenced, and to abandon it would be wasteful. Thus, they decided to proceed with a semblance of joy, returning to Bardisk. As Bardisk emerged from the rift, he immediately sensed something was amiss in the landscape before him. It was not the universe he recognized. Suddenly, two formidable energies erupted in the distance. Was that not the essence of Vegeta and Goku? Could they be training? Yet, upon observing the dilapidated city surrounding him, he quickly dismissed the thought. Soaring into the sky, he beheld the sight of the diminutive Goku alongside Vegeta, whose colors appeared strikingly different from usual. A fierce wind howled, kicking up sand and stones, while the sky seemed shrouded in a heavy gloom, oppressive enough to stifle breath. Why did Goku not transform directly into Super Saiyan 3? He pondered, watching the two combatants, unlike himself, who would typically transform to match the strength of his opponent. Returning to the battlefield, Goku gazed at his ensnared companions, his eyes sharpening with resolve. A golden aura erupted around him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his voice booming with fury. "Bebi, return everyone to me." Bebi, possessing Vegeta's form, allowed a chilling laugh and effortlessly blocked Goku's assault. With a swift motion, he unleashed a tremendous force that sent Goku staggering back several paces. Bebi arrogantly declared, "Do you think you can stop me? You are sorely mistaken, Goku. I will make all Saiyans pay." With energy swirling around him, Bebi absorbed the power of the controlled individuals, growing stronger with each intake. As the battle raged on, Bebi successfully evolved into his Super Bebi form, emanating such an overwhelming pressure that the very air around him felt as if it had solidified. Witnessing this, Goku gritted his teeth, his aura surging once more as he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3. His hair turned a brilliant gold and extended dramatically, the energy around him roiling violently, lifting debris from the ground as if he intended to upend the world itself. However, due to the diminutive size imposed by the Black Star Dragon Balls, he struggled to sustain the immense energy required for Super Saiyan 3. Before long, his complexion paled. Fatigue overtook him, and he was compelled to revert to his original state. The power of Super Bebi far surpassed that of Goku, who, like a ravenous wolf, unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon him. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed as Goku found himself utterly defenseless, barely managing to fend off the blows. His body soon adorned with wounds. Ultimately, Bebi harnessed the collective malice of the Z-Fighters, transforming into his Super Bebi second state. He gathered dark energy in his hands, forming a massive revenge death ball, and launched it at Goku with all his might, decisively defeating him. Goku coughed up blood and fell heavily to the ground, teetering on the brink of death. As he lay there, gazing up at the earth cloaked in shadows, a sense of bitter resignation filled his heart. Bardisk watched with keen interest. The climax was approaching. At that moment, he absorbed the bull's light reflected from the earth, and his body underwent a remarkable transformation. Morphing into a golden great ape, hiding not far away, Bardisk observed the scene with excitement, exclaiming, "Here it comes. He is about to emerge." As a child, witnessing such a moment had filled him with exhilaration, and he still held a profound admiration for this form. In the guise of the golden great ape, Goku's power soared dramatically, emanating an aura of terror. For a moment, Bebi found it difficult to withstand the onslaught, retreating under the relentless assault and seeking to evade the imminent danger. However, the golden great ape Goku had succumbed to madness, wreaking havoc indiscriminately upon friend and foe alike. In this critical moment, Xiao Fong rushed in, her heart aflame with urgency. Without hesitation, she dashed before Goku, calling out, "Grandpa, awaken. It's me, Xiao Fong." Her voice resonated like a bell piercing through the fog, stirring a flicker of clarity within Goku's depths. She brandished the martial arts uniform that her grandfather had crafted for her with his own hands long ago, waving it before him. Upon seeing the uniform, a glimmer of recognition and struggle flickered in Goku's eyes as memories of shared moments with family and friends surged forth like a tidal wave. Ultimately, moved by Xiao Fong's tears of sorrow, Goku managed to regain control over his formidable power, evolving into Super Saiyan 4. At that moment, Goku was enveloped in a crimson blaze, his black hair transformed, and his body cloaked in red fur, emanating a resolute glow from his eyes. As though he had become the guardian of this realm, Betis could not help but nod in approval. This transformation had once filled him with immense excitement. Witnessing it again stirred emotions akin to those of a fan meeting their idol. Facing Baby anew, the tide of battle swiftly turned. Super Saiyan 4 Goku's strikes were ferocious, each punch accompanied by a howling wind, delivering earth-shattering force upon Baby. Despite Baby's valiant resistance, he gradually succumbed under the overwhelming onslaught of Super Saiyan 4 Goku, accumulating numerous injuries. After Baby seized control of Bulma, utilizing technology to transform Vegeta into a golden great ape, Betis observed the newly transformed Baby with intrigue, contemplating the practicality of such a controllability. In due time, he thought, it would be advantageous to seize it. The Golden Great Ape Baby and Super Saiyan 4 Goku proved evenly matched, their exchanges relentless and fiercely contested, leading to a stalemate. The intensity of the battle left both combatants exhausted, collapsing to the ground. Yet, Bulma intervened once more, employing technological beams to restore Baby's stamina. As Baby rose, he launched another assault on the fatigued Goku. Just as Baby's attack was about to land, Gohan, Trunks, and Goten regained their senses, joining Shao Fong in channeling their Super Saiyan energy to Goku. Observing this, Beerus shook his head in resignation. What a plot twist. After such prolonged control, it falters now? Rejuvenated, Goku's power surged beyond measure. He inhaled deeply, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he seized the opportunity to blind Baby with a solar flare. In the brief moment of Baby's blindness, Goku moved with lightning speed, unleashing a torrent of punches upon Baby. Ultimately, Goku succeeded in severing Vegeta's tail, forcing Baby to escape from Vegeta's body. Poor Baby. Vegeta has grown larger, and so too has the entity he has parasitized. This is quite absurd, or at least it seems so to me. Beerus watches the defeated Baby, who in a panic, flees in his spaceship, desperately shoving Bulma aside, intent on escaping this planet at all costs, dismissing any plans regarding planet Zypher as secondary to his survival. Goku would not let this instigator escape. He gathered all his strength, energy surging around him, unleashing a Kamehameha wave amplified tenfold. A blinding beam of white light, imbued with catastrophic power, surged forth, seemingly striking the spaceship and Baby into the sun. With a thunderous roar, as everyone presumed Baby had been utterly obliterated, the light dissipated. Beerus made a grand entrance. With one hand smoldering, he grasped Baby's spaceship, rendering it immobile, the engines extinguished. Who are you? What do you want? Baby exclaimed, but before he could finish, Beerus unleashed a magical beam, transforming Baby into chocolate. That was the ability of Majin Buu. Who exactly are you? Goku assumed an attack stance. Grandfather, look! That SA tail! Xiaofeng exclaimed, prompting everyone to adopt defensive postures. With a resounding crack, Beerus unceremoniously popped the chocolate Baby into his mouth, savoring its sweetness. A single gulp, and the unfortunate Baby bid farewell to this world. Moments later, Beerus found his internal energy unchanged. This Baby had no combat capability whatsoever. He shook his head in disbelief while examining the abilities bestowed by Baby: parasitism and oviposition, controlling the host's body and soul while being capable of laying eggs on the host, who would also be subjected to control. Gazing at the system panel displaying these acquired abilities, Beerus mused on their worthlessness, lamenting that he would need to parasitize before laying any eggs. He had imagined he could simply wave his sleeve and command a multitude. Who are you? Are you allied with Baby? Goku shouted coldly. Beerus, observing the comical yet serious expressions of the group, was suddenly filled with mirth. He clasped his hands together, and 18 divine rings materialized behind him, unleashing a terrifying divine power that radiated in all directions. An overwhelming pressure bore down on Goku and the others. Goku stood resolutely in front of the group, bracing against this formidable force. In the Supreme Kai realm, the old Kai was vexed by Jebet's incessant questioning. What nuisance! How did you even become a Supreme Kai? He retorted. Who is that fellow? Long ago, when I obstructed the Supreme Kai, I encountered Cronoa, the Kai of Time. She was in search of the Dark Dragon Balls in this universe, accompanied by a fearsome attendant. Upon further understanding, our universe is merely a fragment of numerous parallel universes, and not even a complete one. According to Cronoa, above the complete universe's Supreme Kai, there exist deities. This fellow must have originated from the complete universe. What a terrifying configuration of divine rings. His strength is undoubtedly immense. What shall we do, ancestor? Is this the end? Jebet asked, in a state of utter panic. The elder Kai, in a state of disarray, exclaimed in frustration. What is this chaos? We are Kaiashins, we must remain composed. With a swift motion, he struck the air, his aura dimming. Beerus, sensing the tension, subdued his presence, the divine halo behind him losing its luster. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong received a message from the elder Kai amidst the pressure. You are a deity from another universe, aren't you? May we spar later? Though eager to engage, Wukong was still recovering from his recent battle with Baby, which had drained his energy. He had to suppress his apprehensive thoughts. Beerus tossed a pouch of senzu beans to Xiaofeng, recognizing her as the only one present who did not fear him, aside from the foolish Wukong. Even Vegeta was unconscious. Beerus did not feel the need to explain his choice. Xiaofang, holding the pouch, was perplexed, unsure of its contents. But it resembled the legendary senzu beans her grandfather had once shown her. Grandpa, is this a senzu bean or just an ordinary bean? Wukong, naive and nostalgic for the beans, decided to consume one without hesitation. He bit into it, and a surge of vitality coursed through him, restoring his depleted strength. Such was the miraculous nature of the senzu beans. Ecstatic, Wukong beamed at the pouch of beans, recalling how long it had been since he last tasted them. He shared the beans with Bulma and the others, who eagerly consumed them, while Vegeta's power surged. Gohan, Goten, and Trunks remained comparatively weak. Beerus, observing them, introduced himself flamboyantly. Greetings. I am Beerus, a deity from a parallel universe, and I mean you no harm, though, were I to harbor ill intentions, you would stand no chance against me. Vegeta, already feeling frustrated and guilty over his actions while possessed by Baby, bristled at Beerus' arrogance. Do you even know who you are speaking to? He demanded, gesturing grandly. Beerus, taken aback, stammered in acknowledgement. Yes. You're the great Vegeta. Clenching his fists, Vegeta seethed with anger. Wukong and Bulma quickly intervened. Vegeta, please, do not act impulsively. This person is incredibly powerful. Had it not been for Wukong, we might be in dire straits, Bulma urged gently. Wukong, blocking Vegeta's path, insisted. Vegeta, you cannot face him. Allow me to go first. Vegeta, irked, retorted, of course it has to be you, Kakarot. You insufferable fool. The repetition only fueled his ire, and in a fit of anger, he struck Wukong. Yet, Wukong effortlessly blocked the blow, further inciting Vegeta's fury. In retaliation, Vegeta unleashed a sweeping kick. But Wukong seized the opportunity to distance himself. Beerus stared as the two engaged in a perplexing scuffle, completely disregarding his presence. Particularly, the arrogant Vegeta exhibited an overwhelming sense of pride. How could he, a paragon of politeness, be subjected to such disdain? Was it fair to blame others for their aloof demeanor when one's own prowess was lacking? Even the lowliest of creatures possess a semblance of dignity. As the two stood in confrontation, Beerus suddenly appeared before Vegeta, reaching out to seize his head. Before Vegeta could comprehend the situation, he found himself ensnared, unable to shake off Beerus' iron grip. Goku, fueled by an eruption of energy, unleashed a thunderous cry, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 in an instant. Beerus' hair turned a brilliant shade of gold, activating his Super Saiyan form, the golden aura pulsating with an intensity that quickened the heartbeats of all present. Beerus' overwhelming power was truly terrifying. Vegeta attempted to unleash his energy multiple times, shifting forms in a futile effort to escape Beerus' grasp. Sensing Goku's surge of power, he too unleashed his princely combat technique. In a flash, Goku appeared before him, delivering a fearsome punch. Vegeta raised his hand to block the attack, a burst of energy erupting from his palm. Goku swiftly teleported behind him, preparing to counter, but Beerus anticipated Goku's next move, clutching Vegeta's head with one hand and Goku's with the other. Vegeta, infuriated, retorted, Kakarot, it seems we must fuse, or we stand no chance. Kakarot replied, Vegeta, don't you wish to witness Beerus' true power? Experience the ultimate transformation? Chapter 25, The Battle Against Vegeta. Goku urged, come on Vegeta, don't you want to see his strength? With a surge of energy, Vegeta broke free from Beerus' grasp, sharing an unspoken understanding with Goku. Kakarot, it is not my desire to fuse. It is your incessant pleading. Observing how Beerus had mercilessly ground them into the earth, leaving deep furrows. Vegeta's pride, as the proud Saiyan prince, could not endure such humiliation. They promptly regained their composure, standing side by side in a posture reminiscent of a shameful crab dance. The signature technique of the Metamorphs. As they shouted fusion, their fingertips met, unleashing a dazzling burst of light. Beerus observed their fusion with keen interest. Though he knew he could overpower them, the fusion of Goku and Vegeta into Vegeta had been a childhood idol of his, a form he had emulated countless times in his past life. The brilliant light gradually subsided, and Beerus erupted in laughter, clutching his stomach, tears streaming down his cheeks. It had been amusing then, and even more so now, witnessing the stark contrast. Vegeta struggled to declare, I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. I am Vegeta. A peculiar gurgling sound escaped. I'm so hungry. His signature golden hair remained spiked, yet his rounded cheeks gave it a fuller appearance, the tips slightly curled, with bangs cascading casually over his forehead, exuding an air of nonchalance. The contours of the face are softened by youthful roundness, with cheeks plump like dumplings, a slightly rounded chin, and pupils still shining as brightly as ink. When smiling, the eyes curve into crescent shapes, the corners adorned with delicate creases. The bridge of the nose is short yet prominent, lips are full, and shallow dimples are faintly visible on either side of the cheeks. The physique resembles a plump apple, with broad shoulders and a chest, an abdomen full of soft flesh. The arms and legs exhibit a noticeable softness without losing their muscular definition as one walks. The abdomen sways gently. Clad in a loose blue and white combat uniform, the fabric is stretched taut and the belt hangs loosely at the waist. The golden trim slightly deformed. The skin is fair with a hint of pink, radiating a gentle golden aura. In moments of calm, the demeanor is as amiable as that of a neighborly uncle, yet the movement reveals a potential for explosive strength. No laughing. Cursed Beerus. The voice of Gogeta resonates. Striding towards Beerus with purpose, he closes the distance of several meters and delivers a spectacular faceplant onto the ground, leaving a large imprint of his visage. Upon witnessing the scene, Beerus finally collapses. Gogeta, you have triumphed over me. Are you trying to make me die from laughter? Beerus rolls on the ground, clutching his belly. At this moment, Gogeta feels utterly embarrassed, wishing to restore the visage left imprinted on the earth. It appears Goku's personality has taken the forefront. Scratching his head and speaking with emphasis, my apologies, Beerus, just wait 30 minutes. I'll rejoin soon. Ha. Beerus responds, all right, I'll wait for you to return. Soon enough, 30 minutes pass. The two transform into beams of light and separate, with Vegeta calling out to Goku, it's all your fault, you detestable cockroach. Surely, your stance was improper. Goku scratches the back of his head and chuckles, Vegeta, it was an accident. Enough bickering. Beerus tosses 2 Senzu beans to the pair. Eat up. Restore your strength for the next fusion. They each take their positions, shout in unison, and dance the crab dance of fusion, accompanied by the sound of their voices and the light tapping of fingertips. Once more, brilliance envelopes the scene. The result remains unchanged. Golden hair, slicked back tightly against the scalp, the tips sharply angled upwards like steel needles. The bangs are extremely short and distinctly separated, revealing a broad, full forehead that exudes an almost fragile battle aura. The cheeks are sunken, cheekbones pronounced, and the jawline as sharp as a knife. The eye sockets are deep, with pupils as black as ink yet gleaming with a cold light. The brow is high, lips thin and pressed into a straight line, and the nasolabial folds are deeply etched, perpetually conveying an aura of indifference towards life and death, ready to confront any challenge. Tall and lean. The frame is angular yet filled with sinewy muscle, shoulders narrow and waist trim, the spine straight like a blade, with prominent veins and defined muscle contours. The skin clings tightly to the bones, and though the combat uniform hangs loosely, it fails to conceal the bulging veins and tendons beneath. His pallid complexion, tinged with gray, betrayed a profound weariness from prolonged battles. Surrounding him was a tempestuous aura of golden energy, crackling like electricity. When still, he resembled a frigid statue, yet when in motion, he tore through the air like a bolt of lightning, every muscle taut in his body, making him an exemplary candidate for the art of contraction. Cough. I feel utterly drained, remarked Goku with a heavy, somber tone. Beerus, with a resigned gesture, pressed his forehead, striving to suppress a laugh. I apologize. I have received professional training. Truly, I cannot laugh. Ha. Forgive me. I simply cannot contain myself. Beerus wiped away the tears that threatened to fall from the corners of his eyes. Laugh. All I want now is to perish. Goku expressed a morose countenance. It is simply too amusing. Let's continue to wait. Bear with it. Beerus gently nudged Goku. In an instant, Goku collided intimately with the ground once more. Are you trying to kill me? I apologize. Using a magical incantation to heal the bruised visage of Goku, it seemed that in the next moment, he would meet Yama himself. With a face full of longing, Goku lamented, Laugh. All you do is laugh. Ancestor, what is happening? Vegeta inquired, perplexed. A sudden outburst, urging you to read more often. Ever since the defeat of Majin Buu, you have grown so complacent. The old Kai expressed his disappointment. What is it? If you don't want to speak, then don't. Vegeta mumbled, rubbing the prominent bump on his head. After a brief moment, Goku, brimming with arrogance, showcased his formidable presence and confidence. I am Goku. The blood and spirit of the Saiyan merge here. All the light in the universe shall dim because of me. Insects tremble and gaze up at this overwhelming power, this unassailable bravado, all existing to crush you. Vedisk, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "Humph, the common affliction of fusion warriors, always mistaking arrogance for strength." When Vegeta was trampled beneath Frieza's foot, he bore this same ridiculous expression. "Can your arrogance pierce my energy shield? Why not give it a try?" Goku disregarded Vedisk. "Are you prepared to face despair? With every punch I throw, entire galaxies tremble. With every blink, I shatter the fabric of time and space. Your struggles merely serve as a comical prelude to my entrance." Vedisk scoffed at Goku's taunt. "Prelude? You are so oblivious to the two souls within you vying for control, yet you have the audacity to be so arrogant?" Suddenly, he raised his hand, and a beam of blue energy grazed past Goku's ear, precisely shattering a distant, erupting volcano. "Look, you're too lazy to even evade. Is it overconfidence or an inability to maneuver your power?" In terms of bravado, Goku from GT's timeline is certainly a contender with the ultimate show-off, Vegeta. That kind of supreme arrogance, coupled with confidence, is something no other Goku from different timelines could emulate. Oomph. Vedisk pondered what burned in those eyes, flames that even deities would fear. A terrifying surge of combat energy erupted from Goku, radiating in all directions. I, Vegeta, stand at this moment between heaven and earth, a synonym for invincibility. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4 has been accomplished in an instant. Your resistance is akin to touching the sun with your fingertips, resulting only in utter annihilation, with no alternative outcome. Confronted by this terrifying aura, Vedisk stands with his hands behind his back, his tone nonchalant. The fusion of Metamer is indeed intriguing, yet the pinnacle of power is never merely a matter of accumulation. Alas, the two energies within you are still at odds with each other. With such half-hearted synergy, do you dare to claim invincibility? Vedisk, without further ado, challenges. "Show me what you can do now." As his words fade, he positions his left hand behind him, while his right hand slowly closes its fingers as if grasping a basketball. Golden energy seeps from his fingertips, consolidating in his palm into a miniature star, which he then crushes. Accompanied by a cascade of golden sparks, his palm faces upward, fingers oscillating rhythmically. Upon hearing this, Vegeta ceases to hesitate, his expression grave as he assumes a bow stance, his knees trembling under immense energy pressure. His palms crossed before his chest, knuckles whiten from exertion. The golden aura no longer radiates flamboyantly, but rather clings to his skin like liquid metal, unstable black arcs of electricity dancing across the surface. Seemingly poised to deliver a lethal strike to his foe, Vedisk nods, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. In terms of presence, I seem to be at a disadvantage. Without hesitation, his previously stationary form surges with energy, his golden hair suddenly cloaked in darkness, gradually elongating. His once loose martial attire morphs into flowing red locks, revealing explosive muscles that signify his immense power, a terrifying aura rampaging like a tempest, sending sand and stones flying. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, beads of sweat trickle down his face. With a thunderous shout, he vanishes in an instant, his formidable legs exerting pressure that cracks the ground beneath him. In a heartbeat, the two disappear from sight, engaged in a terrifying exchange of blows, dozens of collisions echoing in the air. Vegeta revels in the thrill, throwing his fists with exuberance, as if transcending his limits. Vedisk intensifies his strikes, and with each blow, Vegeta transitions from spirited to beleaguered, struggling to keep up. In a flash, Vedisk seizes upon an opening, capturing Vegeta's head and delivering a crushing blow. The sound of bones colliding reverberates from afar. "Grandpa, are they all right?" Xiao Fong expresses her concern. "Rest assured, they will be fine." Gohan reassures her, gently patting her head. Coughing, Vegeta steps back, spitting blood onto the ground. "Vedisk, you are formidable. The gods from other universes possess incredible strength, unlike the gods from our world, who cannot even defeat Majin Buu." Vegeta emphasizes, "Hey Vegeta, don't speak ill of the elders behind their backs." Old Kai, cradled by Jebbet, shouts in protest. "Calm down, ancestor." A violent pair, leaving only Jebbet weeping. "Why is it always me who gets hurt? Woe is me." Vegeta chuckles awkwardly. "Haha, you caught me." He then adopts his classic pose, arms outstretched, palms facing forward, slowly retracting tenfold. In a whispered growl, he bit down on his tongue, crimson blood spraying onto his palm, instantly infusing the energy with a deep scarlet hue. His hands came together abruptly, fingertips converging to form a triangular pyramid as the energy condensed into a high-density sphere. Its surface pulsating with blue lightning, Kamehameha, and golden thunder patterns, ultimate flash. Kamehameha. The final note, elongated to a breaking pitch, causing the energy sphere to swell to a terrifying size, its surface cracking like a spider's web, revealing a burning pure white core within. The ground beneath Vegeta shattered immediately, the sound of his kneecaps straining under the immense load echoing. Yet he steadfastly pushed the energy sphere forward. Faced with such a terrifying energy wave, Beerus's playful spirit ignited. He raised his right fist, and, as his arm extended, his index finger flicked, launching a minuscule energy ball that rapidly expanded, soon breaking through the atmosphere. What? Memories from ages past surged into Vegeta's mind, Frisia's figure gradually overlapping with that of Beerus. Frisia, it was indeed the signature technique of our real estate mogul. Frisia, the planet destruction ball. With a pointed index finger, the colossal energy sphere, infused with the power to obliterate all, collided head-on with Vegeta, his ultimate Kamehameha. In the world of future Trunks, with the resurrection of everyone, they all felt their own power dwindling. Future Trunks, along with everyone else, was essentially living a life of monotony, either training in the hyperbolic time chamber or returning home for dinner. The routine had become commonplace, yet the fervor among them remained as potent as ever. Mr. Popo, standing nearby, echoed, "Indeed, O Divine One, having served generations of deities, he has never felt so at ease as he does now." Bulma tenderly wiped the sweat from future Trunks' brow, gently saying, "Don't overexert yourself. It's been a long time since we VE had any intimate moments." This thought inevitably brought her a hint of sadness. Kona, who held a deep fondness for training, remarked, "You were so powerful in the past. I wonder what you'll become in the future." Future Trunks replied, "Perhaps I'll encounter even stronger foes. Knowing that we are all one now alleviates that sense of being alone in a foreign land." Suddenly, a terrifying rift appeared in the sky, an oppressive aura rendering the air nearly unbreathable. Future Trunks and the others instantly sensed it, teleporting before the fissure. Step, step, step. The golden Frisia emerged slowly from within. "Ha ha ha, my dear Saiyans, have you come to welcome your king?" Their expressions shifted. "Frisia? Step, step." Another figure appeared, with a classic crab-like head and a sharply chiseled face. A menacing scar stood out prominently. Bardock said little, merely stepping aside as if awaiting someone. As if in response to Bardock, "Step, step." Broly, his powerful physique on full display, strode forth from the rift with great strides. "Time to dance again." Frisia instinctively edged away, seemingly intimidated by this newly emerged muscular man. Suddenly, yet another figure emerged, and as it stepped forth, a terrifying aura froze the universe in place, altering its colors and contracting. What felt like an eternity passed in an instant, then vanished without a trace. Only the flying sand and stones spoke of what had just transpired, a reality far from mere illusion. The future Bardock's demeanor was no longer composed, for the figure emerging was none other than someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. "Father?" murmured a few mixed-blood, second-generation warriors. Someone's already calling for their father," chuckled the man in black. Oh. Your Majesty, Bardock truly possesses a sense of humor." The classic laughter of Frisia had not yet faded when Broly smacked him on the head, always with that sarcastic tone. "I was just itching to strike you earlier. Continue with that, and I shall not hesitate to put you down." Frisia immediately hit the brakes. He certainly did not wish to be on the receiving end of this brute's wrath. Chapter 26, Trials and Tribulations. Frisia, with great effort, sealed his lips. Out of the group, Broly had the least fondness for Frisia. It was perplexing. Even Bardock was not as disdainful toward Frisia. The man in black surveyed the crowd. "Well then, have you not noticed our guests? Have you all been waiting for quite some time?" Upon realizing their attention had shifted to him, future Bard spoke. "What brings you here? If you are here as guests, I extend my warmest welcome. Should you seek other intentions, do not expect us to be courteous." The man in black regarded the Saiyan who resembled him closely and addressed the trio of Frisia behind him. "Bardock, you handle the remaining individuals." The three of them exchanged no superfluous words. Bardock soared toward the two in the sky, eager to gauge the strength of this universe's son and his close ally. Frisia had also intended to seek trouble with Kakarot, but seeing his adversary take the lead, he promptly flew toward Lin Fan, Lin Tian, and Budic. The three sons of Future Bard, having faced annihilation once, often secluded themselves in the hyperbolic time chamber for rigorous training. Furthermore, having learned from the past Bardock that there were numerous forms beyond Super Saiyan 5, their excitement was palpable. Though they had not yet reached Super Saiyan 9, they had recently attained the initial stages of Super Saiyan 6. Broly observed that both had chosen their opponents and sauntered over to Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo. Presently, only Piccolo was formidable enough to stand on equal footing. As a combat-oriented Namekian, his innate talents were exceptional, and with the surpassing of his younger counterparts. He had devoted himself to rigorous training, now unveiling his orange form. While this form was indeed orange, upon closer inspection, it exhibited a subtle hint of yellow. As for the remaining fighters, Kona, Lazuli, Bra, Fat Bu, Lin Li, and others, Kona's battle prowess stood out. The rest had prioritized nurturing their men over their own training, thus hindering their development. Furthermore, the female mixed-blood Saiyans lacked the resolve to grow stronger. For instance, Lin Li, Lazuli, and Future Bard's daughter exhibited no desire for training. Their hearts set solely on revelry and finding a powerful male companion. The man in black gazed at Future Bard, Bardock, serve well as sustenance. This includes everything from your universe. Cease any futile resistance. Subsequently, two masked figures in black, carrying the unconscious Zeno, the Grand Minister, and two guards, unceremoniously dropped them to the ground. Before me stood the diminutive figure of the King of All, ensnared by chains of darkness, his eyes tightly shut, and a conspicuous streak of bluish blood staining the corners of his mouth. The high priest had lost both arms, with horrific black matter writhing at the sight of his wounds, evoking a sense of dread. The two guards had been reduced to mere stumps, their limbs entirely severed, while all three were ensnared by black chains, surrounded by a menacing energy. Future Ba gazed in shock, rendered speechless and drenched in cold sweat. After a moment of astonishment, he finally inquired, "What is the purpose of your presence in this universe?" Upon hearing these words, the cloaked figure flushed with excitement and fervently declared, "It is to create a deity, a god unlike any that has ever existed." He then shifted his gaze to Future Ba, asserting that aiding in the ascension of that esteemed individual to divinity would be both an honor for him and a privilege for this universe. Future Ba sought to extract further information, but the cloaked figure offered him no opportunity. Before he could utter another word, the cloaked figure unleashed a surge of energy, swiftly appearing before Future Ba. In a sudden assault, he pressed Future Ba's head down, catching him off guard. Their figures collided with the ground like cannonballs, raising a cloud of dust. Korna, filled with concern, exclaimed, "My dear, you must be cautious." Amidst the swirling dust, a figure darted forward, bending low as it charged. Future Ba was pinned to the ground, dragged several meters, while Korna observed in alarm as the dust cloud swirled behind. Sensing Future Ba's increasing power, she suppressed her urge to intervene, realizing he was outmatched. "Curse you, you little brat!" Future Ba shouted in fury, striking the cloaked figure's abdomen with force. Finding it ineffective, he unleashed an energy sphere from his palms towards the figure's chest, resulting in a resounding explosion that caused the cloaked figure to release him. In just one exchange, Future Ba recognized he was no match for his opponent, who had already transformed, albeit only into a Super Saiyan 4 form, while the cloaked figure remained in his normal state, showing no inclination to change. Despite the energy attack landing on the cloaked figure, his chest gleamed brightly, his formidable pectorals shimmering with an ominous glow. The cloaked figure remarked with a smirk, "I did not expect the King of All in this universe to be so feeble, and you're no different." In a mere moment, his eyes bulged as the scars on Future Ba's body vanished. "Seems you possess some skill." The cloaked figure mused as he vanished, delivering a sudden blow to Future Ba's abdomen. Blood spewed forth from Future Ba's mouth, his eyes glazing over. Had it not been for the talisman bestowed upon him by his past self, he might have met his demise that day. In an instant, Future Ba transformed into Super Saiyan 7, his most formidable form. However, the immense energy of this state relentlessly ravaged his bodily functions. Were it not for the talisman's power, he would not have dared to assume such a form, as the enhancement of his physical body was extraordinarily challenging. His training consisted solely of rigorous exercises within the room of spirit and time, or on those terrifying planets scattered throughout the cosmos. He had contemplated venturing into a black hole, yet the thought of succumbing to its time distortions deterred him. After all, one could not simply emerge from a black hole only to find that eons had passed, although his family could wish for eternal life. The thought still lingered in his mind. However, in the span of tens of thousands of years, It is inevitable that unforeseen events will occur. Just a few days have passed, and already a terrifying group has emerged. If this is your strongest form, then congratulations, you have successfully amused me. With that, an overwhelming aura emanated from the figure clad in black. The hair transformed into a striking white, rapidly lengthening, cascading down the back in a dense flow of white strands. The Super 9 Calamity form, a dreadful dark energy erupted forth. Come, let the second round commence. The future Bardock's body trembled, not out of fear, but out of fury. As the future Bardock, it was acceptable to be surpassed by the past, but now another entity capable of surpassing the 9 has appeared. When did surpassing 9 become so trivial? The future Bardock surveyed his surroundings. The combined forces of the others were battered and bruised. Even Korna and the others had joined to assist. No one could come to his aid. How infuriating, if it weren't for the sins of beans. Although he had consumed many during his training, the past version of him had provided a considerable amount. The more he thought about it, the more powerless he felt. Suddenly, the long-suppressed power surged forth. His once yellow hair swiftly transformed into a dark crimson gold, the terrifying aura startling even the purple golden Frisia. Intriguingly, the figure in black no longer hesitated. With a flicker, he lunged forward to strike, and while the future Bardock attempted to defend, he felt an overwhelming force. Yet, the power of the talisman allowed him to exchange blows with the figure in black. Two terrifying spheres of light erupted in the air, creating a cataclysmic clash. The terrifying shockwave swept across the battlefield, affecting everyone present. Chapter 27, The Battle of Defeat. As time passed, everyone bore various injuries. The future Bardock's mind raced. The power of Super 8 was utterly insufficient to address the challenges before him. The attacks from the figure in black grew increasingly ferocious. A scream shattered the future Bardock's concentration. Turning to look, he beheld Broly gripping Gotenks by the throat with one hand, while his foot pressed down mercilessly on Piccolo's head. Beneath his foot, Piccolo felt his breaths dwindling, sensing he was on the verge of demise. Suddenly, the figure in black landed a punch squarely on the future Bardock's face, sending him flying and crashing through several mountain peaks. Daring to be distracted while fighting me. Perhaps it is the nature of the Saiyan. The figure in black crossed his arms, dripping with mockery. Son Gohan observed the tragic scene unfolding between the two. The power of Super 6 surged to its zenith as he dashed forward, intent on rescuing Gotenks and his master beneath his feet. Faced with Gohan's onslaught, Broly looked upon him with disdain, casually hurling Gotenks towards Gohan. Gohan, sprinting to catch him, was caught off guard as Broly delivered a kick to his back, causing both to spew blood, with the ground beneath them yielding to a massive crater. As they collided with the earth, their eyes widened, and they instantly lost consciousness. Gotenks split into two. Only then did Broly remove his foot from the three of them, subsequently kicking them away. Goku, witnessing the dire situation, could not afford to concern himself with anything else. Vegeta, I leave this to you for now. Vegeta's expression turned grave upon hearing this. In this fierce confrontation, Bardock and his companion bore numerous wounds, while their opponent appeared to navigate the battle with ease, seemingly unscathed. Uncertainty loomed over Bardock as he questioned his ability to endure. Indeed, the key was to persevere. In an instant, Goku lunged at Broly, delivering a swift kick aimed at his midsection. Broly swiftly turned to block the attack. Hey Bardock, what's wrong? You can't even best your own son? Bardock retorted, after all, he is my son from a parallel universe. It's only natural to show some restraint. We can take our time, right? The captain hasn't resolved it yet, has he? Broly, in a sudden motion, seized Goku's ankle. Nanny, Goku s'en un pending danger. Just as he attempted to break free, Broly showed no mercy, executing his signature left and right slams. Each collision with the ground inflicted excruciating pain upon Goku. As Goku grasped for a moment of elevation, he forcefully twisted, striving to escape the iron grip. Realizing it was futile, he swung his other leg in a powerful kick aimed at Broly's forehead. Broly managed to block with one arm, staggering back several steps. Kakarot! Broly roared in frustration, charging forward with terrifying force. Goku, consciously creating distance, teleported before Gohan, lifting him up. Finding Gohan unresponsive, he slapped him awake and dropped a Senzu bean. Gohan, hurry and tend to Goten and the others. Broly scoffed. What does it matter if you save them? A waste is a waste. Healing them won't change that. As he charged his finger, a ki blast surged towards the two. Goku and Gohan, along with the three others, narrowly evaded the devastating attack. Truly formidable, Goku thought, now determined to confront Broly head-on. He unleashed a Kamehameha wave directed at Broly, who countered by swatting it aside with one hand. The two quickly became entangled in battle once more. Meanwhile, future Bardock shattered stones, gazing at the sneering figure in black. "Brah, hurry and bring the statue." The cloaked figure scoffed. "What you bring is futile. How much longer can you endure?" Brock quickly returned to West City upon hearing this. "Oomph. During this time, I have not only trained to grow stronger, but also devised strategies to face the impending dangers. Soon, you will find no reason to smile." On another front, the purple gold Frieza stood over Lin Fan, taunting, "Boy, with such feeble strength, do you truly think you measure up to Bardock?" Lin Fan replied defiantly, "Humph. Frieza, do not be so smug. My father will eventually annihilate you." Meanwhile, the other two had succumbed to unconsciousness. Frieza extended a finger, conjuring a purple-black chain to bind the three. "Hey Bardock, I've dealt with these three. I'm taking it back now. Don't dawdle. You always take your time. There are other universes to address." "Fine, I understand," replied future Bardock, casting a glance at the figure in black. "So you're also Bardock. Why invade parallel universes? What benefit do you gain from this?" He pondered how any advantage could justify such aggression. The figure in black responded, "Wrong. I am not Bardock. I merely inhabit his body. I am the most loyal servant of the Great Master. My mission is to retrieve every universe with your presence. And if you can become part of the Master, consider it a stroke of luck." In an instant, Future Ba appeared before Bra, invoking the rat talisman to transform the statue from mere illusion into reality. With a crackling sound, the earth crumbled away, revealing a vibrant form. The cloaked figures gaped in disbelief. Could it truly be? Was this not Sun Wukong? How could this be possible? Future Ba laughed heartily, surprised. "Aren't you? My past self bestowed upon me 12 talismans. Come now, let the second round begin." How'd I end up here? Who are you?" Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. "Great Sage, that group intends to annihilate the world. I beseech you to help me repel them," Future Ba implored. At that moment, the Great Sage, Sun Wukong, turned his gaze toward the dark figures shrouded in ominous energy. The malevolent aura was palpable. He soared into the sky, gripping his golden staff, and with a mighty swing declared, "Beware, fiend. Taste the wrath of your grandfather's son." The terrifying might of the blow left black-clad Ba trembling with apprehension, and in an instant they were locked in combat. "You demon, you possess considerable skill. Prepare to receive another blow from your grandfather." The Great Sage was increasingly astonished. This demon was no ordinary foe. He found himself unable to gain the upper hand. It was no wonder. The power unleashed by the revived entities through the rat talisman was among the strongest in the universe, rivaling even that of the Omni King. Unfortunately, even the Omni King could not withstand black-clad Ba. Future Ba surveyed the scene, knowing his son had already been captured. He understood he had to defeat Broly swiftly and then join forces with Wukong to vanquish Bardock. Only together could they hope to overcome this black-clad Ba. Resolute, he hesitated no longer. At that moment, a figure sped towards them from a distance. It was none other than Wukong. He was sent flying by a punch from Broly, proving to be no match for him. Future Ba leaped to catch Wukong, just as Bra was struck by Bardock's hand, causing her to spit blood and soar away. "Bra!" roared Vegeta, furious that anyone could dare harm his Bra. Summoning an unearthly strength from within, he unleashed a devastating blow. Nanny! Bardock was sent tumbling hundreds of meters by Vegeta's wrathful punch, losing 2 of his old teeth in the process. Future Ba knew that time was of the essence. Who knew how long the Great Sage could endure? He fed Wukong a Senzu bean, and together they surged forth, radiating an overwhelming aura that forced Broly to retreat. Just then, 2 of the dark figures seemed unable to wait any longer, and one rushed towards Future Ba. "Broly, I just received a message from the Master that our progress is too slow. We must resolve this swiftly." "Understood, what a nuisance," Broly replied, as he distanced himself, his power continuing to escalate. Future Ba and Wukong watched in shock at the unfolding events. The cloaked figure unleashed a violent surge of energy, ensnaring both Future Ba and Wukong. In a flash, Broly appeared before Gohan and the others, swiftly incapacitating them one by one before binding them with 3 black chains, tossing them toward the rift where the final dark figure waited. Future Ba, frantic to save his companions, lost his composure. The dark figure delivered an uppercut that sent Future Ba flying. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong executed a sweeping strike to the abdomen, only to be effortlessly caught and hurled toward Future Ba, who had just been knocked away. The dark figure raised his hand, unleashing a blinding beam. Boom! The explosion engulfed both combatants. At the rift, the dark figure cast Gohan and the others into the void. Then he cast the entire group, including the Omni King, into the fray. With a leap, he soared into the battlefield between the great sage and the cloaked figure. The moment he joined the combat, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The once resilient great sage began to falter, his form gradually eroding into the earth, vanishing into the horizon. Future Bardock felt a wave of despair wash over him. Despite possessing the dog talisman, his family had been captured, with no means to fight back. He approached Vegeta's side, utilizing the horse talisman to provide them with healing. The cloaked figure declared, "Do not resist. It seems you understand your situation. Rest assured. Your sons are unharmed. Our sole objective is you. Capturing your sons is merely a means to absorb this universe. Your family cannot survive here any longer." Future Bardock replied, "Very well, I will accompany you. I hope you do not deceive me." Vegeta interjected, "No, Bardock. These individuals seek to annihilate the universe. We shall fight to the bitter end." Goku echoed, "Vegeta, let us fuse. Perhaps that will grant us a glimmer of hope." Future Bardock agreed, "All right, let us embark on this final reckless endeavor." The cloaked figure smirked, "It appears you have made your decision." Bardock called out, "My beloved son, your mother awaits your return at home. How can you consider surrendering?" Frieza emerged from the fissure, having received orders to capture Bulma and the others. With a clear target in mind, he charged towards Bulma, Bra, Android 18, and Kanna. In the face of Frieza, they possessed no means of resistance. After seizing several of them, Future Bardock shouted, "No, Frieza!" The cloaked figure and Bardock swiftly intervened, while another cloaked figure confronted Gogeta. Just moments ago, the two had completed their fusion. Ignoring everything else, Future Bardock furiously charged at the duo. Yet, he was mercilessly defeated by the harsh reality. He was utterly outmatched by the formidable Super 9 cloaked figure. This individual's power surpassed that of the black-cloaked Bardock he had previously encountered. Only the past version of himself could stand a chance against him. After several exchanges, the cloaked figure gripped Future Bardock, declaring, "It is over. I must admit, your strength has increased remarkably, but it remains insufficient." Infuriatingly, a strange chain suddenly ensnared Future Bardock. The moment it wrapped around him, he felt his energy suppressed, and the divine aura within him vanished completely. How infuriating! No wonder the Grand Minister and the Omni King, despite being awake when thrown in, did not break free to assist. Truly pathetic. The mightiest beings in the universe, defeated within their own realm. The cloaked figure with a ghastly grin intercepted Gogeta's punch, taunting, "Look, you are the only one still standing. No one is here to aid you. I'm the strongest above and below. Defeating you is merely a matter of time." With that, he transformed into his Super 8 form, his terrifying dark red golden hair billowing around him. "Come now, once I defeat you, I shall rescue my family." The cloaked figure wasted no time, erupting into a flurry of blows, unleashing a tempest of energy and wind. The ultimate Kamehameha, a wave of terrifying energy, surged directly towards the cloaked figure. Faced with such a formidable energy wave, the cloaked figure showed no intention of evading. Instead, he charged forward, circling the blue beam and closing in on Gogeta. Gogeta pulled his hands back. The chi wave swiftly pivoted, arriving behind the figure clad in black. The black-clad individual turned, effortlessly raising a hand to deflect the chi wave, which caused no harm whatsoever to his palm. Unyielding, he seized Vegeta's head with a terrifying grip. The formidable Kamehameha vanished in an instant. With a gentle yet forceful motion, Vegeta and Goku collapsed, unconscious on the ground. The figure in black declared that his time here had been sufficient before vanishing into the rift. Two black chains ensnared the duo in an instant. Frieza lifted them, and soon after, the rift began to close slowly. Moments later, the God of Time, accompanied by Goku and others, gradually materialized. In their current state, they were utterly incapable of contending with this formidable group. Goku and Vegeta's power was woefully insufficient. They had only just attained Super Saiyan 5, rendering them mere fodder against their adversaries. Even the weakest among them, Frieza, proved too powerful to defeat. Alas, yet another universe was on the verge of being consumed. Such a dire situation. Who were these fearsome individuals? 12 universes containing the Badisk were already devoured. Could their objective be the universes harboring Badisk? The God of Time lamented that this matter was beyond their control, as many of their comrades had already fallen. Trunks spoke up, expressing his concern. Vegeta scoffed, feigning bravado. But with Kakarot by his side, he felt emboldened. Goku was unafraid, yet that didn't equate to courting death. The last time Goku led a team to rectify history. All seemed well until that rift emerged. The black-clad figure merely cast a glance at Goku, and all those accompanying him, as well as the individuals they were meant to eliminate, were swiftly dealt with. Had it not been for Vegeta's wish to resurrect him, Goku would have perished. Lord Kaioshin, let us return to our training, Goku proposed. With our current strength, we are utterly powerless to intervene. We might as well train, if they can become so formidable. I believe that Vegeta and I can reach that level of power as well. With that, Goku clenched his fists, producing a resonant crack. Vegeta promptly echoed his sentiment. Alas, it seems we have no other choice. It all comes down to strength. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope illuminated Goku's eyes. What about Beerus? Wasn't he battling that dark Beerus in this universe? We should seek him out. Perhaps he alone can halt this catastrophe. The god of time affirmed this notion. Lord Kuranoya, why do they seek to consume so many universes? One of the minions inquired, echoing the curiosity of the others. Kuranoya gazed into the distance, recalling a passage he had once stumbled upon in ancient texts. If one could devour all the parallel universes they spawned, uniting the powers of countless universes, they could shatter the confines of reality and ascend to the highest plane. So that is their intent in gathering the universes. Vegeta contemplated. Indeed, I wonder if we can thwart their ambitions. Regardless, let us return and locate Beerus. The god of time raised his hand, and a rift appeared, causing the group to vanish from their location, leaving only the remnants of a fierce battle as evidence of their recent struggle. Chapter 28. Has Vegeta been killed? The skeletal remains of Reborn twisted like a colossal serpent, piercing the gray-blue sky. Fractured overpasses dangled half-formed concrete blocks, while shards of glass and metallic debris rattled in the howling wind. Once mighty skyscrapers now stood as charred remnants, exposed steel bars dangling rusted billboards. The words prosperous metropolis eroded by acid rain into mere mottled patches of color. Puddles mirrored the shattered clouds above, and as a floating aluminum can collided with the water surface, it startled a few ashen crows into flight. A terrifying sphere of energy engulfed Goku's ki blast. With no time to evade, he braced against the advancing wave of energy. Despite his desperate cries, he could not halt the impending doom of the planet-destroying attack. In an instant, Goku found himself unable to withstand the impending rupture. The moment they separated, both fighters raised their hands in defense, but a resounding explosion followed. Goten and Gohan clenched their fists, their expressions filled with concern. Wasn't this supposed to be a friendly sparring session? This energy was anything but. As the dust settled, one could see Goku kneeling on one knee, his once lustrous golden hair now dulled to a lackluster hue. Blood trickled from his forehead down to his tattered orange GI, while deep gashes marred his left elbow, revealing bruised skin beneath. His legs trembled as they struggled to support his weight, breaths ragged and tinged with the metallic taste of blood, while a penetrating wound in his right abdomen continued to bleed. Yet, he still lifted his gaze to face Bardock. Vegeta leaned against a twisted lamppost, half kneeling on the ground. His battlesuit was reduced to mere tatters, emerald wrist guards stained crimson. A wound at the corner of his left eye forced it to squint, yet fierce red light still radiated from his gaze. He gathered a faint ki at his fingertips, a bloodied smirk curling his lips. Kakarot, this time we have lost. He is too powerful. Coughing, his words barely escaped him when Bardock suddenly flew close. Never intending to leave the two defeated, he promptly handed them each a Senza bean and utilized his magical healing powers. Upon consuming the beans, the two regained their strength. Bardock, you're truly formidable. Will you remain here indefinitely? It is a delight to encounter such a powerful warrior, Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement, completely unfazed by the earlier defeat. In contrast, Vegeta merely uttered a thank you before closing his eyes to recuperate, demonstrating that a pure heart indeed possesses incredible strength. Grandpa, are you all right? Xiao Fang cried out in a panic, having witnessed her invincible grandfather fall moments ago. She rushed over, but she was far behind Bardock and worried excessively upon seeing the grim sight. Now that she arrived, Goku and Vegeta had already recovered. One must admit that the Senza beans were truly remarkable, and Bardock's magical prowess was formidable as well. Bardock, one day I will certainly defeat you, Vegeta declared earnestly. Previously silent, now healed, with the skies clearing and the rain abating, he felt revitalized. As Vegeta regained his strength, An explosive power surged within him. In an instant, he felt ready for another round of sparring, eager to provoke Goku and gauge his resolve, so he could challenge him once more. No longer concerning himself with Vegeta, for he understood that beneath the proud exterior lay a heart not devoid of goodness, one that ardently pursued excellence and refused to yield in the face of adversity. A few setbacks would not instill fear in him when confronting challenges. Very well, let's postpone our sparring for now. First, you must assist in restoring Baby to his current form, Beerus said, surveying the surrounding ruins. Goku chimed in, let's collect the Dragon Balls first. Observing Goku, Vegeta too yearned to transform into Super Saiyan 4. The experience he had just witnessed with Gogeta's Super Saiyan 4 was exhilarating, prompting him to seek Bulma to utilize the machine for his own transformation. Having felt the power firsthand, he was confident that a mere shot from the machine would suffice to elevate him to Super Saiyan 4, unlike Kakarot, who transformed into a mindless great ape and wreaked havoc. After all, he possessed royal Saiyan blood, far beyond the capabilities of lower-class warriors. That won't do, Vegeta. The machine requires some time to recharge its energy. Allow me to power it up before we proceed with your transformation, Bulma gently replied, her demeanor a stark contrast to the previously domineering woman. Though reluctantly, Vegeta acquiesced. Beerus remarked, aren't you capable of transforming under the moon? Did you not turn into a great ape upon arriving on Earth? Vegeta smacked his forehead, realizing, indeed, how could I have forgotten that ability? Beerus couldn't help but tease. What were you thinking? Ignoring the comment, Vegeta decided it was better to transform first before engaging in battle. He found a suitable spot, transformed under the moonlight, and soon returned as Super Saiyan 4. As the skies cleared, Vegeta declared, Beerus, let us have another round. I wasn't satisfied with Gogeta's performance. Beerus accepted without reluctance, rising to find an open area, leaving Bulma, Trunks, and the others behind. As they departed, Bulma looked at the sky and softly said, return soon. Dinner will be ready. Vegeta, eager for a one-on-one duel, interrupted her, flying off into the distance. Beerus observed Vegeta's figure, now a striking contrast with his bronze skin, and although he had matured, his charm remained intact. Do not worry, it won't take long. Prepare a feast in the meantime, he reassured her. Bulma nodded in agreement. In an instant, Beerus vanished. Bulma led the others to prepare food. Although Baby had dominated Earth, only a small portion of the battle-scarred regions had suffered damage. Most areas remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil. Bulma's villa stood unscathed. Within minutes, they returned to the West City Villa, and upon arriving, instructed the chef to prepare a sumptuous meal. Just then, Beerus appeared, dragging a disheveled and tattered Vegeta, who was barely clothed and resembled a ragged mess. Bulma was taken aback and asked, Beerus, you returned so quickly? Where's Vegeta? Beerus held up the unconscious Vegeta, swinging him like a small chick before Bulma. As Beerus' movements drew Bulma's attention towards Vegeta, she couldn't believe her eyes. How did Vegeta end up like this? Unfathomable. What she was unaware of was that the moment you appeared before Vegeta, he launched a fierce attack on you, desperately attempting to regain some semblance of dignity from their previous fusion. The outcome was predictable. If he couldn't even hold his own in fusion, how could he hope to stand against you alone? In the face of Vegeta's ludicrous assaults, you showed no mercy, delivering a barrage of punches upon him. Justly dubbed as a lesson for his own good, you thoroughly pummeled him, regardless of his pleas, transforming the proud Super Vegeta back into the beleaguered base form, until ultimately, he succumbed to the beating and fell unconscious. You had no intention of offering him any healing. After all, why indulge a child who incessantly seeks you out for practice? While Goku might spark a flicker of interest, it was merely nostalgia for bygone days. Upon awakening, Vegeta would likely find himself grappling with a touch of social withdrawal. Turning to Bulma, you inquired, is the meal ready? Bulma replied, the dining table is set. Let us eat as we go along. Saiyans typically devour food in such a manner, where the dishes on the table are seldom sufficient, despite the mountains of rice, which Saiyans often flaunted alongside their meals. It was customary. At that moment, Son Goku and Xiao Fang had also gathered the Dragon Balls, yet, reminiscent of the original tale, these were all adorned with black stars. Upon closer inspection, one could discern cracks on the surface of the orbs. Beerus had no intention of utilizing his wish to restore Earth, as he was curious to discover the flavor of the evil dragon chocolate and how it would affect him. Let us make a wish first, then we can eat. Beerus proposed. Xiao Fang exclaimed, yes, let us wish first. I'm eager to see what the dragon looks like. Goku added, all right, my stomach has been growling for ages. Although I snacked on some dinosaur meat while gathering them, I'm still hungry. Resisting his hunger, he reluctantly arranged the Dragon Balls. Subsequently, akin to the original narrative, the dragon appeared, puffing on a cigar and wearing a cowboy hat, interacting with the group in a boastful manner before restoring Earth. A wave of negative energy enveloped the planet as the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into 7 beams of light, soaring into the cosmos, leaving Xiao Fong and the others bewildered on sight. Soon after, they learned from King Kai that they must gather the Dragon Balls within a year. As in the original story, Xiao Fong, Goku, and Trunks boarded the ship crafted by Bulma to embark on their quest for the Dragon Balls, insisting that Beerus join them. However, Beerus had no desire to venture out. Why would he leave Earth, with its superior technology and abundance of delectable food, armed with a bank card gifted by Bulma? Why not savor the culinary delights available here? Bulma had mentioned that everything found outside was also available here, making a journey unnecessary. Yet, Beerus was determined to experience the trials of the mortal realm, ultimately conceding. He promised to meet Goku and the others upon their return, and Bulma did not press him further. Nonetheless, Beerus bears no malice towards Earth. Who could possibly pose a threat to him here? Chapter 29, The First Encounter with Vomi. In the twilight, neon lights meander through the gaps between buildings. The asphalt streets shimmer with flowing lights, while the metallic streams pulse with the rhythm of traffic signals. High beams slice through the thickening mist, and the cacophony of horns crashes like delicate waves against the pavement. The bus stop is alive with flickering lights, and the convenience store's glass reflects hurried silhouettes. Elevated bridges, like silver chains, dangle in midair, guiding the red taillights into the city's folds. The evening breeze wraps around the scent of exhaust and coffee, with each window glowing like a unique star. Beerus could not help but marvel at the opulence of this world. The sky teems with vehicles, and towering skyscrapers intermingle with the formidable elevated roads that stitch the city together. The sights and sounds of bustling life, both terrestrial and aerial, filled him with nostalgia. Drawn by a rich aroma of coffee, he stepped into a cafe. Perusing the offerings, his gaze fell upon several intriguing names, finally resting on one called Endless Bitter Sea. "Hello, I would like a large cup of Endless Bitter Sea," he requested, gesturing toward the container of ingredients, indicating he desired something similar in size. The barista, taken aback, asked, "Sir, are you serious?" Beerus smiled, "Indeed. Are you concerned I cannot afford it? Just that size." He then dismissed the barista, choosing instead a window seat. His eyes wandering to the scene outside. Leggy figures strolled by, and if one focused on their upper bodies, they revealed an array of animalistic heads and some burly men, top-heavy and stout. Truly, this was Dragon Ball. After all, the kings were said to be feline creatures, born of wishes. Before long, a few altercations erupted on the street, with fists striking flesh and blood spilling onto the ground. Rather than disgust, this spectacle ignited a fervor within Beerus. In his past life, witnessing such scenes meant either keeping a safe distance or hastily departing. Even as a bystander, one would not linger for long, as time was scarce. Yet in this life, endowed with formidable strength and several offspring, he found unparalleled satisfaction. "Sir, your coffee," a voice interrupted. "Very well, place it on the ground." However, the staff refused, as 2 slender baristas struggled to hoist a barrel less than a meter high, attempting to place it on a table over a meter tall. As they strained, one of the women trembled, losing her grip, and coffee threatened to spill all over Beerus. Quick as a flash, he caught the barrel, averting a disaster. "My apologies, sir. My fingers lost strength just now." The barista apologized profusely. Beerus waved a hand dismissively. "It's nothing. It didn't tea spill, did it?" The other barista remained silent, not daring to utter a word, for Beerus's explosive musculature had already intensified their anxiety. Though he exuded no discernible aura, the essence of authority he emanated made their hearts race. All knew of the martial artists on Earth. As soon as you stepped through the door, the 2 women discerned that you were likely a martial artist. After all, such a large coffee cup was hardly common. Once emptied, this cup would certainly not be reused by the most renowned cafe within several kilometers. Beerus seized the coffee and took a hearty gulp. The flavor? Goodness. It was utterly bitter. At that moment, a neatly attired woman approached, her disheveled brown hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with black-framed glasses and conspicuous golden earrings. This particular coffee was the most bitter. Without the addition of milk and sugar, one would be engulfed by its harshness. The woman placed her coffee effortlessly on the table and took a seat across from you. You had no time to acknowledge her. You immediately called out, "Waiter, bring some condiments. Make it generous." The two waiters, anticipating your request, had already prepared a large bag of sugar and a carton of milk. Without waiting for them to set down the items, you tore open the sugar bag and hastily gulped a handful to alleviate the bitterness. After dumping half a bag of sugar and a good portion of milk into the cup, you finally rested your hand and turned your attention to the woman who had unexpectedly engaged you. It was my first time drinking coffee in a cafe. I had always opted for the awkward bottle versions before. Who would have thought coffee could be so bitter and require flavoring? The woman before you chuckled, revealing that despite the robust physique of the man before her, his movements were anything but clumsy. They were remarkably agile. "Hello, I am Beerus," you declared, extending your right hand. The woman reciprocated, "Hello, I am Vomi." Beerus gently grasped her hand, noting her slender, porcelain fingers, soft and smooth, yet cool to the touch. "Vomi? That name sounds somewhat familiar. How curious." Upon hearing Beerus's murmured thoughts, she laughed lightly. "Is it your excuse to flirt with me?" In truth, Vomi had come to unwind. She had initially intended to visit a bar for a drink, but had been contacted by someone to discuss an investment in her research project, leading her to this cafe for a detailed conversation. She had been engrossed in her professional research at her facility, yet funding issues had arisen. After contacting her husband for a loan, she could no longer reach him and later learned that he had been killed by an android. Although androids were part of her biological research, she had never seen eye to eye with her husband, who had persistently sought to resurrect or create their child. She understood the futility of that aspiration. At this moment, Beerus suddenly recalled that this was the entity known as Number 21, an evolved form of cell, incorporating the cells of Majin Buu. Regrettably, it had later led to the emergence of an evil counterpart, ultimately resulting in both the good and evil entities perishing together. "Miss Vomi, it is a pleasure to meet you." "Likewise, Mr. Beerus. My apologies for my tardiness, Miss Vomi." A man casually interjected as he took a seat beside the woman, not waiting for her response. The newcomer hesitated, addressing the server with a request for a cup of half-sweet pure coffee. "Miss Vomi, I am aware of the project you are currently pursuing. Might I inquire how much funding you estimate will be required to achieve your ultimate goal? And what potential profits can it yield?" The man asked directly. "Mr. Jia, approximately several billion would be needed at this stage. The amount may increase later, but my project is capable of generating profits in the hundreds of billions. Although there are no profits to speak of at present, I implore you to trust me. The future holds great promise." Vomi replied with enthusiasm. Currently, she lacked the funds to continue her research unless she could locate her husband's research institute, though she was aware that the institute had been destroyed by Sun Wukong and his companions. There remained a hidden location within that housed a wealth of data and some research equipment. Beerus observed Mr. Jia with a frown, savoring his delicious coffee. "Miss Vomi, you surely understand that without profits, no one will invest in you. Do not speak to me of the future. The uncertainty of what lies ahead is something you grasp better than I," Mr. Jia remarked bluntly. Suddenly, his tone shifted as he eyed Vomi suggestively. "Unless you allow me to," he said, his hand reaching out to caress Vomi's fair thigh. "Mr. Jia, please conduct yourself with decorum. I am married. How could you behave so indecently? I urge you to mind your words," Vomi exclaimed, indignantly swatting away his inappropriate hand. Though her husband was far from perfect, he loved their children. Had it not been for the untimely loss of their child, they might have shared a deeply affectionate bond. Did you not marry your husband for the sake of research funding? Now you pretend to be virtuous. Who is unaware that you were abandoned by him? Your late husband has long since departed, and yet you feign a loving relationship. Were it not for your lingering beauty, do you think I would offer you an opportunity? What an ungrateful wretch, Mr. Jia retorted bitterly. Seeing his goals unattainable, he grew furious and attempted to leave. Although Vomi was reluctant, she did not stop him. Beerus, with a swift kick, sent Mr. Jia tumbling to the ground, unable to regain his balance. Just as the man was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he caught sight of Beerus's formidable muscles, causing his words to falter and be swallowed back down in fear. "How unfortunate," he muttered, scrambling away in terror. Beerus quietly instructed, "Eliminate that man and seize his assets." In the shadows, a figure shifted, then all was still once more. "Are you all right?" Beerus asked, noticing the slight redness around Vomi's eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Beerus. I'm fine. I've grown accustomed to such encounters," Vomi replied, steadying her composure. Heaven knows how many people she had pleaded with for investment. With time, she had adapted to the challenges. "I would be willing to invest in you. Your project piques my interest. Could you elaborate on it for me?" Beerus inquired. The unexpected surprise filled Vomi with joy. "Initially, she was merely captivated by your charisma, thinking that getting to know you would be beneficial. Little did she anticipate your remarkable support. In truth, Badisk did not originally intend to invest. Yet he found himself with nothing else to occupy his time. After all, isn't everything just a game? As Vomi recounted her story, Badisk began to comprehend that Vomi was engaged in research on biological gene fusion engineering. Her ambition was to create a super gene that would enable her to transform into a superhuman. When asked why she desired such a transformation, it became evident that her husband had engineered an artificial being in an attempt to eliminate someone, only to be vanquished by one of those formidable creations. Although the artificial being was ultimately defeated, the matter was inherently linked to that individual. If possible, she yearned for vengeance on behalf of her husband. As their discussion deepened, Badisk nodded in understanding. Let us proceed, Mr. Badisk. I wish to show you my current research results, though they may fall short. If I can obtain the cells of Majin Buu, I will finally succeed. Vomi rose, eager to lead Badisk, but quickly realized her efforts to pull him along were futile. By the way, that man earlier mentioned your husband has passed away. Who was he? Despite the connections forming, Badisk hesitated to confirm that the person before him was indeed number 21. Ah, he is Dr. Jero, a distinguished biologist. Vomi replied with a smile. Badisk responded, I am familiar with him. I recall where his laboratory is located. Shall we go and take a look? Really? Let's hurry then. His laboratory contains extensive documentation and numerous cell samples. Vomi exclaimed. Her need for funding stemmed from the lack of resources to construct a micro-collecting device without cell samples. How could she conduct research? Moreover, many machines required maintenance and repair, and over time, the research would inevitably stagnate. Before Vomi could finish her thoughts, Badisk embraced her petite frame and soared into the sky, eliciting startled gasps from onlookers as they vanished into the heavens. Moments later, Badisk arrived at the ruins of Dr. Jero's laboratory, gently descending onto a clear patch of ground. Here we are, Badisk announced. Number 21 showed no inclination to disembark, her eyes firmly shut, her form perfectly balanced between maturity and delicacy. As he gently patted her back, she finally reacted, leaping down. However, she stumbled and began to fall backward, prompting Badisk to swiftly catch her. Are you all right, Miss Vomi? He inquired. In that instant, Number 21's face flushed, her heart racing as she instinctively distanced herself from Badisk. I apologize. She had been shy while airborne, having not experienced the warmth of a man in quite some time, and being so close to Badisk, whose unique aura made her feel utterly pliable, caused her to falter upon landing. But Tiki's paid little heed. Although the 21st was indeed beautiful, he was not one to be easily swayed by fleeting affections, drawn to every woman he encountered. In the realm of Dragon Ball, his heart belonged solely to Bulma and Android 18. As for Korna, she was a childhood friend, a bond unlike any other. Who could truly abandon someone who had cherished them since youth, whose every thought revolved around them, and who treated them with such familiarity? Surely, no man of sound mind could forsake such an attachment. Chapter 30. The Incomplete Experiment in the Laboratory. The dilapidated remnants of the laboratory lay in ruins, overgrown with weeds. Before him stood a battered iron door, obstructed by a large tree, as if attempting to shield the door's decay. Reluctantly setting down Vomi, he transformed his palm into a blade, clearing away the branches that cloaked the door, revealing an ancient barrier that seemed ready to crumble at the slightest touch. Vomi remarked, You appear to possess quite a bit of skill. Handsome. Ignoring her, Batikis pushed open the rusted door, and a musty odor mingled with the scent of burnt matter assailed his senses. The sound of glass shards crunching beneath his boots was jarringly loud, while the walls of the corridor shed their peeling skin, exposing mottled red bricks beneath. In the third laboratory on the right, the explosion-proof glass had cracked into a spiderweb, dark crimson liquid oozing through the fissures to form irregular patterns on the floor, reminiscent of dried blood. The laboratory table leaned awkwardly against the wall, and the test tube rack lay shattered into dust. A few remaining reagent bottles emitted an eerie glow from their enigmatic contents. The ventilation ducts emitted a sporadic humming, akin to the low murmurs of some unseen creature. The hanging electrical wires from the ceiling swayed like serpents, occasionally sparking and illuminating the faded warning signs on the wall. The biohazard Level 4 designation was obscured by creeping vines, yet the Stark Skull emblem remained partially visible in shadows. At the farthest corner, a refrigeration unit stood ajar, its metallic drawer housing several syringes, their tips adorned with crystalline blue substances. Coughing, Vomi waved her hands through the air, the acrid stench rendering breathing difficult. However, for Batikis, it was of little consequence. His body erupted in a gust of wind, refreshing the atmosphere within the laboratory. Coughing again, he remarked, "Quite impressive. I knew you were no ordinary individual." He acknowledged Vomi's compliment with indifference, glancing aside as she continued her exploration. As Vomi's fingertips brushed against the frost on the cabinet door, a sudden crash echoed from afar, the sound of glass vessels shattering reverberating through the desolate space. In the corner shadows, something seemed to stir, a presence creeping in the darkness, bringing with it a damp, metallic scent. Batikis extended his finger, conjuring a small energy orb that illuminated the surroundings. As the beams swept across the area, it revealed a headless body, alongside the remnants of a shattered mechanical head not far away. Data cables protruded from the neck's severed edge, the white vertebrae distinctly visible. Vomi approached the dismembered form, bowing her head in contemplation. This was her husband, Dr. Goro. She had intended to offer some words of solace, for she was indeed a striking woman, albeit advanced in years. Following her gaze, I beheld a shattered skull, from which a pair of flat eyes stared unblinkingly. It was the crushed eyeball of Dr. Gro. Vomi exhibited no fear. Instead, she took a bold step forward, as if having discovered something significant. I swiftly approached her side, my energy orb casting erratic circles of light as it moved. Suddenly, I noticed something within the remnants behind us. A form was convulsing and curling into the fabric, the material rustling softly. Numerous syringes in the refrigerated cabinet began to tremble gently, the surface of the pale blue crystals cracking in a spiderweb pattern, as if some essence of life were stirring within the confines of the freezer. The hum of the ventilation system abruptly altered, transforming into a high-pitched shriek. It was then that Bardisk noticed the tendrils hanging from the corner of the ceiling were not mere vines, but rather fleshy appendages covered in delicate fuzz, rising and falling in rhythm with a breath. As the beam of light swept across the tips of these tendrils, the fuzz collectively turned toward Vomi, as if myriad tiny sensors were honing in on the scent of prey. Below the experimental table, the sound of liquid dripping echoed, dark red stains winding along the table leg in new patterns. When Bardisk glanced down, he saw the tiles at his feet were marred by a web of cracks, from which a pale green slime oozed, corroding the porcelain at a visibly alarming rate. Suddenly, the iron cabinet behind him creaked ominously, its rusted hinges groaning under the strain. In response to this unforeseen turn of events, Bardisk instinctively swept his right hand beneath Vomi's arm and, cradling her lithe form, lifted her effortlessly. The moment he did so, Vomi let out a surprised exclamation. Though she was as soft as jade in his grasp, Bardisk paid little heed, pivoting swiftly. As he turned, he caught sight of the top drawer sliding out slowly, a leather-bound experimental log tumbling to the floor. A photograph slipped from its yellowed pages, depicting a man in a white lab coat with a gentle smile. Yet behind him, in a petri dish, floated a transparent embryo bearing a human visage. Cheryl? No, that couldn't be right. How could Cheryl be present at this time? He glanced at the adjacent log, using a chicken charm to pry it open. The page revealed a hasty scrawl, blurred by water stains. The 70-second fusion experiment has failed. The cells are undergoing retrogressive differentiation, beginning to mimic human behavioral patterns, even learning. The text was marred by remnants of machinery, the final line heavily crossed out in red ink, resembling a dire warning. Experiment failed. It appeared that even after Dr. Gro's demise, his robotic creations continued to execute the protocols he had left behind. Just then, Vomi pointed her feet, and then to the arm concealed by her chest. Could you set me down? At that moment, their positions were both intimate and awkward. Bardisk scratched his head sheepishly. Though he verbally consented, he showed no inclination to release her. It was neither reluctance nor comfort that held him. Rather, he sensed a malevolent presence approaching. A sudden sound of nails scraping against metal emanated from the vent on the right, as a damp shadow began to emerge from the pipe. The entity possessed a vaguely human shape, its skin clinging to its skeletal form like melted wax, while a pale purple liquid seeped from its hollow eye sockets. As it lifted its head, Batiste locked eyes with it, and in that fleeting moment, a wave of bloodlust surged forth. Vomi screamed, frantically clawing backward, utterly oblivious to the pressure distorting the peak behind them. The figure resembled a drowned person, droplets continuously falling from its body. Whether they were cells or blood, they terrified Vomi, causing her to scream incessantly. The monstrous being unleashed an attack from its very form, hurtling directly toward Batiste. With a flick of his right hand, Vomi's posture shifted from being cradled against his abdomen to being held at the waist, leaving no time to relish the joy brought by the peak. First, he needed to deal with this little nuisance. Faced with the monster's assault, Batiste was reluctant to use his hands to block it, fearing that the attack would feel as slimy as saliva. Should any part of his body come into contact with its viscous surface, he could easily sever that limb, knowing he could regenerate. A sphere of energy at his left fingertips emitted a beam of light, which swiftly shattered the incoming attack, continuing its trajectory to pierce the left shoulder of the humanoid creature, sending it crashing against the wall, immobilized. Vomi clung to him like a fish out of water, feeling the strength of his chest. Witnessing him dispatch the monster with ease, she exclaimed, "Batiste, you are truly remarkable," sensing his arm tightening around her. She had no desire for him to release her. She merely wished to savor the solidity of his torso, leaning in slightly. Batiste paid no heed to her movements, for beneath the tiles beneath their feet, a multitude of breaths surged toward him, not just from below, but all around as well. With a sudden stomp of his right foot, a terrifying wave of energy emanated from him, radiating outward. Every small creature touched by his energy vanished, seemingly to avoid harming the person he held. Batiste did not exert much of his power. The distant purple figure appeared to awaken. He grasped the light emanating from the creature with his right hand, applying a slight pressure, and the beam slowly withdrew from the monster's left shoulder. With a slurping sound, the creature's body collapsed. Batiste nodded slightly, finding it somewhat interesting. Otherwise, being obliterated by a death ray would lack excitement. He had yet to fully showcase his strength. Following the glow of the death ray, Batiste observed the walls of the laboratory undulating. Beneath the peeling wallpaper, a multitude of eyeballs began to open from the crevices, and upon closer inspection, he saw Vomi's terrified face reflected in the pupils of those fissured eyes. "Fear not, for I am here. Nothing will happen." It seemed that the softness of his embrace gradually calmed Vomi's expression. In the direction of the refrigerated cabinet, pale blue ice crystals lay shattered, as something dragged a metallic chain attached to a syringe across the floor, sparking a trail of embers. Had it not been for the concern that the released aura might harm the still ordinary Vomi, this bizarre eyeball might not have appeared at all. When the eye opened, Batiste was momentarily startled, though it lasted scarcely a second. Were Bulma present, she would likely mock Batiste for a lifetime. "One wonders how the earth fares. Oomph. To have startled me, even if just for a fleeting moment, is a source of pride for you." Chapter 31. Capturing Little Calami. Batiste mused that these monsters must be the failed creations of Majin Buu, back when Dr. Jero-S research was halted due to the annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army. He sought investment from General Blue to continue his endeavors, aiming to dominate the Earth. Vomi blushed as she spoke. No wonder these creatures reek like foul sludge. Both pungent and revolting, Batiste declared as he effortlessly crushed the humanoid monstrosity with his telekinetic prowess. The scattered cells writhed and gradually converged, albeit at a sluggish pace, lacking the instantaneous regeneration capabilities of Majin Buu. Ignoring the grotesque humanoid, Batiste shifted his focus as the creature within the freezer emerged. Suddenly, the top door of the freezer erupted, revealing a large purple hand encircled by iron chains. Batiste regarded the purple appendage with composure. In the next moment, with a thunderous crash, a purple figure leapt from the freezer, charging directly towards Batiste. Embracing Vomi, Batiste elegantly spun and delivered a powerful kick, sending the purple creature soaring. With a resounding crash, the purple figure collided with the pristine white wall, exposing rebar and concrete, and a cloud of dust erupted. As the dust settled, it became evident that the purple figure had been impaled by steel. Its right hand pressed against the wall as it emerged from the structure. Why had it not broken through the wall? Because the laboratory was not at ground level. Otherwise, the purple figure would have vanished entirely, and Batiste lacked the energy to pursue further. The re-emerging purple figure wore a brown vest adorned with silver spikes, revealing a chiseled abdomen. Its lower half was clad in elongated black shorts, with rugged iron chains wrapped around its calves, extending from the right leg, through the thigh, to the head, and then cascading down to the left calf. The chains struck the ground with a resounding clatter, while its neck swayed without dislodging its head, which appeared precariously attached due to its elongated form. As the resonant echoes faded, the purple figure's hollow gaze was piercing, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings. Its empty eye sockets bore no eyes, resembling two voids devoid of eyelids. In the next instant, it surged towards Batiste with alarming speed. The clash of chains against tiles resonated loudly as the purple figure approached. Just as it lunged forward, Batiste grinned, his form vanishing, and extended his palm to meet the oncoming figure, aiming for its head. Destruction. The purple figure's fierce visage transformed into a scattering of starlight, dissipating within the confines of the laboratory. You have indeed obliterated Zaz. The humanoid monster gazed in horror as Batisk effortlessly vanquished the purple silhouette, filled with trepidation. Oh, it can speak. I had assumed it to be a mindless beast. A glance revealed that the humanoid creature had fully restored itself in the dim light. I had not discerned its striking resemblance to Cell, albeit with purple skin. Curse fiend, you have thwarted my grand designs. Perish. A beam of laser shot towards Batisk. He had initially intended to absorb Zaz after fusing some cells, perfecting his own to quell the tumultuous conflict within, thus encasing Zaz in a freezer. Yet, now all was lost, infuriating. Batisk swatted the laser away with a wave of his hand. A resounding explosion erupted beside him, and before the light had faded, Batisk stood before the humanoid creature, demanding, "What led you to believe I would be an easy opponent?" Before it could react, he struck it with a powerful blow, sending it crashing into the wall, unable to recover. A single strike, accompanied by a scream, saw the humanoid form dissipate into nothingness, revealing a profound pit in the wall. Upon dispatching the unsettling eyes concealed within the surrounding walls, Batisk sought to set Vomi down. However, as she landed, she lost her balance and began to topple backward. Quick as lightning, Batisk grasped her delicate hand, spinning her around and cradling her in his arms. The softness of her presence surged through him, invigorating his spirit. He surveyed the environment, momentarily suppressing his emotions. Vomi, now barely upright, felt a tempest of feelings within her. After gently patting her adorable face, she said, "I apologize, Batisk. I am far too weak. I can hardly stand." Batisk, unfazed, responded, "It is of no consequence, Miss Vomi. Did Dr. Glow's creatures frighten you?" Vomi shook her head. "Not all." Sensing the absence of danger around them, Batisk ventured deeper, examining the laboratory. Observing Batisk's thorough inspection, Vomi felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, she quickly dismissed it. After all, with her wilted beauty, what could he possibly see in her? But what if he did? In this strange, yet familiar laboratory, a torrent of thoughts surged through Vomi's mind, thrilling and exhilarating. Turning, she pushed open a metal door and entered the lighting control room, illuminating the entire lab with brilliant light. The sudden brightness disoriented Batisk as he surveyed the now-revealed chaos of several damaged stasis pods. Vomi approached him, stating, "There is another secret laboratory within this facility. It contains a vast array of cells. Shall we explore it?" Vomi led the way, with Batisk following closely behind, traversing several dilapidated doors until they arrived at a shattered liquid chamber. Batisk immediately recognized it as the nutrient tank that housed the embryos of Sheru, which had been eradicated by Sun Wukong and his companions. Continuing forward, they reached a control console where Vomi fumbled about, causing the wall behind the console to shudder and reveal a modest iron door. After pressing a concealed button on a nearby pillar, the door swung open automatically. The once dimly lit room was suddenly illuminated, revealing a colossal display screen and numerous nutrient tanks containing cells, many of which were still writhing within their tubes. Approaching one of the tanks, Batisk peered inside and saw an undeveloped embryo that already bore a resemblance to a fetus, connected by a tube that supplied it with nourishment. "With these cells," Vomi exclaimed, "I am confident that I can create the perfect biological gene." After speaking, she shyly glanced at Batisk. "Mr. Batisk, could you grant me some of your cells? A powerhouse like you would undoubtedly enhance the perfection of the biological gene." Without hesitation, Batisk took a nearby syringe and drew a full vial of blood, then turned to hand it to Vomi. "Wonderful. With your cells, I believe the genetic experiment will be even more flawless." With that, she began her work in earnest. Batisk shook his head, choosing not to disturb her further as he continued to explore the surroundings. Suddenly, a shriek escaped Vomi's lips, prompting Batisk to vanish from his spot and rush to her side, catching her just before she collapsed. He looked around to discern what had startled her, only to find an embryo that had grown to resemble a 3-year-old child. While this sight might not typically elicit fear, this particular childlike embryo was different. It was wide-eyed and scrutinizing them, its small hands tapping against the nutrient tank. It became clear that the sudden opening of its eyes had startled Vomi, who had been examining the embryo data. Turning to comfort her, Batisk gently patted her back, reassuring her that he was there. Vomi seemed genuinely shaken, and it took some time for Baidisk's soothing presence to calm her. Yet, their current posture was undeniably intimate. Vomi gazed at Baidisk with longing, her body weak and her expression alluring. Baidisk met her gaze, and the air between them crackled with tension, as if dry wood had met a roaring flame. With his heart racing, he lifted Vomi and carried her toward a nearby, experimental table. Vomi, fully aware of what was about to unfold, felt her body go limp. Baidisk, recalling that this was the domain of Dr. Jero's experiments, violently tore her clothing apart, and Vomi's pleading expression only intensified his desire. Her mix of familiarity and naivety was captivating. What remained was a Baidisk driven by primal instincts, teetering on the edge of reason as the wildness took over. Chapter 32. The Progress of Vegeta. As time passes, the sounds of labored breathing in the laboratory gradually fade away. Baidisk looks at Vomi, slumped on the sofa in the resting area, and cannot help but feel a profound sense of connection. It is distinctly different from the sensations he experiences with Bulma and her companions. There is an unspoken understanding in a mere gesture, accompanied by an inexplicable feeling. Deep down, Baidisk reassures himself that he is certainly not a rogue like Chao, who steals others' wives. Rather, he perceives himself as someone who is not intimidated by the beauty of sister-in-law, but rather concerned by her donning of white garments. Indeed, it seems to evoke the essence of a widow. Perhaps there is a hint of that roguelike sentiment as well. Gently releasing the sleeping Vomi, whose serene visage is truly captivating, with her porcelain skin being her most striking asset, he rises without disturbing her slumber. He tenderly drapes a garment over her from a distance. Observing the battlefield, he notes the remnants of their recent skirmish scattered across the laboratory, tables, chairs, and other remnants of their tumultuous encounter. Please tidy this place up and prepare a few garments. Baidisk instructs the shadowy figures nearby. A faint response emanates from the shadows, as two shadow soldiers begin to clean the stains and remnants of the battle. They wipe the watermarks from the laboratory table with tattered cloths and place the bank card given by Bulma atop it. He commands the shadow soldiers to safeguard Vomi and to heed her instructions during this period. The shadow soldiers nod in acknowledgement and continue their task. Baidisk, sensing that Vegeta has arrived, decides not to linger any longer. Though uncertain of the reason for Vegeta's visit, he suspects it is likely to seek a confrontation. It seems the skies have cleared, and Vegeta may feel invincible once more, having recovered in just 2 days. Bulma has been quite kind to him. Above a primordial forest, Vegeta hovers in bewilderment. I distinctly sensed Baidisk's presence here before. Why am I now surrounded by dense woodland? Before him lies only a small hill. Unbeknownst to him, that Baidisk is concealed within it. Upon emerging from the laboratory, Baidisk spots Vegeta hovering not far away, scanning the surroundings in confusion. Ascending to meet Vegeta, he inquires, "What brings you here? Do you have business with me? Or are you simply bored?" The sudden barrage of inquiries catches Vegeta off guard. "You insufferable fool. Why would I come to find you?" He retorts, attempting to regain his composure. "I merely wish to enhance my strength." Baidisk interrupts him. "Very well, I understand. But can you endure my training? This is no mere child's play." With clenched fists and a resolute expression, Vegeta bows deeply. "Baidisk, I implore you to train me. Do not give me the theatrical display," Baidisk exclaims, before turning and flying westward, leaving Vegeta frozen in his previous posture. After a moment, Vegeta finally raises his head, realizing that Baidisk has vanished. Scanning the area, he eventually spots a small figure in the distance and promptly pursues him. As Baidisk arrives above Bulma's residence, he is greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Since the moment I consumed coffee, a profound hunger has overtaken me. Or, at least that is the sensation I find myself grappling with. I have endured a fierce battle, and though I can forego sustenance, my mind yearns for food, and my mouth craves it. "Hey, Bulma, is the meal ready?" I exclaimed, feeling as if I might perish from hunger. Baidisk greeted Bulma with polite enthusiasm. Upon noticing Baidisk, Bulma glanced at the stoic Vegeta behind him. "Come, Batisk, let's dine together." Bulma's warmth towards this visitor from another universe was palpable. "Don't just stand there, Vegeta. Join us for the meal." Vegeta, with his typical pride, retorted, "I understand. Aren't Gohan, and Android 18 joining us?" Baidisk inquired, noticing the absence of the spirited young lady. As for them, Goten seems to be off searching for girls, hardly at home. Just moments ago, Chi-Chi asked if I had seen him. Gohan and his family have gone to visit Mr. Satan. I've heard he wishes to inquire about Xiao Fang's situation in the universe. Bulma replied. Observing Bulma's concern, Baidisk reassured her, "Do not fret. With Son Goku around, they will be safe in the universe. Indeed, I am fine. Android 18 and Krillin are busy earning a living. Krillin has taken up a job as a security guard, while Android 18 is off boxing. Everyone is preoccupied, unlike Vegeta, who spends his days in relentless training. She then directed a playful scoff at Vegeta. After indulging in a hearty meal, Beerus inquired of Bulma, "Do you have any liquor?" For neither Goku nor Vegeta had ever partaken in drinking. "All right, wait a moment. I shall fetch some." To my surprise, Bulma's home was stocked with a considerable supply of alcohol. She returned with several boxes of liquor, accompanied by a few robots. Beerus eagerly opened a box and, grabbing a bottle, began to drink. The warmth cascaded down his throat and settled in his belly. Ah, what exquisite wine! Truly delightful. He had not anticipated that the liquor on Earth would be so enjoyable, fragrant and spicy. With a rich, smooth taste, the subtle sweetness accentuated the overall experience, while the spiciness that followed enhanced it further. Vegeta, seizing a bottle as well, mimicked Beerus' actions and gulped down the drink. However, after just a few swigs, he found himself gasping for breath, prompting Bulma to burst into laughter at his expense. Vegeta's face flushed crimson, and his competitive nature ignited in that moment. Thus, during this meal, Beerus and Vegeta polished off the several boxes of liquor Bulma had provided, consuming another 10 or so boxes. Hours passed, and the night deepened. Bulma, with great effort, assisted Vegeta back to the bedroom to rest, while Beerus stumbled into the room Bulma had prepared for him, seeking to dispel the effects of the alcohol before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. The following day, after a modest breakfast, Beerus took Vegeta to a gravity-heavy planet in the universe, commencing a brutal regimen of torment. Each encounter brought Vegeta to the brink of death, only to revive him with the sacred beans. Under such relentless pressure, Vegeta's combat prowess advanced slowly, perhaps a reflection of his age diminishing his latent potential. In recent days, Beerus has been relentlessly training Vegeta, or rather, mercilessly beating him, with the latter often gazing skyward, bruised and battered. While Beerus merely sensed an approaching presence, Vegeta, as the confidant of Goku, possessed an acute awareness of Goku's energy, enabling him to detect Goku's location even from a great distance. Had he initially sought Goku instead of Beerus, he might have reached him without being suspended in midair. A somewhat weathered spaceship descended slowly through the atmosphere, and as Beerus prepared to depart, he turned to see the pig-headed Vegeta. Tossing a senza bean to him, he swiftly took off. "Humph, Kakarot, I have become terrifyingly powerful," he mused. Vegeta, begrudgingly consuming the senza bean, felt his body restored to its former state and followed suit. The others, too, hurried towards the landing site the moment Goku's ship broke through the sky, including Bulma, who received the news and piloted her craft towards the scene. Chapter 33. The Eruption of Hell. A few days earlier, deep within the fiery fissures of hell, dark red magma surged like a grotesque wound, staining the murky skies a rusted hue. Dr. Glow's polished shoes crushed a charred skull, startling the decayed crows nesting in the nearby crevices, which took flight, their wings dragging ethereal blue flames, akin to harbingers of doom conveying ominous tidings. The veteran remnant of the Red Ribbon Army slowly removed his tattered black hat, the once gleaming our emblem now stripped of its luster, revealing a corroded copper base beneath, pockmarked with dark red stains. Whether remnants of dried blood or manifestations of his eternal grievances, one could not tell. He rapped his knuckles against a nearby petrified column, and the ooze seeping from its cracks instantly began to corrode the stone, releasing wisps of white smoke, as if even the very rocks of hell resisted his presence. 30 years, he murmured into the void, his Adam's apple rolling beneath lax skin, haunted by the echo of that monkey's laughter resonating in his marrow. Before he could finish, the distant magma erupted violently, mirroring the fury that burned within him. The entrance of Dr. Mio was heralded by the jarring sound of grinding gears. This corpulent scientist emerged from the shadows, pushing a rusted laboratory cart, which emitted a disconcerting crunch as its wheels traversed the pile of bones. On the cart, a glass jar containing a mutated organ began to convulse, bubbles frothing in the murky liquid, leaving spiderweb-like trails of blood on the jar's walls, as if foretelling the birth of malevolence. "Behold this," he proclaimed, using tweezers to lift an eyeball submerged in a fluorescent green liquid, its iris adorned with pulsating digital patterns. Extracted from the remains of Subject 19, this combat ship, infused with Hell's energy, suddenly erupted in a blinding red light. melting the tweezers into molten metal and creating a sizzling crater upon the ground, a testament to the terrifying power it harbored. Doctor. Jero's pupils contracted with excitement as his bony fingers suddenly grasped Dr. Mew's wrist. It was then that the latter noticed the old man's nails had long since turned a sinister shade of black, the fingertips riddled with fine cracks, as if bearing the scars of prolonged exposure to some corrosive substance. Get to the point, Jero urged, his tone laced with an impatient fervor. The crimson glow of molten rock flickered in the whites of his eyes, resembling two clusters of malevolent fire, ready to consume all. Can you help me create a weapon more perfect than Cell? Suddenly, Dr. Mew erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. He tore off his tattered glasses and hurled them into the lava, the lenses shattering into 7 pieces during their descent, each fragment reflecting Jero's contorted visage, as if heralding the impending division of evil. Cell? Merely a failed imitation. He violently flung open a hidden compartment beneath the experimental cart, revealing a half-mechanical body submerged in purple nutrient fluid, 7 hellish cores of resentment embedded in its chest. Behold this, the essence of the Hell Terminal Project, utilizing our brainwaves as a guide, fueled by the malice of these hellish cores. Before he could finish, the entire body convulsed and sat upright. Hydraulic tubes on its mechanical arms bursting, purple liquid spraying onto Jero's face, leaving a trail of blood blisters in its wake. Yet, the old man remained oblivious. Fixated on the malevolence radiating from the body's chest, his eyes alight with madness. With the final fusion of resentment successfully achieved, he cackled, "Awaken, our magnificent creation." In an instant, Hell number 17 opened its blood-red eyes, enveloped in a terrifying shroud of darkness. Jero immediately instructed Hell number 17 to sense human number 17. As Hell number 17 traversed the underworld, it finally detected its counterpart in the realm of the living. With a surge of power, the sky of Hell suddenly split open. A phantom rift allowing the starlight from the mortal world to pierce through the darkness of the abyss, casting a cold white glow across Jero's trembling hand. He abruptly looked up, catching a glimpse of Earth through the ephemeral fissure. The Capsule Corporation building, owned by Bulma, flickered in the night, contrasting vividly with the crimson sky of Hell. Do you see it? Dr. Mew had somehow leaned close to his ear, his warm breath sending shivers down Jero's spine. They were celebrating victory, oblivious to the imminent chaos. In an instant, every soul that was meant to perish in Hell surged towards that rift. Prepare to face the wrath of Lord Frisia, you wretched monkeys, he shouted as he ascended into the air. The furious winds of Hell swirled, gathering a vortex of bone dust above the 2 scientists. Dr. Jero retrieved a crumpled photograph from his pocket, a remnant from 3 decades ago, depicting the Red Ribbon Army at the pinnacle of its power, with him standing at the center, flanked by rows of soldiers, each face reflecting a fervent desire to conquer the world. The edges of the photograph were singed by flames, yet his expression remained clearer than ever. This time, the flag of the Red Ribbon Army will be planted upon Sun Wukong's grave, he murmured, his voice imbued with the resolve of vengeance, as if he could already envision the day of reckoning. Dr. Meow nodded, and instantly, the very foundations of Hell trembled. The distant mountains began to crumble, and without hesitation, Hell number 17 joined the throng rushing towards the realm of humans, with the 2 doctors eagerly trailing behind the forces. Soon, humanity would come to realize that the scientists from Hell were the most terrifying entities of all. Dr. Gro's sinister grin revealed a flicker of madness in his eyes. Deep within this ominous abyss of Hell, the 2 of them, fueled by hatred and having endured countless years of suffering, were prepared to unleash a grand conspiracy. Should their plan succeed, the entire Earth would plunge into an irretrievable abyss. Meanwhile, the people on Earth remained blissfully unaware, continuing to relish their peaceful existence. Little did they know that an unprecedented crisis was stealthily encroaching from the depths of Hell. Badisk suddenly sensed an overwhelming, malevolent aura emanating from deep within the ground. As the hatch opened, Sun Wukong and his companions reunited with their families. Vegeta was poised to showcase his recent advancements before Sun Wukong, but suddenly, the ground began to crack. Had an earthquake occurred? Before anyone could comprehend the situation, they instinctively embraced their loved ones and ascended into the air. The sudden ground collapse left everyone in bewilderment, but only Badisk understood that this was an invasion from Hell. Without waiting for Badisk to elaborate, familiar figures surged forth from the fissures. Kakarot, a terrifying green light, surged towards Sun Wukong. Oh, Vegeta, it's been a while, hasn't it? You've certainly improved. Frieza taunted. Sun Wukong promptly handed over his wife, Chi-Chi, to Goten, while Vegeta entrusted Bulma to Trunks. In an instant, Wukong engaged Broly in combat, while Vegeta charged at Frieza, landing a punch that sent several teeth flying. In the distance, Cell observed and swiftly joined the fray, forcing Vegeta back. In a heartbeat, the battlefield split into two factions, a throng of Hell's denizens entangled with Vegeta, while only Broly confronted Sun Wukong. It wasn't that he was unwilling to assist. Rather, Broly's indiscriminate attacks were eliminating any minions attempting to help. Vegeta, facing a tide of adversaries, swiftly employed his royal combat techniques. Alas, the sheer number of foes overwhelmed him, forcing him to adapt mid-fight. Beerus watched the chaotic battlefield with keen interest. Chapter 34, Super 17. Beerus glanced at the battlefield where Sun Wukong was engaged, witnessing him kick Broly away, only to be seized by Broly, who grasped his head. Why do you always enjoy being grabbed by the head? And why haven't you transformed into Super Saiyan 4 yet? Do you enjoy this? Unsurprisingly, Broly began to pummel him mercilessly. As Broly's power escalated, Sun Wukong was being relentlessly beaten, and with the mounting pressure for Broly, it was finally time for Sun Wukong to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Kakarot, Broly roared, continuing the battle. Beerus pondered how Broly could possess such extraordinary strength, especially since he seemingly did not exist in the original narrative. Meanwhile, Vegeta sent a small demon flying with a punch, and in rapid succession. He countered Frieza's death beam with energy blasts of his own. Dodging left and right, Vegeta drew close to Frieza, only to be sent flying by a kick from Cell. In a moment of desperation, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, believing that his recent training would suffice against these relics of a bygone era. However, he found himself unable to overpower this band of miscreants, igniting his frustration. What is happening, Vegeta? How can you be so powerful? Frieza exclaimed, feeling the intense heat and formidable aura emanating from Vegeta, which intensified the pressure around him. Cell declared, Vegeta's strength is beyond our capabilities. We must flee, quickly. As the words left his lips, he transformed into a beam of light, attempting to escape. Frieza, shocked to see someone with a portion of his own energy abandon him, thought, but I haven't even boarded the ship yet. How can I fight them alone? Seeing the menacing Vegeta, he hastily followed Cell, both fleeing into the cosmos. Yet before they could escape Earth, Beerus pointed a finger, unleashing a terrifying bolt of lightning that swiftly caught up to Frieza and Cell. In an instant, they were transformed into chocolate, floating towards Beerus. Although they were already deceased, they inexplicably regained corporeal forms upon arriving in the mortal realm. Initially, Beerus merely sought to test his abilities, never expecting such a transformation to succeed. Beerus, do not interfere with my battle, Vegeta said, observing the swift demise of the two with evident displeasure. All right. Your dear friend is on the brink of death. Before he could finish, Goku was hurled towards Vegeta by Broly, who seized him by the head. Vegeta caught Goku, exclaiming, Kakarot, are you all right? Goku, returning to his normal state, replied, Vegeta, this foe is far stronger than when we defeated him. That is your concern, Wadashiwasu. How could I be bested by a mere underling again? The proud Vegeta refused to acknowledge any weakness. Be careful, Vegeta. Goku expressed his concern for his comrade. Beerus approached Goku, flipping his hand to produce a bag of Senza beans, tossing them to him. Goku, surprised, hurriedly expressed his gratitude, but Beerus remained indifferent to his reaction. Vegeta, recalling the one who had once reduced him to despair, felt an overwhelming desire to tear him apart. I didn't have the chance to finish you off back then, and now you present yourself before me. Broly appeared to have lost all reason. Yet it seemed he was also searching for something completely indifferent to those before him, fixated solely on Kakarot. You're not Kakarot. Where's Kakarot? Before you stands the great Super Vegeta. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Vegeta and Broly locked eyes, the surrounding air seemingly solidified by their immense auras, heralding an epic confrontation. Vegeta struck first, transforming into a streak of blue light that rushed towards Broly with a speed nearly imperceptible to the eye. His fist, imbued with tremendous energy, hurtled towards Broly with a howling wind. Unfazed, Broly slightly raised his robust arm, effortlessly blocking Vegeta's attack. Is this all you can muster? Broly smirked, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. The laughter utterly enraged Vegeta, causing his hair to lengthen instantaneously, enveloped in a tempest of violent energy. His crimson locks framed his upper body, revealing a chiseled chest and a set of robust 8-pack abs. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was ignited. Vegeta's power surged dramatically as he executed a swift turn in midair, his legs slicing through the atmosphere like blades aimed at Broly. Broly's eyes narrowed in response, retreating a few paces to evade the fierce assault. With a mighty roar, his muscles swelled, and his aura intensified, signaling his readiness for battle. The two warriors darted through the sky, colliding with each other, each encounter unleashing a tempest of energy that ravaged the ground below, leaving it scarred and littered with debris. With agility and extensive combat experience, Vegeta sought out Broly's vulnerabilities, launching relentless attacks, while Broly, relying on his immense strength and formidable defenses, absorbed each strike and awaited the perfect moment to retaliate. As the battle escalated, Vegeta realized that conventional assaults were insufficient to inflict substantial damage upon Broly. Thus, he resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. Crossing his hands swiftly before his chest, he amassed a tremendous energy, gradually forming a colossal blue energy sphere that radiated an intimidating presence. "Prepare yourself, Broly. This is my ultimate flash," Vegeta bellowed, propelling the energy sphere toward Broly. Sensing the formidable threat, Broly remained vigilant, channeling all his strength into his hands to create a green energy shield, attempting to withstand Vegeta's onslaught. The energy sphere collided with the shield, producing a deafening roar as powerful energy waves radiated outward, culminating in a colossal mushroom cloud. As the smoke began to clear, Broly stood unscathed, though a trickle of blood adorned his lips, evidence of the prior confrontation's impact. "Vegeta, your power exceeds my expectations, yet remains insufficient," Broly declared, his aura once again surging as his muscles expanded further, and his hair bristled slightly, entering an even more formidable state. Vegeta, witnessing this transformation, felt a flicker of astonishment, quickly replaced by unwavering resolve. He understood that the battle had reached a critical juncture. Failure to exert his full strength would spell utter defeat. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his power to its zenith and charged once more at Broly. The two combatants became entangled again, their skirmish escalating into a frenzy, their forms a blur in the sky that dazzled the onlookers. The surrounding space seemed to buckle under the weight of their tremendous power, fissures beginning to appear. As the clash continued, Vegeta gradually felt his stamina waning, while Broly's strength continued to rise. Internally lamenting his plight, Vegeta refused to yield. Memories of his earlier defeat at Broly's hands surfaced, as did the pride of his heritage as a Saiyan prince. These convictions fueled his determination to persist. Just as Vegeta teetered on the brink of exhaustion, an idea sparked in his mind. He deliberately feigned exhaustion, luring Broly into an attack. As anticipated, Broly fell for the ruse and launched a powerful punch towards Vegeta's chest. However, instead of evading, Vegeta sidestepped at the very moment Broly's fist was about to connect, seizing Broly's arm and using his strength to fling him away. Broly spun through the air several times before regaining his composure, glaring angrily at Vegeta as he charged at him once more. Vegeta remained steadfast, patiently awaiting Broly's approach. When Broly reached him, Vegeta suddenly unleashed a deafening roar. Channeling all his might as a formidable energy wave surged before him, hurtling towards Broly. Caught off guard, Broly hastily attempted to defend himself, while Vegeta cried out, intensifying his ultimate flash. Just as Broly seemed on the brink of succumbing, Beerus realized it was his turn to claim the kill. He swiftly appeared beside Broly, effortlessly deflecting the energy wave with one hand, and with a mere gesture, transformed Broly into chocolate, securing his prize. Vegeta glared furiously at Beerus, bewildered by his incessant penchant for stealing kills. He couldn't help but internally lament that the skills of that Majin Buu, turning beings into chocolate, would ultimately lead to an existence neither human nor ghost. With a huff, he averted his gaze from Beerus, who sheepishly chuckled in response. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero and Goku had dealt with the troublesome adversaries. Dr. Mew seemed entirely unfazed, recalling their earlier quest for Hell's resentment. Had they forgotten the terrifying aura they had encountered days prior? With such a formidable presence, eliminating the lesser foes was only natural. Dr. Gero nodded in agreement. They could have planned ahead. Yet, the terrifying energy from that day had genuinely startled both of them. Rest assured, Android 17 has completed his fusion, and with the aid of Hell's resentment, no one can defeat them. At that moment, the two Android 17s had successfully fused. As the brilliance faded, a towering figure emerged, standing an imposing 250 centimeters, with a robust physique and bulging muscles that exuded a powerful aura. His hair was dark and parted in the middle, with piercing, cold eyes reminiscent of a deep abyss that sent shivers down one's spine. His skin gleamed with a metallic sheen, as if subjected to special enhancements, reflecting a chilling light under the sun. Clad in a tight-fitting combat suit of black and green, his powerful physique was accentuated, adorned with silver embellishments that added a touch of technological allure and mystery. Chapter 35. The Beating of Dog Goku by the Malevolent 17. Dr. Gero stepped back in fear, confronted by the overwhelming presence of Super 17, recalling the moment he had awakened 17, cold sweat trickling down his brow. At last it is complete. My magnificent creation. Go forth and annihilate Goku. Super 17, with a disdainful gaze, had long harbored the desire to eliminate these two ancient relics from the moment he was still Hell 17. However, like those two old fools, he was startled by the aura emanating from the mortal realm. Coupled with their claim of becoming stronger, he refrained from striking them down. Now they dare to taunt him. Did they truly believe his blade lacked sharpness? He raised his hand, intending to eliminate Dr. Meow. At that moment, three figures descended from the sky. Beerus, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. Number 17, how have you become so malevolent? Sun Wukong questioned, bewildered by number 17's transformation. Why are you asking so many questions, Kakarot? This individual is clearly not number 17. Vegeta retorted, irritable, for he had yet to fully unleash his power against the previous foe. Now, they faced an adversary whose strength far surpassed even that of Broly. With a smirk, he reflected on how fruitful his training had been. Just as he intended to warm up, Beerus intercepted him. Go spar with the children at their table. Ahem. Wait a moment. Let's observe first. No rush, Vegeta grumbled, though he was reluctant to defy Beerus's words. Beerus had yet to witness the climax of the spectacle and would not allow Vegeta to disrupt it. It was known that the Super 17 from the original narrative was bloodthirsty and brutal, with a decisiveness in killing that far exceeded any incarnation of number 17 across timelines. Sun Wukong, do you see my magnificent creation? You rushed here to meet your demise. Super 17, eliminate Sun Wukong. Dr. Meow exclaimed with fervor, envisioning the moment Sun Wukong would fall to Super 17. After all, the fused number 17 was no longer a match for Sun Wukong, at least in his perspective. With a thunderous blast, an energy sphere struck Dr. Meow, and before he could land, Super 17 seized him by the throat. The disbelief etched on Dr. Meow's face as he gazed at his own creation was palpable. How could this be? Super 17, do you dare defy me? Aren't you afraid I will command you to cease your abilities? Just moments ago, he had been chattering incessantly, driving everyone to distraction, and now, as Super 17's grip tightened, pain coursed through him, and his vision began to blur. Quick, Dr. Gero, what are you doing? Hurry and save me. Dr. Gero. Dr. Meow struggled to turn his head, his pupils dilating in shock. Where was the familiar figure of Dr. Gero? Dr. Gero, you coward. You possess a control device, and yet you flee in fear? Truly pathetic. In a moment of utter humiliation, Super 17 severed Dr. Meow's head with a single motion, his eyes wide with disbelief at having met his end once more. And in such a disgraceful manner. Now that this waste is dealt with, my ears are finally at peace. Super 17 regarded Sun Wukong and Vegeta with utter disdain, completely dismissing them. However, the unfamiliar Saiyan beside them instilled a profound sense of danger within him, as if he would vanish the moment he dared to act against him. Thus, he chose to refrain from any hasty actions, eager to witness what would unfold next. As for Dr. Gero, upon sensing the murderous intent in Super 17's gaze, he bolted, disregarding the incessant ramblings of Dr. Meow. What nonsense control device! Long before the fusion was complete, Dr. Gero had tested the controller, only to find that no matter how he manipulated it, the formidable Super 17 remained utterly unresponsive. Realizing the gravity of this situation, he wasted no time in fleeing, covering several kilometers. Yet, Dr. Gero still felt a lingering sense of insecurity and hurriedly made his way to his laboratory from a decade ago, a place that had been tirelessly collecting cellular samples from Earth's strongest warriors. After all these years, the immense wealth he had amassed was undeniably enticing. Unbeknownst to Dr. Gero, something stirred in the shadow beneath him as he flew. Meanwhile, Bardock, Vegeta, and Goku were engaged in their own confrontations. Fresh from a brutal defeat at the hands of Broly, Goku had regained his strength after consuming a Senzu bean, his power surging significantly. As he looked to reclaim his honor, he was hesitant to challenge Broly, who was currently being overwhelmed by Vegeta. When Bardock turned Broly into chocolate, Goku contemplated sparring with Vegeta, sensing that Vegeta's strength had indeed escalated. However, the ominous aura emanating from the unfolding chaos diverted their attention. Overshadowing any thoughts of friendly bout, the group gathered to witness the spectacle, captivated by the immense power displayed before them. This time, Bardock did not intervene, allowing Goku to approach. Vegeta, however, was not pleased. Kakarot, don't you dare try to steal my prize. This one is mine. He was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity presented by the formidable foe before them. Ha, Vegeta, let us settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors. As Super 17 observed the apparent disregard Goku and Vegeta had for him, he saw Vegeta preparing to engage Goku in their playful contest. Suddenly, Goku lunged towards him. Seizing the moment, noticing Bardock's lack of intervention, he readied himself to face Goku. At that moment, Bardock casually descended to the ground, manifesting 2 chairs, a table, and a few bags of sunflower seeds, settling into one of the seats with an air of leisure. Hey, Vegeta, care to join me? He offered, gesturing to the empty chair beside him. Bardock, you say that, yet you still land beside me, Vegeta retorted, taking a seat. Want some? Bardock casually produced a bag of seeds. Vegeta was about to scoff when Bardock playfully tapped him on the head, causing him to clutch his skull in pain. Eat if you want, don't if you don't. But if you keep that attitude, you will feel the sting of my fists. Bardock was not one to coddle Vegeta. The past few days of training had been grueling, compounded by months of torment in the room of spirit and time, which had instilled a gradual fear of Bardock in Vegeta. Tossing a handful of seeds to Vegeta, Bardock returned his gaze to the aerial battle unfolding above. After a brief exchange of blows, Goku was sent reeling by Super 17, struggling to regain his footing as the ground trembled violently, seemingly unable to withstand the impending eruption of terrifying power. Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku was enveloped in a swirling aura of gold and crimson, his fiery hair ablaze and his eyes glimmering with unwavering determination, the immense energy distorting the air around him. Opposite him stood Super 17, his expression stern, emanating a powerful and enigmatic presence. Today shall mark your end, Son Goku. Super 17 initiated the assault, unleashing energy blasts from his fingertips that shot forth like lightning, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. In an instant, Goku vanished from his original position, reappearing behind Super 17, his right fist charged with overwhelming force. Super 17 reacted swiftly, pivoting to raise his arm in defense. A thunderous crash resounded as their fists collided, unleashing a torrent of energy that sent sand and debris spiraling into the sky. Now, this is exciting. Goku smirked, a hint of exhilaration gracing his features. He darted forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering a flurry of punches, each imbued with the strength to shatter mountains. Super 17 continuously defended. It was forced back by Goku's relentless onslaught. Don't get too cocky. I've yet to unleash my full power. Super 17 bellowed, his hands crackling with sparks as he concentrated a sphere of black energy, launching it with ferocity. Hell Bomb. Goku, unyielding, swiftly gathered energy to form a protective barrier before him. Boom! The Hell Bomb struck the barrier, erupting in a massive shockwave that sent Goku hurtling backward, carving a deep trench into the ground. Cursed! Goku gritted his teeth, rising with an even more intense aura. Behold, Kamehameha! He swiftly gathered an immense energy in his hands, the white waves of power rolling tumultuously before he thrust them forward. Haim! Ha! To Goku's astonishment, Super 17 did not evade. Instead, he spread his arms wide, a sinister smile gracing his face. This is perfect. I've been eager to test this technique. He absorbed the entirety of the Kamehameha, his body's energy surging dramatically. What? Goku gasped in disbelief. Having absorbed the Kamehameha, Super 17's strength skyrocketed, and in an instant, he was upon Goku, delivering a kick to his abdomen. Goku was caught off guard, sent flying like a marionette with severed strings. Ah! Son Goku, you are no match for me. Super 17 laughed triumphantly. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Goku's resolve hardened. Do not underestimate me. That was merely a warm-up. The true battle begins now. With that, his aura surged once more, preparing for a new wave of attacks. Goku slammed both palms onto the ground, a crimson wave of energy erupting like a volcanic explosion, turning rocks to dust in its wake. In a flash, he closed the distance to Super 17's side, his right leg sweeping out like an iron pillar. The wind pressure carving a trench half a person deep in the ground. Super 17 crossed his arms to absorb the impact, yet he found himself kneeling. His energy core pulsating with a blinding red light. The sensation of absorbing energy is quite delightful, isn't it? Goku remarked, wiping the blood from his chin with a grin. His fingertips suddenly erupting with golden lightning like energy blades. But do you truly think you can consume my energy? Before the echoes of his words faded, dozens of energy blades sliced through the air in a fan-shaped formation, sparking blue and white flames upon grazing the surface of Super 17. This was a fierce repulsion between Saiyan energy and mechanical core. Suddenly, the heat dissipation pipes at Super 17's neck erupted with steam, clearly indicating that an energy overload had thrown his systems into disarray. With a roar, he raised both hands, and a vortex resembling a black hole began to engulf everything around him. Disappear, he commanded. Cosmic black hole cannon. In the dark red energy vortex, the distant mountains began to crumble, while the air twisted as if compressed into a liquid state. Goku's pupils constricted, and he crossed his arms over his chest. Unleashing all his might, Kaioken times 4. His hair stood on end like flames igniting. At the moment when the Kamehameha wave collided with the black hole cannon in mid-air, it felt as though time itself had been halted. Within the spatial rift formed by their energy clash, fragments of the galaxy shimmered faintly. Goku's furious roar pierced the heavens as the Kamehameha wave surged forward like a crimson meteor, forcing the black hole cannon back towards Super 17's chest. The mechanical warrior's torso shattered first, revealing the frantically spinning energy core inside. Subsequently, oil burst forth from the joints of its limbs, and it was hurled into a fissure 1,000 meters deep within the Earth's crust. Before the dust settled, Goku suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance from below. Amidst the rubble, Super 17 crawled out, dragging half of its melted body, but in a mere moment, its form restored to normal, save for the core area of its chest pulsating with a sinister red glow. The vengeful energy of hell truly serves as a perfect energy furnace. Now it is my turn to absorb you. His palm unleashed countless metallic tendrils that entwined around Goku's ankles like living creatures, attempting to draw him closer for a fusion with the heart of hell. Oh no, he aims to assimilate my body. Goku erupted with his own strength. Yet he felt his energy rapidly draining through the tendrils. His hair began to lose its color, and gradually, his once long hair reverted to its normal length. Just at that critical moment, Chapter 36, The Invincible Vegeta falls. Vegeta, witnessing his comrade being pulled in, could no longer remain passive. With a swift motion, he hurled several energy spheres at Super 17, and fearing that they might not suffice, he vanished from his spot in an instant. Bardock has taken off his sunglasses. This 17 is rather intriguing. He is not merely a step above his original counterpart. As Super 17 felt confident in dispatching Goku, the sudden energy spheres drew his attention. He swatted a few away with ease, only to have them kicked back into his face by Vegeta, distorting his cold, handsome visage. He was sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta rescued the already exhausted Goku, tossing him to Bardock without a hint of concern for his safety. Instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he charged towards Super 17. Just as Super 17 steadied himself in midair, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Dust billowed into the air. Vegeta raised his hands, employing his classic Prince's strategy, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres recklessly towards the dust cloud. Vegeta, do not use energy attacks. This fellow can absorb energy. Goku weakly cautioned. Nanny. Vegeta immediately ceased his assault. Beerus used telekinesis to gently place Sun Wukong upon a nearby recliner. Sun Wukong seemed to regain a modicum of strength, trembling as he retrieved a magical bean from his pocket and painstakingly consumed it. It must be said, the magical bean is indeed remarkable. No sooner had he ingested it than the overwhelming fatigue dissipated, and he rose, eager to engage in a 2-on-1 bout. A friendly mixed doubles match. Vegeta, sensing Sun Wukong's burgeoning power, declared, Kakarot, I demand a 1-on-1 duel. I am a prince of the Saiyans. Upon hearing this, Beerus couldn't help but chuckle, inwardly musing whether Vegeta would still assert his claim to the title of Saiyan King if he knew Beerus was the new monarch of their race. Noticing Beerus' unusual demeanor, Vegeta innocently inquired what was amusing him. Oh, nothing of consequence. Just remember to assist Vegeta shortly. He might struggle against Super 17, Beerus replied, opting not to elaborate further. Explaining everything to Sun Wukong would be an arduous task. How could that be? Beerus, Vegeta's current strength far surpasses mine. I sense that without energy, Super 17 is only marginally stronger than I am. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. In his view, aside from the formidable dark aura and the troublesome ability to absorb energy, Super 17's strength was rather ordinary. Wukong, you remain overly naive. Super 17 did not even unleash his full potential against you. Otherwise, a single round would have been your end. I suspect he is somewhat intimidated by my presence, Beerus remarked, shaking his head as he continued to observe. It would be folly to suggest that Super 17's prowess was anything less than comparable to that of the formidable Super One-Star Dragon. Especially considering his ability to absorb energy, Vegeta would indeed find it challenging to prevail. The strength of One-Star Dragon is generally equivalent to that of a fully powered Super Saiyan 4, albeit somewhat inferior. However, without full power, it is nearly impossible to triumph. Vegeta's current capabilities align closely with those of One-Star Dragon from the original tale, despite not yet reaching the level of the red-haired Super Saiyan 4. His battle prowess is reminiscent of that depicted in the original narrative. As anticipated, Super 17's malevolent aura swiftly dissipated the surrounding dust, revealing his form. Impossible. Vegeta gasped, realizing that not only had his previous attacks failed to inflict any damage, but they had instead revitalized Super 17, who now emanated a faint glow, appearing even more formidable than when they first encountered one another. Vegeta, if this represents your strength, then your demise is imminent. Super 17 taunted, stepping forward with arms crossed and a mocking expression, the corners of his mouth curling upward. He regarded the Saiyan warrior with disdain, having noted that the latter did not intervene during their earlier confrontation. It was clear to him that the Saiyan was merely a pretty face, devoid of true utility. Once Vegeta was dispatched, should the opportunity arise, he planned to eliminate Sun Wukong as well. If he could overpower him, he would, but if not, he would obliterate the Earth and escape. With the Saiyan's inherent inability to survive in the vacuum of space, who in this universe could truly claim invincibility? Who would dare proclaim themselves undefeated? Had he known that Beerus could easily best him, denying him even the chance to destroy the Earth, he would likely have fled at once. Damn it! How dare you underestimate me, Vegeta? As the words left his lips, a crimson aura erupted around Vegeta, his once upright and flamboyant hair rapidly lengthening, crackling with electric energy. He had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, glaring fiercely at the opposing Super 17. With an expression of icy calm, Super 17 met Vegeta's gaze without a hint of fear. Vegeta let out a mighty roar and launched himself forward like a released arrow, his right fist enveloped in formidable power, hurtling towards Super 17's face with a rush of wind. A cold smirk curled on Super 17's lips as he merely tilted his head, effortlessly evading the fierce blow. Startled, Vegeta barely had time to react before Super 17's fist struck his abdomen with tremendous force. A cry of agony escaped Vegeta's lips as he was sent hurtling backward, his body soaring like a kite with its string cut, carving a deep trench into the ground before crashing against a small mountain, which crumbled under the impact, dust and debris billowing into the air. After what felt like an eternity, the dust began to settle, revealing a battered Vegeta crawling from the ruins, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze remained resolute, refusing to concede defeat. How could a proud Saiyan be vanquished? Once more he bellowed, his aura swelling violently as he charged at Super 17, unleashing a flurry of frenzied attacks. Unfazed, Super 17 deftly dodged Vegeta's strikes with his incredible speed and elusive movements, occasionally countering with strikes that inflicted even greater wounds on Vegeta. After several exchanges, Vegeta was left battered and breathless, his body marred with injuries. Infuriated, Super 17 seized the opportunity, quickly gathering a dark energy sphere between his hands and hurled it at Vegeta with ferocity. Vegeta attempted to evade, but fatigue hindered his reflexes, and he was struck head-on by the energy sphere. With a thunderous explosion, Vegeta was engulfed by the overwhelming energy, the blast creating a massive crater in the ground. As the smoke slowly cleared, Vegeta lay at the bottom of the pit, his life force waning, yet his fingers trembled faintly, a flicker of life still within him. Super 17, a look of derision on his face, gazed down into the pit. Invincible Vegeta? Super Vegeta? I think Speedy Vegeta suits you better. With that, he flashed to Vegeta's forehead. Farewell, Invincible Vegeta. Feeling the immense energy radiating from the hand before him, Vegeta realized he hadn't sensed such power in ages. Cold sweat poured down his brow as he knelt, unable to move, having collapsed from exhaustion. Now, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as energy gathered in the hand before him. In his heart, Vegeta screamed for Kakarot, but the words wouldn't come out. Finally, in a desperate moment, he managed to utter Kak. But before he could finish, Super 17 was sent soaring into the sky by a kick from Beerus. With a smile, Beerus remarked, "Oh, Vegeta, what were you about to say?" Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment as he turned his head, momentarily frozen in place. Overwhelmed by the pain, Vegeta, without a moment's hesitation, dashed forward and instantly found himself before Super 17. In the midst of Super 17's astonished gaze, he extended a hand that appeared sluggish yet was utterly unavoidable. With a swift motion, he seized Super 17 by the throat. Regaining his composure, Super 17 retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Beerus' chest. The ferocious blow, accompanied by a violent gust of wind, struck Beerus squarely, sending a massive shockwave that toppled Vegeta, who cried out in pain, "Kakarot, what are you doing? Hurry and give me a Senzu bean. I want to obliterate that bastard." Beerus, amused, remarked on the bond of friendship, while observing the incessantly attacking Super 17, who resembled a fledgling. With a swift transformation of his left palm into a fist, he retaliated. A sharp crack echoed as Super 17's intended assault abruptly halted, his hands frozen mid-motion, disbelief etched on his face. Furious, he glared at Beerus, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! You are courting death." His right foot, akin to a steel blade, lunged towards Beerus' second brother. This blow could not be taken lightly, though it bore no substantial harm. The embarrassment of being bested was intolerable. What if the family discovered? They would laugh for eternity. Beerus' left leg transformed into a blade, retaliating fiercely. A clash ensued, accompanied by a spray of blood, as a severed limb suddenly soared through the air. Super 17 let out a blood-curdling scream, instantly capturing Vegeta's attention. He watched in horror as the dismembered leg shot directly towards him, prompting a hasty retreat, disregarding the Senzu bean being offered by Goku. With a resounding thud, the severed limb struck Vegeta's second brother. Chapter 37. The Despair of Super 17? Vegeta seethed. "Damn it, Beerus, you did that on purpose." He snatched the Senzu bean and consumed it, immediately directing his ire at Beerus. Beerus turned his head, chuckling, "Sorry, Sima, even if it were to hit, it will be fine. I can heal him. It won't affect your life." Goku interjected, scratching his head, "Come on, Vegeta. It didn't even hit." "Enough chatter, Kakarot. Let us fuse. Don't you want to defeat Super 17? Otherwise, that head will be snatched away," Vegeta implored, observing Super 17, who resembled a hapless chick being toyed with by Beerus, devoid of any spirit. "Haha, Vegeta, did you not say you despise fusion?" Goku teased. "Cut the nonsense, Kakarot. We must fuse. I need Super 17 to pay for what he just did. This fusion is not my desire," Vegeta insisted. "Hey, Beerus, don't kill Super 17. Leave him for us," Goku urged as he began the fusion, anxious that Super 17 might vanish in the next moment. "Who are you? How can such a formidable being exist on Earth?" Super 17 managed to utter, his voice strained and battered. Beerus paid no heed to the weakened and injured Super 17, for he had intended to turn him into chocolate, eager to savor the flavor of an android. I must say, the Frieza brand chocolate possesses a hint of lily fragrance. In contrast, the Shero brand offers a delightful medley of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy flavors. The Broly brand, however, leaves much to be desired. Its sweetness reminiscent of an excessive use of sweeteners. Hearing the voice of Son Goku, I turned to see that he and his companions had surprisingly fused. "Hey, you scoundrel! Do not disregard my presence." Super 17, saliva splattered onto Beerus, merely obstructed by a thin membrane of light, revealing only faint glimmers from the side. Noticing Beerus' silence, Super 17 implored, "I beg you release me. I shall not destroy the Earth, nor will I harm Son Goku." To him, the unfamiliar Saiyan before him was merely a friend of Goku. As long as he did not obliterate the Earth or harm Goku, his life should remain intact. Thus, he contemplated fleeing to space and annihilating the Earth from afar, believing that such an act would seal the fate of these Saiyans. With the scheme in mind, Super 17 desperately pleaded with Beerus. "I still prefer the defiant demeanor you exhibited earlier," Beerus declared, disregarding Super 17's pleas and delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, leaving Super 17 agape in shock. Seizing the moment, Beerus tossed a Senzu bean into Super 17's mouth, proclaiming, "Consume this." Goku and Vegeta are coming to confront you. Super 17 silently scoffed at the thought of those two inept beings daring to challenge him. Yet outwardly, he feigned agreement. Suddenly, he felt his entire being restored to its prime condition. The effect surpassed even the restoration achieved through his own resentment. Despite his infinite energy, he had little stamina left after battling Beerus. Yet now, merely by consuming what Beerus offered, he was rejuvenated. Could it be that the sight of Son Goku, standing there unscathed, was not merely a facade? How could these individuals possess such extraordinary items? Observing the unscathed Super 17 before him, Beerus immediately released his grip from around his neck. As soon as he did, Super 17 hastily increased the distance between them. Aware that such a retreat was futile, yet finding the increased space far more comfortable than their previous proximity. Beerus, do not presume that I will express gratitude for your mercy, Super 17 began, but before he could finish, Vegeta delivered a kick that distorted his face. Having regained his footing, Super 17 glared at the flamboyantly dressed figure and inquired, "Who are you?" Vegeta, arms crossed, replied, "I am neither Kakarot nor Vegeta. My name is Vegeta." An aura of dominance radiated from him, exuding an air of superiority that declared, "I am the greatest, and heaven itself shall bow to my will." As his words echoed, his formidable presence expanded outward. Cursed be this situation, initially intending to deliver a fierce declaration before swiftly departing to attack the earth. This damned Saiyan was truly infuriating. Vegeta had not planned for a surprise attack. However, seeing Beerus still assaulting Super 17, he could no longer remain idle. Their fusion time was limited, and if they did not seize the opportunity to strike, it would be an unbearable regret. Thus, he charged forward, only to find that Beerus had inexplicably released Super 17. How could this individual dare to flee? There was no way he would allow that to happen. Having inflicted such severe damage upon Vegeta, the resentment he harbors has undoubtedly affected him. If he were to flee now, one wonders when he might next make an appearance. That simply cannot be allowed. I shall not bully you. Here, take this senzu bean. It will aid in restoring your injuries. With that, I tossed the senzu bean over. Beerus, witnessing this, offered no further comment, instead returning to his previous seat. Although he had suffered some damage from the earlier energy wave, he was still functional. Adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, he readied himself to continue using it. Super Android 17, upon receiving the bean, immediately concealed it within his mouth. His injuries had already been healed by the previous senzu bean, and consuming another would be a waste. Should he be incapacitated later? Having it could turn the tide of battle. Goku's aura flared with intensity, a searing energy swirling around him as he assumed his Super Saiyan 4 form, exuding an aura of overwhelming dominance. All right, let us go, Super Android 17. Super Android 17, now fully aware of the impending danger, mirrored Goku's stance. Both combatants poised for an imminent clash. The very earth trembled beneath the force of their energies, while a peculiar and formidable energy radiated from Super Android 17. His cold gaze fixated upon his adversary, the Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Goku's auburn hair danced wildly in the wind, his blue eyes ignited with the fervor of battle. Imanating a shinangri potoha. Super Android 17 struck first, his form a blur, resembling a bolt of dark lightning as he vanished from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Goku, his arm transforming into a blade, infused with annihilating power, thrusting toward Goku's back. Goku's lips curled into a confident smile, unfazed. He slightly shifted his body, evading the lethal strike with ease. Simultaneously, he spun around, delivering a powerful straight punch that whistled through the air, akin to a cannonball aimed at Super Android 17. Reacting with remarkable speed, Super Android 17 raised his arm to defend himself. The moment their fists and arm collided, a resounding crash echoed, the immense force radiating outward from the point of impact, tearing through the surrounding air and leaving deep fissures in the ground. You possess some skill. Super Android 17 scoffed, swiftly crossing his arms before his chest, gathering a sphere of black energy. His signature move, the Hell Sphere. With a thunderous shout, he propelled the Hell Sphere towards Goku. In response, Goku's eyes gleamed with determination as he coalesced a sphere of golden energy, charging forward to meet the Hell Sphere head-on. The two energy spheres collided violently in mid-air, erupting in a dazzling display of light so intense that those nearby were compelled to close their eyes. As the brilliance faded, both Goku and Super Android 17 staggered back a few paces. Clearly neither had gained the upper hand from the exchange. Goku licked his lips, his fighting spirit surging. It seems I must reveal my true capabilities. With that, he inhaled deeply, his golden aura expanding exponentially, his momentum surging dramatically. Super Android 17 sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Vegeta, yet he did not flinch. Instead, he erupted into boisterous laughter, challenging, "Come on, let me see what else you have." In a flash, Vegeta darted forward at a velocity surpassing light, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake. As he moved at blistering speed, he unleashed a barrage of punches, the flurry of fists descending upon Super Android 17 like a tempest. Reacting swiftly, Super Android 17 executed rapid movements to evade, while simultaneously launching energy blasts from his hands in an attempt to counter Vegeta's onslaught. The air crackled with energy, punctuated by a cacophony of explosions. Suddenly, Vegeta seized upon a moment of vulnerability, lunging forward to grasp Super Android 17's arms, and with a powerful throw, he slammed him into the ground, creating a massive crater. Before Super Android 17 could rise from the pit, Vegeta descended like a meteor, landing a fierce stomp upon him. Blood spurted from Super Android 17's mouth, yet he seized the opportunity amidst Vegeta's assault, gripping his ankle tightly and, with a mighty roar, hurled Vegeta away. Vegeta performed a somersault in mid-air, landing deftly on the ground. He dusted himself off, gazing at Super Android 17 with fierce determination. It's not over yet. He swiftly formed a seal with his hands at his chest, gathering a formidable energy, the Kamehameha wave. Tenfold ultimate Kamehameha, Vegeta shouted, unleashing a robust golden beam towards Super Android 17. Realizing the impending danger, Super Android 17's expression shifted dramatically. He understood the devastating power of this technique. Knowing he could not withstand it head-on, he quickly conjured a barrier, raising an energy shield in an attempt to absorb the Kamehameha's force. The collision between the Kamehameha and the energy shield produced a deafening roar, the shield trembling under the strain and fracturing under the relentless assault. Gritting his teeth, Super Android 17 exerted all his strength to maintain the barrier. Just as he neared his limit, a flash of inspiration struck him. He activated his energy absorption ability, beginning to siphon the energy from the Kamehameha. Vegeta, witnessing this unexpected turn, felt a surge of alarm. He had not anticipated Super Android 17 possessed such a skill. As Super Android 17 absorbed the energy, his power grew and the shield fortified. Realizing the disadvantage this posed, Vegeta decisively seized his Kamehameha and vanished from sight. Super Android 17, vigilant, scanned his surroundings for Vegeta's whereabouts. Suddenly, he sensed a potent aura approaching from behind and swiftly turned, only to see Vegeta's fist rapidly enlarging before him. Channeling all his strength into this blow, Vegeta sent Super Android 17 hurtling hundreds of meters away. Super Android 17 crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise, yet he soon realized that his body had sustained severe injuries, rendering his movements painfully sluggish. Vegeta approached him with deliberate steps, gazing down from his elevated position, declaring, "You have lost." Super Android 17 looked up at Vegeta with an unwillingness to concede, fully aware that he faced a formidable adversary today. Nevertheless, he refused to surrender, summoning every last ounce of strength, gathering his energy for one final struggle. Vegeta discerned Super Android 17's intentions and furrowed his brow. With resolute determination, he began to gather energy once more, stating, "Since you are unwilling to relent, do not blame me for being unsparing." With that, he unleashed an even more powerful Kamehameha wave. Simultaneously, Super Android 17 released his ultimate energy attack. The two energies clashed in the air, erupting in a dazzling display of light and a surge of formidable energy waves. This energy disturbance was so intense that it triggered a minor earthquake, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble. As the brilliance faded, Super Android 17 lay on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Vegeta stood amidst the chaos, exhaling deeply. This fierce battle had finally concluded. He had triumphed over Super Android 17, safeguarding the Earth and those he cherished. Suddenly, a sound like a clap caused Vegeta's hair to stand on end. The stones around him began to levitate slowly. Vegeta, on high alert, observed Super Android 17's previously motionless form beginning to float. A terrifying aura of resentment surged forth from him. What is happening? Vegeta pondered in confusion. He could not comprehend how the seemingly defeated Super Android 17 still possessed such vitality. Ha ha ha. Surprised, are you, Vegeta? You have much to thank for those sins of beans you provided. They have granted me not one, but 2 Senza beans. How much energy do you have left now? Super Android 17 reveled in his cunning, gazing at Vegeta with unrestrained arrogance. Yet in the next moment, he was taken aback as he witnessed Vegeta retrieving a Senza bean from his pocket. Indeed, it was a Senza bean. Super Android 17 immediately dashed forward, determined to prevent Vegeta from consuming it. As the rushing Super Android 17 approached, Vegeta remained undeterred, continuing to eat the Senza bean. He effortlessly blocked Super Android 17's fist, creating a series of cracking sounds. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Vegeta, Super Android 17 instinctively withdrew, creating distance between them. With both hands aimed at Vegeta, he harnessed the energy he had absorbed from him, charging forward again. I did not eliminate you before. You shall not be so fortunate now. Vegeta swiftly formed a stance with his hands crossed before him, gathering terrifying energy as a crimson aura enveloped him. Tenfold Kaioken, tenfold ultimate Kamehameha. Perhaps the previous tenfold ultimate Kamehameha had not sufficed. Thus, he intensified it further by incorporating tenfold Kaioken. Boom! The 2 terrifying energies collided instantaneously, each force vying for dominance. Yet, the ultimate Kamehameha gradually overwhelmed Super Android 17's energy wave. A surge of crimson energy suddenly intensified and thickened, replacing the previous azure wave of energy. In an instant, it propelled Gogeta's Kamehameha back towards him. The earth beneath Gogeta's feet cracked and fissured, his legs sinking halfway into the ground. The once imminent crimson wave was abruptly repelled by the blue energy wave. Historically, the Sun family had always faltered against the left side of waves, and from Beta's perspective, Gogeta was perfectly positioned to the right. Super 17 watched in horror as the blue energy wave drew ever closer, a wave of despair washing over him. No, no, no. This is impossible, he roared, exerting every ounce of strength, yet it proved futile. Just as Super 17 was on the brink of utter despair. Chapter 38, a sudden change unfolded. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with awkward confusion. What was amiss? How could they have separated after such a brief interval? Without further contemplation, they instinctively darted to either side. The anticipated explosion of energy waves did not occur. Upon focusing their gaze, they were astounded by the scene before them. Beta stood unfazed in his place, his right hand casually raised, as if performing a mere, trivial gesture, effortlessly blocking the formidable crimson energy wave unleashed by Super 17. This crimson wave, infused with boundless energy and impact, hurtled towards him like a blazing comet. Yet, upon colliding with Beta's palm, it was as if it had struck an insurmountable wall, halted in its tracks. The wave erupted in a dazzling display of sparks upon contact with Beta's hand, but it left him utterly unscathed. His arm did not so much as tremble, steadfastly absorbing the energy wave as if it were an entirely ordinary occurrence. Just as Beta prepared to decisively neutralize Super 17, he suddenly sensed an extraordinarily powerful surge of energy approaching from behind. Perplexed, he turned to investigate, only to witness 4 radiant beams racing towards him like lightning. These beams traveled with astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. He had no time for deliberation. Instinctively, he swung his hands, deftly deflecting 3 of the beams. However, the final beam seemed to possess a will of its own, hurtling directly towards his chest. Faced with this unexpected assault, Beta dared not hesitate. He extended his left hand, precisely seizing the beam. In that instant, an immense force emanated from the beam, causing the ground beneath Beta to sink. Yet he remained firmly grounded. Who? Beta inquired. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, a wave of astonishment flooding their hearts. They had initially believed their adversary to be solely Super 17, but now it seemed the situation was far more intricate. Could there be other foes who had escaped from hell that remained unvanquished? The thought sent a chill down their spines. Beta pondered. Could it be Dr. Gero? It is inconceivable. This old fellow should not possess such formidable power. The earth, akin to the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, has been ravaged by the seismic tremors. The fissures expanding as if forcibly torn apart, growing ever larger. The chasm appears to plunge into an unfathomable abyss, an endless darkness surging forth, consuming everything in its vicinity. Greedy humanity, your doomsday is upon you. No sooner had the words been uttered than a creature resembling an enormous mole emerged, its body a hue of earthy yellow. Encased in a robust exoskeleton, With short yet powerful limbs and razor-sharp claws, its small eyes glimmering with cunning light. The malevolent dragon, Beerus, instantaneously ascended to the skies beside the sun, Wukong, and Vegeta amidst the tremors of the ground. A malevolent dragon? Sun Wukong questioned in confusion. What is a malevolent dragon? Vegeta inquired, sensing that this unknown adversary was not to be underestimated. Seemingly oblivious to their inquiries, Beerus pondered. Something is amiss. This seven-star dragon should not be this powerful, nor should it have appeared at this moment. Upon closer inspection, the seven-star dragon bore not only a black heart Dragon Ball, but also a dark Dragon Ball. So, this is indeed the seven-star dragon, indicating that the other assailant must be another malevolent dragon, though its identity remains a mystery. Hey, Beerus, don't be silent, Sun Wukong urged as he noticed Beerus lost in thought. However, before any explanation could be offered, four figures materialized before them in an instant. One figure possessed long, flowing blue hair, a striking visage, and an elegant form, yet its true appearance was fearsome, covered in sharp scales, with robust limbs and a tail reminiscent of a colossal python. Another figure was diminutive, its body a gleaming gold, with short yet sturdy limbs and a tail shaped like a bolt of lightning. Hey, Gradiumans, who is Sun Wukong? A robust figure, emanating an intense fiery aura, approached. Its scales a vibrant blend of red and orange, akin to flames, directing the question towards Beerus and his companions. Four-star dragon. Let us not forget our purpose is to annihilate the earth, not to make friends. The three-star dragon, aware of the four-star dragon's relatively benevolent nature, feared betrayal at this moment. The figure, draped in blue, bore resemblance to the first speaking malevolent dragon, possessing wings and a slender body covered in frost. Addressed the four-star dragon. Each of the four possessed 2 Dragon Balls, one darker than the other. Upon hearing the yellow-skinned figure calling out to him, Sun Wukong pointed to himself, asking, "Are you looking for me?" Wukong, the one below is the 7-star dragon, and the others are the 3-star dragon, 4-star dragon, 5-star dragon, and 6-star dragon. Observe the Dragon Balls on their chests. They correspond to their respective star ratings, Vegeta elucidated. Understanding dawned upon him. Vegeta cautioned, Kakarot. They intend to destroy the Earth. Do not let your guard down. Understood, Vegeta. But Beerus, why do they possess 2 Dragon Balls? And one of them appears exceedingly malevolent? Sun Wukong queried in bewilderment. That is the Dark Dragon Ball. It belongs to the realm of dark magic. Those possessed by that entity become exceedingly malevolent, and their combat prowess experiences a remarkable enhancement, as elucidated by Beerus. The sudden appearance of allies took Super 17 by surprise. He had resolved to flee this place, seeking to evade the formidable and ruthless Saiyan. His strategy was to first preserve his own life and then, at an opportune moment, return to exact vengeance upon these despicable foes, particularly the Saiyan who had mercilessly beaten him. At that moment, Super 17 cast aside his thoughts of escape and chose to unite with these unexpected arrivals, contemplating whether they could vanquish their adversaries. The powerful aura emanating from these individuals was striking, intertwined with threads of sinister malevolence, as if they had emerged from the depths of hell itself. This overwhelming and wicked presence, even when sensed from afar, sent shivers down the spine and instilled profound fear. However, for Super 17, this aura evoked not a shred of trepidation. Rather, it ignited within him an exhilarating confidence. He was a formidable being himself, unafraid of such malevolent forces, even feeling a compelling urge to confront and triumph over it. Listen to me. Super 17's voice resonated through the air, imbued with an undeniable authority. These 3 avaricious humans pose a grave threat to us. If we do not eliminate them immediately, the consequences will be dire. His gaze was piercing, vigilantly fixed on the 5 individuals before him, as though he sought to penetrate their outer facades and discern their innermost thoughts and attitudes towards him. The Saiyan with the earrings is exceptionally powerful. We cannot defeat him unless we join forces. Super 17's voice grew increasingly fervent. Let us unite our strength and utterly annihilate these 3. His words echoed like the beating of a war drum, aiming to incite the 5 wicked dragons to assail Beerus. This way, he could effortlessly deal with Kong Bei and observe the strength of these malevolent dragons. Should they withstand the onslaught, he would assist in vanquishing Beerus. If they faltered, Kong Bei alone would not be able to hinder his escape. This was the essence of fighting when capable and retreating when not. At that moment, He was thoroughly shaken by Beta's prior assault. Oomph. Who do you think you are, emerging from nowhere to command us? What audacity! The seven-star dragon sneered, pointing at Super 17. Super 17, taken aback by the disdain for his benevolent offer to collaborate, nearly retaliated against the insolent creature. Suddenly, a peculiar sound drew the attention of Betask and the others. What? Super 17's body trembled uncontrollably. Behind him appeared an entity, somewhat corpulent and seemingly enshrouded in filth. As though veiled by dense fog, its eyes glowed with an eerie green light, exuding a chilling aura of malevolence. With a swift motion, the evil dragon pierced through Super 17's body, clutching a massive hellish grudge heart in its grasp. Do not presume that I am unaware. Your formidable strength derives solely from this orb, which amalgamates the grievances of 7 souls. Without it, you would be rendered utterly ineffectual. The two-star dragon hurled the remnants of blood from his hands, and, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he swallowed the hellish grievance whole. Super 17 gazed with resentment as the two-star dragon consumed his possession, slowly descending. Batticus swiftly appeared beneath the fallen Super 17, transforming him into chocolate. He had yet to savor the delight of chocolate born from a half-mechanical form. Such an opportunity could not be squandered. He casually stowed it away, intending to indulge later. The two-star dragon had also arrived, drawn by the tumultuous energy of the battle, just like the other malevolent dragons. Such a formidable aura could lead to mutual destruction. How could one intent on annihilating this planet allow the existence of a powerful entity unchallenged? Upon arrival, he observed one individual radiating an overwhelming negative energy, a veritable treasure. To his surprise, the other evil dragons could not restrain themselves and took action. They, too, were likely drawn to this negative energy. With someone attacking, he chose to conceal himself, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. Thus, the scene unfolded where Super 17 was ruthlessly attacked. Fascinating, Batticus remarked, observing the two-star dragon, whose energy surged impressively. At that moment, the two-star dragon felt invincible, dismissing the others as mere trash, entirely unimpressed by the other malevolent dragons. Goku and Vegeta, these evil dragons had materialized from the negative energy of wishes made upon the Dragon Balls. If they were not eradicated, Earth would face annihilation. The Elder Kai in the Kaioshin realm communicated through a crystal ball very well. Understood, Elder Kai. Vegeta, let us compete to see who can slay more. Goku exclaimed. Kakarot, we shall see. Do not think you can surpass me. Vegeta retorted. Furious, the three-star dragon erupted with rage. With a swift motion, he launched himself toward Goku. The battlefield was poised for conflict. Batticus had initially been keen to observe this battle, and the now formidable two-star dragon, curious about what made him so unique. However, when he turned to look, the two-star dragon was inexplicably absent, having instantaneously moved behind him at an astonishing speed. The entire sequence transpired with such rapidity that Batticus did not even perceive how the two-star dragon had traversed the distance. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from behind, the terrifying fist of the two-star dragon, striking like lightning toward the back of Batticus's head. In the face of this unexpected assault, Batticus remained remarkably composed. He swiftly raised his hand to defend himself. His movements appeared nonchalant, yet they were imbued with immense strength and finesse. With a tremendous crash, the two-star dragon's fist collided forcefully with Batticus's arm. Astonishingly, Batticus managed to absorb the blow with ease, as if this formidable power were inconsequential to him. The two-star dragon, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. It was evidently unanticipated that Betask could so effortlessly withstand its assault, completely catching it off guard. Sun Wukong instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 4, facing off against the 4-star dragon, while Vegeta confronted the 5-star and 6-star dragons. A wave of terrifying energy erupted in an instant. Chapter 39. Injured, Tragic Conclusion. The northern winds howled as Sun Wukong, engulfed in a tempest, engaged in a fierce struggle with the 4-star and 7-star dragons, while the 3-star dragon intermittently unleashed freezing energy waves at him, leaving him in a state of disarray. Wukong, fueled by rage, sought to untangle himself from the 4-star dragon, aiming to first eliminate the 7-star dragon, the weakest among the trio. Failing to find an opening would only delay his inevitable defeat. A sly smile crept across the lips of the 3-star dragon, as if he had already discerned Wukong's inner thoughts. Suddenly, he raised both hands high, transforming them into two colossal cannons, their dark muzzles aimed directly at Sun Wukong. "Cold bullet, fire!" he bellowed, and as his voice echoed, both cannons simultaneously unleashed a blinding blue light. This radiance, reminiscent of a frigid glacier, carried with it an aura of chilling dread and formidable energy, hurtling straight toward Wukong. Realizing the imminent danger, Wukong's heart sank. He swiftly maneuvered to evade the lethal assault. However, the cold bullet moved with lightning speed. Just as Wukong sidestepped, the projectile pursued him relentlessly. Not daring to linger, he darted through the air, evading left and right in a frantic attempt to shake off the relentless pursuit of the cold bullet. Yet, it seemed to possess a tracking ability, unwavering in its chase. "Damn that Wukong!" seethed the seven-star dragon inwardly, feeling insulted that this monkey had so brazenly underestimated him, treating him like a mere soft target to be easily crushed. This was intolerable. A fierce anger ignited within, compelling him to reveal his true power. He swiftly raised his hands, palms facing each other, as a formidable energy coalesced between them. Dividing this energy into two distinct parts, one formed a razor-sharp energy blade in his left hand, shimmering with a chilling luminescence, capable of effortlessly tearing through anything, while the right hand manifested a blazing crimson slash, radiating intense heat. Although these two techniques appeared similar, they possessed subtle differences. The energy blade emphasized speed and cutting force, while the crimson slash prioritized sheer power and devastation. Without hesitation, he unleashed these two techniques toward Sun Wukong, their speed akin to that of lightning. Wukong's hair stood on end as he sensed the imminent approach of the formidable energy blade and the crimson slash, with the cold bullet still doggedly trailing him from behind. Should he be struck by these attacks, even one as powerful as he would not emerge unscathed. At this critical juncture, Sun Wukong's mind raced with various strategies, ultimately deciding to take a bold risk by allowing the simultaneous assaults to collide and neutralize one another. With his resolve firm, Sun Wukong surged forward like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards the impending attack, seemingly on the brink of collision. However, in that heart-stopping moment, he suddenly unleashed his mastery of teleportation, vanishing from sight like a specter, only to reappear before the Seven Stars dragon. With a thunderous roar, three attacks erupted like a volcanic explosion, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. This powerful force surged forth like a relentless tide, sweeping across the battlefield with overwhelming might. In an instant, a furious wind howled, and dust and debris swirled chaotically. The once tranquil ground was upheaved by this formidable energy, forming a colossal wave of sand that surged in all directions. Amidst this tempest of energy, the Seven Stars dragon widened its eyes, astonished by the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong. It had not anticipated his arrival at this moment, nor his astonishing speed. Yet, being a seasoned veteran of the dragon realm, the Seven Stars dragon quickly regained its composure, its expression shifting back to calm. It fixed a wary gaze upon Sun Wukong, a flicker of apprehension crossing its eyes, yet overshadowed by an intense desire and excitement. A saying echoed like thunder in the air, filled with boundless fury and derision. "Heaven has a path you do not tread, yet you dare to breach the gates of hell." With that, the Seven Stars dragon charged forward like a flash of lightning, ensnaring Sun Wukong in its grasp, akin to a fierce venomous serpent tightening its hold on its prey. Internally, the Seven Stars dragon smirked, having long coveted this powerful form, now finally seizing the opportunity to claim it. Its eyes glimmered with greed, already envisioning the invincible power it would wield once it possessed this formidable physique. Taken aback by the sudden assault, Sun Wukong quickly regained his wits, his eyes blazing with fury as he let out a furious roar, summoning all his strength to break free from the Seven Stars dragon's grasp. Had Sun Wukong known of the dragon's ability to possess, he would never have engaged it in close combat. As he found himself ensnared, the Seven Stars dragon intensified its efforts, striving to complete the possession in an instant. Sun Wukong's defiant roars echoed, but time ticked away, and the Seven Stars dragon could distinctly feel Sun Wukong's resistance waning. His struggles grew feebler, as if bound by an invisible force, making escape increasingly difficult. Seizing the moment, the Seven Stars dragon relentlessly fortified its possession, gradually encroaching upon Sun Wukong's consciousness. Each small victory filled it with exhilaration, for it knew that with a little more persistence, it would completely dominate this powerful body. Finally, after a prolonged and intense struggle, The 7 Stars Dragon successfully completed its possession. His soul seamlessly fused with the body of Sun Wukong, unleashing a powerful wave of energy in an instant. Meanwhile, high above, the 3-Star Dragon observed this scene with a gratifying smile reminiscent of a doting ant. He had been closely monitoring the actions of the 7-Star Dragon, and upon witnessing the successful possession, a great weight was finally lifted from his heart. The 4-Star Dragon, however, merely shook his head. Initially, he had only pretended to attack, not exerting his full strength. As the most benevolent of the malevolent dragons, how could he be swayed by evil? Regrettably, it now depended on whether Vegeta and that fellow named Beerus could mount a counterattack. Beerus, too, looked on in disbelief at this unfolding drama. In the original narrative, it was Xiao Fong who was possessed. Now, it was Sun Wukong who had succumbed. As expected, a formidable aura surged forth. Sun Wukong's body suddenly radiated a chillingly terrifying presence, as if the entire world trembled in its wake. A tempest arose, howling and sweeping through with overwhelming pressure, rendering one breathless. The clouds in the sky churned restlessly, transforming the previously clear expanse into a somber, ominous gray, as though the apocalypse had descended. The abrupt turn of events left Vegeta in a state of tumultuous emotions. Grandfather, Xiao Fong, witnessing this from a distance, was instantly filled with dread. Sneaking a peek, she had intended to admire her grandfather's heroic stature, only to behold this scene. Kakarot, Aya! Vegeta's sudden roar startled both the 6-Star and 5-Star Dragons. Vegeta, stop posturing. The 6-Star Dragon admonished, to which the 5-Star Dragon replied, let us attack together. The two malevolent dragons exchanged glances before launching their combined assault of energy blasts directly at Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyan 5. His once crimson hair, now a brilliant white. The terrifying aura effortlessly shattered the impending attack. How could this be? The 6-Star Dragon was astounded. Their onslaught had been effortlessly blocked by merely Vegeta's emitted aura. Yet the 5-Star Dragon paid little heed, charging forward with determination. He refused to acknowledge the extent of Vegeta's power. Suddenly, Vegeta vanished from sight, only to reappear before the 6-Star Dragon, delivering a concentrated punch that sent the 6-Star Dragon hurtling away. Nanny? The 5-Star Dragon halted mid-charge, dumbfounded as he witnessed the 6-Star Dragon clutching its abdomen, half kneeling in mid-air from the blow. The next moment, Vegeta vanished once more, and the 5-Star Dragon suddenly felt an immense pain radiating from its abdomen. The excruciating agony soon mirrored that of the 6-Star Dragon. Vegeta refrained from delivering further blows, confidently diving downward to strike the possessed Sun Wukong. His fearsome fist instantly drove the still-adjusting 7-Star Dragon deep into the ground, creating a colossal crater 3 meters deep and 10 meters wide. The 7-Star Dragon wiped the corner of its mouth. Before the dust could settle, Vegeta charged in, launching the 7-Star Dragon into the sky. Return Kakarot to me. Yuval Dragon. Vegeta bellowed. The 3-Star and 4-Star Dragons quickly regained their composure, attempting to assist the 7-Star Dragon. At this moment, Beerus was unwilling to relent. A classic scene was finally unfolding before him. One must not be stirred by these two troublemakers. No longer toying with the 2-Star Dragon, I seized its head. The massive form of the 2-Star Dragon was hurled towards the 3 and 4-Star Dragons as though it were a mere chick by Beerus. Subsequently, Beerus vanished from sight, only to reappear with a firm grip on one head, the cranium of the 3-Star Dragon. The sudden surge of power left the 3-Star Dragon utterly defenseless, as Beerus flung the body of the 3-Star Dragon, sending the 2-Star Dragon soaring skyward like a baseball. Then, with his left hand, he grasped the 4-Star Dragon, who was now racing through the air above the flung 2-Star Dragon. With a fierce toss, the body of the 4-Star Dragon transformed into a formidable force, striking the abdomen of the 2-Star Dragon with a resounding crash. A colossal pit was formed in the ground. As the dust settled, the 2-Star Dragon emerged, incessantly spewing blood. At this moment, not only was the 2-Star Dragon bleeding, but the 3 and 4-Star Dragons grasped in Beerus' hand were also losing blood. Their minds were ensnared, and their mouths overflowed with crimson. A violent cough erupted. How infuriating! How could Beerus be so overwhelmingly powerful? The 1-Star Dragon, hidden away, gazed in astonishment at this unfolding spectacle. In the blink of an eye, what had been an equal struggle with the 2-Star Dragon had been reduced to a swift defeat. Moreover, The two malevolent dragons in beta script were gasping for breath. The 3- and 4-star dragons were equally distressed, for only they knew the horrors they had endured. The terrifying collisions had shattered their very insides. Though their injuries were beginning to mend, they were too grievous for any movement. The 2-star dragon below glared furiously at the figure suspended in the air, its rage far exceeding its fear. Then, under the wrathful gaze of the 2-star dragon, the malevolent dragons in Baidisk's grasp transformed into 2 chocolate morsels, which he tossed into his mouth. Crunch! 2 distinct sounds echoed, the crunch of the chocolate being shattered and the sound of the 2-star dragon's heart bursting. In that moment, the 2-star dragon felt as if its heart were on the verge of exploding, an overwhelming terror rendering it oblivious to its pain. It yearned solely to escape this place to the very ends of annihilation. The originally malevolent dragons, upon being vanquished, would return to the dragon realm, but now consumed. Who could say if they would ever return? It did not wish to meet such a fate. What monstrous being is this? Gulping down the 2 malevolent dragons, Baidisk then set his gaze upon the recently risen 2-star dragon. The 2-star dragon felt the weight of Baidisk's stare, experiencing a fear unlike any before. As Baidisk approached slowly, the terror within the 2-star dragon intensified. "Do not come any closer," it pleaded. "Do you still wish to flee?" The 2 I just devoured, one had a spicy flavor, the other a minty essence, though both had a hint of sweetness. The contrast of icy and fiery was quite agreeable. "I wonder what flavor you, the 2-star dragon, might possess." Baidisk licked his lips. To the 2-star dragon, this figure before him appeared more sinister and demonic than they themselves. Who truly is the demon here? In the depths of the 2-star dragon's abject terror, Baidisk transformed it into a block of chocolate. It seems this transformation yields random flavors. Let me savor this one. The block of chocolate, birthed from the 2-star dragon, swiftly soared into Baidisk's awaiting hand. Then it was stuffed in my mouth, and I began to chew. The flavor is truly delightful. In addition to the original sweetness, there's an unexpected hint of tartness. This sweet and sour combination is utterly delectable. No wonder Majin Buu enjoys transforming people into chocolate. This taste is simply exquisite. Baidisk then produced the chocolate created by the Super 17 from earlier. Casually transforming it into a chair to sit down, he contentedly munched while watching. Meanwhile, on the other side, a fierce wind howled, and dark clouds churned like ink, enveloping the entire city in a suffocating silence. Super Saiyan 4 Goku, possessed by the 7-star dragon, emanated an eerie, earthy yellow aura, confronting Super Saiyan 5 Vegeta. Vegeta's silver hair danced wildly, his eyes ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit, and the silver fur on his body glimmered coldly in the dim light. As a powerful energy surged like a tidal wave, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath its might. The possessed Super Saiyan 4 Goku, with his iconic red hair, now mingled with a strange earthy hue, bore an unfamiliar cunning and ferocity in his gaze. "Vegeta, today marks your demise," Goku declared, his voice echoing with the ominous tone of the 7-star dragon. With a sudden stomp, the earth cracked open, massive fissures spreading like a sinister spider's web toward Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed, his form vanishing like a phantom, reappearing behind Super Saiyan 4 Goku, his right fist enveloped in tremendous energy, striking like a silver meteor, carrying destructive force aimed at Goku's back. Goku reacted swiftly, darting aside to evade the lethal blow effortlessly. In response, he unleashed a razor-sharp energy blast, akin to a keen blade, slicing through the air toward Vegeta. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, swiftly crossing his arms to form a defensive barrier. The energy blast collided with the barrier, erupting in a dazzling flare of light and a powerful gust, sending nearby structures flying, reduced to dust. Following this, Super Saiyan 4 Goku rapidly formed hand seals, chanting incantations, and in an instant, massive tornadoes, swirling with wind blades like enraged dragons, surged toward Vegeta. The wind blades sliced through the air with a piercing howl, tearing everything in their path to shreds. Unfazed, Vegeta's silver aura surged dramatically, and he bellowed, "Ha!" Then, with a mighty punch, he unleashed a powerful energy wave to clash head-on with the tornado. The energy wave and the tornado battled fiercely, and for a moment, the winds raged, energy spilling forth, as the entire city seemed to be plunged into an apocalyptic chaos. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Super Saiyan 4 Goku suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear above Vegeta's head, his legs poised like heavy hammers, descending upon Vegeta with the weight of a mountain. Vegeta quickly looked up, a flicker of determination in his eyes, and with a sudden thrust of both hands, he braced himself to absorb the blow. The tremendous impact drove Vegeta's feet into the ground, causing the surrounding earth to collapse, forming a vast chasm. Is this all you can do? Leave Kakarot at once, and I may consider granting you a swift end, Vegeta exclaimed through gritted teeth, his voice laced with fury. With a sudden surge of power, he propelled Super Saiyan 4 Goku into the air. Goku executed a deft flip mid-air, landing gracefully on the ground, his eyes brimming with defiance. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta rapidly gathered energy in his hands before his chest, forming a colossal silver energy sphere that pulsated with terrifying power, warping the surrounding space. Taste this. It is a grand gift prepared just for you, Vegeta bellowed, launching the energy sphere with all his might towards Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Goku's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the formidable force of the impending attack. Without a moment to ponder, he elevated his energy to its zenith, his earthy-hued aura intertwining with his crimson hair, coalescing into a massive protective barrier. The energy sphere collided with the barrier, unleashing a deafening roar that illuminated the entire sky. The overwhelming energy shockwave sweeping away everything in its path like a relentless tsunami. As the brilliance subsided, Goku's protective barrier lay shattered, revealing several wounds on his body from which crimson blood trickled. Vegeta, too, was panting heavily, the previous attack having drained a significant portion of his energy. This isn't over yet, Goku roared, charging once more at Vegeta. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta's eyes flickered with determination as he surged to meet Goku head-on. The two engaged in a fierce melee, their fists and feet colliding, energy crackling, causing the very city to tremble under the weight of their battle. Goku's fist, imbued with the earth energy of the Dragon of the Seven Stars, swung towards Vegeta's face like a battering ram, only to be deftly evaded by Vegeta at the last moment. Utilizing the momentum, Vegeta spun around, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Goku's nape, but to his astonishment, Goku's body suddenly expanded, unleashing a torrent of earthy energy that sent Vegeta hurtling backward. Kakarot's resilience surpasses anything I've faced before. Vegeta wiped the blood from his mouth. His gaze locked onto his adversary. Goku's pupils had completely transformed into a deep earthy hue, his nails elongated into sharp, menacing claws, each movement slicing through the air with an eerie shriek. With a sinister grin, Goku, now possessed by the Dragon of the Seven Stars, pressed his palms against the ground. In an instant, the concrete and steel of the city twisted and rose as if alive, countless jagged stone pillars erupting from the earth like serpents striking at Vegeta. Vegeta leaped into the air, but the pillars fragmented mid-flight into a multitude of sharp stones, each enveloped in Goku's energy, pursuing him like homing missiles. Course de position technique. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his silver aura expanding into a prickly shield, shattering the encroaching debris into dust. However, the moment he landed, Goku's figure materialized before him like a phantom, fingers clawing towards his throat, the very initiation of a ki blast. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply, and in a moment of peril, he forcibly twisted his body, feeling the sharp claws graze his neck, leaving 5 deep gashes down to the bone on his shoulder blade. The agony ignited a sudden explosion of manic laughter. Seven-Star Dragon, do you think you could defeat me using Kakarot's body? Do not forget. Before he could finish, a brilliant golden light erupted from his silver aura, the energy fluctuations of Super Saiyan 5 detonating like a nuclear explosion, causing the ground beneath him to crack like a spiderweb. He unleashed a punch, compressing the air into a tangible golden shockwave that bent Goku's claws backward with sheer force. Is this a new realm? The Seven-Star Dragon exclaimed through Goku's mouth, only to witness dragon-shaped patterns manifesting within Vegeta's golden aura, a mutation born from prolonged resonance with the dragon's energy. The residual shockwave swept through the stone pillars, melting all earthen constructs into liquid sludge. Goku was forcibly pushed back 100 yards, landing atop a shattered skyscraper. The Seven-Star Dragon suddenly sensed something amiss. Goku's consciousness was struggling violently within, the suppressed Super Saiyan 4 energy erupting like a volcano, scorching his possessing energy. Vegeta, help me, Goku's voice rasped from his throat, a glimmer of clarity flashing in his earthy-hued eyes. Vegeta paused, then revealed a proud smile. I've awaited this moment, Kakarot. He brought his palms together, a golden energy sphere coalescing in his hands, radiant as the sun. Channel the strength of your body and receive my ultimate flash. The seven-star dragon, in terror, realized that his possession technique was crumbling, Goku's consciousness flooding back like a tide. He attempted to withdraw, yet saw Vegeta's energy sphere descending like a meteor. The two energies collided with a thunderous roar at the heart of the city, golden and earthy light tearing through the clouds. Even Bulma, miles away, witnessed that blinding orb obscuring the sun. This time, we must win, Goku's voice echoed deep within, resonating peculiarly with Vegeta's energy. The seven-star dragon emitted a furious roar of defiance, but ultimately could not withstand the combined impact of the two Super Saiyan energies. With a deafening explosion, Goku's body was lifted by the energy, soaring into the sky, while the seven-star dragon's essence, like a yellowish mist, spilled from his back, severely wounded in midair. As the dust settled, Vegeta knelt on one knee, watching Goku, bloodied yet returned to his normal state, approach slowly. Their eyes met, and they shared a weary laugh simultaneously. "Next time, don't let that guy possess you again," Vegeta remarked, tugging at his tattered battle suit. "I don't want to have to hold back against your face." Yet inwardly, he wondered if there would be another chance to unleash his fury upon that detestable visage of Kakarot. Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gazed up at the gradually clearing sky. "Just so we're clear, it was your sudden surge that startled me. By the way, when did you learn that golden dragon-shaped aura technique?" "Humph. Merely the side effect of energy resonance." Vegeta averted his gaze, but a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he turned away. In the distance, Bulma's capsule spaceship roared towards them. Baticus instantaneously appeared before the paralyzed two-star dragon, who lay helpless on the ground. How pitiful. I wonder if this will affect the flavor. Subsequently, under the reluctant gaze of the seven-star dragon, its form gradually transformed into a block of chocolate, soaring towards Baticus's mouth. The taste has indeed altered slightly, yet it remains quite pleasant. A hint of mango flavor. Not bad at all. Sun Yun, Vegeta, are you both all right? Xiaofang also approached Sun Wukong from a distance. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Baticus casually tossed a few sins of beans, warning that if they didn't eat soon, they might find themselves reporting to the King of Hell. Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly, laughing at his unexpected misfortune. Chapter 40, Cells, Injections, Crisis. "Vegeta, how did you end up like this?" Honestly, as she spoke, Bulma tenderly wiped away the bloodstains. Vegeta blushed, urging her to stop fussing, and turned his head away, attempting to evade her ministrations. "Baticus, there are only 5 of us. Yet where is that evil dragon?" Sun Wukong inquired, his face brimming with combativeness. "I have no idea where the one-star dragon is. However, it certainly must have been lurking nearby just moments ago. Moreover, the one-star dragon exudes a far more malevolent aura than the others." Baticus replied. How could Baticus possibly be unaware of its whereabouts? The one-star dragon's energy was so well concealed that it could barely evade Sun Wukong and the other's senses. Yet, Baticus was not keen on confronting the one-star dragon just yet. At this point, it possessed merely Super Saiyan 5 strength, only slightly stronger than Beerus. However, Vegeta would likely be unable to defeat it. Better to let them seek it out themselves. Perhaps the one-star dragon would not remain hidden for long. Disregarding the others, he asked Bulma for some essential tuition fees and prepared to seek out Vomi. It had been quite a while since their last meeting, and he missed her dearly. Given the lengthy duration spent in this timeline, it was time to return. Once he located Vomi, he would ascertain what else needed to be done and bring her along when the time came. Baticus bid farewell to Bulma and the others, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, on another front, "What brings you back?" Vomi exclaimed, astonished at the sight of this familiar yet unfamiliar figure. "Humph. It's all due to Sun Wukong and that Super 17, the ultimate traitor. Here I was, worried he wouldn't be able to handle himself in hell. And so, I specifically aided him by merging with the grievances of the damned. Yet, upon awakening, he merely became a mere puppet." With that, she picked up a cup from the lab table and took a sip, only to spill it on her clothes immediately after. Dr. Gero felt a pang of distress. Throughout the journey, he had feared being detected by Sun Wukong and the others, relying solely on his legs for stealth. Although the androids lacked an energy signature, he was still terrified of encountering the Sun family mid-air. At this moment, he could not hope to defeat anyone. "You arrived just in time. My android experiment is nearly complete. There's just one part that remains unclear," Vomi declared, pulling Dr. Gero towards the testing area. There was no other choice, after all. Dr. Gero's expertise surpassed her own. Upon reaching the laboratory, Dr. Gero beheld two minuscule cells within a glass container. One pink cell continuously consumed the cells tossed in by the mechanical arm, while the other white cell remained still, too intimidated to approach the pink one. Moreover, not only did the pink cells hesitate to approach, but the other cells that had yet to be consumed by the pink ones also sought refuge behind the white cell. No, it was not consumption. Rather, it appeared to be a voluntary fusion. The cell pondered for quite some time, unable to discern its origin. When Majin Buu was vanquished, he was promptly sent to reincarnation by King Enma. Thus, it was not surprising that they had not encountered one another. It seemed that the cell belonging to Majin Buu had sensed Dr. Gero's confusion and began to elucidate, subsequently elaborating on Majin Buu's characteristics. It then pointed to another white cell, claiming, "That is a cell of a man I recognize." Dr. Gero's heart raced. Could it be that man? He recalled how merely standing there emanated an aura of peril. Majin Buu? It appeared that during my absence, other beings had emerged on Earth. The compatibility of this cell was remarkably high. Who knows how many times Dr. Gero had failed to create the cell known as Cell. After enduring countless trials, he had finally succeeded in merging it, only for it to be slain by Son Goku. The mere thought of Cell brought Dr. Gero to the brink of tears. Setting aside other thoughts, Dr. Gero immediately began operating the instruments for cell fusion. Surely, the cells I collected previously cannot amount to merely these. He glanced at the nearby vessel, which contained a scant quantity of cells, though their vitality was not particularly high. Vomi pointed at the pink cell, exclaiming, "Look, most of the other cells have been consumed. Moreover, it wasn't originally this large. It grew to this size by devouring other cells. I intend to fuse all these cells within myself, not to create a new cell." Vomi continued, gesturing towards the syringes in the corner. "Those are all failed creations." Although she was aware of Dr. Gero's scientific prowess, she could not help but fear the possibility of him conjuring a monster. Had it not been for Babiti's presence before, she would likely have perished had she ventured here alone. "Understood. This is straightforward," he declared, his hands never ceasing their movements, then paused momentarily. "Why didn't I think of empowering myself? All the creations have been failures. If I had altered myself in hell, would I not have been able to exact vengeance?" Vomi, observing Dr. Gero immersed in his research, chose not to voice any further concerns. Before long, Dr. Gero deftly manipulated the instruments, occasionally requiring Vomi's assistance. In a short while, he produced 2 vials filled with a milky white substance tinged with a hint of pink, handing one to Vomi while striving to conceal his exhilaration. Without a moment's hesitation, Dr. Gero swiftly affixed the needle to the syringe and plunged it into the mechanical heart. Vomi was taken aback by Dr. Gero's unwavering confidence in his research. He exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Although she had been a witness to the entire process, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. Yet, the thought of Babiti dispelled that hesitation entirely. Rolling up her sleeves, exposing her flawless white arms, she did not plunge in as rudely as Dr. Grawl. Instead, she aimed for the vein. The injection, accompanied by the final remnants of liquid vanishing into the syringe, caused her to roll her eyes and faint upon the ground. This sudden turn of events startled Dr. Grawl, who at that moment felt utterly unperturbed. What was happening? Was he unable to integrate? Had he known, he would have refrained from altering himself. In a fit of rage, Dr. Grawl hurled the syringe, which shattered upon impact with the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a heartbeat resonated powerfully as a wave of white and pink cells rushed from his heart throughout his entire being. The excruciating pain lifted him momentarily off the ground, and then he was enveloped by the very cells. In contrast, Vomi did not succumb to being embraced by the cells like Dr. Grawl. Instead, her body began to levitate. The once snow-white skin of her arms was suddenly tinged with a faint pink hue. Vomi instantly fainted. In midair, a shadowy soldier burst forth from the racing silhouette of Bardisk, informing him of Vomi's unconscious state and the happenings regarding Dr. Grawl. Since Bardisk had merely instructed to ensure Vomi's safety, the shadowy soldier refrained from eliminating Dr. Grawl upon his entry. Without hesitation, Bardisk swiftly arrived at the laboratory door, where he encountered the elder siblings, his benefactors. "Thank you for your support. I cherish you all." Chapter 41. Success, Grawl? Or Buu? Bardisk, showing no signs of reluctance, pushed open the door to reveal a once well-furnished laboratory now in utter disarray. The laboratory, once an investment by Vomi, seemed to have regressed to its initial chaotic state. A palpable aura of rage surged from the depths of the laboratory, intensifying with every step deeper inside. The remnants of shattered machinery lay scattered about. Upon opening the final door of the laboratory, he beheld a colossal chrysalis, a large ball of white and pink pulsating with a strong heartbeat. Ignoring the suspended cocoon, he hastened to Vomi, lying on the ground, and gently lifted her. Vomi, what has happened to you? Beerus continuously employed the power of the magical talisman to heal her. Feeling her soft body tremble in his arms, he tossed a senza bean into his mouth and chewed, slowly prying open Vomi's lips. Just as Beerus was about to kiss her, Vomi gradually opened her eyes. Upon seeing Beerus' kiss, she wondered when he had arrived. Yet her slightly parted lips did not resist his embrace. As Vomi felt the foreign object entering her mouth, her instinct was to expel it with her tongue. However, Beerus sensed the movement of her tongue and widened his eyes in surprise. Coincidentally, Vomi had kept her eyes open throughout. Their gazes locked, and Beerus halted his actions, suppressing the odd sensation, and propped Vomi up gently. "You're awake," he said softly. "Cough. I was going to give you a senza bean. I wonder if you believe me?" Beerus began to explain. Vomi glanced at the man before her, whose face was tinged with a faint blush, and could not help but chuckle. "It's perfectly fine. I don't mind at all." It seemed that Vomi sensed Beerus' sincerity, perhaps finding his clumsy demeanor endearing at this moment. Suddenly, she embraced Beerus, as if wishing to continue their previous intimacy, her delicate cherry lips inching closer. The effect was akin to a merging of souls. Vomi appeared not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also radiated an innocent charm. While the two were lost in their passionate interaction, the nearby cocoon-like entity began to crack ominously. A tremendous shockwave surged through the laboratory, triggering alarms and causing documents and glass instruments to shatter. Beerus refrained from continuing his affectionate gestures with Vomi, knowing there would be ample time for that later. At this moment, Vomi's strength was formidable. She had transformed into a more innocent and charming version of herself, exuding an aura far more potent than when she was in a slumber. Beerus swiftly conjured a protective barrier around them. Although the shockwave posed no threat to him, he was determined to shield his beloved from any harm, no matter how minor. As the sudden upheaval unfolded, Vomi clung tightly to Beerus, who instinctively lifted her into his arms, igniting a flurry of thoughts in her mind. With a resounding crack, accompanied by a hissing sound, the cocoon's fissures released steam that spiraled towards the ceiling. Suddenly, the cocoon toppled to reveal shattered remnants of machinery within. As the final wisp of steam escaped, the previously tranquil air morphed into swirling dark clouds. Two flashes of light erupted, coalescing into a diminutive figure, a slender young man in pale pink hues. His upper body was bare, showcasing his muscular physique, while loose white pants billowed with his movements during battle. He donned heavy brown shoes that complemented his powerful presence, and both wrists were adorned with protective gear, enhancing the overall impression of strength and depth. Lazily stretching, he mumbled, "Sun Wukong," only to turn abruptly and behold Beerus and Vomi. Beerus felt a tinge of embarrassment as he regarded this figure, reminiscent of Majin Buu in shape, yet distinctly different in appearance. He recognized this individual as Vomi's rightful husband, with whom she shared a deceased child. Vomi, however, remained unfazed. Setting aside the fact that Dr. Gero had perished long ago without leaving her a fortune, she had endured countless harassments due to her appearance in society. Were it not for her encounter with Beerus, she might have met a grim fate long ago. "What are you two up to?" Dr. Gero inquired, though his anger did not compel him to act, for he was well aware of the man before him. The presence of this individual suggested that Super 17 had been vanquished. At that moment, Dr. Gero felt that he was not significantly stronger than he had been during his encounter with Super 17, prompting him to refrain from making any rash moves. At this moment, he harbored a singular desire to eliminate Sun Wukong. As for women, after all these years, he had long since abandoned any semblance of affection. Furthermore, having been deceased for so long, it was likely that this woman had been with countless men by now. Otherwise, how could she have survived until this day? When he first arrived at the laboratory, he had intended to dispose of Vomi and pursue his own research. However, the equipment had already been encrypted and modified by Vomi. With the presence of numerous robots, he ultimately decided to cooperate in the research. "Dr. Glow, long time no see. Vomi is now my woman, so do not entertain any other thoughts." Though Beerus' demeanor was awkward, an inexplicable feeling began to grow stronger. As his words fell, a terrifying pressure instantly made Dr. Glow's hair stand on end. The sheer force emanating from the individual before him was insurmountable. Dr. Glow hastily replied, "No, Vomi is indeed your woman now. I assure you, I harbor no other intentions. Witnessing Dr. Glow's submission, Vomi felt her last shred of emotion dissipate. Beerus was undeniably superior. The farther you stay away from me, Dr. Glow, the better. Having recognized his prudence, Beerus chose not to engage further with Dr. Glow. Turning to Vomi, he remarked, "You have just completed your fusion. I wish to conduct an examination." Sensing the scrutiny, Vomi's complexion flushed as she added, "The cells of Majin Buu contain exceedingly malevolent entities." Upon hearing this, Dr. Glow's ears perked up in anticipation, yet the subsequent words failed to materialize. Instead, he was met with Beerus's terrifying gaze. Hastily waving his hands, he declared, "I shall depart immediately. Beerus's aura is simply too overwhelming." Meanwhile, in the distance, Kamba and his companion, who were enjoying their meal, felt 3 terrifying auras and instantly set aside their food, soaring into the air. The reason they did not teleport swiftly to Vegeta was their fear of appearing beneath Beerus's formidable fist. Had they not witnessed the overwhelming energy he had unleashed? They had yet to engage the enemy, yet they might find themselves struck down by Beerus first. Regardless of which Saiyan was slightly stronger, none wished to confront him. When the disparity in power became too vast, the desire to spar vanished entirely, except for the desire to offer guidance. "Vegeta? Goku?" Bulma called out to the two. They had been enjoying their meal, and now it seemed they were leaving without a word. In midair, Vegeta wore a grave expression. "Kakarot, do you sense that? Those 3 auras." Goku's expression mirrored his seriousness. "Yes, 2 of the powers are exceedingly malevolent. It must be the last evil dragon. Once we eliminate it, Earth's crisis will be resolved." "Foolish Kakarot, how can 2 auras be attributed to a single evil dragon? Do you not perceive that the other 2 are imbued with Beerus's essence?" Vegeta retorted, exasperated. Goku sheepishly scratched his head. Vegeta, I am unsure. Let us return and investigate, for Beerus is here." Vegeta nodded, conceding to the situation. Kakarot's disposition was truly irksome. Without further deliberation, the 2 accelerated their flight. Dr. Glow ascended swiftly, departing the laboratory in an instant. Beerus observed Dr. Glow's retreat, but made no move to eliminate him, even if he had desired to do so. He did not wish for Vomi to witness it. After all, what if Vomi harbored some lingering affections for Dr. Glow? Although there may not have been any in the past, now that Dr. Glow has been resurrected, the situation has changed. Regardless, there's still Sun Wukong and the others. This Dr. Glow cannot last long in this form. Just moments ago, he sensed a malevolent force within Dr. Glow beginning to awaken, prompting him to thoroughly examine Vomi's condition. Although both individuals have assimilated my cells lack consciousness, and I have no intention of merging with either of them. With this thought in mind, if this Dr. Glow were to be consumed by his own dark entity, I could ultimately transform him into my subordinate. After all, in his current state, no one would recognize him as that old rascal Glow. He cradled Vomi and walked out of the laboratory. In truth, Vomi was entirely capable of walking on her own. However, she found the embrace of Beerus's chest too comforting to relinquish. Why not enjoy the affection of a man? Upon reaching the main hall of the laboratory, Beerus's eyes sparkled as the instruments and robots, previously damaged by the overwhelming aura, instantly restored to their original state, resuming their unfinished tasks. Beerus did not merely restore the laboratory. He fortified it to withstand any assault below Super 3 intensity. Otherwise, nothing could shatter it. "Wow, Beerus, you're amazing." Vomi's cheeks flushed as she gazed at him in awe. Although she was initially puzzled by the changes within the laboratory, the energy radiating from Beerus clarified everything for her. This man truly seemed capable of anything. With tenderness, Beerus asked, "Where shall we go, Vomi?" She shyly whispered, "I will follow you anywhere, Beerus. I'm willing to go wherever you lead." After all, their presence would be felt wherever they went. Beerus shook his head, knowing Vomi was overthinking things. He felt no need to explain, but instead, he was filled with joy. What did this signify? He tightened his embrace around Vomi and soared into the sky, heading toward the city. Initially intending to find a room in a resting area for an examination, he sensed that Sun Wukong and the others were approaching, so he directed his flight toward the city. Chapter 42. Super Saiyan 5 Sun Wukong arrives. No leads? Wow, what nonsense. Dare to mess with my wife. I will eventually grind you 2 vile lovers to dust. Dr. Glow cursed as he flew into the distance, feeling the surging power within him. At this moment, he only wished to absorb Sun Wukong and the others. Once he had absorbed all the strong warriors on Earth, he would settle the score with these 2. Having previously learned of the terrifying power of Majin Buu from Vomi, Dr. Glow was now brimming with confidence about the future. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, sensing two distinct auras. One was racing toward them, while the other retreated in the opposite direction. Kakarot, be cautious. He is coming. Vegeta and Sun Wukong exchanged glances, pausing to observe the distant shadow that appeared no larger than a sesame seed. Dr. Glow also spotted two small figures on the horizon, the silhouettes growing larger as they approached. Dr. Gero accelerated his pace. The more he looked, the more he resembled Sun Wukong. In an instant, Dr. Gero's fury erupted. Kakarot, look, doesn't that diminutive figure bear a striking resemblance to Buu? Vegeta exclaimed, pointing at the silhouette. Vegeta, are you mistaken? He has no tail atop his head. Moreover, his skin lacks the requisite hue. Sun Wukong replied, scratching his head. Vegeta, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead. Fool, Kakarot, don't you sense that this energy is remarkably familiar? This is undoubtedly the essence of Majin Buu, and there's the energy of Cell as well. It seems he is a creation akin to Cell. Wukong chuckled. Huh, Vegeta, I did wonder why this energy felt so familiar. Sun Wukong, truly, when there is a path to heaven, you choose not to tread it, yet you rush towards hell. How fortuitous. I shall seek you out. Dr. Gero approached Wukong, glaring fiercely. Who are you? Wukong inquired, eyeing the small figure whose veins bulged. Despite Dr. Gero's upper body being muscular, his stature was reminiscent of a small doll. How dare you disregard Lord Vegeta? Vegeta interjected without hesitation, incensed that this individual could overlook him. No longer second to anyone, he had transcended to Super Saiyan 5, surpassing Kakarot. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Dr. Gero turned his gaze upon him. Who do you think you are? However, he quickly returned his attention to Wukong. Are you prepared to meet your demise? The fact that you do not recognize me only fuels my ire. Vegeta, ready to confront the arrogant being, was suddenly restrained by Wukong. Vegeta, allow me to handle this. You are already so powerful. Vegeta, flattered by Kakarot's request, smirked. Since you plead for it, I shall graciously concede. He promptly turned his head away. How infuriating. Dr. Gero could no longer contain his rage, feeling belittled by the two. Wukong, you are truly insufferable. Before he could finish his sentence, Dr. Gero vanished in a flash, appearing before Wukong like a specter, and without hesitation, unleashed a punch aimed directly at Wukong's face. The speed of the punch was astonishing, reminiscent of lightning slicing through the night sky, imbued with a fierce momentum, as if it sought to shatter Wukong's skull. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious assault, Wukong remained remarkably composed, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. Just as the fist was about to make contact, he swiftly extended his right hand, gripping Dr. Gero's wrist with a vice-like hold. This seemingly effortless grasp concealed immense strength. Dr. Gero immediately exerted force, attempting to propel Wukong away, while Wukong, still holding onto Gero's fist, summoned his own power. In an instant, Wukong's hair transformed into a brilliant gold, accompanied by a flash of lightning, then rapidly lengthened, finally shrouded in a wave of black. His martial arts attire morphed explosively into bulging muscles, subsequently cloaked in red hair. Super Saiyan 4 had arrived. As Sun Wukong's gaze intensified, Dr. Goro continued to exert his strength, surprisingly propelling the clenched fist forward. A terrifying shockwave erupted, sending sand and stones flying, while a fierce wind howled. In an instant, Sun Wukong swiftly distanced himself from Dr. Goro. In the vast expanse of the remote outskirts of the West capital, the howling winds and swirling dust seemed to tremble in response to the fierce clash that had just transpired. Sun Wukong and Dr. Goro faced each other, the atmosphere charged with tension. Taking a deep breath, Sun Wukong unleashed a terrifying aura that erupted around him, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His raven black hair danced wildly, and a powerful wave of energy radiated outward, shattering the surrounding rocks. Observing this, Dr. Goro showed no sign of fear. Instead, he became exhilarated. His body twisted and contorted like pliable clay, emitting an eerie laughter that momentarily startled him. However, he quickly dismissed any thoughts of concern, for the stronger Sun Wukong became, the more thrilled he felt. Ha! Sun Wukong let out a mighty roar, charging toward Dr. Goro like a crimson meteor, his right fist enveloped in immense power, aimed directly at Dr. Goro's face. Come at me. Dr. Goro remained unfazed, swiftly retracting his head to evade the ferocious strike with ease. Almost immediately, his arm elongated like a stout rubber baton, whistling through the air as it swept towards Sun Wukong. "Is this the body of Majin Bu?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, he flickered and teleported behind Dr. Goro, raising his left leg high for a powerful spinning kick aimed at Dr. Goro's back. Yet, Dr. Goro's body suddenly softened, collapsing like a puddle of mud, causing Sun Wukong's attack to miss entirely. Before Sun Wukong could react, Dr. Goro's form swiftly reassembled, launching upwards and crashing the back of his head into Sun Wukong's chin. Sun Wukong was sent flying backward from this unexpected assault, but he performed a midair somersault and landed gracefully on the ground. His eyes shone with determination and resilience as he charged once more at Dr. Goro. This time, he swiftly formed hand seals, gathering all his strength, and shouted Kamehameha. A robust blue beam surged toward Dr. Goro, carving a deep trench into the ground along its path. Dr. Goro, not daring to underestimate his opponent, thrust his hands forward, releasing a powerful energy of his own to collide head-on with the Kamehameha. In that moment, brilliance illuminated the surroundings, and the colossal clash of energies warped the very fabric of space. Waves of energy expanded outward, tearing the earth apart with massive fissures, while mountains in the distance crumbled under the overwhelming force, revealing Dr. Goro's laboratory, now transformed into Vomi's lab. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce back and forth, their battle reaching a fever pitch. With the formidable power of Super Saiyan 4 and his agile prowess, Sun Wukong relentlessly assailed Dr. Gero. Yet Dr. Gero, employing his bizarre physical abilities and remarkable regenerative capacity, adeptly thwarted Sun Wukong's onslaught, occasionally retaliating with vigor. As the battle raged on, Sun Wukong gradually sensed his stamina waning. Although the Super Saiyan 4 form did not significantly drain his energy, each strike demanded considerable exertion. His breath became labored, and his movements began to slow. Dr. Gero appeared to notice this shift, intensifying his attacks. He continuously morphed his physique, at times transforming into sharp spikes aimed at Sun Wukong, and at other moments, becoming colossal fists that descended upon him with overwhelming force. Wounds began to mar Sun Wukong's body, and in a moment of carelessness, he was struck by Dr. Gero's foot, sending him crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater. Though Sun Wukong found himself in dire straits upon regaining his footing, the fire of determination still gleamed in his eyes. He understood that the moment of defeat had not yet arrived, despite the slight depletion of his strength. His fervor for battle would not allow him to succumb so easily. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain of his injuries, he continued to grapple with Dr. Gero, searching for a flaw in his opponent's defenses, poised to deliver a decisive blow at any moment. Meanwhile, Vegeta watched in exasperation, having previously imparted the techniques of a Super Saiyan 5 transformation to Kakarot. Yet Sun Wukong remained unable to transform. If Beerus were present, he would undoubtedly witness Dr. Gero toying with Wukong, as the latter had yet to unleash his full potential. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would surely be obliterated. Is this all you are capable of, Sun Wukong? If this is your limit, I shall send you to report to King Yin, and subsequently, your family as well. The sight of Sun Wukong in such disarray ignited a playful spirit in Dr. Gero, reflecting on the prior moments when he had fled from Sun Wukong and his companions. He felt a sense of elation, completely oblivious to the fact that his wife was entangled with another man at that very moment. Upon hearing the mention of his family, Sun Wukong's previously calm demeanor erupted with fury. Unhurriedly, he retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket and swallowed it whole. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged forth, causing the very heavens to tremble. The skies darkened and transformed. His once crimson hair was instantaneously replaced by a brilliant white. His robust muscles grew even more exaggerated and powerful. What? Dr. Gero exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the transformed Sun Wukong, only to regain his composure and scoff. Do you really think that merely changing your hairstyle and color will enable you to defeat me? Meanwhile, Beerus gently laid Vomi upon the hotel bed, tenderly removing her white lab coat. With a gentle gaze, he approached her, his soft hands caressing her delicate back, while he employed his divine power to sense Vomi's internal state. The divine power traversed Vomi's entire being repeatedly, causing her delicate form to tremble slightly. In this moment, Vomi felt her body succumbing to a wave of softness, rendering her entirely limp in Beerus's embrace. Beerus, meanwhile, was consumed by a frown. He sensed an ominous presence within Vomi, Yet his divine probing yielded no results, only serving to make her body more pliable. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from Sun Wukong, tightening Beerus's brow. It seemed that Sun Wukong had engaged with Dr. Goro, and he had no inclination to investigate further, focusing instead on exploring Vomi's form. Assuming the sheer delicacy of her attire was the cause, he naturally let the last layer of her gossamer garment slip away, continuing his examination. Vomi's soft gasps frequently disrupted his concentration, and she felt herself melting into his embrace. After a prolonged moment, Beerus finally removed the last veil, only to find himself merely resting his hand on her back, with no intention of proceeding further. Frustration welled within her. Despite the peculiar sensations coursing through her from his touch, she remained unsatisfied. Consequently, Vomi shed her restraint, turning abruptly to push Beerus down, leaning in for a gentle kiss. In that instant, Beerus was bewildered. Although he felt something, he could not locate its source. Coupled with Vomi's interruptions, his irritation peaked. As a solitary man and woman, the tension was palpable. The moment she pressed against him, the spark ignited, transforming Beerus from a medical director into a diligent farmer, tending to the fields with fervor. Chapter 43. Is Wukong gone? Vegeta's fury. On the battlefield, the earth trembled beneath their feet, and the sky was rent asunder by energy blasts, emitting an eerie luminescence. The Super Saiyan 5, Sun Wukong, was enveloped in a golden aura, each strand resembling a small universe on the verge of eruption, exuding an overwhelming presence. His muscles were taut, radiating an intimidating pressure that instilled fear, while his blue eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit, locked firmly onto his adversary, Dr. Goro. Suspended in midair, Dr. Goro's pink, gelatinous form morphed effortlessly, his large, round eyes reflecting childlike innocence while exuding a palpable threat. He grinned, revealing a sinister smile, completely dismissing Sun Wukong's presence. No matter who you are, today marks your end. Sun Wukong roared, launching the first assault. He shot forward like a golden bolt of lightning. Appearing before Dr. Goro in an instant, his right fist infused with cataclysmic power. The force of his punch whistled through the air, seemingly capable of tearing the very fabric of space. Unperturbed, Dr. Goro's body suddenly softened, transforming into a massive sponge that effortlessly absorbed Wukong's attack. Immediately after, Dr. Goro's arms elongated, morphing into two thick, pink whips that lashed out towards Sun Wukong with a menacing rush of wind. Sun Wukong exhibited remarkable reflexes, his body twisting gracefully in midair, effortlessly evading the terrifying assaults of Dr. Gero with his instantaneous movement. Seizing the opportunity, he charged once more at Dr. Gero, delivering a flurry of punches, each strike as swift as lightning, emanating an aura of formidable power. Dr. Gero's form was repeatedly struck, producing a series of dull thuds. Yet he bore little visible damage. Instead, he utilized his extraordinary regenerative abilities to swiftly mend his wounds. The sheer intensity of their clashes ignited a fervor within Sun Wukong. Each shockwave that shattered Dr. Gero's physique filled him with confidence in victory, only to be dashed as Gero instantaneously restored himself, leading Sun Wukong to ponder the futility of this prolonged engagement. Cursed be this creature's grotesque, healing prowess. Sun Wukong mused, recalling his past triumph over Majin Buu, yet recognizing that this unfamiliar adversary was in a league far beyond that foe, though his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Drawing a deep breath, the aura surrounding him flared even more intensely. He propelled himself forward, the ground fracturing beneath him as he surged towards Dr. Gero. This time, Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha, a torrent of blue energy cascading forth like a raging river towards Dr. Gero. Sensing the immense threat, Dr. Gero did not dare to underestimate it. He swiftly conjured an energy sphere before him. The two titanic forces collided head-on, and in that instant, brilliance illuminated the world, as if the very fabric of reality had been ignited by their combined might. The shockwaves radiated outward, cleaving the earth into unfathomable chasms, causing mountains to crumble and rivers to divert. Both Sun Wukong and Dr. Gero navigated the energy tempest with remarkable speed, exchanging blows in a relentless stalemate. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, each combatant pouring their utmost strength into the fray. Their formidable powers clashed continuously, generating powerful shockwaves that rippled through the atmosphere. Yet neither could land a decisive blow. Dr. Gero's form was repeatedly shattered by Sun Wukong, yet he merely exchanged wounds with him. his superior healing abilities allowing their scars to trade places. As the conflict wore on, Sun Wukong found himself increasingly battered, his stamina waning. Although the Super Saiyan 5 form was immensely powerful, its energy consumption was equally staggering. In stark contrast, Dr. Gero remained as vigorous as ever, his body mending itself in mere moments after each shattering blow, and his attacking force showed no signs of diminishing, as if he possessed boundless stamina. This impasse could not continue. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth, resolved to make a desperate gamble. He once again concentrated all his power, causing the very heavens to shift. An overwhelming force coalesced around him, preparing for one final strike. However, in that fleeting moment of concentration, Dr. Gero perceived a chance. And suddenly, his body fragmented into countless pieces, surging towards Sun Wukong like a relentless tide. Ha ha! Let us merge, Sun Wukong. Fear not. I shall be gentle. Sun Wukong, caught off guard, found himself enveloped by these pinkish, gelatinous fragments. He struggled fiercely, only to discover that these flesh-like masses clung to him like an unyielding adhesive, tightening their grip with each attempt to break free. Dr. Glow let out a triumphant cackle as the chunks of flesh enveloping Sun Wukong gradually constricted, attempting to assimilate him into its own being. Vegeta, who had been spectating, could no longer remain passive. He raised his hand to unleash the prince's technique, and in an instant, a barrage of terrifying energy blasts erupted from his palms. Noticing Vegeta's movements, Dr. Glow swiftly manipulated the cellular mass. And aside from a few stray blasts, each one struck Sun Wukong with pinpoint accuracy, rendering him momentarily rigid with pain. Vegeta, indifferent to the taunts. Vegeta demanded the release of Kakarot. Observing the inadequacy of the energy blasts, he transformed and appeared before Kakarot, his white hair billowing as his formidable fists rained down upon Sun Wukong. Each blow shattered the encroaching flesh that sought to merge with him. Dr. Glow felt the absorption rate slow, yet he did not relent. Sun Wukong's resistance was waning, primarily due to Vegeta's strikes, which not only targeted the cellular mass, but also landed heavily upon Wukong himself. Ha ha, Vegeta, do not rush. Once I have absorbed Sun Wukong, you shall be next. Dr. Glow's childlike voice echoed ominously in Vegeta's ears. Who are you vile fiend? Vegeta retorted, ceasing his assault as he gathered energy before unleashing a blinding wave of power. Vegeta, do you intend to kill Sun Wukong? Myth. Dr. Glow, taken aback by Vegeta's fervor, had never encountered such madness. However, before he could react, the fearsome golden energy wave enveloped both him and the ensnared Sun Wukong. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Vegeta contemplated halting his onslaught, a white-pink fist struck him in the abdomen, causing excruciating pain that bent him over in agony. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, I truly must thank you, Dr. Glow whispered in his ear. As Vegeta struggled to retaliate, he was suddenly kicked into the ground by Dr. Glow, a cloud of dust obscuring his figure upon impact. Dr. Glow paid no further heed to Vegeta. As Sun Wukong was absorbed, his own form began to transform. Dr. Glow's physique expanded, radiating a more terrifying aura, fueled by the fierce battle with Sun Wukong. Ultimately, with Wukong's absorption, the conflict drew to a temporary close, and Dr. Glow emerged even more powerful, possessing the memories of Sun Wukong, including knowledge of a man from another universe, a formidable deity. Yet, Dr. Glow maintained that this being had never encountered him. Although they had crossed paths before, the current version of himself was unprecedented. Casting his gaze downward, Dr. Glow was keenly aware that Vegeta would not be so easily vanquished, and he watched with a mocking expression as the dust settled around Vegeta's silhouette. At this moment, Vegeta slowly stood in the vast pit, gazing upwards at the figure suspended in midair. The diminutive form he once recognized had vanished, replaced by a physique now akin to that of Kakarot. Vegeta was acutely aware that if he failed to rescue Kakarot, his friend would soon be perfectly absorbed. His mind raced with thoughts of how to effectuate the rescue. Suddenly, he recalled that it had been necessary to enter the belly of the beast to save Fat Bu. Could be. With a sigh, he realized that this was his only option. Vegeta's fury ignited in an instant. He understood that he was likely not a match for this unfamiliar demon at that moment. Yet, thinking of Kakarot unleashed a more potent energy from within him, causing the dust around him to disperse violently with the force of his aura. Dr. Gero, who had initially regarded him with derision, felt a wave of unease wash over him upon meeting Vegeta's determined gaze. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a terrifying energy blast towards Vegeta in the pit, resulting in a cacophony of explosions and swirling dust. Perhaps still feeling insecure, he quickly formed a Kamehameha stance, summoning energy with both hands. In an instant, a fearsome blue dragon surged toward Vegeta in the pit. Sensing the energy wave, Vegeta raised his hands high to block it, causing the ground beneath him to crack and splinter. Then, with a powerful leap, Vegeta propelled himself, channeling his Kamehameha towards Dr. Gero. Chapter 44. I am terrifyingly strong. Who else is there? One Star Dragon. It's me. Dr. Gero stared in shock at Vegeta, resembling a war deity, advanced while unleashing his Kamehameha. Vegeta roared. Suddenly, Dr. Gero bellowed, and the blue beam of his tenfold Kamehameha thickened tenfold. Vegeta felt himself drawing nearer to Dr. Gero, with no means of evasion available. He could only endure. Failure meant the absolute demise of Earth. Damn it, where had Babidi gone? Vegeta, seething with rage, felt no sense of defeat. His once white hair shimmered ominously under the blue light. Seeing that he could not halt Vegeta's advance, Dr. Gero activated the 100-fold Kaioken. Instantly, Dr. Gero's body began to fracture inch by inch, only to swiftly regenerate, repeating this cycle endlessly. A colossal blue beam erupted from Dr. Gero's hands, rapidly enveloping the previous beam and hurtling toward Vegeta with the swiftness of a tempest. In that moment, Vegeta felt an intense burning sensation in his hands, the pain escalating sharply, and his flight was abruptly impeded. Vegeta, it seems you are not as formidable as you claim. Finally, at the brink of his endurance, Vegeta hurled the thick beam skyward, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the previously tranquil sky. Panting heavily, Vegeta, as hands still emitted wisps of smoke. Dr. Gero promptly deactivated the 100-fold Kaioken, sneering. Did you think you could withstand it? What's wrong? Afraid to take it head-on? Damn you. Vegeta's Super Saiyan form was instantly enveloped in a layer of radiant energy, exuding an aura of terrifying heat. In the next moment, Dr. Glow appeared behind Vegeta, his palm gathering a sphere of energy, which he unleashed upon Vegeta's back with a resounding impact. Vegeta plummeted instantly, yet before he could react, Dr. Glow materialized beneath him and delivered another powerful kick, sending Vegeta soaring upwards. At this juncture, Vegeta yearned to resist, but such defiance would jeopardize his mission to rescue Goku. Dr. Glow continued to treat Vegeta as a mere plaything, kicking him several times before growing bored, ultimately driving Vegeta down into the ground and then stepping upon him. With a mocking tone, he taunted, "You were so formidable just moments ago. What has caused this sudden decline?" Dr. Glow then extended a hand, enveloping Vegeta in a wave of energy, exclaiming, "Oh, this energy feels rather intense." Soon, the process of absorption was complete. Vegeta, believing he could still save Kakarot, was soon overwhelmed by the compressing force, as the energy surrounding him was swiftly consumed. In no time, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Dr. Glow spat contemptuously onto the ground, declaring, "What a fool, thinking he could save Goku. Instead, he shall become part of me." Dr. Glow had long since discerned Vegeta's intentions. If Vegeta wished to enter, then so be it. The prospect of regaining consciousness within was utterly futile. Once absorbed, there was no chance of awakening unless one possessed an overwhelming power. Ha ha! Dr. Glow laughed heartily, reveling in the terrifying strength he now wielded, a sensation so exquisite it was beyond compare. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the elder Kaioshin gazed in despair at the formidable aura that had just erupted from Dr. Glow. "It's over. Vegeta has been consumed," he lamented. "Calm down, ancestor. There is still that deity. He can surely rescue Goku." "Rescue? What hope is there?" The elder Kaioshin cast a disparaging glance at his inept successor. That god may not even be in this universe. How could he possibly save anyone? The reason for his despair was simple. At that moment, the elder Kaioshin could not locate Beerus. Unbeknownst to him, Beerus was presently engrossed in pursuits of his own, entirely disinterested in the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, he gently covered Vomi with a blanket, having sensed the disappearance of Goku and Vegeta's auras, realizing they had likely been absorbed by Dr. Glow. However, he did not anticipate their profound ineptitude. Reflecting on the peculiar anomalies occurring in this timeline, from the delayed emergence from Hell to the Dark Dragon Balls within the Evil Dragon, It was evident that the 6 absurd Dragon Balls had a significant role to play. Surely, the one-star dragon must possess one as well. It seemed this timeline was destined to be among the last to vanish in a multitude of parallel universes. Yet, Vegeta had no intention of saving this universe. What is that one-star dragon up to? At this moment, Vegeta sensed the intentions of Dr. Glow and detected the aura of the one-star dragon nearby. Could it be that the one-star dragon believed it could confront Dr. Glow? Unsure of the one-star dragon's intentions, Vegeta concluded that it was time to amplify the intensity against Dr. Glow once more. As Beerus opened his mouth, 12 Dragon Balls, 6 large and 6 small, were expelled and levitated gently to the ground with his telekinetic powers. At that moment, the originally dark cores of the Dragon Balls transformed into a brilliant gold. Easily mistaken for the orange exterior unless one observed closely, the golden stars adorning the dark Dragon Balls shone resplendently. Dragon Balls? The one-star dragon felt perplexed. The malevolent Dragon Balls had lost their resonance when that detestable Saiyan, Beerus, consumed them. But now, unexpectedly, the connection had returned, leaving him quite bewildered. Little did he know how exhausting it had been for the strongest of the evil dragons to play hide and seek. He never desired this predicament. However, his malevolence did not equate to foolishness, and his strength was inadequate. Initially sensing the intense battle waves in this vicinity, he approached to investigate, only to find the 2 empty shells being absorbed in a manner he recognized all too well. The one-star dragon felt a surge of reassurance. The pinkish-white figure before him could only be Beerus, although he was uncertain of how their conflict arose and how his own strength diminished. It seemed that everything was aligning favorably. Now that he sensed the Dragon Ball's essence once more, he hesitated no longer and summoned them forth in an instant. Once fused with the Dragon Balls, he would seek to eliminate the Beerus below. In the one-star dragon's estimation, Beerus must have encountered some unforeseen misfortune. Who is there? Dr. Gero unleashed an energy blast toward the source of the fluctuation. Beerus observed the flickering Dragon Balls, including the dark Dragon Balls, before swiftly vanishing from the hotel room. Fortunately, Beerus had opened the balcony beforehand, preventing any glass shattering that might disturb Vomi. Vomi, comfortably turning over, stretched out her hand, only to find her soft, pale thigh unencumbered by anything she sought to press against. She couldn't help but open her eyes and look around. Are you hungry? I just ordered takeout. It won't arrive for a while. Let's rest until it gets here. Beerus gently lifted Vomi from the bed and cradled her in his arms. Beerus, you are so wonderful. Feeling Beerus' tenderness, Vomi embraced him in return, reflecting on her relentless research without a moment's respite. Coupled with several hours of joyful exertion, she truly felt exhausted. After sharing a tender embrace with Beerus, she lay back down under the covers to rest. Chapter 45. In this world, one must rely on strength. In a land shrouded in darkness upon the hills, fierce winds howled, stirring up sand and stones. The one-star dragon's formidable frame awkwardly floated in the air, exuding a chilling black aura. His eyes glimmered with a blood-red light. Although somewhat anxious, his initially unnatural expression gradually morphed into a smile as a few swift movements unfolded. Who are you? Dr. Gero asked, gazing at the unfamiliar figure not far away. Though he had never seen this being before, he felt unafraid, asserting that no one could escape the fate of being absorbed. Suddenly, Dr. Gero's expression turned grave, for with the Dragon Balls entering his body, the once ordinary one-star dragon now emanated a terrifying strength in his perception. Witnessing the sudden eruption of the dragon's violent aura sent shivers down his spine. The one-star dragon felt a profound fusion with the Dragon Balls, all 14 of them, granting him a sense of unparalleled strength unlike anything he had experienced before. 7 blue Dragon Balls adorned his chest, 1 black and 6 golden, bestowing upon him a strikingly handsome appearance. The remaining 7, originally embedded in his forehead, were now complemented by 1 Dragon Ball embedded on each of the backs of his hands, while 2 robust Dragon Balls rested above each knee, forming a symmetrical pattern of gleaming black and gold. At that moment, the one-star dragon, in all his majestic glory, exuded an aura far more imposing than that of Dr. Gero. With a tremor coursing through his body, the one-star dragon proclaimed, I am the super one-star dragon, the mightiest of evil dragons. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Dr. Gero, taken aback by the audacity and striking presence of this formidable figure, seethed with rage. What worthless trash dares to claim supremacy? Before me, Dr. Gero, all are, but refuse. Upon hearing this, the Super One-Star Dragon gazed down at Dr. Gero, a sneer of contempt curling his lips. What do you mean, Dr. Gero? I know you are merely a creation, an artificial being. Although I am uncertain how you acquired such strength, it matters not. You have yet to encounter my true power. Do not presume that devouring Goku and Vegeta grants you the liberty to act as you wish. Initially oblivious to Dr. Gero's appearance, the Super One-Star Dragon now recognized him as the stranger Saiyan, yet he felt no fear. With Goku and his companions consumed, that Saiyan had not shown himself. Likely having retreated, the Super One-Star Dragon resolved to first dispose of the man before him. Clad in a form-fitting battle suit that accentuated his muscular physique, Dr. Gero's powerful muscles rippled beneath the fabric, while his long white hair danced in the wind. Huh, you amuse me. Where are you when I dispatched Goku? Merely a cowardly rodent lurking in the shadows. Now, emerging? Do you believe I cannot defeat you? Soon, you shall be vanquished, absorbed into my very being. His eyes glinted with a chilling confidence, a hint of a provocative smile gracing his lips. You think you can consume me? Once you are eliminated, nothing will stand in the way of my destruction of this world. The voice of the Super One-Star Dragon resonated like a thunderclap, waves of sound reverberating through the earth itself. Dr. Gero chuckled lightly, his tone crisp yet edged with frost. You are but an arrogant fool, though your aura is formidable. What does it matter? The stronger you are, the more exhilarated I become. Today marks your end. No sooner had he spoken than Dr. Gero vanished. A streak of white lightning racing toward the Super One-Star Dragon. His speed was astonishing, generating a powerful gust that sent debris swirling around them, forming a miniature vortex. The Super One-Star Dragon reacted with equal swiftness, his robust tail snapping like a massive steel whip as it lashed out toward Dr. Gero. In midair, Dr. Gero deftly maneuvered, evading the tail's strike with effortless agility. Seizing the moment, Dr. Gero unleashed a powerful right punch, his fist brimming with formidable energy, akin to a miniature cannonball, hurtling directly towards the head of the Super One-Star Dragon. With a disdainful snort, the Super One-Star Dragon raised its massive palm, effortlessly blocking Dr. Gero's assault. Its claws were as solid as rock, and when Dr. Gero's fist collided with it, a metallic clang resonated through the air. With a sudden surge of force, the Super One-Star Dragon sent Dr. Gero flying. He tumbled gracefully in mid-air before landing firmly on the ground, his feet leaving two deep impressions on the earth as he steadied himself after the impact. Interesting, remarked the Super One-Star Dragon, but this is far from sufficient. As it spoke, the dragon opened its cavernous maw, gathering a surge of potent dark energy, which coalesced into a massive black energy sphere. The sphere flickered with an eerie glow, warping the surrounding space as it formed. With a fierce tilt of its head, the Super One-Star Dragon launched the energy sphere towards Dr. Gero. The sphere raced through the air like a black comet, exuding an aura of annihilation. Dr. Gero's expression turned grave as he swiftly crossed his arms before him, conjuring a defensive energy shield. The shield radiated a soft purple glow, inscribed with mysterious runes that shimmered across its surface. The black energy sphere collided forcefully with the energy shield, resulting in a violent explosion that created a vast crater in the ground, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. As the haze began to dissipate, Dr. Gero remained suspended in the air, the energy shield slightly dimmed, yet having successfully repelled the Super One-Star Dragon's onslaught. Seizing the opportunity to counterattack, Dr. Gero rapidly gestured with his hands, unleashing a barrage of purple energy beams that shot forth like a relentless rain of arrows towards the Super One-Star Dragon. The dragon soared into the sky, generating a fierce gust of wind in an attempt to disperse the incoming energy beams. However, the intensity of Dr. Gero's assault proved overwhelming, and several beams struck the Super One-Star Dragon, each impact igniting sparks upon its body and eliciting pained grunts from the creature. Infuriated, the Super One-Star Dragon began to swell dramatically, its black spines crackling with electricity and its dark aura intensified. With a tremendous explosion of power, the ground trembled violently beneath it, fissures erupting from its feet. With a thunderous roar, the Super One-Star Dragon charged towards Dr. Gero, moving with astonishing speed, leaving a chasm in its wake. Unfazed, Dr. Gero met the dragon head-on. In an instant, they clashed, exchanging blows and unleashing waves of energy. Their battle was fiercely intense, each strike imbued with cataclysmic force, as the environment around them succumbed to the devastation of their conflict. The peaks had been leveled to the ground. Rivers evaporated and dried up, leaving the earth scarred and battered. Dr. Glow's wounds heal at an agonizingly slow pace. Each time he is struck by energy, black flames writhe around his scars, impeding his extraordinary self-healing abilities and slowing his cellular regeneration. Yet, a glimmer of white within his cells remains unaffected, gradually devouring the encroaching darkness. In stark contrast, the Super First Star Dragon, though marred and battered, exudes an unyielding aura, entirely unfazed by its injuries. As the battle rages on, both combatants begin to feel the weight of fatigue, yet neither exhibits a desire to retreat. The Super First Star Dragon suddenly unleashes a technique known as Dragon Thunderflash, surrounding itself with a multitude of black lightning bolts that intertwine to form an immense electric net, descending upon Dr. Glow. Observing this, Dr. Glow immediately channels all his energy to execute an energy sphere. A black vortex materializes in his palm, imbued with formidable devouring power, gradually consuming the Super First Star Dragon's electric net. Just as the two adversaries remain locked in a stalemate, Dr. Glow perceives a flaw in the Super First Star Dragon. It appears to harbor something unusual within. A glint of cold light flashes in Dr. Glow's eyes, and without hesitation, he launches a decisive strike. His body accelerates instantaneously, resembling a bullet in flight, hurtling towards the Super First Star Dragon. As he nears, he leaps high, converging all his energy in his hands, and delivers a powerful blow to the dragon's chest. The Super First Star Dragon, unable to evade, is struck squarely, emitting a chilling wail as its massive form plummets to the ground like a fallen meteor. With a thunderous crash, the Super First Star Dragon crashes onto the earth, sending up a cloud of dust. Dr. Glow lands cautiously, his gaze fixed on the dragon obscured within the haze. After a considerable time, the dust begins to settle, revealing the Super First Star Dragon lying on the ground, its breath faint. Damn it, the accursed four-star dragon, even in death, remains obstinate. Dr. Glow strides towards the Super First Star Dragon, poised to deliver the final blow. However, just as he is about to close the distance, the Super First Star Dragon suddenly opens its eyes, an eerie glimmer flashing within. A blinding purple light erupts from the dust, and the wounds on the Super First Star Dragon's chest begin to heal at a visible rate, while the spines on its body twist and writhe as if animated by some dark energy. Dr. Glow, instead of retreating, chooses to observe. He is curious to see what other techniques the Super First Star Dragon possesses, undeterred by the threat it poses. After such a protracted battle, Dr. Glow is acutely aware of his own physical capabilities. As long as he is not utterly overwhelmed, anyone can be transformed into a source of strength for him. A murky laughter rolls forth from the depths of the Super First Star Dragon's throat, as corrosive black sludge suddenly spews from the broken horn, etching a hissing, smoking pit into the ground. Did you think the power of the dragon race is merely this? The voice of the Super One-Star Dragon resembled the grinding of gravel against gears, each utterance spewing forth dark blood from the crevices of its teeth. Suddenly, the previously limp right leg swept through the air like a steel whip, and Dr. Glow leapt gracefully into the sky. Yet in that instant, as the dorsal fin of the Super One-Star Dragon rose, the sky became obscured by a dense barrage of energy orbs, hundreds of dark energy spheres compressed to their utmost limits, weaving a web-like trajectory that sealed off all of Dr. Glow's escape routes. His pupils constricted in shock. He had not anticipated that the Super One-Star Dragon would deploy such tactics so swiftly, just as a protective field began to coalesce at his fingertips. The foremost energy orb detonated with a thunderous eruption. The shockwave hurled Dr. Glow several meters away, and his back crashed heavily against the jagged rocks, a trickle of pink blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the Super One-Star Dragon soared into the air, its wings unfurling to eclipse the sun, while dark energy coalesced into menacing bone spikes around its palms. Taste true despair. The Super One-Star Dragon roared as it dove down, the energy fluctuations at the tips of the bone spikes distorting the very fabric of space like ripples on water. In a moment of dire crisis, Dr. Glow suddenly broke into a manic grin. The Super One-Star Dragon gazed in astonishment at the unguarded Dr. Glow. Without hesitation, Dr. Glow allowed the bone spike to pierce his left shoulder as pink blood dripped from the jagged protrusion. With both hands pressed against the dragon's chest, targeting the very spot that had recently suffered a grievous blow, he declared cell assimilation complete. His voice took on a sickly, almost effeminate tone, and beneath the burnt skin, the energy pathways of the Super One-Star Dragon were faintly visible, enveloped and consumed by a viscous substance. Realizing the peril, The Super One-Star Dragon attempted to withdraw, only to find its palm gripped by an excruciating numbness, rendering it immobile. Glancing down, it saw Dr. Glow's hand, the one pressing against its chest, melting away as white-pink cellular tissue snaked through the gaps in its scales wherever it touched. The dragon's dark energy was disintegrated and devoured, rising in tendrils of smoke. "What have you done to me?" It shrieked in madness, thrashing its head. But Dr. Glow's other hand clutched its throat with an unyielding grip, his nails transforming into venomous spikes. "I told you, you are merely my sustenance for strength. You cannot escape your fate of being absorbed." Dr. Glow's face flushed with exhilaration, and his features began to warp grotesquely, his mouth splitting open to reveal shark-like teeth. The cells of Majin Buu, the genes of the Saiyans, and the dragon lineage, imagine the fusion of them all. Dr. Glow's body suddenly swelled to several times its size, muscles bursting forth in a sanguine explosion, yet rapidly healing under the regenerative power of the cells. The Super One-Star Dragon, in terror, realized its energy was flowing into Dr. Glow at an observable rate, even its formidable regenerative abilities being reversed and absorbed. "No!" It let out a final, anguished cry, only to have Dr. Glow's gaping maw close around its head. The dark energy entity escaped from Dr. Glow's mouth, but it was swiftly consumed by the mass of flesh that erupted from his body. In an instant, the Super One-Star Dragon was lifted and devoured whole by Dr. Glow. The sound of its voice abruptly ceased. At the moment of absorption, Dr. Glow erupted with a terrifying wave of energy capable of annihilating entire galaxies. His physique grew taller and more robust, his once pale skin now faintly exuding an ominous aura. His form became more muscular, radiating a peculiar luminescence, stretching far beyond what was previously imaginable, as if it could reach the very edge of the cosmos. 7 dark dragon balls manifested in a neat arrangement upon his chest, while another 7 were orderly positioned on his back. As Dr. Glow gently clenched his fist, the surrounding space shattered like a broken mirror, releasing a torrent of dreadful energy, obliterating all matter in its wake. In this moment, Dr. Glow possessed the formidable ability to command the malevolent power of the 7 Dragon Balls, wielding the cataclysmic dark energy with ease. He felt that every thought of his could instigate a cosmic-scale disaster. A mere stomp of his foot could reduce countless planets to dust. Dr. Glow realized his strength had transcended all prior limits, rendering his former power insignificant. He now felt unequivocally like the most terrifying entity in the universe. Was this the true essence of the Dragon Clan's power? He raised his hand and casually unleashed a wave of energy, leveling a distant volcanic range with astonishing ease. His raspy laughter echoed, imbued with the convergence of 2 souls. It was time to conquer Earth. Yet before the words left his lips, a sudden wave of agony gripped his head as 2 forces clashed violently within him. However, swiftly, the pink cells surged forth like a tide, overwhelming the dark energy, ultimately culminating in a satisfied sigh. Above the ruins, the new tyrant ascended slowly, trailing the deep purple hues of a setting sun. "Ha ha!" Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, recalling there was still one wretched individual left unresolved. Meanwhile, as the energies of Goku and Vegeta vanished, Gohan gathered with Piccolo and others at Bulma's residence, deliberating on their next course of action. "Uncle Piccolo, Dad's energy has disappeared," Gohan stated gravely. "There should be no one on Earth capable of defeating Goku now. This crisis appears far more complex than anticipated. We must consult the Supreme Kai." Piccolo replied with a heavy expression. "Is Grandpa?" Little Pan tugged at Gohan's sleeve, worry etched on her face. Before she could finish, tears streamed down her cheeks. She could not fathom how her invincible grandfather could possibly be gone. "Don't worry, Pan. The Dragon Balls are still here, and we have Dend. Dad'll be all right." Gohan reassured the sobbing child. As Pan wept, the atmosphere grew somber among the assembled group, for not only had Goku vanished, but also his loyal companion, Vegeta. "Gohan, we must act swiftly. Let us depart," Trunks urged. Chapter 46, Gohan's Regret, the Final Moment. Dr. Glow felt a pang of anxiety within him. He immediately focused his mind, attempting to sense Vomi's presence. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not detect even the slightest trace of Vomi on this planet. Dr. Glow furrowed his brow tightly, a fine sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. He began to think rapidly, analyzing various possible scenarios in his mind. Could it be that Vomi had already departed from his planet? Or had that man employed some method to conceal his presence? The more Dr. Glow pondered, the more he sensed the situation becoming increasingly precarious. If he could not locate Vomi, how would he channel his anger? Taking a deep breath, he resolved that he could not remain passive. Action was imperative. Dr. Glow retrieved a locator device from the laboratory and, taking a piece of flesh from his person, commenced a thorough search across the planet, leaving no stone unturned. This instrument ideally required cells for Vomi's body. However, since Dr. Glow shared a similar cellular structure with Vomi, it was plausible that his cells could also assist the device in pinpointing Vomi's location. Employing his high-tech equipment, Dr. Glow scanned every inch of land, hoping to uncover any trace of Vomi. As time elapsed, his anxiety intensified, yet he did not relent, persisting in his quest. Ultimately, in a moment of desperation, Dr. Glow unleashed a barrage of destruction upon the surroundings, laying waste to numerous buildings and landscapes. Feeling the slightest movement from Sun Wukong, he swiftly aimed his weapon at the Sun family, his fury finding no outlet in the absence of Vomi. At that moment, within the divine realm, Sun Wukong sensed the overwhelming energy surging toward him. He was now certain that his father had been absorbed by that monster, as had Uncle Vegeta. Not daring to dwell on it further, Sun Wukong urgently implored Tian, "Please, take my family into the hyperbolic time chamber for safety. The monster approaches swiftly, and there is no time to lose." Sun Wutian, equally grave, wished to remain and aid his brother. However, glancing at Chi-Chi and Xiaofang, he understood that Wukong deemed him too weak to be of any help in delaying the inevitable. Time was of the essence. Without hesitation, Wukong rendered Xiaofang unconscious and entrusted her Chi-Chi. He exchanged a resolute glance with Wutian and Trunks before launching himself toward Dr. Glow. As Dr. Glow accelerated through the air, he sensed many presences dissipating, yet one remained steadfastly approaching him. Instantly deducing he was close to finding Vomi, he no longer hesitated and soon stood before Sun Wukong. "Wukong, where are those individuals? You would do well to disclose their locations. Do not resist." Dr. Glow's voice was cold and authoritative, imbued with an undeniable command. He refrained from immediate aggression, instead fixing his sharp gaze upon Sun Wukong, as if attempting to penetrate his very thoughts. Faced with Dr. Glow's inquiry, Sun Wukong's brow knitted in concentration, remaining silent. He was acutely aware of Dr. Glow's formidable nature and understood that revealing his family's whereabouts would yield catastrophic consequences. However, Dr. Gero seemed unwilling to grant Gohan much time for contemplation, as he continued, "Once I absorb you, your family will immediately know where you are." This declaration resonated in Gohan's ears like a thunderclap. His expression grew increasingly grave, and the fears and anxieties within him intensified. In that moment, Gohan ceased to ponder and transformed into Super Saiyan 4, launching an attack towards Dr. Gero. The doctor effortlessly brushed aside Gohan's assault, deeming it utterly feeble. "Let me think." Dr. Gero's mind raced as he sought a place to conceal individuals. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could Gohan and his companions be hiding in a room of spirit and time? Gohan, too, was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing that he could be absorbed, a sense of fatalism washed over him. He paused, glaring fiercely at Dr. Gero, understanding now that the only option left was to eliminate the doctor. But could he truly defeat someone as formidable as his father? Meanwhile, Beerus and Vomi, having indulged in a hearty meal, reclined contentedly on the grand bed of their hotel. Just then, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. Initially, it was not meant for Vomi to witness, but reconsidering, the apparition decided it was of little consequence. As the shadow relayed its report, Vomi's curious eyes sparkled, prompting her to inquire about Beerus' well-being. "Is Dr. Gero planning to destroy the Earth?" she asked, beginning to sense the overwhelming aura of Dr. Gero, who was relentlessly surging about in fury. At that moment, she could not grasp the ensuing developments. "Vomi, Dr. Gero has defeated Goku and Vegeta and is currently engaged in battle with Gohan. Furthermore, he has discovered the whereabouts of others, recalling the funds Bulma provided. Beerus had been contemplating returning home, for he had been away long enough that his child must have grown considerably. Each timeline has its unique flow of time. Not wishing to dwell further, Beerus tenderly caressed Vomi's small face, disappearing from her bewildered gaze. Meanwhile, Gohan in his Super Saiyan 4 form was no match for Dr. Gero, who toyed with him mercilessly. Despite Gohan's fury, he found himself unable to prevail. He was no longer the child he once was. Dr. Gero continued his relentless assault, and as Gohan's defenses weakened, he remarked, "You truly are pathetic, Goku's son. How did you manage to defeat Cell back in the day?" Observing Gohan's ashen countenance, Dr. Gero hesitated no longer, placing his hand upon Gohan's forehead. In that moment, Gohan, despairing and half-kneeling, gazed up at Dr. Gero's hand, which seemed to grow ever larger. Since the birth of his daughter, he had scarcely trained, were it not for his father's warnings about increasingly formidable foes. He would not even possess this Super Saiyan 4 form. Farewell, Earth. Farewell, Bun. In the next instant, Beerus's form suddenly materialized behind Gohan. A terrifying punch propelled Dr. Gero's hand, along with his entire being, away. Dr. Gero quickly regained his footing, exclaiming, "I've been searching for you." Gohan stood in a state of bewilderment. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the two gods were utterly bewildered. Upon sensing the appearance of Dr. Gero, they quickly realized he was already engaged in battle with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, completely unaware of the origins of this formidable foe. "Damn it, I will kill you," Dr. Gero thought to himself, feeling an overwhelming sense of power coursing through him. He had failed to react in time, and with the formidable Batista in the mix, he envisioned the moment of their fusion with Vomi, picturing the immense strength he would wield. Before he could finish his thoughts, Batista sent him flying with a single punch, leaving his face grotesquely deformed. Covering his face, Dr. Gero muttered, "I was careless and failed to evade your attack. You will soon understand the might of an enraged elder. You will regret this." Batista, with a nonchalant demeanor, chuckled, "Please continue with your performance, Dr. Gero." Chapter 47. Split? Damn it. How can the Saiyan be so powerful? Dr. Gero found himself toyed with by Batista, his fury escalating as he attempted to distance himself from the terrifying aura emanating from his opponent. "Wait for me. Once I fuse with Vomi, I will surely eliminate you." With that, Dr. Gero swiftly retreated, fearful of being subjected to another brutal beating. Batista's crimson eyes ignited with a chilling fire, a cruel smile curving his lips. In an explosive surge of energy, Batista unleashed a golden aura that swept across the scorched earth like a tsunami, reducing the floating debris to mere powder within the energy field. "You think you can escape? Do you truly believe you can flee before me?" In an instant, Batista appeared before the fleeing Dr. Gero, seething with rage at the thought of his opponent attempting to merge with Vomi, a transgression akin to touching a dragon's reverse scale. Dr. Gero wore a smile of relief, but as he raised his sticky hand, it froze into a grotesque twitch upon meeting Batista's gaze. "You don't even have the right to make me take you seriously." Before he could finish speaking, Batista transformed into a golden blur. Dr. Gero's body barely had time to react before being seized by Batista's iron grip around his neck. The slimy, pink skin of Dr. Gero writhed, yet upon contact with Batista, the mucus sizzled and evaporated. In terror, he let out a muffled scream, thrashing his limbs in a desperate attempt to escape, but Batista remained unyielding. His power was like a black hole, stripping Dr. Gero of his once proud, regenerative abilities along with his very breath. "You will completely vanish," Batista commanded, his fingertips pressing down. In an instant, Dr. Gero's body began to collapse, gripped by an invisible force, starting from his limbs and visibly shrinking. The bones beneath his pale skin cracked audibly, and as the regenerative cells emerged, they were crushed into a pulpy mass. Dr. Gero's eyes bulged, nearly bursting, and instead of scream, a piercing wail filled with chaotic energy escaped his throat. As Bardisk executed a wrist twist, Dr. Glow's body mirrored his movements. Just as Bardisk intended to crush Dr. Glow, an unexpected transformation occurred, prompting Bardisk to halt his tightening grip, intrigued by the peculiar changes manifesting in Dr. Glow's form. Dr. Glow's mouth widened, his pupils dilating, and a purplish-red blood seeped from his orifices, accompanied by wisps of white smoke emerging from them. In that instant, Bardisk comprehended that this was the emergence of malevolent thoughts. Meanwhile, Vomi experienced no adverse sensations, save for a slight bloating in his abdomen. Dr. Glow gasped for breath as a robust, dark-hued figure gradually materialized before him. If Dr. Glow's complexion was vibrant, this shadowy counterpart appeared somewhat ashen, bearing the marks of sleepless nights, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. The resemblance was uncanny, yet Dr. Glow felt an overwhelming fatigue, as if he had endured countless battles. He scrutinized this doppelganger with suspicion, utterly unaware of its origins. The dark Dr. Glow emitted a sinister, maniacal laugh, his shrill cackles echoing his discontent. Initially, he had intended to remain within Dr. Glow's body for a few days, but the imminent demise of his original form forced him to contemplate escape. The dark entity remained vigilant, fixated on Bardisk, disregarding Dr. Glow entirely. Faced with limited options, either to flee or absorb Dr. Glow and become the dominant entity, he resolved to turn his gaze upon Dr. Glow. At that moment, Dr. Glow sensed the fluctuating emotions of his dark counterpart, which suddenly morphed into a predatory expression akin to a starving wolf eyeing its prey, instilling fear within Dr. Glow. Bardisk watched with rapt attention, fully aware that this malevolent being intended to absorb its original. Suddenly, Bardisk pondered whether Vomi would also experience a division, quickly attuning himself to the aura surrounding Vomi. Alarmed, Bardisk sensed a dramatic fluctuation in Vomi's energy, at times terrifyingly potent, at others alarmingly faint. Without a moment's hesitation, he teleported to Gohan's side, instructing him to wait at the hotel entrance before vanishing from sight. Paying little heed to Dr. Glow, Bardisk instantly materialized beside Vomi, who lay curled on the bed, visibly distressed. Gently, Bardisk lifted Vomi, who immediately sensed his presence, allowing the unrest in his abdomen to settle. Vaticus promptly placed his palm against the lower abdomen of Vomi, carefully probing, and soon discovered a peculiar entity. What made it peculiar? Because this entity was devouring the multitude of warriors that Vaticus had previously left within Vomi. In an instant, Vaticus comprehended why he had been unable to detect it earlier. This strange presence had not emerged to consume, but had been roaming within Vomi all along, evading his scrutiny. Vomi gently inquired, "What is it, dear? I must have eaten something bad." At this moment, the pain that had once plagued Vomi had dissipated, especially while being cradled in Vaticus's embrace. Moreover, now that he had integrated the genes of numerous warriors, how could any unforeseen circumstance arise? Vaticus spoke softly when Majin Buu first emerged. He wreaked havoc and devoured the strong. Ultimately, he was sealed by the Grand Supreme Kai along with the 4 Kaioshin of the East, West, South, and North. However, in that battle, the Grand Supreme Kai was absorbed by Majin Buu. Now, only the East Kaioshin remains among the others. While we do not know the fates of the other Kaioshins, the benevolent essence of the Grand Supreme Kai resides within Majin Buu, and given that Majin Buu is a culmination of evil, he is influenced by this benevolence, thus reconstituting an evil entity within him, merging with his original form. Vomi cutely nodded. "So, you suspect that the pain in my abdomen is caused by this evil entity, causing trouble?" Vaticus affirmed, "Indeed, this is partly my fault." Suddenly, Vomi's complexion flushed with color. "All right, without further ado, I must enter your body and force it out," Vaticus stated calmly. Vomi blushed. "Must you really go inside?" Vaticus replied nonchalantly, "It can be avoided, but the process will be slower. However, I will continuously direct my fierce energy towards your lower abdomen to compel it out." Chapter 48, Addressing the Hidden Dangers Within Vomi. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero emitted an anguished roar. "Damn it! What foul creature is this? Return my power!" Dr. Gero was seething with rage. The entity before him not only siphoned considerable power from his body, but also dared to attempt to consume him. Black Dr. Gero remained unfazed by Dr. Gero's fury, merely responding coolly, "You and I are one. What is wrong with merging again?" Dr. Gero sidestepped to evade Black Dr. Gero's punch, retorting, "It was I who absorbed you." Black Dr. Gero displayed a sinister smile. "Survival of the fittest. Just look at you now. What right do you have to absorb me?" Dr. Gero declared. "Let us see who prevails." As the battle intensified, Dr. Gero became increasingly alarmed. He realized he would surely be absorbed if things continued this way. His mind raced with thoughts. However, before Dr. Gero could contemplate further, Black Dr. Gero unleashed 100-fold Kaioken, sending Dr. Gero crashing into the ground. Black Dr. Gero chuckled. "Resist no longer." Damn it! Dr. Gero, unwilling to yield, retaliated with his own 100-fold Kaioken. A beam of azure energy surged forth, directed at Dr. Higelo. Unfazed, Dr. Higelo merely smirked, showing no intention of resistance as the Kamehameha pierced through his body, the wound mending almost instantaneously. A sense of despair enveloped Dr. Higelo. His stamina was depleted, and a significant portion of his energy had been siphoned away, leaving him utterly incapable of mounting a counterattack. Dr. Higelo delivered a punch to his counterpart's visage, followed by a flurry of kicks. Initially, Dr. Higelo managed to defend himself, but as the assault intensified, he found himself powerless to resist the relentless barrage. Ultimately, Dr. Higelo was hoisted aloft by his adversary, bloodied and battered, akin to a lifeless canine. Desperation clawed at Dr. Higelo's heart. His once infallible regenerative ability seemed to abandon him in this dire moment. Dr. Hijilo transformed into a mass of cellular matter, slowly consuming his counterpart S form. In the end, Dr. Hijilo succumbed to the fate of assimilation. With his last utterance fading into silence, Dr. Hijilo achieved fusion, wielding an even greater power. The whereabouts of that Saiyan remained unknown. It seemed prudent to avoid provocation for the time being. Resolute, Dr. Hijilo set his sights on the nearest city, seeking refuge. Meanwhile, Beerus watched the exquisite and alluring malevolent doppelganger before him, while Vomi gazed in astonishment at her own sinister reflection, albeit more nefarious. Without hesitation, Beerus seized Vomi's doppelganger, and in the midst of her terror, transformed it into a chocolate block. Gasping for breath, Vomi presented the chocolate to Beerus, urging her to consume it promptly. "It's quite delightful, a milk chocolate flavor," Vomi exclaimed joyfully after taking a bite. Initially, this malevolent figure had been overwhelmingly powerful. The evil doppelganger had shown no resistance, swiftly succumbing to transformation. Observing Vomi's complexion returning to a healthy hue, Beerus bestowed upon her 12 talismans, instructing her on their usage. "Are you going to confront Dr. Hijilo?" Vomi inquired, her gaze fixed upon Beerus. "Yes. Allowing Dr. Hijilo to wreak havoc on Earth would not pose immediate trouble, yet I owe a debt of gratitude to Bulma. The funding for your research was provided by Miss Bulma. Every action has its consequences, and I must eliminate the nuisance that is Dr. Hijilo," Beerus replied earnestly. Sensing that Beerus might have misinterpreted her intentions, Vomi interjected, "No, I do not wish to impede you. Please hurry back." With that, Beerus turned and exited the room, making his way to the hotel entrance. "Uncle Beerus, are we going to rescue my father?" Gohan asked anxiously, his earlier skepticism dissipating upon witnessing Beerus's overwhelming prowess against Dr. Hijilo, igniting a fervent hope within him. Beerus playfully tapped Gohan on the head, eliciting a yelp of surprise. "Come on, we shall deal with Dr. Hijilo," he declared. "Dr. Hijilo?" Gohan replied, puzzled. "That was the person just now," exclaimed Beerus. Son Gohan was utterly astonished. The once feeble individual had suddenly transformed into a formidable force, nearly overwhelming them. Ignoring Gohan's current thoughts, Beerus instantaneously sensed the location of Dr. Gero and urged, "Grab hold of me." They swiftly teleported to their destination. "Oh!" Gohan joyfully clasped Beerus' shoulder. At that moment, Dr. Gero was in the city, indulging in snacks, as a multitude of residents had been turned into chocolate blocks. With one hand, he incessantly devoured them. The city was rife with wails and explosions, flames soaring high as various individuals were transformed into chocolate by Gero's lightning. The populace fled in terror. One moment they were running, and the next, they were transformed into chocolate. The horrifying scene left most in sheer panic, especially as one individual occasionally picked up chocolate from the ground and continued to chew. The terrifying sounds of chewing, roaring, and explosions painted a doomsday-like tableau. Suddenly, a woman with a child appeared before Dr. Gero. A bolt of lightning surged toward them, and, as expected, the woman and child were transformed into chocolate. As Gero bent down to retrieve the chocolate, two figures appeared in his line of sight, none other than Beerus and Gohan, who had just teleported in. Gero halted his motion, instinctively leaping back to reassess the situation. Finally recognizing the two, a chill ran down his spine as countless thoughts raced through his mind, all inevitably dismissed. The singular thought of escape surged in Gero's mind, overriding all else. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that left son Gohan bewildered. Is he fleeing already? What happened to that arrogance? Beerus observed the retreating Gero without haste to pursue. With a wave of his hand, he restored the individuals turned into chocolate back to their original forms. Those who had not been transformed rejoiced, realizing that it was Beerus who had saved them. Beerus, noticing the jubilant crowd, felt a spark of inspiration as the entire city returned to its former state, an act of restoration fueled by his will. Turning to Gohan, he declared, "I shall pursue him. You should attend to your own matters." Gohan pursed his lips, contemplating Beerus' words. Did he think Gohan would be a hindrance? He promptly replied, "All right then, please, Uncle Beerus, rescue my father. I will go seek my mother and the others." Gohan, not wishing to delay, realized his family must be worried about his fate. It was fortuitous that Beerus did not want him to accompany him, so he hastened back to reassure his family. With that thought, Gohan bid farewell to Beerus and soared towards the sacred world of the Kais. Beerus, watching Gohan vanish, immediately utilized instant transmission to follow closely behind the fleeing Dr. Gero. As Gero fled, He cursed the cursed Saiyan, muttering, "Just wait. Once I have absorbed every last person on this planet, you shall meet your end without a grave." "Oh, is that so?" A sudden sound sent shivers down Dr. Glow's spine, awakening a primal fear within him. It was unmistakably the voice of that demon emanating from behind him. Trembling, Dr. Glow turned around, only to witness a scene that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Batisque was elongating his neck, staring intently at him. "Ah, ghost!" Dr. Glow let out a piercing scream. Hey, you wouldn't happen to know how to teleport, would you?" Batisque taunted. Chapter 49. You flee, I pursue. Escape is futile. With a thunderous roar, Dr. Glow wasted no time launching a barrage of powerful energy blasts at Batisque. These projectiles sped forth like lightning, imbued with astonishing energy and velocity, hurtling directly toward Batisque. Remarkably, Batisque remained unfazed in the face of such fierce onslaught. With a casual flick of his arm, he effortlessly swatted away the menacing energy blasts, as if they posed no threat whatsoever. Immediately after unleashing his attacks, Dr. Glow turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. His speed was staggering, akin to an arrow released from a bow, as if some dreadful entity were in hot pursuit behind him. Observing this, a subtle smile graced Batisque's lips, revealing a hint of confidence and composure. "You cannot escape, Dr. Glow." Batisque's voice was soft yet laced with authority, causing the very air around them to tremble in response. "Damn it!" Dr. Glow shouted in a frantic rush, cursing the wretched entity that had orchestrated this chaos. It was he who harbored the desire to obliterate Earth. Yet here I am, unwilling to pursue such destruction. Besides, I have already absorbed him. Can't you just let me be? In his heart, Dr. Glow berated himself incessantly, lamenting that had he swiftly escaped after absorbing the Super One-Star Dragon instead of fixating on Vomi, he would not have entangled himself in such troublesome affairs. Meanwhile, Batisque leisurely followed Dr. Glow's fleeing form through the air, seemingly unconcerned about the possibility of his escape. Furthermore, he intermittently launched energy orbs at Dr. Glow, striking him with precision and leaving him in a state of utter disarray. "I believe you've misunderstood something. I have no interest in Earth. I only wish to eliminate you. Or for you to eliminate me," Batisque declared, and with that, he dove from the sky, accelerating terrifyingly and appearing instantaneously behind Dr. Glow. With a resounding crash, Dr. Glow was propelled away like a cannonball. His body spun uncontrollably through the air, hurtling toward the ground with reckless abandon. Thud, thud, thud. Each impact resonated with a dull thump as Dr. Glow's body rebounded and rolled upon collision with the earth. Every strike sending tremors through the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. The relentless onslaught persisted for several instances until Dr. Goro's body finally came to rest beneath a small mound. Curled into a tight ball, he lay motionless, appearing to have lost consciousness entirely. Moments later, Dr. Goro gradually rose to his feet, trembling as he gazed at the approaching Batisque. "Are you truly intent on annihilating me? Do you believe I am as malleable as clay?" As he spoke, a fragment of cellular mass detached from his left heel, swiftly merging with the earth beneath him. "Dr. Goro, what purpose does your incessant prattle serve?" Batisque replied, a hint of impatience and coldness lacing his voice. "Rest assured, I shall bring your torment to a swift conclusion, so rapid that you shall scarcely feel a thing." Before he could finish a sentence, Batisque lunged forward with lightning speed, extending his hand like an iron clamp that seized Dr. Goro by the throat. The latter's body was abruptly lifted off the ground, suspended in mid-air. Dr. Goro's complexion flushed crimson as his throat was gripped tightly, rendering him voiceless, save for a series of low, choking sounds. His eyes widened in terror, a grotesque expression contorting his features as though he wished to devour Batisque whole. Yet, before Dr. Goro could muster a counterattack, Batisque delivered a devastating punch to his abdomen. The force was formidable, akin to a hammer strike, causing Dr. Goro's body to curl in agony, groaning in pain. Nevertheless, he remained unable to free himself from Batisque's grasp, his hands flailing aimlessly in the air, futilely seeking leverage. "Do you have any last words, Dr. Goro?" "If not," Batisque inquired, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Dr. Goro's distorted visage, twisted in fear, with a tone that was both indifferent and calm. Just as Batisque's words hung in the air, a pulsating mass of flesh unexpectedly emerged from behind him, undulating as if imbued with life. In the blink of an eye, it slithered upward from Batisque's feet with astonishing speed, intent on encircling him entirely. However, just as the mass was about to reach Batisque's waist, It inexplicably halted, as if encountering an immense resistance. "What is happening?" Dr. Goro exclaimed, astonished and incredulous at the unfolding scene. His eyes widened as he fixated on the halted mass, his mind teeming with confusion and disbelief. He could not fathom why this cellular entity had suddenly ceased its movement at such a critical juncture. Yet, there was no time to ponder further. With a fierce expression, Dr. Goro gritted his teeth and transformed into a writhing mass of cells, enveloping Bardisk's arm and swiftly proceeding to engulf his entire being. Bardisk, in response, unleashed his formidable power, a terrifying surge of energy emanating from him with astonishing rapidity. The grotesque mass of cells that was once Dr. Glow was suddenly shattered and dispersed by a terrifying shockwave. Subsequently, Bardisk raised his hands, and the writhing remnants of Dr. Glow began to float and coalesce, eliciting a piercing scream of agony from him. "Why? It was so close." Bardisk, with a mocking tone, replied, "Ah, Dr. Glow, do you not realize? Within the cellular genes you have fused lies a fragment of my own cells. However, within my cells, there are also the formidable cells of Majin Buu, whose power far surpasses that of any being in this world." He paused momentarily, adding, in simpler terms, "You have merely produced a clone for my cells. I can entirely control your cellular structure." Dr. Glow's face turned ashen, recalling the strange energy he sensed within his cells before his division. Bardisk, no longer toying with him, conjured a bolt of lightning that transformed Dr. Glow into chocolate, which he swiftly seized and vanished from sight. Bardisk then approached Vomi, presenting her with the chocolate formed from Dr. Glow's division. "This is the chocolate derived from Dr. Glow's fragmented self. Consuming it should significantly enhance your power." Without hesitation, Vomi accepted and began to devour it. Once finished, she felt a tremendous surge of energy within her. As Bardisk continued to examine Vomi's physique, he discovered that within her abdomen resided only the previous malevolent entity and the recently ingested chocolate from Dr. Glow, with no sign of Son Goku or the others. Furthermore, Vomi's delicate form did not exhibit the Dragon Balls, which surprised him slightly. Yet, it was for the best, as an excess of spheres would indeed detract from her aesthetic appeal. Contemplating the demise of the one-star dragon, Bardisk realized that soon Son Goku would fade from the world's sight as well. Thus, he saw no reason to rescue Cabe and the others. Augmenting Vomi's strength would not render his training of Vegeta in vain. "Come, Vomi, let us bid farewell to Bulma and the others. We shall journey to my universe." Oh, very well, let's go." Vomi cheerfully linked arms with Bardisk. He shook his head, lifting her effortlessly and soaring into the sky. Chapter 50, Resurrection, Departure. In the heavenly temple, Son Gohan, Bulma, and others had gathered early, not hidden within the hyperbolic time chamber. Tien had been intently observing the changes on Earth, and upon witnessing Bardisk vanquish Dr. Glow, he immediately announced to the group, "Wonderful news. That formidable enemy has been eliminated by Bardisk. We need not worry about the destruction of Earth." "Tien, have you seen my father and the others?" Son Gohan inquired, hopeful that with the enemy's defeat, his father and the others had also been rescued. However, the next moment, Tien's words filled the air with sorrow. "Em Sode, Gohan. I have not seen Goku or Vegeta," he said gravely. "It's all right, Tien. We can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect them." As soon as Gohan spoke, everyone eagerly agreed. In no time, Bardisk enveloped Vomi and descended rapidly onto the platform of the heavenly temple, where the crowd gathered around them. "Thanks to you, Uncle Bardisk." Gohan expressed his gratitude immediately, with others following suit, except for Bulma, who wore a troubled expression. Bardisk and Gohan politely responded to the crowd, then turned to Ms. Bulma and inquired, "Why do you look so sorrowful? Is it because of Vegeta?" Bulma replied courteously, "Indeed. He left without a word after enjoying his meal, and now he has passed away silently, with not even a body to be found. Even if we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, we cannot bring him back to life, and just now, I checked the Dragon Radar and found no trace of any Dragon Balls on Earth." As she spoke, tears began to flow from Bulma's eyes, leaving Trunks at a loss for words. The others also began to mourn, especially Chi-Chi, Goku's wife, who cried and lamented, scolding Goku for leaving them to fend for themselves. Bardisk instinctively remarked, "This is a trivial matter." Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately began to plead with Bardisk. Even Chi-Chi, who had been wailing, fell silent, and the others joined in requesting Bardisk's assistance. Vomi tugged at Bardisk's martial arts uniform, her heart filled with compassion, and urged, "Darling, look how pitiful they are. Please lend a hand." At that moment, Vomi, embodying pure goodwill, found it difficult to withstand the overwhelming sorrow of the crowd. Looking at the tear-streaked face of Bulma, Beerus was reminded of his own universe's Bulma and the pleading faces surrounding him. He assured them, "It's all right, just a minor issue." Then Beerus announced, "Everyone, step back. I am about to demonstrate my prowess. No, I am about to unleash my power." Hearing this, the crowd made way for Beerus, who, with eyes gleaming like the wish-granting dragon, extended his hands forward, palms facing down. As the glow from his eyes subsided, two shadowy figures began to materialize beneath his palms. In the next instant, the outlines of Goku and Vegeta suddenly vanished, and their physical forms materialized, floating gently in Beerus' hands. Upon seeing that Goku had not awakened, Chi-Chi immediately shouted his name, but was restrained by Gohan, who shook his head and said, "Mom, don't rush. He is not ready yet. Look, Uncle Beerus hasn't finished." At his words, Chi-Chi fell silent and watched intently. As she quieted down, everyone noticed Beerus' eyes beginning to shine once more. In the other world, far away on King Kai's planet, the two combatants felt their bodies uncontrollably start to dissipate. "Kakarot, it seems we are about to be revived," Vegeta said with a smile. "Ah, Vegeta, why was I not asked if I wanted to be revived?" Goku scratched his head, recalling that in his memory, resurrection with the Dragon Balls typically required a request. "Fool, Kakarot, this is not a matter of choice," Vegeta began, but before he could finish, he vanished from King Kai's planet. The Northern King gazed at the two figures vanishing, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, feeling an immense sense of relief that these two insatiable gluttons had finally departed. "Who understands the plight of a family man?" he lamented. "They refuse to ascend to paradise, stubbornly lingering on my Northern King star." In the Divine Hall, as the gaze of Beerus faded, his hands gradually lowered, and the bodies of Sun Wukong and Vegeta gently descended onto the vast platform. In the next moment, Chi-Chi, disregarding Gohan's attempts to restrain her, rushed to Wukong's side, while Bulma hurried to Vegeta. Before the gathered crowd could reach them, Sun Wukong stretched his body with a crack, and Vegeta followed suit. Chi-Chi and Bulma instantly embraced their respective partners. The proud Vegeta's face flushed as he addressed Bulma. There are others present. Unfazed by Vegeta's words, Bulma remained indifferent, leaving Vegeta torn between the desire to embrace her or to let go. Sun Wukong pushed Chi-Chi aside. Turning to Beerus, he inquired, "Beerus, why has my power diminished so significantly? What has happened?" Vegeta echoed, "Indeed, I feel my strength has waned considerably." Beerus found himself in an awkward position, unable to disclose the truth that this was not their original bodies. Their true forms were still within Dr. Gero, likely absorbed to a significant extent. Even if not fully digested, he could not permit Vomi to regurgitate their bodies. After a pause, he cleared his throat and explained to him, "Your original bodies have been digested by Dr. Gero. The bodies you inhabit now are those I have conjured, resembling your Super Saiyan form." Understanding dawned on Sun Wukong, while Vegeta felt an odd sensation, but chose not to voice his thoughts further. Observing the reunion, Beerus waved his hand, and the earth began to restore itself. The deceased and the ravaged cities slowly returned to their former states. In no time, everything was as it was. "Ahem, I must take my leave. I have lingered in this universe long enough," Beerus announced to the group. "Ah, Beerus, are you really leaving?" Sun Wukong expressed his reluctance to part ways. Vegeta quickly interjected, "Is it possible for you to stay, Beerus?" Beerus reassured them, "Fear not, my friends. Fate will allow us to meet again." With that, he bid farewell and ascended into the sky with Vomi in his arms. In truth, Beerus had contemplated tearing open a dimensional barrier before them, but recalling the grand exit of a certain giant, he decided to perform a dramatic display instead. Sun Wukong watched as Beerus disappeared into the heavens before withdrawing his gaze. Exchanging a knowing glance with Vegeta, they instantly comprehended each other's thoughts, causing Gohan and Trunks to shiver in anticipation of the arduous training that awaited them. Meanwhile, Beerus embraced Vomi as he ventured into the cosmos, casually slicing through the dimensional barrier and plunging into the unknown. Chapter 51. A Familiar Universe. Has home been lost? Vomi gazed with great curiosity at the ever-changing dimensional portals surrounding her. "My dear, how wondrous this place is." The transformations around her provided Vomi, who was traversing time and space for the first time, with a unique experience, igniting her inquisitive nature and prompting her to reach out to touch the seemingly soft dimensional wall. "Do not touch it, Vomi. Otherwise, we may be swept away into another time and space," Bardisk admonished gently. "Oh, all right." Vomi reluctantly lowered her hand, which had been eager to make contact upon hearing Bardisk's words. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Why are there others here?" Following Vomi's gaze, Bardisk noticed a figure clad in martial arts attire behind them, none other than Sun Wukong. Is that really Sun Wukong? It certainly resembles him. Bardisk paused. It must be him. But let us not concern ourselves with him. We shall continue on our own path. Just then, without warning, a black shadow emerged from the dimensional wall and forcefully kicked Sun Wukong out of the portal. The indistinguishable figure then flashed a sinister smile at Bardisk before darting towards the direction from which Wukong had been expelled. Bardisk furrowed his brow. Though the others could not discern the figure, he recognized its shape and that distinctive hair. It was none other than Sun Wukong. Could it be Bardock? Regardless of who it was, it mattered little. In an instant, with a flicker of light, Bardisk led Vomi out of the dimensional passage. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, Beerus sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Vomi. A formidable stranger had suddenly appeared in Universe 6. He glanced at Kampa, uncertain whether his lord could withstand this presence. Ever since the Great King arranged for the Grand Tournament a year from now, Kampa has done nothing but eat and sleep, completely neglecting his duties. It is utterly disheartening. However, Beerus knew he had to investigate. He immediately activated his staff to probe further, and soon he beheld Bardisk and Vomi, his frown transforming into a smile. Ah, it is the Grand Executioner. He quickly roused Kampa. Lord Kampa, the Grand Executioner has arrived. Wake up. Yes. So what if he has come? Kampa mumbled, turning to the side, indifferent to the situation. Lord Kampa, the Grand Executioner possesses the authority to inspect and deal with the gods of destruction. If he finds you sleeping instead of working, it could lead to dire consequences. With a start, Kampa leaped up. Beerus, where is the Grand Executioner? We must go greet him at once. Beerus shook his head, observing the other gods of destruction training nearby, his expression one of exasperation. Having such a negligent god of destruction is indeed a tragedy. At that moment, with the impending grand tournament ordered by the Great King, all gods of destruction had summoned the most renowned and powerful beings from their respective universes to the realm of destruction for rigorous training. Where are you going, Lord Kampa? Kale began to approach, but Kaba pulled her back, shaking his head to signal her to remain silent. Lord Kampa, I intend to go there. Should I report to you? Do you wish to be obliterated? Shipa shook his head. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely feel that my progress in this place is too limited. Engaging in a few battles would be far more beneficial. I recently heard of the Grand Executioner and wish to witness such a formidable being. Xiangpa scoffed. If it weren't for your diligent efforts of late, your attitude alone would have led to your annihilation. The Grand Executioner is a powerhouse of the same caliber as the High Priest. Is he someone you can simply encounter? Xiangpa placed a hand on Bados' shoulder. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and greet Lord Badisk. Bados, startled, rushed to comply. What if we delay and anger him? In an instant, the two transformed into beams of light, vanishing from sight, leaving behind the ashen-faced Shipa. Meanwhile, Badisk felt a sudden unease as he failed to sense any presence from Earth. Swiftly, he brought Vomi to the familiar confines of the Milky Way. What troubles you, dear? You appear rather unwell, Vomi inquired, her concern evident. It's nothing. I simply cannot feel the essence of my family, he replied, pausing momentarily. Let us proceed without delay. Do not fret, my love. They shall be fine, Vomi reassured him. Shortly thereafter, Badisk and Vomi arrived in the outer reaches of Earth's atmosphere. Looking up, they found that the planet was no longer the blue orb it once was, but rather a yellowish-white sphere. Vast cyclones were visible across the land, and the polar ice caps threatened to engulf the globe. Vomi tightened her grip on Badisk's hand as he wasted no time descending toward the equator, the only remaining land amidst the encroaching glaciers. As they breached the atmosphere, a frigid gust assailed them, and powerful winds lashed against Badisk's face. Overwhelmed by an unparalleled fury, he demanded, who is responsible for this? In an instant, a terrifying divine aura erupted forth from him, dispersing the ominous clouds within a radius of several hundred miles. His once white hair lengthened dramatically, swirling behind him, while 18 divine rings radiated an intimidating celestial energy. Bados, we are in grave trouble. Lord Badisk is enraged, and it seems his fury is immense. Bados trembled at the news. We must hurry, he urged, though internally he prayed that he was not to blame. Vomi, observing Badisk's furious countenance and crimson eyes, approached him gently. She cupped his face in her hands and kissed his lips tenderly. In that moment, the world around them fell into stillness, and the harsh environment gradually calmed. The once turbulent skies began to weep softly, while a radiant sunlight illuminated the area surrounding Badisk. As Vomi withdrew her lips, Badisk began to regain his tranquility, soothed by her affectionate gesture. It is not correct. They clearly possess the 12 talismans I bestowed upon them. It is utterly impossible for anyone to obliterate them. Contemplating this, Bardisk immediately harnessed his willpower to restore the Earth to its former state. As the planet rejuvenated, Bardisk noticed that the people of Earth appeared distinctly different from those he had met before. Why was he unable to resurrect everyone using his will? A sense of confusion enveloped him. It felt as though the cosmic laws resonated with the power within him. How could this not be Earth? Could it be that all cosmic laws resonate? If so, why had such a phenomenon not occurred in the previous timeline? Suddenly, Bardisk pondered whether it was possible that they were on the Earth of the 6th universe, the twin of the 7th universe. No wonder he could not revive them. They had not died in the first place. With this realization, his spirits lifted. Vomi, let me show you the culinary delights of our timeline. Vomi seemed to sense the change in Bardisk's mood and happily replied, that sounds wonderful. Chapter 52. The 6th universe, Xiangpa and Bardos. On Earth, humans embraced their families joyfully, while some trembled with tears streaming down their faces, for Bardisk had merely restored the Earth to its war-torn condition without erasing their memories. Among them, some virtuous souls ascended to heaven, while the instigators and perpetrators of war descended into hell, enduring perpetual torment. Just a moment ago, they were being battered by vengeful spirits, and in the next, they found themselves reborn on the eve of war. Acutely aware that one of the key reasons for their judgment by the King of Hell was their excessive bloodshed, a portion of souls, having led mundane lives, seized the opportunity for reincarnation and were reborn early, leaving Bardisk unable to revive those already reincarnated. As Bardisk and Vomi strolled through the unfamiliar yet familiar streets, observing the jubilant humans around them, curiosity overwhelmed them, although a few still wept. Bardisk led Vomi to a barbecue restaurant, ordering meals for hundreds, leaving the owner astonished. Initially, the owner had stockpiled food in anticipation of impending war declared by various governments, fretting over how to manage the surplus. Now, witnessing the extraordinary demeanor of these two individuals, he felt immense joy. However, the owner remained principled. Having descended into hell after his death, he hesitated to engage in any unscrupulous activities. Why, you may ask? The King of Hell had condemned him for his dishonesty regarding food safety, allowing flies to swarm in the kitchen while serving tainted meat, causing numerous families to suffer greatly without compensation. Such a person would be better off dead. Who understands the feeling of wishing for death to escape the torment of their actions? In the very first second of his revival, he donated the spoiled meat to animal protection organizations and zoos, emphasizing that it was indeed spoiled. The owner gently remarked, "Sir, ordering so much food, if you cannot finish it, would it not be a waste?" Pausing, he glanced around cautiously and whispered, "Wasting food can lead one to hell." How'd he know? The one who had judged him before was precisely condemned for wasting food. The gentle and melodious sound from Vomi attracted the attention of the boss, who could not help but glance, albeit cautiously, at the man before him, whose aura was undeniably powerful. Particularly striking was the ostentatious halo surrounding him, which, though incomprehensible, exuded an air of magnificence. At that moment, Badisk also turned his gaze towards Vomi, captivated not only by her fair complexion and petite stature, but also by the delicate blush that graced her alabaster skin. Noticing Badisk's attention, Vomi lowered her hand, which had been covering her mouth, inviting his admiration. Suddenly reminded of the boss, she assured him, "Rest assured, the meals for the dozen of us are hardly enough to fill my husband's appetite. There will be no food wastage. If we cannot finish, we shall take the leftovers." The boss, feeling a mix of resignation and concern, thought silently, "Heaven help us. It is their choice to indulge, but I hope this does not reflect poorly on me." As he contemplated retreating to instruct the kitchen, Badisk inquired, "Why are those people outside so jubilant?" The boss, taken aback, realized the incongruity. Leaders from various governments had just issued ceasefire announcements, and he hoped this individual was not unaware of the news. "We have been cooped up at home. Only today did we venture out for a meal." Without hesitation, the boss cheerfully responded, "Oh, my dear sirs, the governments worldwide were on the brink of war. Just moments ago, they declared a commitment to peace and an end to hostilities. Is it any wonder the common folk are rejoicing?" "Ah, I see." Badisk shook his head, initially believing that this world held festivals akin to those of his past life. The plight of the common people, however, remained perpetual, regardless of the circumstances. "Do carry on with your duties. Vomi interjected, sensing a shadow of concern on her husband's face. Badisk then shared tales of holidays and captivating events, which enchanted Vomi. Alas, returning to her homeland seemed an impossibility. Vomi, sensing Badisk's sorrow, embraced him, hoping to soothe his melancholia with her warmth. She was aware that planet Vegeta had been destroyed by Frieza long ago and imagined that this must have stirred painful memories for Badisk. Unbeknownst to her, Badisk had long since dealt with Frieza and ascended to the throne of the Saiyans. Soon, their table was laden with an abundance of meat. With 2 large bowls of rice before him, Badisk eagerly dug in, while Vomi busily grilled meat for him. What a waiter, you ask? Naturally, he was also preparing meat at a distance. Initially, when Vomi grilled for Badisk, he did not refuse, but when he began to grill for himself without tasting, Badisk objected. Setting down his utensils, he remarked, "You are not alone. You must eat as well." Vomi, glancing at the busy waiter and the rapidly disappearing grilled meat she had just prepared, adorably scratched her head in confusion. With a snap of his fingers, Badisk summoned a substantial bounty of gold, and from his shadow emerged 4 ghostly figures, bowing slightly. Badikus waved his hand at the waiter, saying, "You may attend to your duties elsewhere." Startled, the waiter quickly departed. Vomi, with her delicate pink lips, appeared quite enchanting, prompting Badikus to feel an overwhelming desire to embrace her and plant a fervent kiss. "You 4, prepare the meat just as before." The 4 figures promptly seized their tongs and commenced their task, the entire process unfolding in silence. "Do not be curious, they are my subordinates, devoid of emotions." Upon hearing this, Vomi ceased her grilling and began to indulge alongside Badikus. Before long, Vomi felt a slight fullness in her belly. However, as she observed Badikus continuing to feast voraciously, she rested her chin on her hands, gazing at him with her beautiful eyes, which blinked enticingly, causing Badikus to lose his appetite, his only desire being to click his tongue in admiration. "What are you doing? Eat. I am a deity and do not require sustenance. I am here merely to indulge my palate," Badikus remarked, assuming Vomi intended to reserve the food for herself. "Oh, but I am a demon. I too have no need for food," Vomi replied cheerfully, her expression conveying her wish to witness him enjoy his meal. Badikus felt somewhat exasperated at this. The table was still laden with grilled meat, and despite the accumulation of numerous empty plates, many dishes brimming with meat had yet to be served. Meanwhile, on another side, Bados inquired, "Has Lord Badikus calmed down? Why does he seem to have no aura?" Zampa, filled with unease, could hardly be blamed. The divine energy released when Badikus ascended to godhood had been extraordinarily terrifying. The divine aura that had just erupted was even more formidable than before, instilling fear in Zampa. Indeed, it seems Lord Badikus has subdued his anger. However, whether he will hold you accountable for the tardy welcome remains uncertain, Bados remarked with a gentle laugh. Moments latte. Zampa and Bados arrived at a street in a certain district of Earth, astonishing numerous passers-by. Zampa glanced around, observing, "Bados, are you certain Lord Badikus is here? The highest battle power among these individuals is merely 10, and most seem to be around 5. Zampa surveyed the crowd in disbelief. Can you believe it? There are even those with ratings below 1. However, this last thought remained unvoiced. Indeed, Zampa, he is here. Bados indicated a nearby barbecue restaurant with a pointed finger. Zampa followed his gaze and through the glass, spotted Badikus feasting heartily with an unfamiliar woman. Witnessing their intimate demeanor, Zampa instantly resolved not to offend them. Soon, Zampa and Bados pushed open the restaurant's door and entered. The owner, upon noticing them, immediately bowed and greeted them. "What may I serve you, gentlemen?" Zampa, however, had no intention of acknowledging the owner. In an instant, he flashed to Badikus's table, bowing respectfully. "Lord Badikus, I apologize for not welcoming you in a timely manner. I hope you're not displeased with my oversight." Badikus did not put down his bowl or utensils, looking somewhat bewildered as he mumbled indistinctly. "No waities. Why should I be angry?" Beside me, Bados also slightly bent forward. "Greetings, Grand Executioner." "Ah, I recognize you, Bados, the Angel of Universe 6. Bados nodded, expressing that it was an honor for the Grand Executioner to remember him. At that moment, Xiangpa, listening to their banter, lifted his head, saliva uncontrollably dripping down. However, sensing the presence of 4 formidable shadows beside Badisk, he dared not approach the table to eat. Badisk seemed to notice Xiangpa's behavior and paused. "Since Bados is here, let's dine together." Bados did not decline, replying, "Very well, Grand Executioner. Xiangpa, you should join us as well." Xiangpa, akin to a wolf among sheep, began to feast heartily, while Bados took a more leisurely approach. At the dining table, Badisk introduced Vomi to the two, and upon learning she was Badisk's wife, they regarded him with newfound respect. Vomi was undeniably captivating. When Xiangpa arrived, Badisk felt a sense of relief. It was no wonder he was fearful, for the strength of Blackbee surpassed 9. Not to mention his cruel heart. Moreover, Blackbee had previously mentioned a figure in black, which heightened his vigilance. He then inquired about the current time, learning that there were still a few months until the battle. With this knowledge, Badisk resumed his meal, while the owner occasionally exclaimed in awe, "Impressive. Truly remarkable." Chapter 53. The Overconfident Hit. Once satiated, Badisk instructed Bados to settle the bill. He couldn't allow Xiangpa to dine for free, especially after consuming so much. After the payment, Xiangpa was moved to tears, having never tasted such exquisite food. He immediately wished to invite Badisk to the god of destruction's realm. However, Badisk declined the invitation. Xiangpa and Bados then saw Badisk off. In that moment, time froze, and a strange figure suddenly appeared before Badisk, launching a lethal strike. It was Hit, growing increasingly frustrated in the god of destruction's realm due to reaching a bottleneck in strength without formidable opponents to challenge him. He was particularly disinterested in being erased amidst the chaotic battle. Upon hearing of the Grand Executioner, he was compelled to investigate. Unfortunately, Xiangpa's opposition made it difficult for him to act. Otherwise, he believed he could defeat Xiangpa. Thus, he trailed behind Xiangpa and Bados, but unable to keep pace. He could only proceed in the same direction, eventually arriving near Earth. After a lengthy search near Earth, he finally spotted Badisk about to depart, and without hesitation, he launched an attack, resulting in the moment of time stopping. Only Xiangpa and Vomi were caught in the time freeze. While Badisk immediately recognized the sudden appearance of the blue-skinned alien as Hit, Batik did not retaliate. He was curious to gauge its prowess. As time froze, Hit launched a barrage of punches towards Batik, each strike aimed at vital points. However, just as Hit was poised to continue his assault, Bardos interjected, "Do not be disrespectful." Hit turned to Bardos, realizing that she remained unaffected by the time freeze, and thus refrained from further attacking Batik. As Hit swiftly moved to Bardos's side and glanced back at Batik, he noticed that Batik was also impervious to the time stop. At that moment, Hit felt like a child being toyed with. Batik casually patted the area that had just been struck and remarked, "The ability to pause time is quite an admirable skill." These events transpired in the blink of an eye, and as the time freeze concluded, Vomi inquired, "What admirable skill? What are you talking about, darling?" Xiangpa's face was filled with confusion. "It's nothing," Batik replied nonchalantly. Bardos then explained to Xiangpa. Hit just attempted a surprise attack on Batik using his time stop ability. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa was infuriated and exclaimed, "Hit, do you wish for annihilation? How dare you be so bold? Hurry and apologize to the Grand Executioner and seek his forgiveness." Batik waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's fine. I was also eager to see this Hit's strength." With that, Batik released Vomi's small hand and soared into the cosmos. Hit, encouraged by these words, eagerly prepared for the confrontation. In a void of space, Batik placed one hand behind his back, and upon seeing this, Hit launched his assault. As time froze once more, Batik effortlessly blocked each blow with one hand, which left Hit increasingly astonished. Meanwhile, Vomi exclaimed, "Incredible." Hit's movements were elusive and rapid, while Batik seemed to offer little resistance. To Vomi, merely being able to engage Batik in combat was a testament to Hit's strength, especially since she had witnessed how terrified this Meow was of Batik. Each time the time freeze approached its end, Hit would distance himself from Batik, who made no effort to close the gap. This resulted in Hit appearing in various positions at a breathtaking speed in Vomi's eyes. Bardos then elucidated, Hit has been relentlessly attacking Lord Batik. He possesses the ability to briefly halt time, which is why we see him appearing in different locations. Vomi's eyes widened in realization. Hit, struggling to gain the upper hand, could hardly fathom the vast chasm separating his strength from that of a true powerhouse. However, Batik sensed that Hit's time-stopping ability was growing stronger, and the duration of the time freeze was extending. How intriguing. He was evolving in the midst of battle, reminiscent of Broly. Batik felt the time was nearing its conclusion. Just as Hit's punch approached, Batik managed to block with one hand, only for Hit to strike his abdomen the next moment. A bitter taste rose in his throat. As Batik deftly parried Hit's assault, he delivered a swift blow. However, this strike did not render Hit unconscious. Consequently, Hit found himself on the receiving end of a relentless barrage from Batik. With each successful block came another punch, and, as the exchanges continued, Hit sank to a half-kneeling position, his mouth agape in disbelief. Batiste approached him slowly, gently patting his face. Do you now comprehend the chasm between yourself and a true powerhouse? I eagerly anticipate your continued growth. At that moment, Vomi rushed to Batiste's side, embracing his arm. My love, you remain as formidable as ever. Even time control proves ineffective against you. From her perspective, she could hardly discern how Hit moved at all. Had she been in his position, she would have been relegated to mere passive defense, waiting for the time stop to conclude before she could counterattack. Only someone of her unique constitution could endure such a scenario. Others would scarcely survive until the time stop's end, or the end would spell their doom. With affection, Batiste playfully tousled Vomi's small nose. You too shall grow strong like me. It could be said that Vomi currently possessed greater potential than Android 21 from the original story. After all, the original narrative lacked the presence of Broly and the altered cells of Batiste, which endowed her with immense potential. Zampa, take a step forward. It is my fault for not managing the situation properly. I hope you do not blame me, but rather take it out on him. Batiste waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, with the grand tournament approaching, if we were to destroy him, it might lead to your erasure by the Omni King, and that would be a grave sin. Zampa promptly kicked Hit. What are you waiting for? Express your gratitude to the Grand Minister. Do you truly wish for destruction? Hit quickly regained his composure and bowed in appreciation, feeling a noticeable enhancement in his strength. Most importantly, he had gained significant insights. Without further ado, Batiste waved his hand, conjuring a tunnel of desire energy before him. Sensing the curiosity of those around him, he elucidated, this is a universal passage, leading directly to Universe 7. From now on, should you wish to traverse to Universe 7, you may do so through here. Bardos seemed to discern Batiste's intentions and interjected. Is the Grand Minister seeking to promote an exchange of strength between the two universes? Indeed, this will foster mutual advancement. Batiste replied, though he harbored additional intentions. The 6th and 7th universes were twin universes, with inhabitants sharing similarities, at least in terms of their races. By opening this tunnel, his people could intermingle with the scions of Universe 6. Furthermore, he had to consider his son's future. Beyond Universe 6, other universes either lacked similar races or were too diverse in species. Such a situation would not suffice. In an unknown universe, a series of orderly cages stood, one of which contained a shadowy figure bound by shackles on both hands and feet. Within another cage, a figure was attempting to converse with him, only to be reprimanded by a guard. Behave yourselves. The other figure was none other than Future Trunks.